Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Deku becomes Norse God Fenrir? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. By the way, what was with that weird show you guys were on last night? The question from Ashido caught the couple completely off guard. Crap, we were hoping that no one saw that interview and asked questions. Shoko was able to come up with a lie, however. It was a false news interview. Just something that some unknown organization put together to get exclusive information. They just covered it up as an interview. That actually wasn't far from the truth, so it would be hard to tell otherwise. Really? It looked rather suspicious, especially towards the end. The Raven stated from across the table. Damn it, Tokoyami must have seen it too. It sounded like they were trying to get information out of you too, much more that they needed. Shoji had said a few seats over. What the hell? Did everyone watch it? I thought it was a hidden channel. What are you guys talking about? Uraraka didn't have a clue as to what everyone was talking about. Oh, it was nothing you need to worry about. It would be better off just being forgotten. Thankfully, everyone accepted Izuku's request and the topic was changed to the upcoming exam. So, what do you guys think will be on the exam? Ribbit. Tsu asked the question that everyone was thinking. I'm not sure. Aizawa-sensei has only told us that it was a recap of everything we've done over the semester, and nothing more. Yaoyorozu gave the same information from the words of their teacher. You know, we could just find out ourselves. Everyone's attention was now on Shoko. What does that mean? Uraraka was confused yet intrigued. It's a stretch, but I believe that the exam had already started. Everyone at the table went wide-eyed at the possibility. In a fight, you must always go in with a plan. So, that's what we have to do. And, to make a plane, we need info. They might be testing us on how well we are able to learn about the enemy before they strike. Yes. That makes sense. We need everyone to work together for this operation. Yaoyorozu seemed delighted with the idea and was already giving ideas. Whoa Todoroki, way to go. Jiro along with a few others thanked Shoko for the possibility of giving them an edge. Okay. I got it. You know, calling this a master plan is a lot more simple than what you're calling it. Jiro was once again nagging on the electric blonde's shenanigans from her place against the wall with her jacks plugged into the room door. What? Just because it's super easy doesn't mean it's not exciting. Kaminari made his comeback. I agree, I feel like I'm a super spy stealing from a supervillain. Ashido couldn't control her excited giggling. But you're not doing anything. Sato was the one to take the fun from the pink girl. How's it going over there, Yaoyorozu? Izuku asked from his position next to Jiro, listening for any footsteps. The girl in question was currently behind Aizawa's desk, using lockpicks that she created to pick the locks on the file cabinets. I don't encourage the idea of stealing, but if this is a part of the test, then I'm willing to give it my all. Done. There was a resounding click as the lock to the desk was opened. Yaoyorozu stepped back to let Shoji scan through the several folders and papers. Regular assignments, future homework, old schedule, ranked list of problem children? Results of sports festival, Kaminari, you got an F on the last test. Don't tell everyone that. Does this happen on a regular basis in this class? Shiozaki wasn't in class 1A a week and the whole class is raiding through the teacher's desk. I can assure you that this is not the norm. Ida still isolated himself from others but decided to answer the worried girl since everyone else was occupied. Entrance exam results. A love letter? From Ms. Joke? The class was about to erupt when Hagakure snatched a folder form inside the cabinet. Here it is. The floating folder, next to the floating clothes, spun around to reveal a tag that read, Final Exam. Yaoyorozu took and opened the folder to reveal two separate categories. One for the written exam and the other for the practical. The girl snapped multiple pictures of the papers for the practical with her phone, before handing them back to Hagakure. The invisible girl packed the folder back into its original spot, along with the love letter that was still in the shocked hands of Shoji. Everyone ran back to their seats just as Izuku and Jiro gave the signal of someone approaching. Many tense moments later, Aizawa walked in with his usual gloomy look. Good morning, class. The operation was complete. They had the intel. Good morning indeed. Later that day in the UA dorms. You've got to be kidding me. I thought this was supposed to be easy. Obviously, Ashido and a few others were distraught about the news of how the practical exam was to be done. They had to fight teachers. The same teachers that had years of experience being pro-heroes. Izuku was letting the information sink in, thinking of any possible hidden angles behind the exam. They're having us fight staff members. Other people. The difference in possibilities and reactions from us has a massive gap between the results of both exams. Then that means they aren't just testing out fighting abilities, they're testing us themselves to make us use the given knowledge that we've learned throughout the semester. Which also means, just like in the entrance exam, there are hidden ways to pass or get points. Whoa, this must really have you worked up. You haven't mumbled like that in a long time. Izuku jumped slightly when Shoko had made him realize that he was saying that out loud. He looked up to see the entire class looking at him with stunned expressions. But what he said is right. We can't just expect to let loose our quirks and pass like we did in the entrance exam. We have to prepare for fighting experienced fighters. How do you suggest we do that? Uraraka still looked worried, but hopeful. Simple. We're fighting pro heroes. They're famous for a reason. We'll watch and study previous news videos of them combating villains. This is just another step in getting to know our enemy. Shoko's miniature speech brought inspiration to the class of 1A. They could do this. Good, you're all here. And, you all passed the written part, congrats. But, you're only halfway there, so don't let up. I'm sure that you all gathered information on how the practical exam with work in some way. Anyone have any guesses? The class exchanged looks to each other with determined faces before someone took a step forward. The teachers watched as a wolf-eared boy raised an arm and pointed a finger straight to them. We'll be fighting you. And we prepared. The heroes were collectively in awe at the fierce determination on, not just Izuku, but the class as a whole. Then tell me, my boy, did you prepare for me? The teens turned to view the tall figure of All Might. Because I am the one who you are facing in this exam. Sure. Aizawa said that he based the pairings on multiple factors. But I can't really think of a reason why they paired us together. Izuku was sitting in a private room to discuss strategy with Shiozaki. Oh. I am not as sure. The vine-haired girl seemed extremely tense. After the teachers explained the rules for the exam, they were told what teams that they were being put in. When Izuku learned that he was paired with a student that wasn't even in Class 1A for a week, he suggested that they go make a plan. But something was off with her. He was too focused on coming up with a plan to fight his dad that it was until just now that he could smell the small amount of fear from Shiozaki. Is she really that nervous about the exam? Izuku had a thought, but he didn't like it. Izuku was sitting at a table along with his partner that he now realized was sitting rather far away. He faked a thoughtful position that had his hand laying out on the table, his sharp black claws completely exposed. He was shocked to see that the girl flinched when they came into view and didn't dare to take her eyes off them, in fear that he might use them. She thinks I'm going to hurt her. Why? I've never shown any kind of hostility towards her or anyone. Hey, Shiozaki? The girl flinched again, her eyes now making contact with his. Are you okay? She didn't answer. Instead, she stood up with a jolt, knocking down the chair that she was sitting in. Without sparing a second glance, she hurried out the door. All that was left behind was a flip chair and a mass amount of fear that lingered in the air. Oh, Midoriya. What are you doing here? Izuku entered the examination room to see that Uraraka was there. Including Recovery Girl who was sitting in a chair. Hi, Uraraka. I was trying to make a strategy with Shiozaki, but she didn't seem to be feeling well. With me. So, I decided to come down and watch the fights. Make sure that everyone is doing okay. Well, hate to break it to you, but Kirishima and Sato aren't doing too good. The girl pointed to the screen to show that the two were struggling with Cementos. No matter how many walls they smashed, more would just take its place, and both of them were starting to look exhausted. Crap, just as I suspected. This fight was made to match up students with teachers that they would have a hard time against. In order to win, you need to be able to work around your weaknesses, otherwise. They both watched as the pair were engulfed with thick cement. When it subsided, they were both laying on the ground, knocked out. You lose. Uraraka finished the sentence with a worrisome look for the two who just failed the exam. It was a tough fight to begin with, but this was the very first match, so they didn't have enough time to strategize. Even though we studied the fighting styles of the teachers, they know more about us than we do them. After a few more exams which resulted in Ida, Ojiro, Tsu, and Tokoyami passing, Shoko and Yaoyorozu stand on one end of a fake town. Both were awaiting the signal. Are you ready, Yaoyorozu? Why yes, I think so. Do you have a plan, Todoroki? I do, but if you have anything that can contribute, I want to hear it. Shoko turned back to the other girl who had a surprised look. Wait, you want to hear my idea? Why? You just said that you already had one. The black-haired girl was confused to how she could help the other that was so much better than her. Todoroki had proven several times over that she was superior. Why is she asking me for a plan? Because you're smart. She said it like it was the most known fact in the world. And it blew Yaoyorozu away. What? But, I'm not as strong as you, and you've shown that you're way better than I am. Did you forget that you were the one who came up with the plan to get the papers from Aizawa's desk? All I did was give an idea, but it was you who put it into action. The girl seemed to think it over, but before she could respond, the exam begun. Remember, I wish to become a hero pair, so I know the importance of partnership. You are needed. So, what's the plan? Eraserhead was stealthily making his way towards his student's location. He was using every possible clue to track down the pair. It didn't take him long, because he spotted the two standing completely out in the open. However, he couldn't tell which was which. They were wearing cloaks that completely concealed their figures. Side by side they were slowing walking towards the exit. What are they up to? I can't cancel their quirk if they hide themselves like that. But, that also keeps them from seeing me. The hoods over their heads would make it impossible to know if anyone is approaching with sight. So, with the grace of a Black Panther, Eraserhead moved behind the two figures and kept pace about 10 feet away. He unfurled his capture scarf and prepared to wrap the both of them together. He made his move. With years of training, the hero commanded the scarf to constrict the pair. The moment the cloth tightened the pair, Aizawa heard the rapid sound of objects dropping. He looked down to see that multiple cylinders dropped from underneath one of the cloaks. They were flashbangs. The hero didn't have time to react before he was blinded by the several flashes of light. Forced to close his eyes, he wouldn't be able to use his quirk. Not like he could anyway. Because, the next thing he knows, he's encased in a mound of ice and feels the pressure of the cuffs wrap around his barely exposed wrist. Team Yaoyorozu and Todoroki have passed the final. Shoko was happy that they passed, but she was joyful to see the same smile on her partner. Whoa, really? Yeah, the added training from Gang Orca really helped. So, I can hold 4 quirks now. And for 10 minutes. Even. Though I was able to double my time limit, we still need to do this as fast as possible. All it takes is for midnight to just get close to you and you're done. Zero took in the information, seeming to include it into a possible plan of action for their upcoming exam. What did you have in mind, Monoma? The blonde answered with a smile. Zero was by himself, slowing making his way to the exit. Midnight was of yet to show herself. It was starting to make him anxious. He knew that with the rocky terrain, she could pop out of nowhere at any given moment. However, he knew that Monoma had his back. Took you long enough. Zero spun to his right to see Midnight just a few feet away, just next to a tall rock. Heh. Look who finally decided to come out. For a hero, you sure do act like a sneak. Midnight looked somewhat annoyed at that last comment. Good, just as planned. And what's that supposed to mean? For someone who wants to be a hero, you sure are rude. And awful at teamwork if you left your partner behind. Oh, I didn't leave anyone behind. The hero suddenly realized that this was a distraction. But, before she could do anything, she was stunned by the massive volts that coursed through her body. After a second of being electrified by an invisible force, it stopped, and she dropped. Zero brought out the capture cuffs and tossed them over to nobody. Except, the cuffs didn't fall, they were indeed caught by something unseen. The cuffs made there was as they latched over the wrist of the knocked-out hero. Team Zero and Monoma passed the finals. Woohoo! Nice one, dude. Thanks, you provided the exact opening I needed to sneak up on Midnight. I may have copied Hagakure's quirk, but she still would have been able to hear me. That paired up with Kaminari's quirk, and you make a great stealth weapon. All according to plan. By the way, you still have my watch, correct? Oh, yeah. It's right here. What does 9 seconds mean? What? That's the countdown for the quirk from Hagakure. My clothes are back at the beginning. Although Zero couldn't see it, Monoma had made a mad dash towards that point they came. But it was too late. Everyone in the examination room. While the teens were still watching Zero talk with himself while looking confused, Izuku's eyes caught the tiniest movement on one of the screens farther down. He looked over to investigate. He wished he hadn't. So far, all the exams have been exciting, although some weren't able to pass. Uraraka's statement stirred a groan from Kirishima and Sato. The same for Ashido and Kaminari, who lost to Nizu. That stupid piece of paper said that we would be fighting teachers, not the freaking principal. Of course, the pink girl was upset. They had no idea that the white animal would be participating in the exams, so they had not prepared for him. If you think they've been exciting so far, then you'll freak out over the next group. Zero had joined them in the examination room along with Monoma after their victory. The blonde was rapidly looking around to see if he had any funny looks to himself but sighed in relief when no one paid him any attention. I forgot who was up next. Who is it? Oh, nothing really, just the wolf boy and vine girl going up against the #1 hero in the world. Shiro said it in a way that didn't make it seem exciting at all, but the moment the words left his mouth, everyone in the room began to vibrate with anticipation. That's why he's not here. The group turned to Shoko. He's on the hunt. Okay, this is it. Don't freak out. I can do this. Mommy ahhh. What the hell am I saying? I can't do this. I may be alpha and he's in my pack, but that's just because he let me. He's an apex. Izuku was consoling himself as he made his way to the front gate. Luckily, there was no one nearby to hear his panic. His instincts were having a fit at the idea of having to fight such a strong opponent who just happened to be his father. He was not having a good time. It only got worse when he approached the gate to see that Shiozaki, who was already there, made sure that he was in her field of vision at all times. Once again, she was giving off fear that just made his instincts even more crazy. She is definitely not helping the situation. Team Midoriya and Shiozaki. Practical exam. Ready, go. And just like that, the doors before them opened, and they stepped through. Remind me again why those two were paired. Shiozaki was in Class 1A for just a week, so it couldn't have been due to relationship. Power Loader was watching the exams along with the rest of the teachers in a similar examination room when he asked the question. Aizawa was the first to answer. Actually, it is, partially anyway. Regarding to Izuku Yagi Midoriya, most of his weaknesses were patched up when he gained full control of his Ragnarok form. The only thing left is to have his instincts completely under wraps. He does good most of the time, but they got the best of him when the villains invaded USJ. Aizawa recalled the memory of the wolf leaping down entire flight of stairs with a feral look in his eyes. We can't exactly do anything about it right now, nor do I think we ever can. It's a natural part of him, trying to take them away might cause more issues than solutions. It doesn't sound exactly professional, but the reasoning for him going against All Might is to fully test his capabilities. Now, the matchup with Shiozaki is different story. What do you mean? Aizawa didn't answer, instead, looked to another teacher in the room. Vlad King. The blood hero met the gaze of the underground hero before he spoke. You weren't kidding when you said that he was trouble. Sounds like he's giving you a tough time as well. Aizawa had fully warned Vlad King of the boy, guess he didn't take it seriously. Based on what the reports say about his past, he's doing it again. And now, I have students who are terrified of this kid. Vlad motioned his head to the screen that had Izuku on it. I was never able to catch him myself, but some of my students did report his behavior. Could one of you two explain to me what the hell you're talking about? Throughout the whole conversation, Power Loader was looking back and forth between the two heroes, trying to understand what they were saying. Katsuki Bakugo and Midoriya have a past. Not a very lovely one either. From the reports that All Might handed to me, Bakugo had turned the whole class against Midoriya, simply because he thought of the boy as a villain for his quirk. Vlad King almost growled the last part when mentioning the obvious quirk discrimination. So, what you're saying is, Bakugo did it again with your kids? Power Loader was starting to perceive the situation now. Yes. In just the few days that I had 21 students, Bakugo had spread his false story among the class. Shiozaki was the perfect target for this. She holds her religion dear. Upon hearing that there was a demon in Class 1A, she believed him. Now, she's afraid of the boy. I've tried reasoning with the ones that believed his story, but it disturbs me how well that the boy is able to turn the tables. I hate to say it, but if I didn't know the truth, I probably would have believed him myself. Isn't it kind of a bad idea to put them together then? We thought that too, at first. However, if Shiozaki is aiming to be a hero, then she must realize the mistake in believing the words about someone, rather than learning to know the person directly. There are plenty of heroes that have quirks that may not make them look like they're there to protect them. This can easily lead to more mistakes. She must learn this. Does Midoriya know about this? Probably not the whole thing. But his file says that he has a keen sense of smell that can even pick of the scent of fear, so he must have noticed the odd behavior of Shiozaki by this point. And, you're making them go up against All Might. The boy might be able to handle himself, but what about the girl? It's a simple matter of trust. This is a team effort after all. Neither had said anything ever since the exam started. They slowly made their way to the exit, taking the middle road. If they were going to pass, then they needed to work together. Hey, Shiozaki? She didn't answer, but he knew she heard him from the way she tensed. I don't know if I've done anything to offend you in any way, but I would gladly work it out after we pass the exam. She finally looked him in the eyes. They were searching for any deceit or trickery. It may not look like it, but the girl was good at reading people, especially from the way they spoke. Why would you do such horrible things to Bakugo? And not just him, but to the ones who trust you. Izuku recoiled from the question accusation. But he soon felt anger from when he realized the reasons behind her behavior towards him. His ear twitched. Shiozaki, that story is both false and way too long to tell right now. I promise I will explain everything after this, but right now we need to take cover. What do yo ahhh? The girl was interrupted when Izuku grabbed her around the waist and pulled her into an ally. Just a moment later, a massive force of wind flew down the street they were previously in. The wind itself was powerful enough to rip the street apart as glass shattered and concrete was broken. After a few moments, the gust subsided. It was silent now, almost anyway. He was here. Shiozaki, stick to the allies and get to the exit. I'll hold off All Might. The girl looked troubled for a few seconds before they both heard a voice. Where did you go, heroes? Surely you weren't weak enough to get caught up in that weak punch. A final look from Izuku and Shiozaki finally stood to run in the opposite end of the ally. Izuku took one last long readying sigh. He stood and walked back to the main street. When he came around the corner, he saw the intimidating figure of his father standing halfway in a cloud of his own destruction. So, you finally decided to show yourself, but where is your partner? You can't be foolish enough to think that you can beat me by yourself. He may have been acting, but All Might couldn't bring himself to feel frightened by the look that his son was giving him. He really is going to fight me alone. The boy before him had a cold and predatory expression. His face was emotionless while his eyes looked like war. They were trained on him and showed no sign of easing. Then, much like from earlier, the wolf raised a hand to point at the hero. Are you challenging me? He absolutely serious. His instincts have targeted me as a threat to his dominance. Yes. I am challenging you, young Midoriya. The boy's pointing hand closed into a fist, before it glowed. The sheer force from the explosion of smoke was enough to vibrate the ground beneath them. All Might used his arms to shield himself from the flying debris that came from his earlier smash. With each passing second, he could feel the heat rising. Soon, embers of bright lavender swirled around the pillar of smoke. Then, with a single swipe of his hand, Izuku swiped away the particles. There he stood, in Ragnarok light form with arcs of flashing purple electricity. And from what All Might could tell, he still hasn't looked away. In the blink of an eye, both males met with connecting fists. All Might separated his hand quickly before the flames on the wolf's fur could burn him. The larger man brought a heavy left hook that was ducked. The one who dodged, shot a straight jab to his gut, that was blocked. Over and over, they would send devastating attacks that were never able to fully connect. The only thing that took damage was the surrounding area that was getting even more destroyed from the powerful gusts that the brawl created. Before either of them could realize, they were now standing in a small crater, an arena built from the godly fight of two titans. The entire time, not a single step was taken the moment they made the first punch. Both stood their ground as they delivered attack after attack. All Might's decades of experience was giving him an edge on the young boy, but the boy had actual edges as his claws were beginning to make cuts all over the body of the hero. Plus, his stamina may have been draining faster than usual, but he would still have plenty by the time Shiozaki passed through the gate, or Toshi's limit was up. All he needed to do was hold him here, to keep him from going after her. Before he exited the ally, he had tricked his instincts into thinking that his spot as alpha was being challenged and that Shiozaki was in potential danger from the man. So right now, nothing was holding him back. God DMN, is he really that strong? Back in the teacher's examination room, Snipe was having a hard time believing what was happening on the screen along with everyone else. He must be. The UA staff looked to Nizu. Remember what the League of Villains said about the Nomu they brought? It was supposed to be able to kill All Might. And if young Midoriya here was able to defeat it, then it would make sense that he is able to go toe-to-toe with him. Well, yeah. But, actually seeing the two go at it like this. It's crazy to watch. Midoriya may not be All Might's actual son, but his strength is comparable. The amazement from the gun hero was still evident in his voice. Too bad it has to end so quickly. Everyone looked to the screen that Midnight was pointing to. It displayed Shiozaki back on the main road and just a couple yards from the gate. The moment she passed, they were announced the winners. A fairly common strategy to have one person to get away while the other stays to make sure that they get out. What she said was true, but the others couldn't help but to laugh slightly. Damn it. Stop looking at my hair. Her usual slick back hair was still puffed out in all directions from the electricity that Monoma used to knock her out. If you don't quit the sheet, I'm kicking all our buttes, starting with you Aizawa. Said man who wasn't even laughing gave the flustered hero an offended look. What the hell do you want? Meanwhile in the student examination room. Jiro wasn't sure what was going on with the teachers in the room next door, but she was sure as hell glad that she wasn't there to find out. Both Yagis may have stopped their destructive clash after hearing the announcement, but neither moved from their spots. Both were breathing heavily and still haven't broken eye contact. Whatever damage that Izuku had managed to obtain was already healed, while Toshi had several small streams of blood coming from random spots on his body. It took almost half a minute for one of them to finally move. Toshi looked to the ground while unclenching his fists. It didn't look like much, but for Izuku, it was the signal for his own victory. He quickly shifted back to his original form and barreled into Toshi, squeezing him into a hug that was quickly returned by the larger male. No matter how long I watch you grow, you still amaze me. And once again, I must say that I am proud of you. Thank you, but it's just an exam. I'm not the only one who passed. And I'm sorry about all the cuts. You don't have to worry about that. I've had worse. The two separated as they looked to each again. Now then, let's head back so that we can get the results. After getting back, Izuku went straight to the examination room to meet up with everyone else. With the final exams complete, he was sure that everyone who passed would be celebrating, while the people who didn't would be celebrating a little less. He would make sure to cheer them up. Just as he went through the door, he was met with a bit of a different sight than he expected. There were some people who were celebrating, yes, but there were some who looked slightly confused. When everyone's focus turned to him, they all had different reactions. "Whoa Midoriya, I knew that you were strong, but I didn't know that you could just go up against the #1 hero like that." Uraraka was the first to speak, while Kirishima came just after. "Dude, that fight was so manly. You kicked some serious butt out there." Ashido followed close behind the red-haired teen. After that, most people looked on with excited faces while others gave him the same confused look. "Hey Midoriya?" Izuku looked to see that Tsu looked like she had a question to ask. "Yeah Tsu? Are you close with All Might? Because you both seem to be really into that hug." "Shiite. I completely forgot that these matches were being monitored. How could I forget that? I was watching the rest of the matches, how could I forget my own? It's a DMN good thing that I already had an excuse in case something like this happened." He looked over to meet Shoko's gaze for a split second to see that she also had a look. "Please don't say anything." "Oh, that's simple, my dad is a retired hero, so he knows a lot of pros, including All Might. I've gotten the chance to meet him a few times, and we became somewhat close." Just because he said he had an excuse didn't mean it was a good one. Much to his relief, most seemed to believe the short story. Except for Shoko of course. Looks like I owe her an explanation later. Later that night. After the finals were over, everyone had either stayed to hang out in the commons room or returned to their dorms. Izuku was doing the latter, because Shoko was already waiting for him in his room. Yeah, she's definitely suspicious. He approached his door, then opened it to show the girl sitting on the edge of his bed with her legs crossed and was leaning back with her arms behind for support. She had a look that said, "You have nowhere to run." "Who is All Might to you?" The question was blunt. It reminded him of Tsu's bluntness. He's just a friend of the F family. He's just so busy that he's not around very often, so that's why you've never seen him around. As he said this, Shoko eyed his left ear. Throughout the explanation, it gave small twitches. "Is it something that you really have to lie to me about?" She saw him tense from getting caught in the act. Izuku almost never lied to her, except for the few times that he liked messing with her. But even then, she learned that his left ear would give tiny movements when he didn't tell the truth. I really can't convince you, can I?" Shoko simply answered by raising an eyebrow. "Sigh, all right then. I trust you to know this because I also know that you won't tell anyone. But, just to be sure, do you promise to never repeat a word of this?" Shoko straightened up at the serious mood that the wolf put on when he agreed to tell. "I promise." With just 2 words, Izuku walked over to his desk that had everything he needed and more. On top was a set of pictures. He picked up a particular one of his new family. Once in hand, he walked over to the poster on his wall. He covered a portion of the picture with his hand to only show the man within and then held it next to the large poster. Shoko knew both figures that she saw before her. One was a lanky man with blonde hair and sapphire eyes, Toshinori Yagi. The other was a poster of a large bulky man that held the title of Symbol of Peace, All Might. She just silently stared at the 2 pictures, trying to figure out what Izuku was trying to tell her. Then, like a light switch, her eyes widened. How is it that obvious? I know, right? Besides him being skinny, if you were to stick his hair straight up then they look like the exact same person. So, hold on. Your father is the #1 hero. Shoko was still fully shocked of the news that she was just presented, but she was able to handle better than others since she had a famous parent of her own. All Might married your mother. Isn't that cool? But Mom doesn't know. In fact, neither of us were supposed to know. I was just able to figure it out on my own. Why were you not supposed to know? Oh, this knowledge will bring you great danger, stuff like that. But, I'm capable of protecting myself, and the same goes for you. It's Mom that we're worried about. Izuku was gazing down at the lovely photo of his mom and dad along with himself when he heard the rising giggle. He looked back up to Shoko to see that she was in fact starting to laugh. What's up? HMHM, oh, I just think it's funny to think about what kind of face Endeavor would make if he found out who your father is. Until just then, he had never thought of that situation. And to be honest, he couldn't help but to laugh along. The next day. No one's going to summer school. The 4 students who failed the practical exam collectively burst with joy as the news registered in their minds. Such a twist! Exclaimed Kirishima. Thank goodness. Looked like Ashido will have her fun after all. As I already said, no one failed the written. However, 4 of you weren't able to pass the practical. The practical was designed to allow you to be able to pass as long as you looked at it in the right angle. The training camp is for being able to build up your strength and perfect your abilities, as well as learn to accommodate for your weaknesses. Those who failed will obviously be needing this the most. To not allow you to go is foolish. Once again, the 4 riled up into a joyous celebration that they would be able to attend the training camp in the end. That was until Aizawa opened his mouth once more. But failure is failure. During the camp, you will be pulled from certain activities to be assigned extra work. The 4 teens looked like they were about to cry. This booklet says that we'll be on the trip for a while week. Zero, along with the rest of the class, were discussing the details of the trip and how to prepare. Guess I need to go get some things. Several people agreed. Kaminari. Hey guys, I just had a great idea. Everyone looked to the invisible girl. Since we all have tomorrow off, why don't we go shopping together? The idea did seem good. Soon enough, the class agreed to go on the shopping trip the next day. Alright everyone, why don't we meet back here at 3, sound good? After the class had gotten together, Kirishima had presented his own idea of splitting up in the mall to find their own things. After mostly they all left, it was just Izuku, Shoko, and Uraraka. The boy of the group turned to address the 2 girls. So, what do you 2 have in mind? I'm not too sure what exactly I want. Maybe just the simple stuff? I wanted to go with Tenya, but after his run-in with the hero killer, he's been distant. Izuku felt slightly guilty from the girl's words. Although Ida was the one to put himself in that situation, Izuku still couldn't help the fact that he hurt Ida in a way. Anyway, I'll leave you 2 be. See ya. After her last words, Uraraka left the couple to themselves. What about you, Shoko? I made a list of things so I could get this done quickly. We need to drop by my mom's later, remember? Izuku hadn't forgotten about their plans to visit Shoko's mother that day. But first, there was something he had to deal with. You go on ahead. I think I'm going to hang back for a while. She must have noticed the nervous expression he had. Are you alright? Upon the question, she realized what this place meant to Izuku. This is the same mall. She looked over her shoulder to see the clothing store further down. The same one where she saw Izuku's mother get shot on TV. Her own expression turned into one of worry. Izuku, you don't have to be here if you still have bad feelings about this place. Just tell me what you need, and I'll get it for you. Izuku was truly grateful to have this girl, but that wasn't it. No. It's okay, nothing's bothering me, I just have something that I need to do. He did his best to try and play it off but was unsuccessful. The girl came closer as they were just a foot away, her eyes becoming level with his nose. Izuku, if there's anything that you need help with, just tell me. The soft voice that she used was like silk to Izuku's ears. But still, he persisted. I swear, I'm alright. And I always know to count on you. To reassure the girl, he gave her a short kiss. After the embrace, she finally looked convinced. I'll see you here in an hour, okay? You bet. After his final words, she turned and disappeared into the crowd. And today was getting to be so good. So, mind explaining what you're doing here? When the last word left his mouth, he spun and caught the hand that smelled of ash by the wrist. The person attached to the hand jerked with surprise but made no attempt to lose Izuku's grasp. The boy was the first to speak. Or do I have to crush your wrist to get you to talk? Tamura Shigaraki. The villain before him was dressed in a dark hoodie with the hood up. Even then, he could still see his face. Sheesh. What happened to that face hand of yours? Did it decay just from you being so DMN ugly? If you don't want this face to be that last thing that these people see before they turn to ash, I suggest you act natural. The words were hissed through chapped lips. You're not exactly one to be making demands right now. With a single movement I could hurt you in ways that would be irreversible. Izuku wasn't lying, nor was he joking. If this man had bad intention while being in the same building as Shoko and his friends, then he would make the villain suffer. If you do that, then I'll make sure that your mother doesn't survive the next shot. Although it hurt, Tamura liked the reaction of the boy's hand tightening. That meant he had his attention. The handgun that the villain used was too weak. But I don't think the M98 that's aimed at her head will have much difficulty. This time, he heard a small crack in his wrist. What the hell are you talking about? Now, the boy's eyes were wide and filled with fury for the man that he had in his grasp. A few people had looked with confusion at seeing the odd confrontation, but did little to help as they went on their day. You think I would be dumb enough to come here without any leverage? If you don't comply, then it's bye-bye mama da. Izuku was disgusted with the wicked smile that the villain had. However, he couldn't risk his mother, not again. Slowly, he let go of his wrist. Good, let's talk. Is that all? Izuku was getting more frustrated with the previous conversation that he and Tamura held. He really was just a manchild, getting so upset with the news of the hero killer. But it surprised him when the villain asked him how to get himself known. Izuku just spun off some dumb theory that seemed to work for the messy moron. Yes, I am very much pleased with our chat. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some people who need recruited. Izuku didn't like that last part. People want to join the League of Villains? Damn it. Don't follow me, or bad things happen. Tamura got up from the bench and walked away while Izuku didn't move, not yet anyway. Shoko couldn't ease the dreaded feeling that suddenly came upon her after a few minutes into her search. She didn't know how or why, but she knew it had something to do with Izuku. As fast as she could, she hurried back to the spot that she last saw the boy. She doubted that he would be in the same spot, but her hopes were fulfilled when she saw his green hair just a couple yards away, sitting on a bench, with someone else. Both were facing to her left and appeared to be talking. To people who didn't know Izuku, that is. She knew the exact posture he took when he was prepared to fight at a moment's notice. His ears were slightly pulled back, his tail was puffed out, and his shoulders were shifted forwards. Whoever the man was that was sitting next to him was bad news. She couldn't see his face because of the hood, but she was able to spot the few tufts of light blue hair that stuck out. She was just about to approach the two when the unknown figure stood and walked away. Seeing her chance, she rushed to the boy. In the split second that her view of him was obscured by someone passing in front of her, he disappeared. Shoko stopped in her tracks and scanned the area, hoping she could find any trace of him. There was nothing. The only thing that even hinted to the boy's existence was the single indigo ember that gently floated above the bench. Awa, really? But I was so looking forward to it. Fine, yeah, I'm on my way. See you soon. Then man pressed the button on the small communicator to end the call. Guess things went better than planned. The man propped himself up from his prone position while slinging the sniper onto his back that was attached to a strap around his shoulder. Before he left entirely from the rooftop, he looked back to the house that contained his target. He was excited to hear that he had someone to shoot if things went south for another member. He had the perfect shot too. If events did lead up to him being able to blow a hole in the woman's head, he would have had a heyday seeing the reaction of the blonde man next to her. Perhaps another day I will be seeing you in my crosshairs, madam. Farewell. Yes, farewell. The second voice from behind the man paralyzed the villain with fear. He didn't know how, but he knew that if he moved, he would die. You actually thought you were safe? You thought that you could just threaten my mother and get away with it? And then you can just go back to hiding in your little sheet hole? The sniper felt blazing hands gently wrap around his neck. There is nowhere you can hide from me. Once again, Izuku found Shoko waiting for him in his dorm. How does she keep getting in here without anyone seeing her? This time, she had fear and worry on her face. The door wasn't open for a second before she crashed into an embrace. They stayed like that for many seconds until the girl jabbed him in the gut. Ooh! What was that for? The blow caused him to back away, allowing him to see her face again. Although it still looked worrisome, there was some obvious frustration in it. Don't ever do that again, you JRK. You start acting all weird and then you have this strange man next to you and then you're gone, and, what the hell? If Izuku wasn't keen on trying to calm the girl, he would be terrified. It took a lot for her to cuss like that. The intimidation was only enhanced as ice spread across her right side and steam rose from her left. Izuku straightened back up and prepared to speak. It was horrible of me to leave you like that. It makes it even worse because I said that I would come to you for help just before that. I wanted your help, but I also wanted to keep you safe. It sounded selfish, but he couldn't help but feel the shame as he looked away. I'm a part of your pack, aren't I? The question brought Izuku's gaze back to the girl. We hunt together, right? That's what you said? We confront these things at each other's sides. If you can't remember your own code, then maybe you're not fit for the role as alpha. Izuku tensed at the obvious threat in her words. But at the same time, he understood what she meant. To Izuku, she was the second alpha, his mate. Which meant that she was fully capable of having rule over him as much as he did her. But, since he was the one at fault here, his instincts couldn't argue. He drooped his ears in defeat while his tail hung low. DMN instincts. What will you do? You already said that you wouldn't do it again, but just promise that you include me on these types of things. She knew that he had fully submitted, so there was no point in pushing any further. However, also, because of your disappearance, you missed the meeting with Mom. Because I had to be the one to look after you, I had to call and let her know that we won't be showing. It'll be you who will have to apologize to her the next time we go. The wolf responded with a small nod. Come on. We have stuff to do tomorrow, so we need some sleep. I do anyway. She grabbed hold of his hand and pulled him onto the bed with her. They slept together that night. What's with him? How should I know? Ever since he got here, he's been mumbling all sorts of crap. Guy looks terrified. Both police officers looked back to the villain in the interrogation room. His name was Deadeye. His quirk allowed him the deadliest shot, right next to the gun hero, Snipe. He's been on a spree for a while now, but somehow, they found him on their doorstep with cuts and burn marks. His signature sniper was broken in several pieces. Ever since they first spotted him, he jumped at the slightest movement or sound, constantly mumbling to himself. They weren't able to fully make out what he was saying, but they were able to decipher the occasional demon or monster. So, I just wanted to apologize for not being able to come out yesterday. Some unexpected things happened that needed to be taken care. Izuku had a nervous smile as he bowed. He was hoping that the woman would be able to forgive him. Izuku, it's no trouble at all. I'm sure that UA is giving their students plenty of work to do. It's no big deal. The woman with white hair reassured that he had not offended her in any way. Izuku's smile became one of relief as he straightened to look back up to Rei Todoroki, Shoko's mother. Thank you for understanding. Now that's out of the way. Both turned to see Shoko, who was coming up from behind and stood next to the boy. We passed. The girl exclaimed that last part as she let out some of her excitement. Oh, that's great. I'm so proud of you too. Rei stood from her chair as the three joined into a hug. Izuku could tell that Shoko was enjoying the moment. At first, she was afraid that nothing had changed, and her mother would still hate her. If Izuku weren't there to catch her, then she would have collapsed when Rei had said two simple words. I'm sorry. After that, they just talked. It is slow at first of course, but over time it felt like they've been doing this forever. Meeting with Rei had lifted Shoko's life so much higher. Izuku knew of the pit of guilt that she carried with her all those years. She always thought that it was because of her that Rei was in here. Not exactly her though. She blamed her left side that came from the garbage man that called himself a hero. So, when Rei had said those words, that pit vanished. And the two Todorokis became a family again. All three were talking as they usually did. They had plenty to share since they hadn't seen each other in years. Shoko was just in the middle of her sentence when her phone vibrated within her pocket. She was originally going to ignore but saw that Izuku's phone that was resting on the table had also vibrated. The boy took and checked the device. It's from Yayorozu. Says that I should come out to the school pool. What about yours? Izuku looked over to Shoko, who was currently pulling out her own phone. A few weeks into the school year, it was suggested that they all swap numbers. It took a little while since there were 20 students, but in the end, it proved to be worth it. Also, from Yayorozu. And basically, the same thing that she told you. Sorry to disappoint her, but dash. You should go. Both kids looked to Rei, who had a small, but joyful smile. You have friends that want your company. It would be rude to not go. It would be even more rude to just leave. I care more about my own mother than people who I've only known for a few months. Shoko was quick to reject the proposal. Friends are just as important. Especially for someone your age. You need to explore with them while you still have time. Me on the other hand, well, I think it's safe to say that I'm not going anywhere. So, you don't have to worry. I'll always be here for you. Although Inko had given the younger Todoroki times of what it felt like to have a mother in the past year that she and Izuku have been together, it truly felt like something she wished she could hold on to for the rest of her life, and never let go. Both girls conjoined into a tight hug, while Izuku was content to see that both were getting the affection they needed from each other. That was until Rei had looked from over her daughter's shoulder and motioning him to join in. Oh, might as well. The three held each other close for the second time that day. You guys made it. Hagakure was the first to address the two new visitors. After their comforting moment at Rei's room, Shoko and Izuku left to go hang out with their friends. Hi, Toru. Are we late? Shoko had asked. Not at all. We were just getting started. The invisible girl answered. Started with what? Shoko was answered as she caught a beach ball that was thrown from the direction of the rest of the girls. Hi, Shoko. Want to join our game? It had turned out that Ashido had smacked the ball. The girl in question gave a competitive smile before serving the ball herself. There was a definite smack as the ball went sailing straight for the pink girl. Ashido gave a yelp as she ducked under the water just before she got smacked in the face by the ball. After it plashed in the water behind her, she looked back up to see Shoko's smile hasn't changed. Count me in. Izuku and some of the other boys were sitting on the edge of the pool, watching as Shoko basically carried her team. The ball was barely able to go back and forth a few times before it met the merciless hand of the dual-color-haired girl and sent it over the net. The other team was either too afraid to make contact with the speeding bullet or suffered the consequences as thin plastic met soft skin. It was awfully amusing to the guys who were watching. Some other people were using the opportunity of the pool to do some light exercising. Izuku decided to hang back for the day. It wasn't often that he got chances like this to just sit around and enjoy things. So, which girl do you think looks the hottest? Well, that's an interesting conversation. Izuku focused his ears to better listen to the discussion of Kaminari and Shiro. They were seated against the wall, just a little farther from the main group. He quickly side-eyed to see that the blonde was expectantly to the other boy. Oh. Well, I don't know. They're all pretty cute. However, I gotta say that Yaoyorozu's looking pretty good. Yeah, I think so too. Ashido isn't too bad herself. But I can't lie when say that Jiro's caught my eye a few times. Really? Isn't she making fun of you all the time though? Well, you know what they say, teasers can be pleasers. Both Shiro and Izuku were absolutely confused at Kaminari's metaphor. Neither of them have ever heard that phrase before, and probably for good reason. Well, they are boys after all. Can't really blame them for appreciating the female body. Izuku thought to himself before hearing the next words from Shiro. Okay? Anyway, what do you think about Todoroki? And you fed up? Before Kaminari could answer, both teens yelped as they felt a sting on the backside of both their legs. Unknown to them, the reason for the stings was formed two small embers that shot from Izuku's mouth like bullets. Of course, no one saw the action as there was no action to be seen. To everyone there, it would have just looked like the wolf barely opened his mouth slightly. Some of the other boys there brought their attention to the ones who yelped but nothing came of it. Has seriously no one figured out by now that we're dating? It's so obvious, we even arrived here together. Things went back to normal shortly after, and the conversation of girls was dropped between the two boys. Izuku decided to focus on the rest of the people there. It didn't take long before he saw Ida doing some normal exercises like some of the others there. He looks to be doing better. I think. It was only until recently that he finally stopped being so distant to everyone. But he still refused to talk about anything regarding the hero killer and didn't hold long conversations in general. Maybe with time, he can go back to the way he was. It felt weird to think, but Izuku actually missed the old Ida. And, from recent news, so did Uraraka. The next person his eyes landed on was Shiozaki. She looked to be having an easy time adjusting to new people. All except for him. His entire confrontation with her was odd. The only time that they've interacted was during the finals. The entire time, she acted like he was going to kill her. He was more than frustrated to learn that Bakugos was the reasoning behind her behavior. Of course he would spread bad word of him to others since the blonde was kicked out of Class 1A. Guess I'll just have to clear my name. I did promise her the story after all. Finally, his eyes landed on Monoma. He always was one to catch Izuku's attention. They both shared an interest in learning about neat quirks. Although Izuku was more interested in fighting against new quirks, it was still pretty close. He was also very impressed by the boy's quick deduction of how to use borrowed quirks. That means that he's been watching us all very closely. Monoma just hasn't been testing the quirks he gets, he studies them beforehand. A very interesting class we have here. Yo! We should have a contest. The statement brought everyone's attention to Sato. I thought it would be a good idea for us to use the pool as a race. Whoever can get to the other side wins. Simple. That's a great idea, Sato. I'm in. Anybody else? Kirishima was the first to participate as he looked to the others for their answers. It didn't take long before almost every boy had agreed to be in the race. Izuku was one of the first since he couldn't say no to a challenge. Would you mind if we helped out? The question came from Yaoyorozu as she and the other girls wanted to take their turns watching the boys. Of course. I'm assuming that we can use our quirks. Ogio got his answer when Sato and a few others agreed that it should be allowed with the additional input of Ida. Alright then, let's get to it. The first round had Kaminari, Kota, Monoma, and Tokoyami. This time, Izuku hadn't seen who the quirk copier had touched before taking his place at the diving board. Although, it was obvious to tell one of them from how wide his mouth was. But he did have a clue for the second one when he spotted the tiny pads that were placed in his fingers. Both Tsu's and Uraraka's quirks. When Yaoyorozu blew the whistle, they all shot off from their platforms and into the water. All except for Monoma, who tapped his shoulder and leapt straight for the other side with high speeds. Using the fence on the other side, he was able to stop himself from launching out of the pool area. But not without getting berated with comments on how he actually didn't swim. It's free swimming. Why shouldn't it be allowed? He asked with a smile, knowing that he was in the right. No one was able to answer him, so they continued on. The next race had Shiro, Aoyama, and Ojiro. From the start, everyone assumed Shiro to be the winner, but it was in fact Ojiro since Aoyama's wobbly flight using his naval laser had caused him to crash with the tape slinger. The last to go were Ida, Izuku, and Shoji. In preparation, Izuku only shifted his legs since he was just going to jump across like how a few others had done. When they heard the whistle, Shoji resorted to swimming like a normal person, while Ida used the dividers in the water to use as a tight rope using his quirk to speed along. Izuku, however, simply extended his powerful legs that rocketed him past the two boys. Similar to Monoma, he was headed straight for the fence, however he knew that it wasn't going to hold this time. In a last-second decision, the moment he had crossed the water and was now over the floor, he brought a hand down as his claws dug deep to stop his momentum. It worked as planned when he was able to swing down his legs and other arms to aid his stop. When it was all said and done, Izuku only felt the fence when his tail brushed the chains. It was safe to say that he won. The final contest consisted of the previous winners from the races: Izuku, Ojiro, and Monoma. The wolf knew that he would be able to beat the other-tailed student. It was Monoma that he expected to get a bit of a challenge from. All three were heading to their spots and were about to get down on their boards. Izuku had to stop when he felt the tiniest touch on his side. But it wasn't the touch that made him stop. It was the sensation of another predator. Izuku whipped around to see the wide eyes of Monoma as his body began to twitch. The boy grasped his throat with both hands as he fell backwards onto the ground. Every student took no time to get to the blonde side to help his unknown condition. But Izuku knew. He knew that Monoma had copied his quirk and was undergoing the same transformation as he did when it manifested. Some people attempted to help him but were called back when Izuku yelled to them. "Stay back. It's not safe." "What you mean it's not safe? He's hurting." Uraraka was at the front of the group when she said that. "I know what this is. It'll pass, trust me." Except for Shoko, no one was really sure what Izuku meant by that. "There's nothing we can do, we just have to wait it out." And so, that was what everyone did as they watched Monoma thrash on the ground as heat waves began to slip between his fingers and escape through his mouth with every hitched breath. Why is he having such a violent reaction compared to mine? It still hurt when I manifested my quirk, but Monoma looks like he's being tortured. Was it because I was more focused on Bakugo than the actual pain? The class watched on in horror, but soon came to full realization of Izuku's statement when they noticed something change. On the tips of Monoma's fingers, his nails turned the same charcoal black as they lengthened into sharp claws. His teeth that were showing in a painful expression also turned long and sharp. The next thing to happen was the disappearance of his original ears, and then the emergence of two blonde wolf ears on the top of his head. It was at this point that black smoke came along with the heated breaths of the boy. Luckily, he was facing upwards instead of at the ground just like Izuku had, which resulted in a black stain that can still be seen at the park to this day. Right after, a large light blonde wolf tail sprouted from Monoma. It shared his pain as it flailed back and forth on the ground. After the final addition to his body, the pain seemed to cease. Throughout the whole transformation, Monoma had his eyes shut tight. After his thrashing stopped and his grunts silenced, he slowly opened his eyes. His blue was the same, but along the edges he had a ring of orange that was identical to Izuku's. With one last shaky breath, he moved his clawed hands from his neck. By doing so, he revealed the runes of unforgiving war. The same runes that decorated Izuku's neck. Then, eyes of forest fire met blazing blue. Everyone around them knew that something was wrong between the two when they both tensed the moment they made eye contact. The air seemed to become heavy as it did become hotter. Both wolves did nothing as they stared, and never blinked. It was only Shoko who knew the danger that everyone else there was in. The second that she saw both their sharp pupils dilate, she encased the two in ice. "Hey! Why did you You all need to get out of here. Now!" Ashido was interrupted by Shoko, who was commanding the rest to evacuate. "It's not SA." Shoko was interrupted herself when the mound of ice was shattered. Everyone's eyes were back on the two boys that were now in each other's face. Both had a feral look that promised a fight if the other didn't back down. At this point, the class knew that Shoko was right to get out of there. They made an attempt to head for the exit but found themselves frozen when the horrific sound entered their ears. Some students had strong enough wills to turn back to the wolves to see that both were giving a paralyzing growl that could make the devil cower. Most of them may have not been able to figure out why suddenly there were two students who were opted to tear out each other's throat, but Shoko had already figured it out. When two or more people with quirks that gave them predatory instincts met, there was a 50-50 chance that they would ignore each other or do exactly what Izuku and Monoma were doing right now. She knew that they had absolutely no control of their actions as their instincts completely took over their minds. Right now, the only thing that they were capable of processing was that there was another predator that was threatening the other. This was a territorial dispute. Izuku has almost never had any of these confrontations happen before. Almost every other predator sensed that he was too powerful for them to handle and just left him alone. So, Izuku has almost no control when it comes to this kind of situation. Monoma was a different story though. He probably had no control to begin with. The sudden drop of new senses and instincts came crashing down on him in a very painful way that was for sure to cause problems. Both predators showed no signs of backing down as a green and blonde tails flailed aggressively behind them. Their ears were pressed back against their heads to prevent getting caught. Their claws were flexed as they prepared to strike the other. The vicious snarl that they gave each other showed that they were willing to fight. Since Izuku's quirk no longer had any restriction, he was flashing all 4 runes while Monoma only had 3. The class could do nothing but watch as Izuku was the first to take action. The blonde howled as a set of 5 claws was raked across his chest. There was no time to react before blood came gushing out of the 5 deep cuts and was splattered onto Tsu. Yet, all she could do was look on in horror like everyone else there. So instead, Monoma reacted by slashing his own claws from Izuku's stomach all the way up to his left shoulder. A similar howl was given from the greenette. Before either could attack again, smoke emitted from their wounds as they healed instantaneously. Both their instincts had decided to go all out as they began to shift into light form. Izuku's was faster from the years of experience and grabbed onto Monoma's throat with a large wolf hand. He brought the blonde close before slamming him against the wall. Spider-like webs were etched into the cement from the force as the one who was against the wall grunted from the impact. The second wolf's transformation was finally done as his raised both digitigrade legs and bashed them into the other's ribs. The green wolf flew into the pool as the blonde dove in afterwards. It took it only a second before the water began to turn red. What the hell is going on here? The students of 1A finally snapped out of their trance and looked to the worried expression of Aizawa in the doorway. Aizawa-sensei, you have to erase their quirks. Do it now before they kill each other. The hero felt dread at the words of Shoko but knew that things were serious when he saw the color of the water. Since it was clouded with splashes and blood, he wasn't able to see whoever was in the pool. Kaminari. The boy looked to the teacher who spoke his name. I want you to use enough electricity to stun them. The electric user couldn't help but have a more horrified look at the command. Isn't that an awful idea? Electrifying them in water could kill them. That's why I said to use enough. Just do it. Kaminari still didn't like the idea but relented as he made his way to the waterline and stuck a single finger below the surface. The reaction was immediate as electricity coursed through the water and gave crackling sounds as it lit up the pool. After just a second, the boy backed away as the water calmed. When there was no sign of whoever was in the pool still attacking, Aizawa dove into the water. Shoko and the rest waited for seconds that felt like hours before their teacher resurfaced with both Izuku and Monoma in each arm who were unconscious. Sato and Shoji went to help the hero by lifting the 2 boys and laying them onto the ground before helping Aizawa out as well. When he regained himself, he and his students looked over the torn-up bodies of Izuku and Monoma. They had cuts and bite marks all over their bodies, Monoma a little more than Izuku. Before anyone could attempt to treat the wounds, they began to release smoke, indicating that they would soon be completely healed. Then, as if the fight never happened, both looked unscathed. What happened? Aizawa sounded absolutely unsettled to see that these 2 boys who he thought were friends had almost torn each other apart. But also confused to see that Monoma had the same physical properties as Izuku. He must have copied Midoriya's quirk. We were having races, using our quirks. The underground hero turned to face Shoko. At one point, Monoma had copied Izuku's quirk. Just as I thought. As you know, his quirk comes with instincts of a wolf, so when Monoma's transformation was complete, there were 2 wolves who didn't take kindly to each other's presence. Neither were in control of their actions, this fight was not intentional. Shoko. Calm down. Everything is going to be fine. At that, Aizawa erased Monoma's copied quirk. He reverted to his original form much quicker and quieter than when he shifted earlier. When he was back to normal, he called over Shoji to carry the blonde while he picked up Izuku. Before the two exited the pool area, Aizawa turned back to the group. "It's 5 a.m. Go back to the dorms." And with that, they left. "Thank you for the help, Shoji. Head on back to class now." "Yes, sir." The tall boy left, but not before sparing a glance to the two boys on the other side of the room. As soon as the door closed behind him, Aizawa let out a tired sigh. He was right when he said that this kid would be a problem child. He knew that it wasn't his fault, but even then, he was still somehow involved with everything else. This time was a fluke, but that didn't mean it wasn't driving the hero up the wall. It only got worse when a lanky blonde man came bursting through the doors. Actually, this all makes sense now. Of course the boy would look up to and act like his father. How is he? Is everything all right? What about Monoma? Now, there is no need to get all worked up. All Might's panic was interrupted by Recovery Girl telling him off. They're both perfectly fine. Just unconscious. I was only able to find out that there was a fight at the pool. What happened? At Toshi's question, Recovery Girl and the number one hero looked to Aizawa. Shoji was able to fill me in on the way here. From what he said, Shoko knows more about the details. But apparently, the boys of the class were having a friendly race in the pool, quirks included. Until now, Monoma has resorted to copying other students' quirks, so he had no knowledge of what would happen by copying Midoriya's. He's your son, so I assume you understand what happened afterwards. The lanky man appeared to be shocked upon hearing the short story. And he did understand, he understood very well. Yes. To get a basic understanding, you will first have to know that wolves are very territorial. Anyone that isn't in their pack is considered a target and will use lethal force to remove the invader. Izuku has this territorial trait. However, since no one else in class has an animal mutation that doesn't appear as a threat to him, he's had no reason to assert himself. That changed the moment Monoma copied his quirk. Aizawa now fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. To both Izuku and Monoma, they were not students. They were predators that met on one's territory. Hold on. Hasn't Izuku had time to control these instincts to keep himself from attacking others? Aizawa knew that it could become a problem for Izuku sometimes, but if it were to make him attack anyone with a predator mutation, then it was worse than he thought. No. Remember, he's not a normal wolf. He's never had a problem of wanting to attack others since no one has ever wanted to fight him because they were too afraid. To us, he's a normal kid. To them, he's an apex. Most of the time, they would just try to keep a fair distance from Izuku. But in some cases, they are able to look past their instincts, which will result in them accepting each other. Similar to what happened between Izuku and Pounce, a good friend of mine. They can easily be around each other without having the urge to battle for dominance. Although, if Izuku and Monoma were close enough friends, then Izuku would have accepted him into his pack. If that would have happened before today, then there wouldn't have been a problem. Toshi did his best to explain the complexity of how these types of quirks function. Luckily, it seemed that Aizawa was able to absorb the information dump. But that changed when Monoma shifted himself into a predator just as strong as Midoriya, making himself a rival that flared Izuku's instincts enough to act. I'm guessing the same thing happened to Monoma then. If that's the case, neither actually wanted to fight each other, and wouldn't have if they were in control. That is correct. Toshi was relieved to see that the hero perceived that they actually didn't fight willingly. That way, no one will have to get in trouble. Monoma had no way of knowing something like that would happen. He looked back to Aizawa, who had let out another deep sigh. I can never go a Sinjir without having problem children like these. Back in the dorms. Shoko had done her part in explaining to everyone the reason for the literal bloodbath that just took place. She was just reassuring some of the others that were still a little shook up. I can assure you, neither wanted to fight. Nothing could have been done, it was a mistake. No one said a word. It was a silence that screamed in Shoko's ears. It was awful to witness. It was awful to see the trust slip away, and she couldn't do a single thing about it. She was on the verge of giving up, and just letting them be so they could have more time to understand. Just as she began to turn, someone spoke. I understand. The short sentence brought everyone's gaze to Tsu. She had especially looked scarred after the fight. She did have Monoma's blood all over her after all. I don't have any instincts like Midoriya does. But sometimes, I do have urges like a frog. I'm not sure if I would like the rain otherwise. So, I know that it wasn't anyone's fault what happened. It was just a mistake. This time, more people reacted to her words. I like shiny things. That got everyone wide-eyed when Tokoyami said an obvious deep secret about himself. I really just can't help it. Even though his entire head was covered in feather-like hair, they could all see the small blush that he had. Even if it was just a little, it lifted their spirits and even got a few chuckles as Dark Shadow appeared and gave a comical nod to prove his statement. I don't know what we're all worried about. It was Uraraka who now had the spotlight. He saved us all at the USJ, and even went out of his way to save me at the entrance exam. Midoriya has always been a good person, to all of us. The other students began to nod as they agreed. Troubled frowns turned into light smiles. Uraraka looked over to Shoko and have a thumbs up. Shoko returned her gratitude by mouthing, "Thank you," to the girl. When Izuku woke up, he was having a hard time processing the story that Aizawa was filling him in on. Because the moment that he locked eyes with Monoma at the pool, his memory turned blank. It was similar to when he transformed into Ragnarok before he had control of it. But that didn't make him feel any better when he learned that he straight up attacked his friend. He just felt more guilty. That guilt clearly showed when Monoma had woken up a couple minutes later. The adults all left the room upon seeing that both were okay to resume their duties as UA staff, so it was just them. Midoriya, don't worry about it. It was my fault that I even copied your quirk. I knew that some quirks with animal mutations have some mental changes. Yet, I took the risk, and now look what happened. If anything, I should be the one that's sorry. Izuku was in the middle of an apology when the other teen interrupted him with an apology of his own. But, Monoma, I don't want to hear. You're fine. Besides, I know that you would never just go around attacking people like that. I see you as a true hero, and that will never change. Hearing those words took a massive weight off Izuku's chest. He was glad that the blonde didn't blame him for anything, but what did that last statement mean? What did you mean by that last part? Izuku's question seemed to catch the blonde off guard. Listen Midoriya, I have a huge issue when it comes to certain heroes. Yeah, we all already figured that one out. No, I mean, there are people out there who are so full of themselves. A lot of them are heroes. Just because they have a fancy costume, or a cool name, or a flashy quirk, they think that they are hot shit. It really annoys me. On a personal level. Izuku understood what the boy was saying. Having been involved with heroes for the last 4 years, he's met a number of these kind of people. But that last sentence made Izuku feel like there was a bigger picture. On a personal level? Monoma, did something happen? The wolf was very worried that Monoma could possibly have a messed up childhood just like Shoko did. The boy quickly realized that he misled Izuku before waving off the idea. There's no need to worry. It's not as bad as you may think, but it's definitely something that I will remember for the rest of my life. Izuku could see that memories flashed through Monoma's eyes as he looked down in his lap. As you can imagine, my quirk made me somewhat unique among my peers back in elementary. Actually, in my entire school experience before coming to UA. But I wasn't unique in a good way. The other kids didn't particularly like someone else who could use the power that they thought were to be theirs and theirs alone. I was lucky that they didn't resort to bullying, otherwise I may not be here right now. Izuku really didn't like where this story was going, but he stayed silent. A few years went by, and I basically had no friends. Except for a single person. Tamaki Haji. His quirk was called Evil Shadow. Izuku saw anger flash on his face. He never liked that name. His parents picked it for him because they thought it suited such a villainous quirk. It allowed him to take control of anyone's shadow and make them do whatever he pleased. Never in his life has he ever used it to hurt someone. But of course, kids put him in the same category with me, just a villain waiting to happen. Izuku knew exactly how that felt, but he could tell that this story didn't end with Haji coming out okay. And it made him want to find the kids who went to Monoma's school and beat some sense into them. The two of us actually became good friends. I thought I would never have someone look out for me like Tamaki did. This time, Izuku saw his hands close into fists. I just wish that I could have done the same for him. There it is, the turning point in a story that always ended badly. There was a day that we went to hang out at a hero carnival. For a while, we were having the time of our lives. Flashback. That roller coaster was so much fun. Let's ride it again, Nito. Haji, if I ride on that roller coaster one more time, I'm gonna throw up. Monoma was having a less than great time as he wrapped his arms around his upset stomach. To that, Tamaki just laughed, and Monoma couldn't help but to join in. Alright then, go sit out on the bench over there and I'll get some drinks. His friend showed his gratitude by giving a thumbs up while sitting on said bench. Afterwards, Tamaki made his way to one of the closest stands. He found his destination and made his purchase as he carried 2 drinks that were Edshot themed. He was currently on his way back to his friend when he saw him. His favorite hero, Powerhouse. He was quickly making his way up the ranks, thanks to his simple but effective strength enhancer quirk. Tamaki remembered the day of his debut and has been watching him beat villains ever since. Deciding that Monoma could hold out a little longer, he approached the hero. There was a group that were just as excited to see Powerhouse, but it didn't take much for the boy to make his way to the front. "Hello, Powerhouse, sir?" Hearing his name, the man turned to the boy with a kind smile. "Oh, hello there, young man. Anything that I might help you with, or are you another fan?" Tamaki thought his answer out before giving it to him. "Both, actually. I'm a huge fan, but I also wanted to ask you a question." It was the same question that he asked himself every day, and only to himself because if he asked anyone else other than Monoma, they would make fun of him. But Powerhouse wouldn't do that because he was a kind hero, right? "Well, don't be shy. I'm all ears," he assured the boy by crouching down and giving a smile that made the boy feel safe. "I want to be a hero, along with my friend. We both want to be able to prove that everyone was wrong about us. To show that we can be nice, that we have the ability to be heroes just like you. All the kids at school make fun of us, all because we have different quirks than others. But we can still be heroes, right? And what would your quirk happen to be?" Powerhouse asked with the same smile as before. Tamaki thought it was an odd question considering what he just told him but answered anyway. He wished he hadn't. "Oh, I can control the shadow of other people. When I do that, I can also control the person. So, it's kind of like controlling a puppet without needing strings." Tamaki gave his usual explanation of the functionalities of his quirk while Powerhouse's smile slightly lowered. He looked over both his shoulder then back to the boy. "I don't know, sounds pretty villainous to me." Tamaki couldn't properly react to the words that just came from his favorite hero's mouth. Then, he leaned in a little closer to the boy to whisper. "Why don't you and that shadow of yours go and be forgotten? After all, I don't want to have to be the one to put your butt in prison in the future." After the horrible sentence slithered its way into the boy's ears, he felt something within himself die. "Excuse me, mister." Powerhouse was getting tired of having to deal with brats at this carnival, but he managed to keep on his smile as he turned to the other boy who tapped his shoulder. "Yes? Do you NEHUUGH?" Just as he faced the blonde boy behind him, the kid punched his straight in the crotch. Monoma made sure that he didn't hold back since he copied the BSTRDS quirk. The hero barreled over from the pain as he made all sorts of painful noises. Monoma didn't want to sit around and watch like the rest of the crowd, so he grabbed hold of Tamaki's wrist and pulled him away, dropping the drink in the process. Monoma pulled him through never-ending crowds but were finally able to get outside the edge of the carnival. But, no matter how far Monoma pulled him away, the damage had already been done. Flashback end. Izuku couldn't do a single DMN thing as he watched Monoma basically break down in front of him with wide eyes and deep feeling in his chest. What happened to him? To Tamaki? Monoma was able to pull himself together just enough to answer the question. You would think that he would say, "PSS off, I'll become a hero anyway," or something like that. But, besides myself, Powerhouse was the only other person that he looked up to. His parents treated him in unspeakable ways, and not a single person even tried to help. I was the only one that he had after that. And it would have stayed that way if the fucker didn't come back. Powerhouse? Yeah. It was a villain attack. And we just happened to be in the same store when it happened. I was completely powerless to lift the collapse beam off Tamaki's leg as the place was coming down in a blaze. We were near the back of the store, so we were among the last to get rescued, except that we weren't. Powerhouse was the one who was saving everyone. When he got to us, he just gave us that same fucking smile. He left, without looking back. He was gone before I could copy his stupid quirk. There was nothing I could do as my only friend was trapped with no way of getting out. But what he said next was the most horrible thing I could ever think of. What did he say, Monoma? Leave. It would be better if I died here rather than rot in a cell. Monoma felt himself break all over again. The memory was so clear, it could have happened yesterday. And there wasn't a second that he went without the image of Tamaki in his mind. What that BSTRD had told him was too much. Ever since that day, I could no longer see the light in his eyes. And no matter what I did or how hard I tried, I couldn't get them to come back. It was as if they were stolen. Gone without a trace. I would have stayed to die with him, but after he realized he couldn't convince me to leave, he used his quirk on me to force me to walk out. I had no chance of going back in because a medic had grabbed a hold of me. It was then that I realized just how broken Powerhouse had left my friend. When Powerhouse was in the store with us, Tamaki could have used his quirk on him and make him lift the beam. Izuku felt his heart skip a beat when he understood what that meant. Tamaki wanted to die. Monoma's words sounded so cold. His previously grieving state had turned dead as the blonde sat there emotionless. And it's all my fault. In that moment, Izuku saw himself. Right now, he was looking through the eyes of Toshi the day that he woke up in the hospital. Izuku also blamed himself for Inko getting hurt. But this was different. His mother had survived. Tamaki died. But that didn't mean he was just going to let Monoma live with this. No, just like 4 years ago, Blue Eyes met Forest Fire. It wasn't your fault for what that hero said. You weren't in charge of how awful that person was. Neither could you have easily fixed it. Tamaki was broken by someone, and sometimes it's hard to fix them. You're both victims in this. The reason that your friend isn't here isn't because of you, it's because of Powerhouse, and him alone. You're wrong. I could have copied Tamaki's quirk and brought him back myself. Yet I didn't. He's dead because I could have done something, but he's still not here. He was beginning to cry at this point. He raised both hands as he clamped them on his head. Izuku could feel the hurt coming from Monoma. Izuku got the better end of the rope. His mother had escaped death, but Tamaki made no effort. Embraced it even. And Monoma had to live with it ever since. So, he took the lesson that he learned on that day and shared with the one before him. Monoma. Just how his father had called Izuku's name, Monoma looked at him with the same face that he once had. A hero once told me, a real hero, that you can't save everyone, no matter how hard you try. He could see that the blonde was processing the words. Then what's the point of being a hero? The question was a heavy one, and if not answered correctly, could result in Izuku never seeing the boy again. But he knew exactly what to say. To make sure that kids like Tamaki don't lose their light. At those words, Monoma looked to Izuku as if he just hung the moon. You said that it was both your dreams to become heroes. So, do it for him. Monoma let go. All the buildup of anger, stress, guilt, and sadness. It left in the form of tears. This time, Izuku comforted the boy. They stayed that way for almost 10 minutes, but he could take as long as he needed. It was just after 15 minutes did Monoma stop. With a final sniff, Monoma went to speak. Thank you, Midoriya. Call me Izuku. Monoma was the first of the 1A for Izuku to offer to be called by his given name, but he was sure that it was a good first pick. Izuku, how do I fix this? Simple. Keep doing what you're doing. You'll be there before you know it. Monoma smiled from the answer. And by the way, that was way worse than what you said it was going to be. I know a few awful background stories, and that's pretty far up there. Hee hee, I guess I've been holding it all in for too long. Yeah, no sheet. Anyway, everyone's probably wondering where we are. We should head back. Yeah, will anyone be kind of iffy about us now? Monoma was slightly worried that their classmates would treat them differently, especially since he's managed to get on their good side. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I'm sure Shoko's got it covered. Probably holding them all at spear point or something. Huh? Shoko was currently aiming an ice spear at the boy. He brought this upon himself after all. She threw the pointed spear. Everyone gasped as Ashido watched her friend wince from the large icicle. Then, Kirishima opened his eyes to see where the ice had landed. It's good. The room was filled with cheer as Kirishima announced that Shoko had made the shot. He had his thumb and pointer finger connected to make the shape of a small hole. Said hole had an ice spear that stuck to the spar board against the wall. He deactivated his quirk in his hand before yanking the spear from the wood. So, what do we do with this? Kirishima was answered as Shoko took back the ice after some other people patted her back in congratulations. The moment her left hand wrapped around the spear, she heated it fast enough to turn it to steam instead of water. Sweet. I leave for just an hour and you're already throwing spears at people. 18 heads whipped to face 2 others that were standing at the commons room entrance. Before anyone else could say anything, Izuku leaned over to Monoma. Told ya. The next thing to happen was Shoko crashing into Izuku, who was barely able to take the impact. The hug didn't last a second as she pushed him back to give him another dirty look. I can't go a single day without you getting involved in some other crap. Not calling you crap, by the way, Monoma. I didn't think you were. Seriously? Do I need to put a bell on you? Shoko knew that he really wasn't at fault here. No one was. She was just getting tired of having to find that Izuku had something else going on. This was more for letting off some steam. That didn't stop Izuku from putting his hands up in a defensive posture while trying to calm the girl with a nervous smile. Shoko, I'm sorry. I really am. But, there's no need to worry. Me and Nito got things patched up. At that the 2 males brought a hand onto each other's shoulder as a sign of friendship. Most of the students looked slightly surprised by how well they were treating the fight. As if it somehow brought them closer together. I know. Izuku looked to Shoko, who had a knowing look along with a smile. You always do. A few days later. Toshi was a little confused as to why his son had messaged him saying to come out to Dagoba Beach. He thought that they all accomplished all the training he needed to control his powers. Perhaps there was something we missed. It was a bit later into the night, so Toshi was able to see the moon reflecting from the water as he neared. Wait, I can see the water. Upon his discovery, he rushed the rest of the way there. To his amazement, he saw the beach. Just the beach. No trash, no garbage, no questionable items. The beach was spotless. Except for a singular person standing out near the shoreline. The moon gave them a silhouette of a young boy with wolf ears as a long fluffy tail slowly waved back and forth behind him. He did nothing but watch as the waves created dancing lines of white as the water reflected the moon. It wasn't long after that Toshi found himself standing next to the boy, looking out into the ocean just as the boy did. For nearly half an hour, only 2 words were spoken. Thank you. It was the day just before Izuku and Shoko would embark on their week-long camping trip to train. So, they both de-iced that it was a good idea to go out on another short trip of their own with the family and some friends. The family consisted of Izuku's parents, Inko and Toshi. While Shoko brought her 2 siblings, Fuyumi and Natsuo. The friends were the Bakugo family. Izuku liked both Mitsuki and Masaru, but he did not like the devil in disguise that walked just beside them. The teen couple were confused at first why he came along. Later, they learned that the blonde's parents were keeping a strict eye on him. Guess he blew his own cover after the crap he pulled at the wedding. Hopefully it was enough to keep Katsuki under control. The place that they were going? The beach, of course. But not the beach that they went to all those years ago, the beach that used to be an attraction for people all around, and just magically seemed to rid of all the garbage that covered it, Dagoba. What the hell? I could have sworn that this was filthy just a few weeks ago. Mitsuki was dumbfounded to see the spotless beach as the other 2 Bakugos had similar reactions. Yeah, crazy isn't it? As Toshi said the words, he and Izuku gave each other a look. So far, it was just the 2 that knew who actually cleaned the beach, but Izuku saw no reason to go around bragging about it. Well, what are we waiting for? We have this whole place to ourselves. Let's make the most of it. For a college student, Natsuo was particularly excited about how clean the place was. Never thought this little group would ever be more than just the 2 of us. What do you mean, Mitsuki? Because, Inko, for as long as I can remember it's just been us, now we get these young ladies to add something new. It's refreshing. The 2 lifetime friends and the Todoroki sisters were laying on some towels while making friendly chatter. Katsuki was nearby, seeming to be either spaced out, or watching the waves. Masaru and Toshi were down by the water, talking about work and such. Meanwhile, Izuku and Natsuo were wrestling furiously in the water. But we've only been talking. Fuyumi wasn't exactly sure what the blonde woman was talking about and looked that Shoko had said that she didn't either. Exactly. New words from new people. Exciting stories to hear and tell. Well, besides the last year of my life, there's nothing really worth mentioning. Inko and Fuyumi knew what Shoko meant by those words since Inko had learned the story from the girl herself after half a year into knowing them, and Fuyumi had lived the story. Inko had given Mitsuki a heads up before then to not mention anything about her father, so the female Bakugo was able to connect the dots. Well then, let's hear about that last year. That's how long that you and Izuku have been together, right? Not quite. 11 months, we didn't start dating until a month into knowing each other. Ah, that's right. So, tell me, what's it like? Horea. Before Shoko could answer, their attention directed to Izuku suplexing Natsuo into the water that resulted in a large splash. The girls looked back to Shoko, who had a nervous smile, then looked back to Mitsuki. Never a dull moment. All 4 laughed among themselves. When their laughter died down, Mitsuki looked to Fuyumi. What about you? How's the adult life? Just as I expected it to be, hard. That ain't no joke. The economy is bad enough as it is, but with all these villains running around, it's just miserable anymore. Inko agreed with Mitsuki's statement. Before Toshi came along to help support them, they were barely getting by. That's why I chose to be a teacher. That way, I can help raise the future generations to help them either become heroes or prevent them from being corrupted by the world. It's a shame how easily that kids these days can have their minds twisted with power. At the end of Fuyumi's explanation, Shoko side-eyed Katsuki, the perfect example of what her sister was trying to keep from happening. After giving the blonde a mean stare, she turned her head more to look over to the 2 fathers at the water's edge. More specifically Toshinori Yagi. Shoko was still trying to wrap her head around the fact that this near-skeletal man was the great symbol of peace. Ahawk. Once again, everyone's attention was set on the 2 boys in the water. Natsuo was lifting Izuku high in the air. The wolf was flailing around as the white-haired Todoroki bent his arms back. Yaga. With strength that could be mistaken for an enhancer quirk, Natsuo chucked Izuku several yards. The landing caused an equally large splash as the last. When Izuku submerged below the surface, the male Todoroki faced towards the group and flexed his arms up high. Who? That's my brother. Fuyumi face-palmed as she watched the display. Oh! His victory cry was interrupted as he seemed to be pulled under the water by an unknown force. That's my son. Inko mirrored the action of Fuyumi. Yeah. The group looked to Shoko. I have to deal with both. So, I don't want to hear it. The four girls laughed again. After spending nearly the entire day at the beach, the Bakugos were the first to leave. Katsuki had stayed still and silent the whole time there, which was a nice change of pace. Soon after, Fuyumi and Natsuo had left after offering Shoko a ride home. The younger Todoroki had decided to stay behind, so her older siblings drove off, leaving the Yagi family and the girl. Toshi and Inko were the second to offer a ride, but it turned out that the younger couple wanted to stay even longer. So, it was just Shoko and Izuku alone on the beach. They sat next to each other, Izuku holding Shoko's right hand with his left. They looked out to the gentle waters that created the rhythmic sound of the waves flowing back and forth on the sand. It was late enough into the day that the sun was casting an array of orange and purple as it dipped behind the ocean. Izuku leaned over slightly to rest his cheek against Shoko's. Her response was to lean into it. It didn't take long before they embraced into a kiss. It took even less time before Shoko was laying on her back with Izuku holding himself above her. His left elbow was placed in the soft sand near her shoulder while the other hand cupped the girl's cheek. Shoko had her arms wrapped around his back, holding him close. The kiss became more vigorous until Izuku pulled away and nipped on her neck. Shoko gave an excited gasp as she felt his teeth come down on her skin, but not hard enough to hurt. She loved the marks that he would give her. To her, they were proof that their love was true. Guess you want to do this while we can, huh? Won't be able to for the next week during the camp. Her tone hinted that she accepted, but then she was confused to see Izuku back away. He had a daring smile. Says who? The next day. Your first semester at UA High is officially over. However, for all of you heroes in the making, there won't be a moment of rest on this trip. You're going to be pushed past whatever limits that you have, to go plus ultra. Yes sir. The class collectively answered. Izuku included. But his excitement didn't last long when he caught the scent of someone familiar. He turned to see another bus that had another class surrounding it. It was Class 1B. And the scent that he caught was Bakugo. But not just Bakugo. Throughout the class, he picked up a few trails of fear. He spotted a few students giving him panicked expressions when they saw that Izuku was looking their way. His eyes finally landed on the familiar blonde that had tried his demed hardest to make Izuku's life hell. And his eyes were staring right back. Neither said a single word to each other as they silently boarded their buses. They had about an hour before they came onto the first stop, so everyone was socializing with each other. Unlike the rest of them, Izuku was planning. This was a trip to better ourselves with our quirks. But that didn't mean it just had to be that. It could be a chance to improve our teamwork as a class. And to do that, he needed to clear something up with someone. He saw that Shiozaki was seated near the back of the bus, seeming to be more comfortable listening to the conversations around her instead of participating in them. This was his chance. With hurried steps to keep himself from getting in trouble for walking on a moving bus, he managed to take the seat next to the girl. Her posture immediately changed when she saw that he was approaching and became alert. To Izuku's surprise, she was the first to speak. Is there something I can help you with? She was timid, which was understandable at this point, but was still able to put on a shaky smile. I promised you a story, remember? The story of me and Bakugo. How he ended up as the kind of person that he is now and why he does the things that he does. Oh, I guess you did. Well, this will be a long ride, so might as well tell. Her expression gained a small amount of curiosity at the mention of their origins. Exactly my thought. Anyway, it all started with the day that Bakugo got his quirk dashed. After the explanation of Izuku's life up until now, Shiozaki was more shocked than when Bakugo had come to her class to tell about Izuku. The story was too detailed to be fake, and everything within it made sense. But what really convinced her was the series of emotions that seemed to cross Izuku's face. They were true, and each one told a story of their own. She had wronged Izuku, all because she listened to the words of that liar. But there was something she still didn't quite understand. Why did you never tell anyone? Izuku looked back to Shiozaki as he answered. For someone like Bakugo, it doesn't matter who you tell. Only can they get help if they want to help themselves. And no matter how many times I've held my hand out to him, he's always turned it away. He used to be your friend. Shiozaki looked saddened over her own words. The thought of a childhood friendship not only ending on bad terms, but to also transition into a toxic rivalry was upsetting. But she had only heard of the story while Izuku had lived it. The expression he had was far more in-depth as the once happy memories played in his mind. Used to be. All right everyone, quiet down. We're here. The moment the bus came to a stop, the students within barged out in order to stretch their stiff muscles. Izuku and Shoko had done their own sort of stretching while trying to figure out what the teachers were scheming. Because obviously, there was something amidst. The bus of 1B was nowhere in sight, and the fact that no one had questioned the second vehicle parked just across the clearing was a little troubling. The scent that the people were giving off from inside the fancy car just proved to Izuku that there was some secret being kept from them. If you all really thought that we stopped here just for you to stretch your legs, then you're sorely mistaken. The words of their homeroom teacher had given the class a bit of panic. Ah, there it is. Hello everyone. Hey Eraser. Everyone's attention landed on the car. Long time no see, you too. At that, two women stepped out of the car, both dressed in hero costumes that gave them the look of cats. And people call me a furry. The two proceeded to present their hero intro with a duo of poses. Your feline fantasies are here, meow. Perfectly cute, and cuddly like girls. You can call us. The wild PP cats. The two heroes stopped in their tracks as someone else in the group said their name before them. Everyone's eyes landed on the green-haired boy with wolf ears. They're a 4-person hero team that specializes in mountain rescues. It's been forever since they've been founded. Most of us were still in diapers when they were saving people. Izuku hardly made any effort to dodge the paw that zipped past his head as he resumed speaking to his classmates. This marks their 12th year working as a 4-person hero team. A very impressive accomplishment. When Izuku finally finished, Pixie Bob was sure to express what she thought. What the hell, kid? Your math is off. I'm 18 at heart, and don't you forget it. Plus, just because you're a huge fan doesn't mean you got to steal our intro and our style. Izuku was a fan, but not in the way that she thought. The only reason that he knew so much about them was because during his search to find other heroes that could resemble his quirk, the cat get up the heroes had made him think that they had some sort of animal mutation. Turns out, they were just for decoration. However, that didn't stop them from using terms that made it appear that way. Well, sorry to break it to you, but these are real. Izuku corrected the hero by waving his tail and twitching his ears around. Pixie Bob looked apologetic for assuming afterwards, but Aizawa spoke up before either could continue. All right everyone, say hello. The class shook themselves out of their dazed state before saying hello to the heroes. Then, it was Mandalay who got the class attention. Look over here kids. As you can see, everything over this ledge is a large dense wooded area. We own this entire stretch of land, and the camp that you'll all be staying at is at the base of that mountain. Mandalay pointed out the location by aiming her finger straight to the small mountain far off in the distance. That's far, the class said in unison before Uraraka spoke independently. If the camp is all the way over there, then why did we stop here? I'm afraid we all know that answer to that. Ribbit. The words that came from Tsu's mouth had everyone beginning to freak out. It's 9:30 in the morning. If you're all fast enough, you might make it there by noon. Mandalay's presence suddenly became intimidating to the class as she had a mischievous grin. Back on the bus. The yell from Kaminari had the class dashing for the safety of the vehicle. However, they were stopped short when Pixie Bob appeared in front of them. All of you should have guessed by now. The training camp had already begun. At Aizawa's words, Pixie Bob used her quirk to create a landslide that sent all the students over the ledge and into the forest below. It took a few moments for everyone to get a hold of themselves before looking up to see Mandalay peeking over the edge. Good news! Since this is private lands, you can use your quirks as much as you want to. You should be able to make it to the facility in the full 3 hours that you have. That is, if you can get through the beast's forest. So, what are you waiting for? Get to it. Mandalay couldn't lie that she enjoyed teasing the young future heroes as she gave them the news. They were all giving their own complaint when she turned to join the other two heroes. But, instead of just two figures, they were all staring at a third. Wah! What the hell are you doing, kid? Mandalay was dumbfounded to see that the same green-haired boy from earlier was still in the clearing with a confused look. Oh, sorry. Was I supposed to get caught up in that? I apologize for the inconvenience. Izuku may have been saying that he was sorry, but the smug smile that he showed towards the heroes said otherwise. Anywho, I'll just be on my way. Without a care in the world, he walked over to the edge and simply stepped off. Who the hell is this kid? Pixie Bob was the first to express her outburst. I made sure to get the entire class in that landslide. How? The distressed hero looked to Aizawa for answers. At this point, I've just learned to deal with it. The underground hero said nothing more as he turned back to the bus. There you are. I was wondering where you went. Shoko was the first to address the wolf, as several people were confused when they saw that he jumped down much later than the others. Just though it would be fun to watch their reactions. I was pleased. Izuku adopted another smile as he recollected the funny faces that the two pussycat heroes made. Well, you can do that later. Right now, they need you to be the big bad wolf that you are. Shoko pointed over her shoulder for Izuku to see the large monster that was appearing out from the tree line. When Izuku looked back to Shoko, neither said nothing as they gave a smirk and a nod. What the hell is that thing? Kaminari was freaking out just as everyone else there when the ugly creature emerged from the forest. We're all going to die. Shiro was being a bit of a downer in the situation, but then again, there was massive monster that was threatening them. The few people who were willing to fight the beast stood at the front of the group with their quirks activated. Before they could intercept the charging monster, another landed right onto it from above. It was Izuku in his full Ragnarok form, and Shoko was currently standing on his back with a hand on of his purple spike for support. The monster that was apparently made of mud began to crumble under the massive force before it became completely unresponsive. Well, what are you all waiting for? Mandalay told us what to do, so let's get to it. Shoko yelled to the class as they were astonished at the badass image of the girl holding a large blade of ice as she rode on the back of an enormous wolf with flaming indigo limbs. Sob. Everyone looked to the source of the strange noise that didn't fit in the situation at all. So manly. I appreciate the compliment, Kirishima, but now is not the time. We have a forest of monsters to slay. At the second sentence Shoko pointed her blade to forest before them. Yeah. The entirety of Class 1A gave their battle cries as they charged into the forest, quirks blazing. Holy crap. What is up with this year's students? What is it, Pixie Bob? Mandalay, look at this. The excited pussycat ran to her friend as she showed the display of her visor. What in the world? I've never seen an energy level that high before. And there are 3 others who are pretty strong too. Eraser, explain. That high energy level is bound to be Izuku Yagi Midoriya, the Wolf Kid. The other 3 are probably Shoko Todoroki, Ida Tenya, and Nito Monoma. All of which have high skill and decent control of their quirks. Or in Monona's case, others' quirks. Oh, this is getting me excited. And they've already destroyed plenty of my dirt monsters. You've got a pretty good class this year, huh, Eraser? They're strong, yes. But those always give the biggest headaches. Come on, we should get on the bus before they get too far ahead. But they just started. I know I said they would get there by noon, but wouldn't it take them longer than that? Sooner than you think. Left and right, the mud beasts were dropping like flies. The class stayed close together as a group, while they launched attacks that complemented the assorted partners that they've chosen. As they made their mad dash through the woods, the ranged attackers would keep the monsters at bay, while the ones that got past their defenses would be instantly destroyed by the close-range fighters. Izuku, Shoko, Monoma, Tokoyami, Shiozaki, and Yaoyorozu worked well in both these fields. Shoko and Yaoyorozu devised quick plans to use the most efficient route and strategies, while Yaoyorozu supplied others with weapons for the ones with quirks that didn't best suit for fighting these things. This was an organized attack that made sure that it couldn't be broken. Fire in the hole. Hagakure yelled the words as she activated the cannon that was strapped to the back of Ragnarok. The cannonball met its target as the mud monster dropped to the ground with only half a head. I don't think so. Shiro used his tape to snare the wings of a flying beast as it fell from the sky. When it landed, it was ambushed by Dark Shadow and Shiozaki's vines. Heads up! Ashido alerted the others as she splattered acid across the limbs of another monster. Once it was unable to move, it was bashed by both Sato and Kirishima. Tsu! Do it! On it, Ochako! From the remains of the previously destroyed creatures, Uraraka would make them weightless and wait for Tsu to use them as large bullets for the other beasts. Tsu would lift the weightless lumps of mud and sling them to other incoming targets. Tsu and Uraraka cheered when the flying mudball met its mark and broke the monster it hit. Not so fast. Shoko hurled another large ice spear at one of the 2 beasts from her spot on Izuku's back. The spear impaled the face in between the eyes as Izuku shot an air cannon to the other. Both were taken out by their attacks. These things are just as easy as the robots from the entrance exam. Monoma had the quirks of Tsu, Tokoyami, Shoko, and Yaoyorozu to assist with some of the roles from the other groups. However, most of the time he was near the front, taking out monsters with Ida as they both swiftly demolished the seemingly possessed mud. The blonde was definitely a lot stronger than what people originally thought. Give him the right combination of quirks and he'll drop your jaws. A particularly fast monster had managed to dodge the ranged attackers and was closing in on Shiozaki. The girl went to raise her arms to brace for the attack, that never came. She looked back up to see the monster being crushed under the teeth of Izuku. With little effort, he flung the nearly dead beast against a tree. The impact completely crumbled the mud as it fell apart. Thank you. Shiozaki was answered with a light grunt. She couldn't understand it, but she knew what he meant. The mountain is getting closer, everyone. We're almost there. The class filled with even more spirit when Shoko gave the news of their progress. Let's show them the meaning of dashta. All of 1A said the last words together. Plus ultra. It's a real shame that, the kids aren't here to try this delicious pie. Pixie Bob was more than enjoying the piece of pie that she was savoring. The three heroes had taken the bus and headed to camp. When noon came around, they got some food from the kitchen and proceeded to eat the delicious contents outside. What the hell? Mandalay's sudden outburst had almost caused the other pussycat to drop her plate. I didn't say it to be mean, I just... No, they're here. With that, the other two heroes looked to where Mandalay was pointing to see the small glow of purple coming from the forest. Since Aizawa was the only one who knew of any students that had any properties that made them glow purple, both pussycats panicked when they saw a massive wolf emerge from the woods. What the hell? I didn't make that with my mud. Who are you? How did? Both of you calm down. That's Midoriya. Aizawa was perfectly calm while the other two were trying to comprehend the fact that this was one of the kids they were supposed to be teaching. Wait a minute. Isn't that the same thing from 4 years ago? The demon werewolf, right? He's not a demon. The three heroes turned to see a dual hair-colored girl appear from behind the wolf's head and land on the ground next to it. But he is going to be a hero, just like everyone else here. One by one, the students came from the tree line. They all looked somewhat exhausted, some even looked a little beat. But there wasn't a single one that didn't have a victorious smile. Both pussycats were bewildered at the sight. But Aizawa couldn't help the prideful smile that he hid under his scarf. So, where's lunch? It didn't take long for the hungry students to devour the food that was presented to them. Even though they got there just after noon, the heroes agreed that they well deserved the nourishment. Within the class of hungry students, there were 3 in particular that got portions that were much more than anyone anticipated. Sato had multiple plates, which made sense. He was a big, plus his quirk kind of required to have a large diet. Yaoyorozu's case was similar. Her quirk worked by using the lipids in her body to create. Then there was Izuku. Everyone just assumed that he had a wolf diet, but that didn't seem to size up with the 2 roasted chickens, a tray of fillets with beef, and small bowl of different fruit. And that wasn't even all of it. How can you fit all that in your stomach? Uraraka's round eyes were even larger when she spotted the feast that he had for himself. Just before he answered the question, he stuffed an entire chicken leg in his mouth. When he pulled it back out, the meat was no more. Using Ragnarok for that long is really tiring. Plus wolves have large diets to begin with. When they're not hunting for their next meal, they're either resting or eating said meal. The explanation made sense enough, but some were still doubtful that the greenette would be able to eat all that. Those doubts were quickly washed away when Izuku was the first one done. Listen up everyone. The demand had the full attention on Aizawa. Since you got here exceptionally early, we will be doing an activity before you bunker down for the night. The class become excited to hear that their earliness has rewarded them and were eager to hear what awaited them. We'll be doing a sort of stealth mission. You all will be split into 2 teams, heroes and villains, as usual. The heroes will be positioned within a specified area that they are able to freely roam while looking for the villains. The villains will have to pass through this area without getting captured. When someone from both teams confront each other, the villains will either have the option to run away or fight the hero. The match is concluded when all villains have escaped or have been caught. Any questions? Kaminari raised his hand. Quirks. Any better questions? Izuku was sitting up against a tree while 9 other students discussed plans. They were on the other side of the area of the opposite team. Their teams were picked randomly, so Izuku was looking over his team of villains as he schemed. What about you, Midoriya? Do you have a plan? Working on it. And, you're welcome to call me Izuku. We've known each other for a while now, and I feel that you're trustworthy. The brunette seemed to welcome the offer as she replied. Then it would only make sense for you to call me Ochako. Fair? Sounds good to me. Do you have any ideas? I haven't been able to come up with much, and everyone else is struggling to find out whose idea is better. Is that so? If Shoko over here, we could come up with something in no time. Guess this will have to do. Yeah, I do have a plan. Everyone, come on over here. The 10 kids that stood on the edge of the area consisted of Izuku, Uraraka, Aoyama, Shiro, Jiro, Monoma, Ojiro, Kaminari, Ashido, and Yaoyorozu. This was a random team alright. But this team had a plan. Go! Mandalay used her telepathy quirk to signal the beginning of the exercise. Without hesitation, the team sprinted into the forest, gas masks at the ready. Shoko and her team of Tsu, Ida, Kirishima, Koda, Shoji, Tokoyami, Hagakure, Shiozaki, and Sato all spread into a line as they were spread out evenly. Koda had gathered a small flock of birds before sending them to search for the other team. Shoji was placed in the middle of the line to use the full potential of his limbs to scout the area. Hagakure had fully stripped, which had made it look like there was an uneven gap in their formation. They took it nice and slow. There was complete silence, except for the faint tapping of their own footsteps. It was like that for several minutes of rising anticipation. Shoko knew that the villains had a versatile team, especially with Yaoyorozu on their side. This was going to be difficult. She spotted the incoming bird as it flew back to Koda, who had a worried expression after listening to the small creature give whistles and chirps. Before Koda could deliver the message, Shoji stated his own discovery. Something's not right. The forest up ahead is too dark when the sun is still high. The 10 students focused on the path ahead to see that it was in fact really dark farther up. Shoko's eyes widened at the realization. That's not a shadow. It's smoke. Just then, the wall of darkness rushed forward. And nobody had the proper quirk to combat it. Guess it's plan B. Shoko unleashed a massive wall of ice that was specially made to be wider. That way, they were protected from the smoke. Now they knew the villain's plan. Before they could make their next move, the ice was shot through by a familiar black cannon. And so, the smoke leaked onto their side. Shoko quickly patched up the hole with more ice, but another spot farther down to her right was broken. Before she could patch the hole, another one was made as the ice began to melt on her left. They're all making holes for the smoke to come in. Everyone, get back. The rest of her team backed away several yards. With the added room, she created an even larger wall of ice. She knew that it wouldn't be able to hold them off, but it gave them time to replan. Alright, I think that we show dash. Smash! Boom! The sound was the first thing to reach Shoko. The force of an unknown attack had sent her flying over to where her teammates stood. She was lucky to have not hit any trees, but her landing was still hard as he grunted from the impact. Todoroki. Kirishima was the first to get to her side. Are you alright? Why yeah. What happened? The boy didn't answer but looked back to the tall glacier. She looked back to where she had launched from to see, the wall was gone. The only thing that remained was the chunks and shards of ice that littered the ground. Now, there was nothing preventing the smoke from crossing into their side. And that's exactly what it did as it flowed over closer and closer. There was no way for them to escape it. Guess it's time to improvise. Everyone, on me. Shoko's team obeyed as they gathered close. She placed her right hand on the ground and sent a thin layer of ice around them in a large radius. Shoji, I want you to listen for anyone stepping on the ice, then direct Shiozaki and Tokoyami to where the noise is coming from. Shiozaki, Tokoyami, when that happens, use your quirks to try and capture where you think that person is. I want the rest of you to detain the villains that we catch. Got it. The group said together. The wall was approaching now. It was just 10 feet away. 8 feet. 5 feet. 2 feet. Cover your mouths and keep your eyes closed. In different ways, the team covered their mouths to prevent the smoke from getting in their lungs and shut their eyes to keep them from stinging. Then it was quiet. There was no sound. No movement. There. So far, the plan was going swimmingly. The gas masks that Yaoyorozu had made worked out great as his team followed his lead. Or rather, his leash. At the beginning, Izuku had all of them connected with Siro's tape. They may have been able to breathe in the smoke, but seeing was still a problem. So, their group of villains were in AV formation with Izuku in the middle and in light form. He had 2 strips of tape attached to his collar as he led the 2 lines of people behind him. After all, he was still able to maneuver in the smokescreen without difficulty or the need for a gas mask. He was able to deduce that they were closing in on the heroes because their scents were getting stronger. The next thing to happen was the massive wall of ice. That meant they were really close. Izuku tested the wall by shooting an air cannon in the middle. Just as he suspected, it was quickly patched up by more ice. He signals others to begin attacking the wall. Aoyama on one side used his laser to make his own hole, while Ashido on the other side melted the ice. Now to wait for the reaction. He got the reaction that he was waiting for, in the form of a bigger wall. Well, if that's the case. He tugged in the tape to signal for the others to back away. When they did, he charged up his body with 50% of OFA. At the same time, he activated 4 runes before throwing his punch. Smash! The wall broke easily under the force of the combined power of OFA and 4 runes. So, with the obstacle out of the way, he sent more smoke forward. It was a lot more difficult to control the thick cloud than it was with his embers, so they had to wait for their cover to advance on their targets. He was able to catch scent that they were all huddled together now, and that the cloud of smoke was upon them. He tugged on the tape to get the others to follow. In order to make sure that his entire team got through, he decided to head far left of where their scent was coming from. He thought that they were going to be able to get out without having any problems at this rate. That was until he stepped on the ice. The noise gave a definite crunch as his clawed paws broke the thin layer of ice on the ground. There. He heard the voice of Shoji in the distance and was just barely able to dodge the vines that constricted on the spot that he was previously. The person behind him wasn't so lucky as Dark Shadow latched onto them. Ga. H-A-A-A-A. Izuku watched as Ojiro was dragged away into the darkness, his voice getting fainter the farther he went. Damn it. Trying to go after him will only endanger the rest of the team. We have to keep going. I'm sorry, Ojiro. Izuku reached back and grabbed hold of the detached tape that Ojiro was holding and attached it to himself. Come on. We can't slow down. They dropped all focus on stealth as they bolted through the woods with Izuku guiding them. Along the way, vines and Dark Shadow continuously came for them. Most were able to dodge after learning that their location was compromised somehow. However, that didn't stop Ashido from being pulled away by vines. He wasn't sure if the ones behind Ashido were able to reattach themselves, but he had to keep going. The next person to meet the sentient quirk was Kaminari. This time, the dark beast was repelled as the blonde shocked it away. Just a little farther. The attack from Kaminari must have kept Tokoyami from attempting another capture, and the vines never back afterwards either. Soon, the ice subsided from under the feet and Izuku felt warm ground again. Then, they broke from the smoke wall. We made it. Uraraka was a little too early to celebrate because they weren't out just yet. Not quiet. The edge is there. Come on. The survivors soon realized that they still had at least another 50 feet to go. No longer hindered by the smoke, they all ran for the end without the need of Izuku. Said boy was keeping himself behind the rest, making sure that they all got through. Jiro was the last to get through, and as soon as she did, Izuku saw Shoko burst from the smoke. She whipped her head back and forth before it stopped on the wolf. Izuku then proceeded to give her a wink before taking a single step back over the line. So, of all the villains, only Ashido and Ojiro were captured. Considering the circumstances, that was impressive nonetheless. However, what really needs to be acknowledged is that both teams did an exceptional job working together. Well done. Class 1A applauded themselves at the approving words of their teacher. Now all of you go get washed up. You smell of smoke. On the boys' side of the bath. Nice work, Midoriya. Without you I'm not sure how we would have fought against Shoko's ice. Kaminari along a few others were thanking Izuku for his leadership among the team. Is this what it's like to have a full pack? I'm not sure what we would have done. All she would have needed to do was just see us, and we would all be encased in ice. Monoma wasn't exactly wrong. No one else in his team had the necessary firepower to deal with the ice wall, except for Yayorozu maybe. But it was thanks to his teammates that they were able to get by so easily, even if two of them got captured. You and she are the real powerhouses of the class. I knew that when you were placed on opposite sides, things were going to go down. Izuku noticed the small flinch from Monoma as Siro said the word that happened to be the name of that rotten hero. It's just the result of endless training. You all could be like that if you're dedicated enough. Izuku quickly moved along with the conversation to prevent the blonde from having any bad flashbacks. It definitely seems worth it. You'll have to give me some training tips sometime. Kirishima looked like the kind of person who would take every training regime that Izuku would throw at him to heart. Suddenly, Izuku picks us the sound of frustrated words as he turns to see Tokoyami giving a look to Dark Shadow on the farther edge of the bath. Tokoyami. Everything alright? Hearing his voice, he jerked around to face Izuku with a surprised look. Oh. Yes, I was just having an argument with Dardashta. I think you two would make a cute couple. Tokoyami and the rest of the boys looked stunned to hear the opinion of Dark Shadow as he basically yelled it out. Obviously, the dark creature was trying to have some fun trying to embarrass both Tokoyami and Izuku, but it only worked for one of them. Well, I would hope so. The stunned looks turned into shock as they turned back to the wolf. That's a little strange to say, Midoriya. Hey, Ida's talking to me again. Why is it strange? Well, people don't usually say stuff like that unless they're dating. So, Kaminari thought that his answer would make sense to the wolf, but it didn't seem to work when Izuku had an even more confused look. But we are dating. What? Everyone besides Izuku called out their confusion to the Greenette's answer. What do you mean, what? How did you guys not know? It was super obvious, and we made no effort to keep it a secret. During the sports festival, we walked off the stage holding hands. I thought you guys were just being super friendly or something. I didn't think you were dating. Everyone seemed to agree with Ojiro, so Izuku just accepted that his entire class is clueless and let it go. However, Kaminari seemed to have something else to say as he got close enough for only Izuku to hear. So, was that why you two went to bed at the same time on the first night we moved into the dorms? God damn it, Kaminari. Don't be too hard on yourself, Shoko. If it weren't for you, I don't know what we would have done. Hagakure, being the ball of joy that she was, gave Shoko reassurance about only being able to capture 2 people. Thank you, Toru. But, it's not the game that I'm talking about, it's just how prepared we were, yet they had managed to slip by us so easily. Izuku always did have a knack for stealth operations. You seem to know a lot about him. Shiozaki said from her spot in the bath. Oh yeah. You weren't here yet when we had this conversation. Me and Izuku have known each other for almost a year now. After the sludge villain incident, my father took an interest in him since Izuku's quirk had a fire aspect. Ever since, we've been training together. All the girls except for Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, who were there the day they gave the news, were stunned to hear the news. Conversation? What conversation? I don't remember you ever saying anything like that. Since Ashido was the type of person to know most about everyone in the class, she confessed her confusion to the dual hair-colored girl. Really? I figured people would have spread word. If it did, then I would have come to ask you questions. Ashido exclaimed. You have questions? She was answered by a nod. Well, fire away. Shoko wished he hadn't said that, because she didn't like the devilish grin that the pink girl had. So, was it the wolf boy that gave you the little love mark on the day of our first battle exercise? Shoko couldn't help but blush profusely as some of the other girls greatly anticipated her answer. Mina, it's not okay to go and ask people about that kind of stuff. Thankfully, Yaoyorozu was there for her defense. Oh, come on, Yaoyorozu. Aren't you the least bit curious? Either way, as far as we know, Todoroki here is the only girl who knows what means to. Ashido switched her gaze from Yaoyorozu back to the still blushing girl. Make love. At this point, the water around Shoko began to steam as her quirk flew with her emotions. She had both hands covering her face as she became a blubbering mess. Mina. The girls looked back to Yaoyorozu and could see that she was serious. Stop. Ashido looked back to Shoko to fully recognize that she had made the girl uncomfortable. Todoroki, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push you that far. It's not your fault. I've always been a bit timid when it came to people leaning about my relationship. You have my father to thank for that. Daddy issues, huh? Yeah, those are always a bummer. Ashido gave a sad knowing look. You too? Shoko questioned. Nah. Old friend of mine. But it still hurt to see how much it affected her. After that, it became uncomfortably silent. Like, too silent. How were you supposed to continue the conversation from there? Everyone else seemed to think the same as they looked to each other with awkward looks. Shoko, still being somewhat socially awkward in large group conversations with people that she hasn't had much time to know, broke the silence with whatever she could think of. It is Izuku. ... Shoko's internal screaming. If Shoko thought it was awkward before, then she didn't know what this was. After her mishap of basically admitting that she and Izuku were in a deep relationship, the group of girls become even quieter than before, which Shoko didn't even know was possible. Even Ashido, who was previously very curious and somewhat teasing before, now seemed a little too stunned to properly react. However, it wasn't long before someone was able to speak. What's it like? The girls looked to Shiozaki. What do you mean? Shoko had a basic understanding of Shiozaki to know that whatever question she had was simple and possibly not too personal. To have someone, to be by your side like that. To be close in that way? Shoko was right to think that Shiozaki's question was easy. After all, the answer was something that she thought about all the time. Shoko left her embarrassed weak smile and replaced with a nostalgic warm one. She raised her left hand out from the water and looked into palm. It makes you feel complete. Like finally having something that you never knew you needed. I know that it's different for everyone, but having Izuku come into my life was like watching the sun rise onto the dark world that used to be my life. Soft flames began to rise from her hand. Before, I always thought that I would be just fine by myself. Now, I couldn't imagine a life without him. She closed her hand as the flames extinguished. She looked up to see that everyone was wide-eyed and most of their mouths were gaped open. They looked as if she just told them that she was dating a god. Wait. Oh. I'm so sorry for rambling on like that. You asked a simple question, yet I monologued about something that I probably don't even know myself. Huh? Shoko stopped when he felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to see Ashido. Instead of the devilish grin that she had earlier, it was a kind and gentle smile. You say that you don't know about love. But from the way that you just described and the look on your face says that you know exactly what you're talking about. At the reassuring smile, Shoko returned it with one of her own. Besides, I think all of us inexperienced young ladies needed to hear that. This time, Ashido leaned in close to whisper in her ear. We are trying to get Toru hooked up with Ojiro after all. What? Since when? Both girls turned to see that water indented in the form of Toru, who was close enough to hear Ashido's words. Both had forgotten that she was even there because the condensation from the water made it difficult to see her form. Ashido responded by giving her a sheepish smile with a small shrug. Oops. When everyone was finished in the baths, it was around time to eat dinner. The feast that they were given was the same quality as before, so the kids had plenty to satisfy their taste buds. Izuku had already gotten his fill from lunch, so he was trying more of the finer things. The fact that you guys even have this is odd to me. Izuku was using a claw to poke at the strange food item that he had on his plate. What is this again? It's called uni. It's a type of sea urchin. Most don't think too much of it, but it's rather popular with people that have quirks that give them types of aquatic mutation. Pixie Bob explained as Izuku continued to investigate the two halves of food. It was cut down the middle with the meaty contents inside of it. The small chunks of meat inside were a bright orange, almost yellow, much like the ring around his irises. Shoko and few others that sat close enough to see the small pieces to flesh. Well, here goes nothing. Everyone watched as Izuku stabbed a small piece with his pointer finger and lifted it to his mouth. He gave it one last sniff before putting it in his mouth. He seemed to process it at first before beginning to chew. Each teen that sat at the table watched on with anticipation for the boy's reaction. Finally, he swallowed. So? Shoko asked when Izuku seemed to give no reaction. No, was all he said as he slid the plate from him a few inches. Are you okay? Shoko was slightly worried what he meant by that. No, again, was all he said as he grimaced. Told ya. Pixie Bob looked sorry for the boy. Just then, Tsu, who was sitting just across from him, reached over and picked up one of the urchins. Much like a frog, she shot out her tongue and nabbed one of the chunks of orange meat. She began to chew as she tasted the urchin. Unlike Izuku, her eyes lit up as she chewed more vigorously. She swallowed and looked to the dumbfounded kids in front of her. I like it. With that, she ate another. Looks like Izuku will be sticking to the more normal seafood. Besides, there was something else that had his interest. Who is that boy? Izuku looked across the room to spot the small kid that looked to be 7 or he had shorts, and a white t-shirt. The most memorable thing that he was wearing was the red cap that had 2 horns on the front. It didn't really matter what he was wearing though, because the presents that the kid was giving made Izuku worry. Especially since the hostility was directed towards them. After dinner, they finally got to the part that camping was all about, sitting around the fire. It was just the 20 students as they sat on the provided logs as seats and acted like normal teenagers. Chatting, gossiping, and whatever they found interesting in the world. Rather than sitting on the log, Izuku was on the ground and leaning back onto it. Shoko was sitting on the log with her legs crossed while Izuku's head rested against them. The girl was making small talk Uraraka while Izuku did nothing but stare into the flames. He didn't know if it had something to do with his quirk or not, but sometimes he finds himself captivated with the entirety that fire was. He didn't know if it was the movement, the heat, the colors, he just doesn't. Anyone that's close to him have caught him in this kind of state multiple times. And all of them had said the same thing about the way his eyes looked. The reflection of the flames on his eyes made them look like they really were on fire. A few times, some of the other students stopped to look for a moment before resuming their conversations. It took a while, but Izuku finally snapped out of his trance when he recalled his old habit. He never used it anymore, but he always kept it with him. It served more as a reminder or a lucky item. He dug through his pocket and felt the item within. With it in grasp, he pulled out his old lighter. It was nothing too special. Just a smooth black capsule with a small fire design on it. Izuku thought that it was ironic considering the reason he was looking for a lighter to begin with. Whoa ho! Now it's a party. Kaminari joked when he saw the lighter that Izuku had, and a few people gave a chuckle while some others just rolled their eyes. What's with the lighter, dude? I'm sure that you don't actually use it for smoking, so what's the story? A rather simple one. Izuku responds. Before I was able to make my own fire from my own quirk, I had to use my embers to ignite something else first. Stuff like gasoline. That's why I used to have those canisters on my costume. But before that, I used a lighter to create my flames. Izuku demonstrated by pushing down on the nozzle, but not flicking the dial. That way, only gas came out. From Izuku's lips came a tiny ember that flew to the lighter. When it got close enough, the gas ignited into a lick of fire. For a couple seconds, Izuku played with the little blaze by doing tricks that he learned from his time training with Endeavor. That's really neat, man. Zero gave his opinion that was shared among the group. Thanks. After the friendly exchange, everyone went back to their idle chatter. It was so peaceful. Shoko realized that so far, almost all of their time together as a class has been work, studying, training, and fighting. She looked out to every teen that sat around the fire. All of them were so natural. Not being pressured by schoolwork or hero training. This was one of those rare moments that they could just live. Of course, Shoko has had these moments with Izuku. But, until then, she's never realized what it looked like to someone else. She could see the way that her friends were passing their time without a care in the world. It was something to remind her that she could still be a normal person, despite all that's happened. The small smile that came upon her face was done subconsciously, but she had no reason to rid of it. The girl looked down to see that Izuku has gotten lost in a trance again. She couldn't see his eyes, but she knew that they were mesmerizing as ever. She reached out gently pat him on the top of the head. Even though he was hypnotized by the fire, he still leaned into it while he adjusted his ears to make it easier for the both of them. Shoko pretended she didn't see the camera flash, but she knew that she would have to ask Ashido to send her the picture later. Turns out, Shoko was serious when she said that she needed to be carried back, which wasn't too much of a surprise to Izuku. She usually did get weak in the legs after doing it. Luckily, it never lasted long, so she would be fine in the morning. The real problem was trying to get her to stay awake while Izuku had to get her back into her cabin and back in bed. They were silent enough for Izuku to make it to the door and open it. The next challenge was to drop her onto the mattress without alerting the other 7 girls. One of which allowed them hearing almost as strong as Izuku's. It took some teamwork from the wolf and half-asleep girl, but they were able to get Shoko laying on the bed in the end. She seemed to have passed out immediately, so Izuku gave her one last kiss on the cheek before making his way to the door. Ribbit. F-. Izuku turned to Tsu like a deer caught in headlights. She was on a top bunk and was looking to Izuku with a look that said she knew exactly what's up. It was pitch black in the room except for the small fold of moonlight that cast through the window, the one that he just so happened to be standing in. He was just happy that she was the only one to be awake and that she had said it silently enough to not wake the others. What are you doing up, Tsu? I would ask you the same thing, but I already know the reason. Sheet. Oh, is that so? But, how? You aren't the only one with a keen sense of smell. It was pretty hard to fall asleep with Shoko giving off pheromones like that. Thanks for taking care of it. Night, Midoriya. Tsu rolled back over to the middle of the top bunk. What the fack? You're welcome? Good night. Izuku then proceeded to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible and breathed in the sweet air as he got himself outside. Phew. That was odd. What was odd? Wah. This time, Izuku jumped as he heard the voice from his left. When he turned, it wasn't the face of another student, it was Aizawa. How the hell did he sneak up on me? He has a permanent smell of coffee, and not the weak kind either. Oh. Nothing. I was just heading to bed actually. Hold on. Izuku silently curses himself when the hero stops him. He fills with inner panic when he sees his eyes land on the girl's cabin for a second before going back to him. Where were you just now? I can get past this. I just have to come up with a good lie. Isn't it obvious? I came from the woods. Aizawa reacts to the answer that made it seem he wasn't expecting it. The woods? Well, yeah. I have a wolf mutation. So, I went to take a run through the woods. It's something I do to relieve stress, and I wanted to take this opportunity since there aren't woods like these back in Muzutafu. I was just on my way back when I ran into you. Plus, I'm nocturnal, so it's kind of hard to sleep sometimes. Unknown to Izuku, the hero had eyed the boy's left ear that was twitching with a questioning look. Since Aizawa had no idea what it meant, he seemed to accept the answer as he gave a knowing look at the end of his explanation. Something that Izuku was grateful for. Just let me know when you got out on these runs. Now, get back to bed. It's going to be a tough day tomorrow. Yes, sir. Oh my god, I actually did it. Izuku hurried toward the boy's cabin and swiftly entered through the door without making a sound. Aizawa watched him do this and concluded that he would stay put. He knew the boy was lying but saw no point in trying to pry the truth. He made his way back to the teacher's quarters to rejoin the full team of the wild pussycats. When he got to the end of the hallway, they looked to him expectantly. So, what happened? Ragdoll asked. One was Midoriya. Don't know who the other was. What? I told you that there were 2 of them. How did you not catch them? You used your quirk to find out that there were two students way out in the forest, but you didn't use it to know that they were already headed on their way back? It sounded like he was blaming her, but he really wasn't. No. I didn't think that I would have to. If they were already on their way back, then what took you so long to get there? Ragdoll redirected the blame back to Eraser. Coffee. The hero team looked to Aizawa with a surprised look. You don't have a cup. Mandalay expressed her confusion. Already drank it. You made yourself a whole cup of coffee and drank it in that amount of time? Tiger almost sounded impressed. Aizawa didn't answer and instead walked back down the hallway. Where are you going? Pixie Bob asked what the other three were thinking. Coffee. The hero said without looking back. The class of 1A stood together in a clearing as half the class were struggling to stay awake. It was the next morning, and only 5:30 when Aizawa threatened to expel them if they didn't get up in time. Izuku was one of the few that had almost no problems jumping out of bed in excitement of their first day of quirk training. Just as he thought, Shoko was up and ready, but was a little surprised to see that she shared some of the excitement with the others. Nice to see that she's branching out, guess I should start doing the same. And I know just who to do it with. Hey Ida. The owner of the name turned to Izuku. His expression didn't change much, but it still wasn't the same as before. Morning Midoriya. Sleep well? It had to be that question. Yeah, after dinner and hanging around at the campfire really made me feel relaxed. It was rather pleasant, Ida gave his opinion of last night's events. Izuku remembered that Ida was mostly quiet during both times, but Ochako was able to get some lengthful conversations out of him. When Izuku wasn't in a daze from the campfire, he even saw the slightest smile on his face as the bubbly girl's behavior seemed to lift his spirits. The wolf was too lost in his thoughts to see that Ida had actually tried to warn him of the incoming object, but thankfully, his runes had warned Izuku for him. He shot up his left arm to catch the small white ball as the students around him seemed to be surprised that he had such reflexes. I was going to tell you to pay attention, but it would appear that it was unnecessary. The class turned to Aizawa as he stood before the class with an impatient look. Good morning, class. Today is the first day what we will be training your quirks and making them stronger in all of their aspects. This training will also help you achieve the needed power to obtain provisional licenses. Since you have that ball, Midoriya, why don't you give it a toss? Like, from the quirk assessment test? Izuku asked with curiosity. Yes, exactly like that. When Izuku stepped forward and to the designated spot to throw the ball. Do you need a catalyst for your runes? Izuku looked back to him with a confident smile. No sir. I've got this all under control. Izuku unzipped his gym shirt and let it hang around his waist. He then removed his shoes and took a balanced stance. Aizawa was slightly confused from his answer. The hero knew that he was able to control Ragnarok now, but he didn't know that the boy was able to shift into it willingly. So, he got even more confused when he saw the runes on the boy's neck all light up with orange before they changed to a neon lavender. The wolf was engulfed in a pillar of smoke that was streaked with orange flames that began to turn the same color as the runes. It didn't take long for the smoke to disappear and to leave behind a boy with truly intimidating features. So far, no one besides Shoko has seen this form up close. The only time they've seen it in general was at the sports festival. But even then, it was either from far away or on a screen. Izuku in his light Ragnarok form brought his hands together, the ball in between. He then accumulated smoke in his mouth while coating the ball with embers, turning it into a small glowing indigo orb. The whole class was stunned to see this display. Even though they were several feet away, they could feel the intense heat that came from the flaming ball. And since it was completely enveloped by his coating of embers, he let it go. Now, it floated there thanks to the help of his pyrokinetic power. But that's not all. The class saw a single spark pop near his back leg, then over his head. Without warning, he was suddenly being shrouded by dozens of light purple arcs. Some of these arcs connected with the ground which left small burn marks. Finally, Izuku was ready. He brought the ball close to his mouth and unleashed the monstrous force of his smoke cannon. Since Izuku had developed this ability, he's constantly trained it to become perfect. Instead of the heavy shockwave that happened during the fitness test, the ground shook and the air violently vibrated as the condensed beam of smoke shot out from the boy's mouth like a dark laser with a highlight of glowing purple. The powerful cannon was led by a bright sphere of indigo flame that left everyone's range of vision as it soared all the way above the clouds in fraction of a second. Said clouds parted from the attack and were dispersed as they spread out. Ever since Izuku launched the ball, the entire field around them was darkened from the sheer brightness of the lavender flames that were on the verge of becoming plasma. Everyone figured the beam to last longer than the previous time they've seen it but didn't understand when it only lasted for 5 seconds. Either way, that ball was gone. Now, Izuku stood with smoke escaping his lips as he had a slight pant for having to hold his breath while gathering up enough smoke. The ground around him was etched with cracks and the few blades of grass that were near him before were now reduced to ash from the heat. Even though his clothes were fireproof, the temperature of the man-made comet had proven to be too much for Izuku's apparel as there were scorch marks in the cloth and even some holes. All at the same time, everyone looked to Aizawa for the results. Well, this was pointless. Ha! The class expressed their confusion in sync as their homeroom teacher looked back to the still steaming wolf. The reason for you throwing the ball was to show the limited progress of your quirks. However, I was unaware that you gained full control of your runes to allow you to transform to Ragnarok at will. But you saw me transform during the sports festival? Izuku asked. Yes, while fighting someone. So far, you've only shifted during a physical confrontation with an opponent. It was just a simple misunderstanding. The hero turned to face the rest of the class. The reason behind this was to show that during the first semester of you being at UA you've only trained your minds, as well as learning technical skills. Not your quirks. But it would appear that Midoriya is one step ahead. I suggest that you all do the same. Their teacher then turns the device in his hands to show the class. It was an infinity symbol. The students all burst into astonishment at the score while Ochako flat out gaped from her score being tied. This went on for a couple seconds before Aizawa silenced them, giving them a glare while using his quirk for added effects. That is why we're here after all, to train so hard that you'll wish you were dead. The class then shivered at the grin their teacher had. Let's just hope that you survive. That means you too, Midoriya. Izuku was just in the middle of deforming when Aizawa called him out. Until you drop, you are not allowed to shift back from that form. The hero's grin grew even wider when he saw the worried look on Izuku's face. So, let's get started. Hurry up, class. We're wasting time. Vlad King called out to 1B who, just like 1A, had at least half the kids about to drop from being awoken so early. But sir, all of us have 20 different abilities and powers. How are you going to be able to train all of us? Kendo asked from the front of the slow-moving group. It's simple, quirks are like muscles. When you break them down from exercise, they come back stronger. This logic applies to quirks. So, the best way to build yourselves up is to break yourselves down. At his last statement, 20 kids came upon the clearing that held Class 1A using their quirks in all unique ways. Each one was performing some sort of feat that looked to be pushing the teens to their limits as they non-stop moved. Shiozaki was a distant away from a small machine that would randomly flip out targets that she would have to take out in quick succession, but she has to be careful, because some targets aren't supposed to be hit. After a while, she will have quicker reaction time and also able to identify her target. Shoko was positioned in a meditating form. Ice shards were materializing along her right side while steam and small licks of fire were coming off her left. This exercise is meant to help her simultaneously use both of her elements at the same time while maintaining perfect control. Zero was painfully screaming on top of a cliff as he sent strands of non-stop tape over the ledge. This, of course, was to help him increase his capacity as well as his tape's strength and shooting speed. Not far from the cliff, Ojiro and Kirishima were using their quirks on each other, steadily improving them. On another cliff farther off, Kaminari was using a generator to allow him to use high amounts of electricity before he short-circuits. Koda was in a more isolated area while he attempted to yell as loud as he could to gain the attention of nearby animals. This helps him to increase his range and help him become less shy. Not too far from the closest porta potty, Aoyama was continuously firing off his naval laser to enhance its range and to keep his weak tummy under control. On the side of the main mountain was a cave that held Tokoyami within. Because it's so dark, Tokoyami was having trouble keep Dark Shadow under control. By doing this, it will steadily become easier for him to control his quirk. Rolling down the same mountain was Ochako, who was in a clear inflatable ball. It may not look like much, but this will greatly help her from getting sick when overusing her quirk, as well as raising the limit of which he can lift. Ida was all over the place, running without stop as he zoomed across the field. This will enhance his leg strength and stamina. On the heavily occupied mountain was Tsu. She was scaling the 90-degree cliffside to improve her frog abilities. Next to a DLVRY van was Sato and Yayorozu. Since both of their quirks involved eating, the two were currently stuffing their faces of sweets while simultaneously using their quirks to strengthen their aspects. At the base of the mountain was Jiro. She was using her headphone jacks to constantly attack the rock, enhancing the quality of them and giving them pack more of a punch. Just next to her was Ashido, who was also using her quick on the rock. That way, her skin will become more durable and resistant to the acid. In the hands of Monoma was a booklet that he was given by Aizawa. The book consisted of a series of challenges and riddles that involved him copying the quirks of his classmates. This helped him better adapt to using random quirks and to better calculate which ones are better for which jobs. It also helped him to increase the time limit before he loses the copied quirk. Shoji and Hagakure was training their quirks together. Shoji was using his senses to find the invisible girl while she was improving her stealth by hiding her presence. This is intense. One of the kids from 1B said. Of course. We are here to push you to the edge. To use your quirks in ways you never thought you could. By normal means, these kinds of results show over a longer period of time as you grow. But by the time they do that, they will have been left behind, so there's no time to wait for the future. 1B looked over to the voice that came from the field to see the homeroom teacher of 1A coming towards them. Your class has plenty of things to catch up on. Wait, all of us? But that's 40 students. How could you possibly be able to train each student with just 2 homeroom teachers? Kendo asked when the underground hero approached them. That's why we called them for help. That's correct. From nowhere, a woman in a hero costume appeared before the group of teens. For kittens in one litter. Your feline fantasies are here. Say meow. Mandalay popped in. Allow us to lend a helping paw. The first woman from before chimed in. We're champions serving up justice, without tails. Again, from nowhere came a large muscular man that somehow managed to look intimidating in the silly cat costume. Perfectly cute and cat-like heroes. Pixie Bob said last before all 4 came together to synchronize the last part. And we are the Wild PP Cats full version. I'm Ragdoll, and my quick is search. I can look up to about 100 people and know everything about them. Even their location and weakness. The first woman from before said. With my quirk, Earth Flow, I can make the ideal training ground for any student. Pixie Bob explained from her spot. And my quick is called Telepath. I can give advice to multiple people at once. Mandalay said in a much quieter voice. The name's Tiger. And I'm here to beat you guys to a pulp. The muscular cat said while making several of the kids question his place as a hero. Anybody with strength quirks, on me. It's time for Tiger's boot camp. Class 1A is already sweating, so you better catch up quick. At that, everyone looked to where Tiger was mentioning to see a half-wolf half-human boy who was currently doing every exercise known to man. Izuku had heavy weight straps attached to all his limbs, while similar weight straps were on his back spikes. The weight cuffs were the same ones that the teachers used during the physical part of the exam finals. At the moment he was doing push-ups while doing a multitude of other tasks. The first thing was using his embers to perfectly align with each other to form words that he heard from the radio just nearby. The second thing was to make enough embers to keep a rigged candle lit, but couldn't make it too hot, otherwise the candle will melt. He was also constantly reporting every detail and fact that his senses could pick up. Such as who was where in the area, what kinds of foods that Sato and Yaoyorozu were eating, how many birds were in the sky, etc. To the class of 1B, the boy looked like he was dying. He had a noticeable puddle of sweat beneath him and his entire body was shaking. Not to mention the strained grunts that almost sounded like growls that he made. Come on! Show me what you got! At Tiger's words, Izuku launched himself from the push-up position and while in the same move, flung out a leg to kick Tiger square in the chest. Since Izuku was only using Ragnarok's power, the attack was much slower than what he would have liked, but was still able to connect the kick, even if it was blocked. The hero slid backwards a few feet before stopping himself. His arms that he used to block both already had a forming bruise, but that didn't stop the cat hero from smiling. Oh, not bad kid. Now let's see how you handle this. Tiger and Izuku kept up a fierce confrontation as the class looked on with horror. Some because this looked like actual hell, but others because of the wolf himself. After all, Bakugos was among them. All the meanwhile, a small boy watches on with resentment. You all remember what I said, right? We aren't serving you food anymore. Pixie Bob yelled from behind the table. If you guys want to eat, you gotta make your own meals. Starting with curry. Yes ma'am. Both classes collectively responded with disappointed and tired looks. All except for Izuku, who Shoko is pretty that passed out at this point but was managing to still stand somehow. Aavu, you guys look so tired. But that doesn't mean that you guys can just get by making sloppy cat food. Ragdoll was even more energetic than Ochako and Ishido combined. It took some time, but everyone was able to get moving and set up their cooking stations. After successfully waking up Izuku, Shoko went around lighting up other people's fires for them. She had finished her side and was midway through the other side where most of Class 1B resided. She just got done with another fireplace and began to sit up to move on to the next when. Bam! Shoko looped up to see Bakugos standing next to her, his hand placed on the table in front of her. He was glaring down at her with a menacing scowl. The look was returned from the girl as she stood up to meet his eyes. What do you want? Shoko's voice was full of venom as she stared unblinking to the blonde. What the hell are doing here? He answered her question with another question. I'm helping with everyone's fireplace. She gestured to all the lit fires around the stations. I don't need your help. I can do it myself. At that, Bakugo put his arm behind him and aimed it at his station. He sent a small explosion towards the fireplace, thinking that it would alight. Good. Because I'm not helping you clean that up. Before he could figure out what she was talking about, Shoko moved onto the station past him. When Bakugo looked back, he saw that he had destroyed the fireplace and any materials that were nearby. The person closest to him gave him a disappointed look before going to retrieve more firewood. Shiozaki decided to visit old friends. Hi, Ibara. Hello, Yui. How have things been? It's been decent. Sort of lonely after you left. The dark-haired girl said to tease the other. I wish that you could have gone with me. If only things were that simple. PSH, from what I heard, nothing about 1A is simple. Not even 1B for that matter. UA is crazy. Yui said with a worried smile. Indeed. At first, changing classes was strange to me. Especially since everyone was so different compared to my old class. But without a doubt, they are powerful. Ibara recalled the first few experiences that she had within the first couple of weeks in 1A. Yiwa, how's that working out for you? Yui lost the smile, and now looked just plain worried for her friend. Well, besides being in a new class, the activities are quite similar. Although, there has been a few times where I thought it was too much. Guess that's just how 1A works. That's nice, but I meant him. At the last word, she pointed across the clearing. When Ibara followed, she saw that Yui was pointing to Izuku, who biting into a half-eaten pepper while looking half asleep. The green-haired girl looked back to Yui with a questioning look. Bakugo hasn't stopped talking about him ever since he came to our class. He's really got some people shook up, making them think that he's going to slaughter everyone in the school. Shiozaki couldn't help the guilt that she felt upon her friend's words. She had fallen for the blonde's lies without even trying to get the stories from both sides. But now, she knew who Midoriya was. And it was the complete opposite of what Bakugo described him to be. You have nothing to worry about. Yui turned back to Ibara to see the smile on her face. We did it. A collection of teens called out as their dinners were finally prepared. Everyone was scarfing anything that they could get their hands on. It wasn't good per se, but nobody was complaining after a hard day of training. Izuku made sure to have his specially made to have tons of nutrients to replenish lost energy from the torturous workout that Tiger made him do. If anyone else were to eat this, it would for sure have made them throw up from the sheer amount of protein that was compact into the single bowl. Although it was slow, Izuku was able to get the meal down his throat. He was sore all over and he felt like he was still carrying the heavy weights, even though he had taken them off long ago. Shifting back into his original form felt like bliss when the build-up of stress and tension of Light Ragnarok form was released. Meanwhile, Shoko couldn't help but stare at the new experience of actually seeing Izuku tired. His stamina always lasted above anyone else's, so seeing that he was exhausted was a sight to behold. The next thing to catch her eyes was his ears. Suddenly, they were twitching in a focused direction. And without warning, he stood up. I'll be right back. He still looked like he was about to pass out, but the sound of his voice made it seem like he was on a mission. How long will you be away? Shoko asked. He seemed to contemplate her question before answering. Depends. Was all he said before making another plate of food and walking into the woods. Okay. Hey! Ha! The boy that Izuku called out to was sitting on the rock ledge when he jumped slightly before turning a hostile gaze towards the wolf. What the? How did you find my secret hideout? The young boy asked, seeing the older boy coming up the ramp. I followed your scent, plus anyone with half a brain could just follow the footprints that lead up to this place. Anyway, the reason I tracked you out here was to give you some food before it got cold. I wasn't even up the hill yet and I could hear your stomach growling. Izuku made a gesture for the kid to take the plate, but he made no notion to do so. I don't need you help. I'm just fine without it, so get lost. And don't you dare tell anyone about this place. Funny, last time I checked, I wasn't asking. The small boy looked surprised at his answer as he recoiled, and his eyes widened slightly. Either way, you're going to eat this. I didn't bring my butt all the way out here just for you to say no. Besides, Mandalay was calling for you when you left, so I figured I would look after you for her. Yeah, right? Izuku's bored expression lit up a little at the boy's reaction. Why don't you just go back and play hero with the rest of your idiot friends? After the kid's retort, Izuku narrowed his eyes at the child. First of all, one of those idiots is my girlfriend, so unless you want me to toss this over the ledge you better watch what you say. Second of all, what's your deal, kid? Ever since we've gotten here, you've been glaring at us and whispering crap about stupid heroes or waste of time. You have something against heroes or something? The boy looked to Izuku with a confused expression. He wasn't sure how he was able to hear him while he was watching them train their quirks, but it was definitely strange. And what's the big deal about a girlfriend? TCH, as if I should tell you. You don't care. All of you just want to show off, just because you have some flashy quirks. It's dumb. He seemed final about his answer. Too bad he didn't know who he was talking to. Guess we have to do this the hard way, Kota. Ha hey. Before the boy could do anything, Izuku picked him up by grabbing a hold of the back of his collar, then brought him to the ledge of the cliff. Whoa, hey. What are you doing? Kota was thrashing as he came closer to the edge. Put me down. Okay. Huh? Just like that, the kid was sat in the same spot before Izuku came along. He whipped his head to the wolf and gave him a dirty look. The one who was receiving this look just shrugged. What? Just want to talk. Izuku then sat down next to the boy, plate still in hand, before forcibly placing it in Kota's lap. You have two options. Either eat that or tell me why you hate heroes so much. Although the child was still upset about the whole ordeal, he seemed to think it over. I even made sure to keep the food warm for you. Although it was reluctant, the boy's hand finally grabbed the spoon and scooped up a bit of the curry. He placed the spoon in his mouth and began to eat. It took a while before he was nearly done with the plate, and the whole time, neither of them spoke. Until one did. You lost someone, didn't you? Kota was just about to place another spoonful of curry in his mouth but jerked when Izuku asked the question. His head whipped to his right so fast it looked like someone punched him. The smaller boy saw that Izuku was staring out into the forest with the same bored expression, except his eyes had this saddened look. How did you know? The kid asked with confusion before turning to aggression once more. Did Mandalay tell you? No, but the look you had reminded me of a friend. When Izuku got a good look of the boy the first time he saw him, he could see the same kind of hatred that Ida had when his brother was attacked by Stain. The only difference was that Kota seemed to have a different effect from whatever tragedy that happened in his life. His older brother was a hero. While on patrol, he was badly injured by a villain. So bad that he can't be a hero anymore. So, in order to get revenge for his brother, my friend went out to find the villain. Things didn't turn out well, and if someone hadn't jumped in when they did, he could have died. Rah! Izuku faced the boy to see that he had stood and thrown the plate onto the ground. That is exactly why this society is so stupid. People going around with meaningless titles like heroes and villains, then just killing each other just because of it. All because of dumb quirks. People think that they have to be one or the other, and people die because of it. Izuku watched with awe as the boy exposed the cruel reality that was their world. That's why I hate both. Heroes just want to show off, and all the people who can't just become targets or villains. And in the end, nobody wins. Lives are lost to gain nothing. Nothing. And when that happens, they leave people like me behind. Kota didn't seem to realize that bit of information that he gave away and kept going. What are we supposed to do, huh? Become like them to meet the same fate? It's just a pointless cycle that we put on ourselves and we're just too dumb to fix it. So, what if they died? All they accomplished was continuing the cycle. Izuku could see that he was on the verge of breaking down. His words were starting to sound desperate and he was no longer looking at Izuku, instead frantically looking around, as if trying to look for an answer. He was about to say something else but was stopped when he found that the wolf was suddenly hugging him tight in a crouched position. What are you dashed up? It must feel awful to lose your parents. The one sentence was more than enough to shut Kota from his monologue. But how? Even though Kota didn't want them to, tears were threatening to break from his eyes and his voice came out as wobbly attempt. You gave it away when you were talking about how much we SCKED. The joke was more for himself rather than Kota, but if it had managed to rid of the frail look that the boy had, then Izuku would call that a bonus. I know exactly how you feel, and I'm so sorry. How could you possibly know how I feel? He sounded disbelieving at first, but still awaited Izuku's answer. My father used to be a hero, used to be. The wolf sounded prideful but that pride quickly fell. Just like my friend, he was attacked by a villain a long time ago. But, he didn't make it. Then why? Izuku pulled back from the hug to look Kota in the eyes. Why do you still persist on being a hero when all you're doing is continuing the cycle? Kota looked ready to come back at any answer that Izuku would give. Because, no matter what, this cycle can't and won't end. Kota visibly didn't like the answer but said nothing. There will always be people who disagree or choose to do things that aren't right. It's human nature. And by trying to contain that nature, people will only push back harder than before. That is why there must be balance between the opposing forces. I don't know if what I'm saying is even making sense to you. But Kota, there are some people who do it just for being in the spotlight, but there truly are people that do it because they have to, not because they want to. It is our job as heroes to keep people safe and away from the struggles of power, and yes, I know, we can't always be there. But your parents were. If it weren't for them, then there might have been many more kids like you that would have been left alone. You were just the unlucky one. I know that my answer doesn't sound very nice, and that's because it isn't, because the world isn't nice. Kota wasn't sure how to interpret the boy's answer. It was neither inspiring nor negative. It was meant to be a wake-up call. Again, I'm deeply sorry for what happened. But what's done is done. You, pushing everyone away and blaming society isn't going to solve anything. Kota still didn't fully agree with what he was trying to say and tilted his head down to the ground, blocking each other's faces from sight. So, what are you going to do about it? Izuku didn't have to see the boy's face to know that he got a reaction from the question. However, the question was not meant to be answered right away. And so, Izuku released his soft grip from the child's shoulders and stood. It was time to leave and let the kid think. The wolf turned and began his descent down the ramp. He didn't get very far before he heard the sound of footsteps at the top. Before he turned to look back, he adopted an accomplished smile. When he did turn, he was met with great determination on Kota's face. I don't know what I'll do yet. But you can bet that it'll be something to fix this broken society. And don't you think that just because of this means that I'll start liking heroes again? They're all the same, including you. Izuku's smile widened. It's funny that you think I care. Kota looked dumbfounded at Izuku's response. A real hero shouldn't care what others think, only that the person gets to live another day. A real hero doesn't save a person just so they can get their picture taken. A real hero doesn't risk their lives fighting villains every day just so they can get the pleasure of beating the crap out of someone. Kota watched as Izuku lifted an arm and pointed at him. They're fighting for you. Once again, Kota didn't answer, or more like he couldn't answer. Everyone else that he's told about his opinion of heroes either told him he didn't know what he was talking about because he was a kid, or he was disrespectful since his parents were heroes. Izuku's answer was a first for the boy. And it kept ringing in his ears as the wolf turned and left. Be sure to pick up that plate. It may not be public property but it's still bad to litter. After another day of training. Listen up kiddies. You're all going to have a test of courage in a friendly competition between Class 1A and 1B. All the teens, minus the ones who were taken by Aizawa, gathered closer to listen to further instructions. The students of Class 1B will be randomly placed throughout a set course in the woods. Your objective is to use your quirks to scare whoever comes along the path using your quirks, but no physical contact. The goal for 1A is to head through this course in pairs that will be released every 3 minutes and retrieve the tag at the very far end of the route with your name on it. Let's begin. Izuku ended up getting paired with Nieto, which was a pleasant surprise. They were set up to be the last ones to go into the woods, and Izuku couldn't lie that he was both excited and anxious. He was anxious because Bakugos was a scarer, and Izuku had no doubt that he would try his DMN hardest to get as close as possible while just getting by without breaking any rules. Izuku was excited because who said that he couldn't scare them back? He didn't need his powerful ears to hear the screams from the woods as both him and Nieto laughed each time someone let out a shriek. It seemed that this night couldn't go wrong in any way, until it did. Sniff sniff. What is it? Nieto asked when he saw Izuku sniffing the air. It's Ka. The noise that the wolf made while rubbing his nose was a new sight to everyone there. But then, it's gas. Pixie Bob instantly grew worried as she took her own sniff of the air. Her worried expression became somewhat fearful when she confirmed that it was gas. Look! The next thing that Izuku said had everyone looking to where he was pointing to see the smoke rising from deep within the woods. A fire? Quick, everyone head back to the main station. Mandalay instructed to them. Izuku was about to ask if he could stay and help but was cut short. He caught the scent of 2 extra people nearby. And the sound of their footsteps indicated that they were just behind them. He spun around to see a pair of unknown people, and if their appearances said anything, they were villains. Everyone, watch OU dash. Hoo-hh-hh-hh-hh. From next to Izuku, Pixie Bob was shrouded in a vibrant pink aura and then lifted into the air. The boy could do nothing but watch as she flew to the pair in the blink of an eye. Pixie Bob. Izuku was just about to lunge at the villains when the other 2 PP cats kept him back. Stay back. Head to camp, go. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Everyone's attention was on the large villain with the wrapped pole that was resting on Pixie Bob's head. Said hero was knocked out and bleeding from the surprise attack. And why should we listen to you? Tiger was obviously upset at seeing his friend in such a predicament. You don't have to listen to a single thing we say. It really doesn't matter since you're all going to die either from us, or the other villains that are here. The villain's words sent chills up everyone's spines. Wait, the other villains? Coda. In another building farther from the main group was a building. It was being used for teaching the students who failed the final exam. A particular room held both homeroom teachers, Ashido, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Sato. The 4 kids felt bad for themselves that they had failed the exam and were paying the price for it, but felt even worse when they saw that they were the only ones who failed of both classes. So, Vlad, why don't we start with practice maneuvers? Aizawa asked the other hero. I was thinking the same thing, maybe we can pair them up. Before either could continue, everyone heard the voice of Mandalay within their heads. Everyone. There are 2 villains that attacked us at the entrance of the course. They say that there are more. Group up and return to camp immediately. And do not engage any of the enemies. Protect them. I'll go look after the other students. With no hesitation, Aizawa gave the command and dashed out the room. Making his way through the building took almost no time at all as he burst through the front door and into the open world. The first thing he saw was smoke rising from the woods. The next thing he saw was the wave of blue fire. It is wonderful to finally meet all of you. We are part of the Vanguard Action Squad from the League of Villains. One villain who looked like he had reptile mutation quirk said from his spot next to the other villain. He was dressed similarly to Stain, a fact that both Izuku and Ida noticed. Oh ho ho ho. I could crush this little kitty's head too easily. What do you all think? Should I? The other villain was pressing a hand on top of the pole that threatened to flatten the downed hero's head. You stay away from her. Once again, Tiger was visibly upset when the situation. Now, calm down, both of you. The decision of taking a life is a heavy one and needs to be made sure that it abides by Stain's principles. The reptilian villain said to the both of them. I knew it. You're one of the people who were inspired by that villain. Ida called out from the group. The one and only, or I guess I should say, many. So far, the scaled villain has been high-spirited about all this. But on that last word, it felt like the word itself could kill them. Now, the villain's attention was sorely on Ida as he stared him down with intensive eyes. And you I believe are the self-righteous brat who attacked Stain in Hosu. Please, allow me to introduce you to 2 things. The first is me, my name is Spinner, I am here to make Stain's dream a reality. The second, is this. Spinner grabbed hold of the handle on his back and swung it in front of him. The action knocked of the cloth that covered the dozens of swords, knives, and several other types of blades. This is weapon that will bring a better tomorrow when I have all you blood dripping from every single one of my blades. All of you return to camp, now. We'll hold them off. You're in charge, class rep, make sure that they get back safe. I can't. Mandalay looked back to Izuku. I know where Koda is. I have to go make sure he's safe. What? No, it doesn't matter, I'll just tell him to come back. Take the students back to camp. Mandalay was desperate to know that her nephew was safe, but she couldn't risk more kids by putting them in danger. Though she had convinced him when he spun and ran. Hey! I'm not asking. Well. What do we have here? I just came up here to get a good vantage point, but turns out there's already someone here. And that someone isn't on the list. Koda had just noticed the smoke in the dark horizon when the strange man suddenly appeared in his secret hideout. He had heard Mandalay warn him beforehand, but by then, it was too late. Gotta admit, kid, that's a nice hat you got there. All I have is this crappy mask. What do you say to a trade? He placed a hand on the mask and pulled it off. Koda made a mad dash to the ramp, but he didn't get far. The man was now suddenly in front of him, his legs embedded into the rock wall from the fast jump. Why do you gotta be like that? The villain brought back an arm from underneath the cloak he wore. It began to swell, and the muscles began to burst from underneath his skin as it wrapped around his arm. I just want to have some fun. Ready, kid? Just then, Koda was able to get a look at the man's face. It's you. Koda remembers watching the news about his parents' death. He especially remembers the part about the one who killed them. And now, that very same man stood before the small boy, ready to end the last Izumi member. Papa, Mama. In the light of the burning blue forest, a large shadow cast upon them. Whoa. Both turned to see the monstrous form of a wolf with demonic properties. From the split second that it was in Koda's sight, it looked to have leapt from over the edge of the cliff. It had both clawed hands raised, ready to dig them into the flesh of his target. Its shining lavender eyes burned with an undying fury as smoke hissed from its jaws. And after the split second was ever, both the wolf and the villain were gone. Then came the deafening boom of smashed rock and the feeling of the ground shaking with such intensity that it made Kota fall backwards. When the shaking stopped and he sat up, he looked back to where he last saw the murder of his parents. The spot where he was previously embedded into the wall was now a massive crater that shifted into a gaping hole. It was too dark for him to see past the first few feet before the shadows kept him from seeing further. He would have to get closer to have any chance of seeing what lied within. And honestly, he was too terrified to move and find out. After a few chilling seconds of silence, someone stepped out. With a half-butted wave and a wobbly smile, Izuku uttered a single word. Hey! WHW, HW. I bet if one of the PP cats were here, they would say, "Cat got your tongue." I always thought it would be weird to say it myself since I'm a wolf and all. Kota was still completely speechless from what he just witnessed. You okay, kid? Not when I'm through with you. Before Izuku could react, he felt two hands grab onto his shoulders. Then came great pain that shot from his back to the rest of his body. There was an audible crack that could be heard by all three males. Without a doubt, his spine had just been broken in half. Ayaha! When the villain's knee came back from his snapped spinal cord, the hands on his shoulders shoved him down face first into the ground with enough force to crack the ground. Izuku had no idea how this man was still moving. He used enough power in that attack to almost take anyone out of a fight. And he had used the last bit of his stamina to just get there and for that last attack. Both boys were in serious trouble. Oh ho man, sorry about that. Didn't mean to break you so soon. The villain mockingly said just above Izuku's head. Hey, wait a second. Those ears. You don't happen to be Izuku Yagi Midoriya, are ya? Izuku's heart skipped a beat at the mention of his name coming from the villain's mouth. You are. Ha, well that just makes things easier for me. One more thing, do you where I can find Katsuki Bakugo? He's also on the list, and if you could point me in his direction that would be great. Izuku didn't react at all. He may not like Bakugo but there was no way in hell that he was going to throw him under the bus. No? Oh well. Why don't you just sit tight while I deal with the kid here? After that, I need to take you back to headquarters. Why the hell would they bring me back and not kill me? More importantly, he's going to kill Kota. No way in hell that's happening. The small boy was completely terrified from the events that went down in front of him. He had just watched the wolf break before his very eyes, after he tried to save him from Muscular. And now, he was walking towards him once again, bulging fleshy arm at the ready. Now, where were we? The question was rhetorical as the man knew exactly what was about to come next. It was nice to get to know you, kid. Too bad it had to end so soon. With those final words, Muscular raised his arm to end the boy's life. Just as the arm reached its highest, it was met with a dark blast that was streaked with orange flames and embers. Ha! The killer was just able to bring his arm out form the attack to prevent it from dismembering him. It didn't do much in the end since all that was left was a shriveled up charred limb that hung limp at his side. He spun around to meet forest fire eyes that were filled with anger. Izuku was still on the ground but had managed to turn himself to aim the smoke cannon at the man. You DMN brat. I should kill you for that. A limb for a limb. The wolf responded. I paralyzed your tailed butt. Muscular yelled back, while Izuku smiled. Yeah, about that. The three heard another snap of bones before the greenette vanished before their eyes. Muscular's only warning was the brisk moment of heat from above him. Then he yelled as what felt like multiple daggers running down his back. With quick thinking, he back-kicked to hopefully connect it with the attacker. At first, Muscular felt satisfaction at feeling his foot hit something. But then, he felt anxious when he couldn't move his leg. The villain turned enough to see what had stopped his counter. Standing behind him was a 6-foot wolf with orange glowing limbs. One of the limbs had a hold of his boot with a large clawed hand. Its teeth were bared into a vicious snarl as smoke escaped from its lips. On the collar that was around its neck had 4 glowing runes. With a single pull, Muscular was brought closer to the wolf as is brought back its other arm. He wasn't able to defend himself in time before the opened hand slammed down on his chest, causing him to crash into the ground. The collision picked up a cloud of dust but cleared quickly to reveal the wolf holding the villain onto the ground with its claws digging into his torso. Izuku growled in an attempt to demotivate the man to keep going, but it was just met with a grin. Before he could pull away, his hand was being encased in thick muscle fibers, keeping him from getting away. And just where do you think you're going? Was all he heard before a massive fist connected with the side of his head. It was enough to make him see stars, but before he could clear his vision, he was met with another fist. Even though he had destroyed Muscular's other arm, he had still enveloped it in thick muscles and was using it to deliver a life-threatening combo to the wolf's head. Just as the villain was about to go for another punch, he felt his chest begin to heat up. Before he could realize what was going on, He had a ball of fire igniting from his chest cavity. From the hand of the wolf, flames were spilling out scorched strands of muscle. With another pull, Izuku ripped his hand from its fleshy prison. But instead of backing away as initially planned, he swung the hand back down into the villain's own head, claws nearly piercing his skull. Muscular was just about to use pure strength to crush the furred arm, but before he got the chance, the same flames burst at point-blank range onto his face. Muscular's muffled screams were barely heard over the sound of fire as it singed his skin. His hair was the first thing to react as it burned away without a trace. And Izuku would have kept going until the man was on the brink. That was until the villain acted. Muscular followed through by clutching the arm in his hands. With grip strength alone, he squeezed it into a mangled mess. The wolf howled from the pain of having his limb devastated in such a way, but it didn't stop when Muscular lifted both his legs and aimed them at the Izuku's chest. With every ounce of his power, he kicked. The force sent the wolf flying nearly 80 feet into the air, but the arm stayed in Muscular's hands. Kota almost threw up from the sight of the dismembered arm in the killer's grasp. The fear had taken his ability to run, and it had almost taken his consciousness several times. Izuku was beginning to fall now. That kick had knocked the breath out of him, and the loss of his arm had sent him mind into a daze. He could do nothing as the rocky ground came closer, and then he crashed. A small dust cloud picked up from his landing as he lay flat on his back. Blood was slowly spilling from where his right arm used to be. He could feel that the process of it regenerating was much slower than what he needed to be able to win this fight. He was already utterly exhausted from the day's training, and using Ragnarok just for that short amount of time had rendered him powerless. He was sure that if he even tried to use OFA, he would pass out right then and there. He failed. After everything he's done, he still failed. I gotta admit, kid, you gave me a good fight. Haven't had one like that in too long. Muscular was able to get onto his own 2 feet as he wore a pleasant grin. Haha, you sure F'd me up pretty good, I'll tell you that much. He gestured towards his chest and face before throwing the wolf's arm to the side. But I still have a job to do, so I need you alive. So just stay like a good boy while I finally take care of other business. Muscular turned back to Kota with an absolutely terrifying smile. I still want that hat, by the way. The child couldn't do a single thing as the villain approached him with killer intent. But I will say that you got some guts to watch the whole thing. That, or you're just too terrified to move. Kota was only able to give a whimper which brought out a bark of laughter from Muscular. Say, how about you tell me your name before we get to the fun part? In the desperate and afraid mind of the child, he answered. KK, KO, Tita, Izu, me. Upon the boy's answer, the villain's face lit up with recognition. Wait, are you serious? Ha 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 ha, you got to be kidding me. Izumi? The same DMN Izumis who were a hero pair. Oh my, this is rich. Water hose, right? Muscular's posture was suddenly very bouncy and light-hearted. As if he was talking about old friends. Why, you remember them? After Kota asked the question, the villain crouched down to the boy's level. Of course, kid. After all. Muscular dug his hand into his pants pocket. When he pulled it back out, there was something small in his hands. He brought it to his burned face and seemed to do something with his lost eye. I made this just for them. When he pulled his hand away, there was no longer an empty glass eye. There was a specialized eye case that made his fake eye a dark crimson. It's only fitting that I should wear it while killing their son. Don't you think? It didn't matter what Kota said. Either way, he was going to be killed. But even then, he couldn't help but give in to the natural want to live as he said his final word. Please. Pain. There was nothing but pain. In every inch of his body, Muscular screamed as he felt his body being crushed. Wrapped around the villain's chest was a singular large hand that held him from behind. It was the same hand as the large wolf that first appeared. And right now, it was coming closer and closer to completely shattering his torso. The hand lifted him up and turned him around. Now, instead of facing a small defenseless child, he was looking straight in the face of a Ragnarok. But there was one thing that was different than before. Its lavender eyes have lost all sense of humanity. The hand squeezed tighter around Muscular. The villain responded by building up a large layer of muscles around his body to protect himself from being squashed. But he didn't stop, he kept growing them to expand past the point of making the wolf let him go. However, even when Muscular used his quirk enough to become 3 times his size, the beast didn't let go. Its fingers were holding tight on his body as black claws dug into muscle. Finally, the wolf raised him higher in the air before bashing the ball of muscle onto the ground. The ground shook once more as half of Muscular was driven into the rock. At this point, the villain was just a massive lump of powerful muscles. But all that did was give the wolf more to bite onto. Like before, the wolf had a clawed hand pressing down onto the villain. But this time, he raised the other arm to strike it down. Wait. The other arm? Both Kota and Muscular looked in awe as the earlier absent right arm was completely regenerated and poised to attack the man. Then, without a single ounce of mercy in the wolf's eyes, it brutally slashed as the wall of muscle. Then it slashed again, and again, and again. It didn't stop and showed no signs of stopping as it tore into the flesh of Muscular. Said villain was screaming from the pain of having chunks of his body being ripped away as blood began to paint the area. Suddenly, the onslaught of lethal claws did stop, and both hands were placed on the sides of what remaining muscles there were. In a blaze of indigo glory, the wolf's hands ignited with a wave of purple fire. Muscular screamed bloody murder from having the harsh flames eat away at his body, but he was still as of yet to be revealed inside the ball of muscle. When the flames died out, there was hardly anything left, only the smallest bit of a fleshy shield that was the only thing that separated the wolf from the villain. Ragnarok was sure to take care of it as the beast leaned down. Kota watched as its jaws widened to show long pointed teeth. The teeth then disappeared as they sunk into flesh. The feeling of having countless blade-like teeth dig themselves into his body was completely agonizing for Muscular. But he wasn't able to do a single DMN thing as he felt the teeth begin to pull. With a single tug, the muscle was torn from his body. Now, the villain had a clear view of the monster that stood above him. Its hands and claws were bathing in blood. Smoke emitted from its mane and collar. With his last bit of muscle in the wolf's mouth, it had a terrifying snarl. The horns on its head and back pulsed with an undefinable energy. Its eyes glowed brighter than the moon. The flesh that was held in its teeth was incinerated as indigo fire came from its mouth. As the meat cremated, ash rained down like snow onto the barely conscious villain. Muscular had almost all his muscles shredded from his body. Now, he looked similar to how Toshi looked when in his skeletal form. With the last bit of energy that the man had, he spoke. So that's why they want you. Muscular went limp as he fell unconscious. With the invading apex eliminated, Ragnarok declared his victory. He stood up tall to a maximum of 13 feet and roared to the moon. The air vibrated from the bellowing power of the howl that lasted for many seconds. And for those seconds, every person in the woods turned in the direction of the haunting cry, and none of them could move. Ragnarok was upon them. Then, somewhere from the depths of the burning forest, a similar roar called back. There was blood everywhere, including on himself. It was thick and gave a dizzying iron smell. The sapphire flames that ravaged the dense woods spread like a plague. The distant cries and yells prevented any kind of peace among the valley. The tears that poured from his eyes made all this blend into a horrifying mess as the sound of his own sobs were mixed with the ones below him. The air smelled so thick of smoke and burnt flesh that he could taste it every time he breathed. Kota had not moved an inch ever since he witnessed the savage fight take place before him. Nor did he move even after the large wolf leapt from the mountain and into the woods below. This was his first time seeing the true brutality between heroes and villains. After sitting there for what felt like hours, he placed one hand to the ground next to him and used it to push himself up. He was barely able to hold himself up long enough to place one shaky leg onto the rocky surface before placing down the other foot. Then, he stood. And with every slow and weak step, he came closer to his destination. Now, he was at the edge of the cliff, taking in every terrible detail that the woods had. Kota had no idea what to do. Mandalay had told him to head back, but was that the best choice? There were people possibly dying right in front of him. Could he really just leave and not do anything? Could he really just run away while the ones who are behind him are getting slaughtered by villains? Then, Izuku's words rang in his ears once more. Kota clenched his fists as he gritted his teeth, but the words kept replaying in his mind. Damn it. Fine then. I will do something about it. From his fists, water began to drip onto the ground. Aizawa was able to dodge the attack from the villain's fire by grappling himself to the building. When the villain attempted again, he erased his quirk and detained him with a combination of precise moves. His capture of the man didn't last long as he seemed to melt before his eyes. But, just before his completely liquefied, he said a single sentence that chilled the experienced hero. I wonder if you can save all your students in the end, see you soon. It was just after then a group of students barged from the tree line. One of which was Ida who spoke first. Sensei. We are here, what she? Get inside and stay there. I'll be back. Aizawa wasted no time urging the kids inside before sprinting off to the course where the others were located. He was tense from the fact that villains had somehow managed to find them. He was also upset because these villains couldn't leave them alone for one school event without trying to kill. But most of all, he was afraid. What that villain had said meant that they were specifically targeting his students. That also meant that the ones who were still in the course were completely free to be attacked at any given moment. He needed to get to Mandalay, fast. I'm getting close now. Just another minute or two and I'll be. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard the piercing roar coming from his left. Even though he's heard it before, it shook the hero to the bone. But if that roar indicated anything, it meant that his students were no longer the only ones in danger. So was every villain in these woods. Or so, he thought anyway. Because when he heard a second howl that almost mimicked the first come from the direction he was heading, he felt terrified. But of course, as a pro hero he didn't let these emotions surface. He continued running. Meanwhile, both Tiger and Mandalay were fighting against the two villains known as Spinner and Magna. Tiger was having difficulty combating with the masculine woman who was easily dodging and blocking anything that Tiger threw at her. The two were locked in an intense situation of offense and defense, and no matter what the hero did, he was unable to land an attack on the villain. At the same time, it was the opposite for Mandalay and Spinner. The scaled villain was not giving the cat hero a chance in countering or even attempting to attack back. She had to constantly dodge the large bundle of blades that were non-stop swinging at her. All the while, Spinner was monologuing again about heroes being fakes and how Stain was someone to be praised for his dedication and hard work. "How's everything going over there, Tiger?" Mandalay called over to her partner. "This villain won't go down." The large male responded in between attacks on the person he was talking about. "This really isn't good. At this rate, we'll be stuck here while the other villains are doing God knows what." Just as Mandalay finished the thought, she jumped back to avoid another horizontal strike. And just as she did, the hero froze. Spinner must have noticed this because he suddenly had a cocky smile as he stood tall. He slung the hunk of blades over his shoulder as he began to slowly walk towards the stunned hero. "Oh, what's wrong? Finally understand what I'm trying to put in that dumb hero head of yours? Good, now you think about what you did wrong in hell." After his statement, Spinner raised his sword above his head, ready to kill the still hero. He watched as her eyes raised with his weapon and she looked to be completely shocked. Spinner flexed his arms, readying them to bring death upon Mandalay. He completed the attack as he swung his arms downward. He was prepared to see her body split in two or to hear the sound of her flesh being cut. But there was nothing. The same went for the weapon that was previously in his arms. It was missing. Spinner checked both his hands to make sure that he wasn't hallucinating but found that his sword was indeed gone. He looked back up to the hero to see if she had done some sort of trick but was more confused than before when he saw that Mandalay was still looking up with the same expression. It was then that Spinner heard the ungodly growl come from above him. The villain had no idea what was behind him, nor did her want to find out. But he did know that whatever it was, it made him want to be anywhere else but here. He could now see that Tiger and Magna had stopped fighting and now had the same expression as the hero he was about to kill. This filled Spinner with even more fear than he thought was possible. With much hesitation, he slowly looked up. At first, he saw nothing but the starry night, but after raising his view just a little higher he saw the enraged maw of a massive wolf with glowing lavender eyes and large horns that were dark purple. When his head was finally looking straight up, he figured out where his sword had gone. In the beast's hand was his weapon, or what was his weapon? Because just a moment later, the collection of blades were all crushed in the hands of the wolf. Spinner had to shield himself from the rain of sharp pieces of metal as the shards cut and stabbed into his arms. When the lethal rain stopped, the villain viewed the mess of small blades were jabbed into his arms that had blood running down the dozens of cuts. His gaze shot back up to the wolf when he noticed the movement. It had its arms raised in an odd position, as if it was about to sneeze. The realization struck Spinner just as hard of the back of the wolf's fist when it came crashing against his side before he could even react. The force sent the villain flying across the clearing and against a thick tree. The collision promised broken bones as everyone heard the crunch as Spinner's body connected with the tree and fall to the ground. Magna had just witnessed the beating and possibly murder of her partner. She may have not known him for long, but she had grown close to the reptilian man. So, when she saw him be so easily broken before her made her feel rage for the wolf. She fully planned to unleash this rage onto the beast, but every trace of anger was blown away in the wind when she looked back to see that the wolf now had its eyes on her. She wasn't sure what her next move was, but it was decided for her when Tiger used the distraction to knock her out. When she hit the ground, Tiger wasted no time to restrain her using some on-hand rope. When all was said and done, he looked back up to Wolf for any indication of further hostility. He was more than frightened to see that large jaws were coming close to Pixie Bob, who was still as of yet to recover. "Wait! Stop!" Tiger did his best to get the wolf's attention as he ran to get to Pixie Bob first, but he knew that he was too far. When he saw that the predator paid him no mind, he panicked. Mandalay had also just begun to shout to Ragnarok when she snapped out of her own trance. Both heroes prepared for the worst and the option to use force to protect their friend. But both were stunned to see that the beast that had just previously eliminated a villain with a single attack was gently lifting the knocked-out PP cat by the back of her shirt with its teeth. Down on all fours, the hellish werewolf softly made its way to Tiger. When it approached with only a few feet between them, the beast gestured with its snout for him to take the hero. Tiger finally realized this and brought out his arms, ready to take his friend into his hold. Just on the other side of the clearing, Mandalay stared in awe as the wolf lowered Pixie Bob into Tiger's grasp. Upon seeing that her partner was now safe, she ran over to the three. She wasted no time in checking the condition of the unconscious hero and found that the only injury was to her head. Even though that was the only wound that was brought the woman, she was slightly relieved because she knew that it could have been much worse. The two heroes looked back up the wolf in an attempt to thank him, but just before they could voice their appreciation, his head whipped to the direction of the woods. They both noticed the rapid twitching of his long ears as they seemed to hear something that they could not. And without warning, he dashed into the tree line, leaving behind the two heroes, wondering what poor soul has just gained the attention of the mighty wolf. Bakugo was sad. But this wasn't his usual kind of sad. It started when he learned that he could get the chance to scare the shit out of his two most hated people, that DMN dog and that peppermint-haired beach. He never thought that he would ever hate someone just as much as the mutt, but after his few encounters with the girl, she was starting to get pretty high up on his sheet list. So, at first, he was astounded with his discovery. The only problem at the moment was trying to get the DMN extra next to him to shut his DMN mouth. The BSTRDS name was Shirhai Kurwaro, and he would not shut up about how his quirk was so well suited for this. Pfft, yeah right. As if any of these pathetic rejects had any kind of useful quirks. As long as he stood out of his way of getting some shrieks from his targets, then he may not turn on the annoying bug. The past few pairs of 1A he made hardly any effort in using his quirk. However, they still got pretty scared when the other kid used his quirk to pop out form the shadows and spook the other students. That way at least, he could save his special move on the ones who mattered. And there she was. Shoko Todoroki was making her way through the course alongside Ibara Shiozaki. They both looked to be having a friendly conversation as they neared his position. He remembered the vine-haired girl from the first few days that he was in 1B before they moved her into his rightful place in 1A. Not only did he get sad from the extra taking his spot, but was even more sad when he learned that she had thrown out everything that he had told Shiozaki about the demon of 1A. Apparently, they could be called friends now. This gave Bakugo even more reason to give his best in making the pair sheet their pants. He adapted a feral grin as the girls were almost upon them. He spread his fingers, ready to use his quirk on the two. He flexed his legs, about to leap from behind the bush that he was positioned behind just on the edge of the path. Then, just before he could attack, he felt something enter his mind. Everyone. There are two villains that attacked us at the entrance of the course. They say that there are more. Group up and return to camp immediately. And do not engage any of the enemies. Hearing the voice in his head was irritating, but he did feel a small amount of panic upon fully understanding what he just heard. Villains. Again? What, did they not learn their lesson from last time? Now, Bakugo was infuriated. His chances of getting back at the two BSTRDS was taken, and now he had no one to take off this pent-up anger. Wait. There was? Who cares if there were villains anymore? That dog is a villain, and no one cares that he's there. So that means they shouldn't have any reason to stop. That means that he had no reason to stop. Bakugo charged from behind his cover. Hey, what are you doing? Kurwaro called after appearing from the shadow on the ground. The yell had gained the focus of Shoko and Shiozaki from their worried expressions from Mandalay's message. At first, they looked to the white-haired boy, but their attention was quickly exchanged to the incoming moment as well as the small sounds of pops. Shiozaki looked horrified to see a fellow student run at them with an evil look on his face while Shoko cursed and brought a wall of ice between them. The hastily made cover didn't last against the harsh explosion as the blonde soared from the hole within the broken ice. Shoko grabbed onto Shiozaki and pulled away from the explosion that erupted in the spot that they were just previously in. Shoko looked back to him as he stood in a small cloud of dust made form his own attack. He had possibly the most corrupt smile on his face. And for the first time in Shoko's life, she felt afraid of the boy. He was actually trying to attack them while they were under attack from villains. Has he gone completely insane? The three students who witnessed Bakugo's actions all thought the same thing just as he was about to attack once more. But before he could, they all stopped when they had something hit the ground. Shoko, Shiozaki, and Bakugo turned to see Kurwaro laying face down in the dirt. All around him was a thin mist of light pink gas that was slowly making its way towards them. Thinking fast, Shiozaki used her vines to grapple onto Kurwaro and pull him away from the pink cloud. Just as she did, Shoko spun back to Bakugo with a commanding expression. Bakugo, I don't know if you've gone nuts or something, but now is not the time to act on old grudges. We need to get back to camp and help anyone that is on the way. If you still even want to be a hero, then you'll agree that this is foolish. The blonde brought back his set-off face and looked like he was about to attack again. But not before Shoko spoke again. Listen. If you attack us, then you'll have consequences to face. But if you use your anger to fight the villains, then there wouldn't have to be any punishment. Just stop to think about it for just a second. Shoko was heavily betting on the thoughtful face that Bakugo had. They couldn't waste time fighting each other while villains could possibly be watching them right now, waiting for when they would have tired each other out to strike. For now, they needed to work together to a degree. Or at least have Bakugo attack the villains instead of them. TCH, fine. Bakugo lifted a hand to point at Shoko. But this isn't over. I swear, I will get you and that FING mutt one of these days. That was all the answer that Shoko needed before urging the three of them to head back. Shiozaki was more than willing to do just that, but when Shoko looked back to Bakugo, he showed no signs of following. Hey, what you are doing? She called after him. It's just as you said, if I fight villains, then I won't have consequences. Shoko's eyes widened and so did Bakugo's grin. So, I'm gonna go beat me some villains. And without a second though, the blonde turned and charged deeper in the woods before the girl could stop him. What should we do? Shiozaki asked from behind her. Continue with the plan. Following him will just make things worse. Plus, we need to get him to safety. Shoko gestured to Kurwaro. At that, the two made their way back to camp with Shoko in the front, ready to take on anyone that might get in their way. Shiozaki was just behind with Kurwaro on her back with her vines carefully wrapped around him to secure his position. That was when they heard the roar. When Pixie Bob came to, she knew one thing was for certain, her head hurt like a beach. Tiger. She's waking up. The voice of her friend persuaded Pixie to open her eyes and take in the view of Mandalay leaning over her. Just a second later, Tiger popped into view with a look of relief. GGNNN, what happened? All that she could remember was the smell of gas and the sight smoke before being lifted into the air. Then, everything went black. Wait, there was something else. She remembered one of the students yelling something, but by then, it slipped her mind. We were attacked by two villains. You were attacked before anyone could prepare against them. Mandalay answered. What? Villains? We have to help the students. Just before Tiger or Mandalay could respond, another person entered the field. Eraser? Mandalay. I need you to send a message to all the students, now. The underground hero had a slight pant from making a dead sprint all the way from camp but was able to yell the command. Oh? Okay, what is it? Tell the students. That they have full authorization by me to use their quirks in self-defense against the villains. What? Eraser, is that such a good idea? Tiger almost couldn't believe what had come from the hero's mouth. The villains are targeting the students. If we don't let them defend themselves, then they're sitting ducks out there. The three PP cats were shocked at the news that they were just given, but they knew that he was right. Okay, I'll tell them now. Huh? What is it? Shoo, look. In a whispered voice, Shoko pointed straight up ahead. Following the trail, Shiozaki saw the dark figure of someone hunched over on the ground. Is that a villain? I'm not sure, but I don't want to take any chances. Shoko motioned them to go somewhat off trail to go around the dark figure that was about 30 feet in front of them. Flesh. The word that came from the figure made the two freeze on the spot. They both glanced another look to the person and saw that there was something else on the path. Directly in front of the unknown person was a small object. Shoko focused on the object and nearly gasped when she recognized it to be a hand covered in blood. Flesh. The person said again. Show me your flesh. Terror began to pool into the pits of both girls as the presumably villain stood and slowly began to turn towards them. Even though the man had a tight suit covering his body, including his eyes, they could feel his uneasy glare on them. Flesh. Show it to me. Just then, the man's teeth shot out like spears towards the three students. Once again, Shoko made a wall of ice to prevent from being attacked. This time however, she was prepared to respond so the wall was much sturdier and was able to keep the teeth from breaking their defenses. Ibra, I'll keep him distracted. You get out of here and back to camp. What about you? I'll be fine. I can already tell how this person fights with a one-track mind. Now go. Shiozaki looked truly hesitant to leave Shoko behind by herself, but she knew that with Kurwaro on her back, it would only complicate things. With a nod, Shoko discussed the plan. It's simple, all you need to do is bolt for camp when I give the signal. When you get there, tell the teachers anything that can be of value that they don't know. Ready? Shoko was answered with another nod before the villain leapt from over their cover. Show it to me. Now. Shiozaki put full trust into the other girl as she dashed around the wall and ran along the path without looking back. The whole time, she could hear the clashes of ice and teeth along with Shoko's battle cries and the villain's insane yells for flesh. I'll come back. Shoji was placed against a tree, staying completely quiet as to not alert the person that was nearby. At the same time, he was cradling the missing hand on his middle left arm. The villain that had ambushed them had managed to sever it when he pushed Tokoyami out of the way. The person that he was currently hiding from wasn't the villain however but was instead the Tokoyami. Dark Shadow reacted negatively at seeing Shoji being attacked and so Tokoyami lost control of his quirk. So now, he was rampaging throughout the forest, destroying anything that got in his way. The sound of a twig snapping had filled Shoji with fear of Dark Shadow finding him. That doesn't make sense. I know that he was further down the path, how did he? Shoji's thoughts stopped in their tracks when he spun to see the form of Ragnarok down on all fours before him. The wolf's snout was only a few feet from his face, so he could feel the hot breath came from its maw. At first, he was relieved to see that a friend had managed to find him. He was even more glad to see that it was someone who could help him get Tokoyami under control. That relief didn't last long when Shoji took another look into Izuku's eyes. Since he had the face of a wolf, he wasn't able to make hardly any kinds of faces other than a snarl. So, Shoko had given the class a tip to find his emotions in his eyes. Shoji quickly learned that it was easy to tell what the boy was feeling after knowing that. But after doing just that, he saw that the wolf's eyes were completely void of anything. Like any normal kid, Shoji has watched documentaries on animals before. And he specifically remembers the look that predators had when they were hunting. Their eyes were wide, looking for any kind of sign or movement. They were dead of any kind of emotion, yet they burned with the goal of the hunt. These eyes were staring right at him. So, when the wolf inched closer to him, Shoji almost lost his cool. He closed his eyes and prepared for the worst. When he did, he could hear the pattern of quick inhales and exhales. With enough willpower, he looked back to the wolf. Ragnarok was sniffing him? More specifically, he was sniffing the bloody stump where his hand used to be. He didn't know if this was a good or bad thing, but he was for sure hoping for the best. After a couple seconds of this, Shoji caught the brief emotion of recognition in the bright lavender eyes before it went back to the same ones as before. Midoriya? The name caused the wolf's ear to twitch before both flattened against his head. The wolf's relaxed mouth morphed into a snarl as it whipped to the left. Shoji quickly followed Ragnarok's gaze to see dark forest before them. Shoji didn't see anything that could have set the wolf off, but he knew that wolf had enhanced senses. So, he did the same as he shifted his hands into eyes and ears. There was only a moment of searching before he spotted the large crimson eyes from the darkness. Like a bat out of hell, the eyes charged forward and crashed through the trees that fell from the charging form. Before he could react, Shoji felt something wrap around him and pull him away from the oncoming attack. And just in time too, because the next thing he knows is the tree that he was previously leaning against was completely destroyed from massive black claws. He was finally able to realize that he had the wolf's hand holding onto him after looking down on himself. And when he checked on the face of the hand was connected to, it was pulled into a ferocious snarl that began to growl. Both looked to the third entity that was there. Shoji was able to instantly recognize Dark Shadow. It was coiling and twitching from the uncontrollable rage that it felt. After some searching using his quirk, Shoji was able to locate Tokoyami within the massive living darkness. He was pulling and pushing against the grasp of his quirk that was currently going mad. Stay away from me. Just run. Leave. The sound of Tokoyami's agonizing cry was enough to make Shoji act. Thinking quick, he did what could possibly be their only option. Midoriya. Shoji's call was able to gain the attention of the wolf. I don't know if you can understand me right now, but if you can, you need to use the light from your fire to weaken Dark Shadow. That way, Tokoyami will be able to get a hold of his quirk. Can you do that? With all of his heart, Shoji really hoped that he could. Ragnarok gave almost no reaction to his question except for the movement of his glowing eyes moving back and forth from him and Tokoyami. Even though he never did give an answer, the wolf came down onto 3 legs and brought the one that was holding Shoji down onto the ground to where he could now stand. The wolf released the boy and ushered him to move with the back of his hand. Deciding to comply, the 6-armed teen ran for cover behind a fallen tree. Shoji didn't know for sure if that meant he understood, but all he could do at this point was pray. They both looked back to Tokoyami, who only looked to be getting weaker from the constant struggle for control. From there, Dark Shadow bellowed a roar at the other beast. Without hesitation, Ragnarok roared back. From where Shoji stood, he had a perfect view of the inevitable showdown that was about to happen. The first thing to notice was that even though the wolf was a frightening 13-foot-tall predator, the coiling mass of dark shadow was almost twice the size in width. Flaming lavender eyes stared right back at Plasma Red. Against the will of Tokoyami, dark shadow rushed towards the wolf. Said wolf did nothing but watch as his target got closer and closer. Shoji was confused and was about to yell for Izuku to watch out. His call was cut short, and so was dark shadow's screech as a clawed hand clamped down on its beak. The sentient quirk was unable to react before its face was engulfed with a blast of indigo flame. This time, there was a reaction as dark shadow recoiled and immediately began to shrink from the bright light that showered the area in shining indigo. Within seconds, the massive beast of shadows retreated back into the body of Tokoyami. Said boy was now on his knees and breathing hard from the tiresome battle. The moment Shoji saw that Tokoyami was now in control, he vaulted over the tree and dropped to his friend's side. Shoji? I'm so sorry. I let my quirk get out of control. It's alright. You don't need to worry about that right now. The response from Shoji had made Tokoyami look up to him with a dumbfounded expression. That's what you would have told me. Besides, this night still isn't over. The taller boy stretched a hand to the raven. Tokoyami couldn't help but spare a glance to the hand that was missing on his left side. Nevertheless, Tokoyami still took the hand. And thank you, Midder, where did he go? Both boys were stunned to see that the wolf was nowhere in sight. Ah, damn it. Shoko cursed as the blade-like tooth cut across her leg. Just before another could attempt to pierce her body, she threw up a wall that could only give her a few seconds of time before she would have to move again. This was a repetitive cycle that she was getting real tired of real quick. Izuku wasn't lying when he said that she was only using half her power when not using her flames. She just didn't know how much that was true until she was put into a fight where she couldn't use her flames unless she risks the forest around her. So, for now, all she could do was defend with walls of ice until she saw an opportunity or until someone comes along to help. And so far, she was really betting on the latter. Yes, show me more flesh. Bite me. Shoko had no time to find the irony in her retort as she blocked another assault of teeth. And just like the other times, it only took the villain a few seconds before he broke through her defenses. She really needed to kick things up a notch. Instead of using ice to deflect the attack, she timed her counter perfectly as she encased the rows of teeth deep in ice. When she saw her move was successful, she spread the ice all the way up to the villain in hopes that he would be trapped. She expressed her disappointment in the form of an annoyed mutter when the villain broke free just before the ice reached him and continued his unrelenting attack. Stop running? I want to taste you. Sorry, but someone's already taken that spot. Shoko was too caught up in the moment to catch the thought from spilling out her mouth. The girl seized up at basically admitting to a villain of her love life but was lucky to see that he reacted in a similar way. Obviously, he was not expecting what he just heard. Shoko was able to recover first from the awkward standoff by sending a wave of ice at the teeth that were keeping the villain airborne. The attack was successful as the villain lost his balance and fell to the ground. When she heard the grunt from his crashing onto the dirt, she charged towards her opponent. She was just about to send another wave of ice to put the villain in a cold prison. Shoko stomped her right foot on the ground as shards began to build before unleashing into a chamber around the villain. There, now stay down. Shoko said in between breaths. Fighting that villain required her to be constantly moving, and without being able to use her fire, the cold was beginning to take its toll. I can't believe that there are people like you who take pleasure in killing others. I'll be glad to find you behind bars. Shoko's attention was taken from the cage of ice when she heard another roar to her left. This one was different, more higher pitched. Just a moment after, she heard the familiar roar of Ragnarok. Whatever villain that may be, they picked a fight with the wrong wolf. Her thoughts were followed when she saw a small glow of indigo that she was also familiar with half a mile away. Apparently, he's not as worried of burning the forest as me. Just as soon as the glow came, it died out along with another screech. Good, maybe I can signal him to act. Whatever Shoko was about to say died before they could leave her mouth and was replaced by a noise of pain. It was the kind of noise that someone makes when they know that something happened, but they're not sure what. It all happened too fast for her to realize that she even was in pain until she inspected herself. When she looked down, the first thing to catch her eye was the jagged protrusion that pierced her body. She recognized the object as one of the villain's teeth that was currently just a few inches below from striking her heart. Although she couldn't see it, she could feel that the tooth didn't stop upon making contact with her skin and kept going until it shot out from her back. The second thing to gain her attention was the blood that was slowly beginning to pour from the wound. It was turning the cloth of her shirt red as the liquid flowed free. Although she hated it, her father's words flashed in her mind. Assuming a villain is caught unless they are knocked out, will kill you both in the real world. That was when reality came crashing down onto Shoko as she finally realized the intense pain that made her want to scream with agony. And she almost did when she felt the tooth begin to shift. She was able to focus enough to plan her next course of action to grab hold of the tooth with her right hand and freeze it. As soon as she did, Shoko punched straight through the blade, breaking it and disconnecting her from the enemy. She jumped back as far as her body could take her before tripping backwards. The girl was just barely able to land on her side to keep from landing on the tooth instead. After consulting with the pain for a few seconds, she peered over to the ice that encased the villain. From the front, there was a single tooth that punctured through the cold wall. Upon glancing at the tooth once more, she saw that it was chipped away, as if it was used to break something hard. Of course, the roars must have hidden the sound of him breaking through the ice, and I was too distracted to see the cracks forming around it. Damn it, I let this happen. Just then, the ice that was keeping the villain trapped burst into an explosion of ice crystals as several teeth shot in multiple directions. In the middle, the villain stood as he breathed heavily. But it didn't look to be from exhaustion, but from rage. "I will tear you apart." Shoko could tell that he meant every word of that. Not another word was said before every single one of the villain's teeth shot towards her. He was too close for her to be able to build a powerful enough wall to protect her against the barrage of blades, and using her flames wouldn't do anything for her at this point. She was stuck. She was going to die. Shoko closed her eyes and braced for the feeling of having endless teeth rip through her body. Just before she was sure that her life was about to end, she went through her life. Until the day she got her quirk, it was normal. Enjoying the company of her mother and barely seeing her father's presence unless he was on TV or arguing with her mother. When Shoko did get her quirk, her life changed so drastically. Suddenly, her father was with her almost 100% of the time, but she didn't enjoy his presence. He always trained her until she was vomiting, and every time her mother would try to help, she would be knocked away by Endeavor. Then the horrid day that Shoko got her scar was something that will never escape her memory. Ray was gone, which only sunk Shoko deeper into her father's grasp. After that, it was 10 years of hell. Although, 6 years in, she saw the wolf for the first time on TV. She didn't know it at the time, but she had watched her future lover do the very thing she longed to do ever since her mother was taken. Another 4 years passed, and she saw that same boy charge into a dangerous situation without a single ounce of worry for himself. That day, she watched him save 3 lives while fighting a villain. Shoko didn't show it, but when her father had told her that very same boy was about to train alongside her for the next 10 months and possibly go to UA just as she would, she felt something she hadn't in a long time. Till this day, she still doesn't know exactly what it was. Hope? Excitement? Joy? Whatever it was, it drew her closer to the boy. The night that they went to the carnival was possibly the happiest in her life. She wasn't sure if Izuku had exactly asked her out, but he had asked her to go somewhere together, nonetheless. That night, Shoko took a leap and showed the boy her feelings. And she felt euphoria when he returned those feelings. And for nearly a year after, she's made so many leaps. She was able to rebuild her relationship with her mother, someone that she thought to had lost a long time ago. Of course, there were still things that she wondered what would have been different. Shoko still wishes that her father wasn't the man that he was. She wished that her mother never left and neither her oldest brother. But their losses brought new people into her life. Even though Inko wasn't her mother and never had to make any effort to do so. Yet, she made Shoko feel welcome and loved. Tashinori was the same. The married couple had given her a sense of what a family should really feel. And compared to the life that used to be hers, she could safely say that she was living the perfect life. Her perfect life. Shoko's eyes flung open with refilled determination. And I'm not going to let you take that away from me. Shoko's sudden outburst surprised the villain enough to give Shoko an opening as she managed to slip through a weak spot in the attack. When the cluster of teeth harshly impacted the ground behind her, she launched a massive glacier that trapped every tooth to the ground. This gave her enough time to send a sheet of ice in a massive radius, similar to the stealth exercise on the first day of camp. This way, as long as Shoko kept her right side on the ground, the villain was playing on her turf. From there, she shot up her strongest walls to form an arena around them, just big enough to fit a large house within. When the preparations were complete, she shot forward with the aid of a pillar to sail through the air and straight to the villain. She landed back on the ground just halfway and continued to slide her way across when she heard the sound of ice being broken from behind her. Good, keep your focus on me. Show me your flesh. The villain screamed his last words. Then smile. She was just a few yards from him now, and by then she was sure that the teeth were closing in on her. If she was going to do this, it needed to be now. She took one last step with her right foot before she willed the pillar of ice to form. Jaya. Shoko could have cheered right then and there when she saw the villain react from the attack that was aimed at the back of the villain's head. From her step, she commanded Ice to shoot straight to his skull and knock him off balance and to interrupt the attack on herself. Now, the villain was stumbling forwards, straight to Shoko's fist. With her right arm ped back and ready to strike, she encased her hand in thick ice. She even made sure to make it rough as hell, just for the BSTRD. With a final cry, Shoko shot her fist right for the villain's mouth. When the attack connected, she heard both her ice and man's teeth shattering into tiny pieces. But what she felt was a different story. Besides feeling the man's teeth rupture and break from her ice, she felt victory. The psycho shrieked in pain as the fist would have sent him back many yards, but his flight was stopped when the same pillar that hit him in the back of the head jabbed him in the upper back. This time, Shoko raised her left fist and built a ball of fire. Aimed for his gut, the flaming fist caused the villain to howl as the pillar that was supporting him crumbled under the force. With nothing to stop him, the villain did end up flying the several yards this time. However, the hard landing did not get a noise from the villain. This time, she had finished him for good. For a while, Shoko watched the villain just to make sure. And as a final precaution, she cast another prison around the man, this one much denser than the last. Then there was just silence. The only noise that could be heard was the struggled breathing of Shoko as she tried to catch her breath. It was especially difficult because of the suffering pain that has not gone away ever since the tooth pierced her body. She didn't have her hero costume, so she also didn't have any of her medical supplies. She'll have to do this herself. With the shirt that she wore, she ripped the hole wider around the protrusion. Shoko formed a small chunk of ice and placed it in her mouth before biting onto it. A small grunt left her throat just from grabbing hold of the end of the tooth that still stuck into her. If it had been just a few inches higher, it would have killed her instantly. She felt the ice crack from the pressure as she yanked the calcium blade out of her flesh. It took all of her willpower to not be like Bakugo and scream profanities as she threw it to the side. As soon as she did, she brought her left hand to her wound and heated it enough until it began to burn her skin. Tears were beginning to form as the bloody wound was cauterized from her flame. The ice in her mouth was on the verge of breaking by the time she was done, for the first part. The chunk was spit out and replaced by a new one. Although she didn't see it, there were blood smudges on the ice that lie on the dirty ground. Sheet, she hissed past the ice as the girl knew she had to do the same for her back. It was difficult because of the angle she had to position her arm, but with results that were similar to the first, she was able to manage. As a final touch, she placed small layers of frost on the wounds to help numb the pain. By placing her left hand onto the sheet of ice that covered the ground, the cold walls that surrounded her began to thaw. It took some patience, but Shoko was able to melt the topless dome. Just as she attempted to stand, she whipped her head around at the sound of rustling on the edge of the tree line. Her trained eyes picked up the shape of a massive figure nearly hidden in the shadows. Izuku! She ignored the pain and the exhaustion from her fight as she forced herself to stand and run to the wolf. She couldn't express the relief and happiness she felt upon seeing the boy that changed her life. She couldn't care less that he hadn't moved ever since she spotted him, she just needed to embrace him. Shoko and her plans were stopped short when she saw something that wasn't right. The shape was right. Even the size. Everything about the figure before her indicated that this was Izuku in his Ragnarok form. All except for one thing. The eyes glowed red. Both Uraraka and Azui were taken by surprise when the girl appeared from nowhere and had nearly succeeded in stabbing the former. She still may have ended up with a cut on her arm, but it could have been much worse. Well, it did get worse. In an attempt to pull Uraraka from another attack, the blonde girl slashed Tsu's tongue. Again, it was only a cut, but it didn't matter if this stranger was still attempting to potentially kill them. After a small skirmish, the frog was pinned to a tree by her hair. The villain was also pinned a short time afterwards by Uraraka, who used her training to counter the blonde's knife. Both friends had thought that they had won, and they did, sort of. It was extremely worrying when the strange girl stabbed a needle into Uraraka's leg. The needle was attached to a tube which was then fed by blood as the needle sucked the red liquid from the brunette's body. Thankfully, the group of Shoji and Tokoyami appeared to help before things could escalate any further. The blonde barely dodged the swift attack from Dark Shadow, who was now under control. "Stay back, villain!" Tokoyami yelled to the intruder. "Oh, hush. There's no need to ruffle your feathers. I was just on my way. Bye-bye." And before another word could be said, the girl disappeared into the forest. "Who was that?" Shoji asked. She was one of the villains. She was super crazy and talking about all sorts of weird stuff. Tsu was the one to answer. "Alright, well, as long as she doesn't come back, we need to get back to camp. Come on." The students agreed with Tokoyami as the group of 4 ran together. "Come on out, you BSTRDS." Somewhere in the woods, a certain boy runs without aim. You think you can just ruin my camp and my chances and get away with it? The constant flashes of his quirk make him a beacon in the dark night. I swear, if at least one of you insects don't fight me this instant, then I'll kick all your buttes. Unaware that someone was watching him. Then I hope you don't mind if I introduce myself. Upon hearing the voice that came from just inches behind the boy, he spun to see a man in a white mask. Not too far away was another man who was running with everything he had. Left, right, over, under, even up and down, he could not find what he was looking for. But what he did find sent a nauseating feeling of dread that swirled within the man's gut. Izawa looked over the stone slab. With scattered tags. Some of the tags had his students' names on them. The problem was that they were soaked in blood. At the site where Shoko had risked her life to take down the toothed villain, the chunk of bloody ice was beginning to melt. The cold water dripped onto the wet ground as small streams of red flowed with the clear liquid. The small puddles that began to form in the area all collectively began to ripple as a large entity neared. Said entity lowered to the half-melted piece of ice, and with a small sniff, the smell of Shoko's blood registered in its mind. Lavender eyes have never burned with such rage. Yo, Dabi. Did you hear the radio? Our boy Compress got the job done. It was about time. I was starting to get bored. Between sentences, the man's posture and attitude changed. He did good in completing the mission, so stop being a pain. All we need to do is just wait here for everyone else to regroup. The owner of the name, Dabi, said back to the other man. I'm not the pain, you're the pain. After the first statement, the first man looked to change emotion. I humbly apologize for the insult. Whatever, twice. But if you were bored, then that means our job was done well too. No one was supposed to find this place since they would try to run from the walls of flame and gas. However, the gas cloud has been gone for a while. Guess mustard was taken care of. Things never go according to plan. I know, man. What's up with that? The question went unanswered as the two continued walking away. Just a few feet away, Aoyama did everything he could to keep quiet and out of the villain's line of sight. He just hoped that the bush he was crouched behind was enough to not blow his cover. He had heard the entire conversation, which meant he heard that one of the villains was defeated. Even now, everyone is fighting. They're fighting while I'm cowering. I should do something. I should help. With whatever amount of determination and willpower that Aoyama was able to muster, he peered over the edge of the bush. Aoyama looked straight into Dabi's eyes. The same eyes that stared right back at him. The boy panicked as he ducked back behind the bush as quickly and as quietly as he could. He was really starting to freak out at this point, much worse than form before. Given the task of looking after Jiro and Hagakure that were laying unconscious on the ground before him was enough to make him nearly break under the pressure of the responsibility. But he was sure that he would be able to get back to camp safely without running into any villains. He even cut through the forest to save time and energy. How could he have known that he was heading straight towards two villains? Now he was crumbling under the stress of the situation because one of those villains had just spotted him. He could hear the man's footprints change directions past the sound of thriving flames that devoured the forest. Aoyama prepared for death when he heard that they were heading right for him. Hey, Dabi. Don't forget about that Nomu we brought along. Remember that it only responds to your voice? That sounds pretty vital if you ask me. There was a second of silence that made Aoyama's heart squeeze in his chest. Yeah, that's right. You were the one who told me to let it go in the first place, to have it go attack some students. Well, if the mission is complete, then there is no point in having it terrorizing everyone here. If it got the person that it was assigned to capture, then it should be heading back on its own. But that was just optional, so I'll just go ahead and call the DMN thing back. A long way into the forest, a large creature was prowling through the lush flora. With the small twitch of its ear, it averted its crimson gaze towards its caller. With the unconscious girl in hand, the beast made its way to its new destination. Wow! Am I the only one here? That's so lame. Dabi and Twice turned to see a small girl in the edge of the clearing. I was wondering when you would show up. So, did you get the blood? How many different types? Dabi questioned the usefulness of the blonde. Jewelist one. The cheerful face on the girl opposed her achievement of only obtaining a single sample of blood. Dabi responded by pinching the bridge of his nose in annoyance. And can you explain why you were only able to get one when you were assigned to get at least 3? Dabi asked. Yeah. What gives? We did our part, so how come you weren't able to pull through? Surely, you must have some sort of explanation for these results. Twice exclaimed between personalities. A bunch of students showed up and I didn't want to die, so I got out of there. Simple as that. The girl answered with the same happy expression. Dabi just rolled his eyes while Twice looked like the answer just killed his mother. And how come you look so happy about it? Shouldn't you be full of shame? Twice questioned the girl's behavior. It's nothing much, just made some nice friends. They even let me use their nicknames. Oh, they were so cute. You two need to shut it. You're being way louder than necessary, and if we get found because of your noisy blabbering, then I'll kick both your butts. Dobby scorned the pair. Too late. All three spun to the voice that came from just behind the fire user. From the shadows that the trees cast from the overhanging moon, a figure appeared into the light of Dobby's flames. It was a man in a fancy yellow coat that hung down to his shins. The magician's hat that he wore was complemented by the smooth white mask with black designs. Both his hands were covered by dark red gloves, one of which held onto a cane. Hush now, ladies and gents, the show is still playing, so we must be vigilante. Compress, my man, you got the goods? Twice question was answered when the man in question raised his hands. I already said so on the radio, but I suppose it doesn't hurt to show off the prize from such a perfect performance. In between the man's fingers, he held a single small blue sphere. Its smooth surface reflected the nearby flames that continued to ravage the trees. Good, now all we're waiting for is the others to show up. Does anyone have news on the rest of the squad? Dobby turned back to Compress when he heard him begin to speak. Along the way, I just so happened to pass Spinner and Magna being contained by the PP cats. Mustard's sudden halt of his Gad Typhoon is worrying, so I think it would be best to assume he has been taken out. Muscular's status is unknown. Last I heard from him he was going to find a nice viewpoint or something of the sort. Moonfish has also vanished after our departure, but when I passed through the area, he was assigned. I found defiant signs of a struggle. It is possible that he was apprehended. The group processed the information that the magician has shared with them. From what I can understand, the only thing we are waiting on is the Nomu. A few people shivered at the mention of the monster, but that didn't stop Dobby from assessing the situation. Dobby was starting to get impatient for the beast's appearance. He thought the thing was supposed to be fast with how it looked. One thing was for sure though, if it's as strong as the real deal, then this mission would have been accomplished no matter what happened, as long as the original doesn't show up anytime soon. TTTSSSHHHHHHHHHHHH. The odd sound gathered the attention of the group of villains who looked to a singular spot through the trees. Everyone thought the same thing when they saw the small kid standing at an edge of a large wall of blue flame. What the hell? They all watched as the boy lifted his hands towards the fire. In a short burst, a torrent of water shot from the boy's palms. TTTSSSHHHHHHHHHHHH. Oh, so that's what that was. Toga's curiosity was pleased when she saw that the sound came from the reaction of the water extinguishing Dobby's flames. Should we do something? She then looked over to rest of the group for an answer. There were a few seconds of silence as no one spoke up. From the group, a man wearing a dark trench coat and jeans began to walk towards the boy. The rest of the villains didn't know what Dobby had planned for the small child, but they were eager to find out. All the while, the boy that continued to spray the raging fire was completely clueless to their presence. The group of villains observed Dobby approach the child and seemed to gain his attention. They recognized the sudden look of panic on his face as he realized that the boy was not alone. They were too far to hear the interaction in detail, but at the moment, Dobby seemed to be simply talking with the kid. Of course, the group knew that was not what was happening before them. The kid's face became more horrified as he looked up to the intimidating form of Dobby. The villains collectively agreed that the boy was stupid for not running, especially when the tall man crouched down to be level with the boy. Sadly, he had crouched down in the position to where the view of the kid was being blocked by the back of the villain. However, they were able to see the sudden burst of sapphire flames and the sound of screams, perfectly. Why can't you just let us go, man? Our friends are in danger, we have to go help them. Not matter how much Kirishima pleaded, Vlad King would not let him pass. Aizawa and the other heroes are currently handling it. You were all ordered to stay here and stay safe. The hero responded. But Aizawa also said that we could use out quirks to fight. So, what gives? The red-haired boy's voice kept rising each time he spoke. Ijiro, please. Calm down. How can I calm down, Mina? People could be dying out there. Whether there are heroes or not, they need as many people as they can get. I agree. With the little provided information, shouldn't we have supported them with power in numbers? Ida gave his own thoughts on the dire situation. Yes, Aizawa did say that you could use your quirks for self-defense. Your main priority was to get back to camp without looking to fight any villains. However, if you were to find that you didn't have a choice, then you could use them to protect yourselves. And going out there in the masses would only prove to be more problematic. You are not pros, you are students. You should not be looking for danger, and that's final. A majority of the students looked disappointed. That disappointment turned into curiosity when they heard the door shift. Again, a majority of the class figured it to be their homeroom teacher returning from the fight. Here, I bet Aizawa will understand. Kirishima was stopped when Vlad grabbed him by the arm and pulled him away from the entrance. Everyone, get back. Blue flames came spewing from the doorway. The door that used to occupy the frame was burned instantly as the fire spilled within the room. The natural reaction from all the students made them leap backwards from the uncomfortable feeling of the dangerous element. From the wooded entrance that was now stained black came a man with dark purple scars that littered his body. Even though his quirk gave him the power of scorching flames, his eyes were as cold as ice. Flames began to produce from his hands once more and was about to launch it, but just before he could, Vlad King slammed the villain into the wall. Right after, he used his own quirk to shoot blood all around the villain. In quick succession, he solidified the blood to pin the man against the wall. You dare to waltz into this classroom and threaten these students without so much as a plan? And now you've lost because you were foolish enough to underestimate a pro. Vlad's statement was powerful as he said every word while looking the younger male straight in the eyes. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure of myself if I were you. So far, I've already predicted that you would do that. You're acting just as I expected of you. You say I lost? Ha! Open your eyes to see reality, we've already won. The villain threatened to ignite into flames and burn everyone there. But just before he did, the few students and Vlad found Aizawa embedding his knee into the villain's head. It's no use, Vlad. The students cheered when they saw the return of their teacher. After throwing him into the ground, the hero proceeded to repeatedly stomp the downed man. It's no use trying to talk to this guy, he won't talk. Geez, Aizawa. I think you got him. Just as Kaminari said the last word, the villain melted into a puddle of brown sludge. Whoa, what the? Besides, this guy was just another fake. I fought another one earlier. After the hero's statement, the teens crowded around to see that the man from just before was no more. It must be from someone's quirk. Ida's hypothesis made sense, but it didn't help much. How are things out there, Eraser? Vlad's question brought a dark look upon the underground hero. There are multiple injured, but most aren't serious. The thin man headed back to the doorway and pulled inside a few unconscious kids. It was until then that they finally realized that Aizawa wasn't alone. Nearby the doorway was Shiozaki as she held firm onto another student. She was breathing hard and looked extremely worried. After bringing his own kids in, the girl quickly received help from Ashido to lay him down. I think these few were just knocked out. Shiozaki said something about a gas somewhere within the forest, although it seemed to have disappeared. I came back to drop them off before I went back to the front line. I'm counting on you to keep defending the place. Sensei, wait. Aizawa looked back to Kirishima, who looked desperate at this point. Please, let us come with you. We can help fight off the villains and even save some of the other students. We can help. A single look from the man silenced the boy. No. You will stay here. This isn't like USJ. These villains aren't thugs or common criminals. They are experienced fighters and could kill you without trying. His words got mixed reactions, most of which looked horrified. Until the day that you get your licenses, just leave it to us. Without another word from either side, Aizawa sprinted out the doorway. Just before he lost full view of the class, he gave a last glance to Shiozaki. When he encountered her in the woods, she looked frantic. It made sense due to the situation, but when she told him about their encounter with the villain, it put an even larger feeling of dread within him. A student was in full danger of a villain and their life could very well be threatened. Even if Shoko was smart and Overhaul strong, these villains were not normal. There were still plenty of students scattered throughout the area, one of which is currently running around as a wolf of war. And if he hasn't come back yet, then things were worse than he thought. I swear, I will save them all. If only Aizawa knew how wrong he was. The Vanguard Action Squad were grouped back together, waiting for the last member to join them. Things have become deathly silent after Dabi returned from his conversation with the boy. The only sound to remind them of reality was the pops and cracks from the trees that were still being devoured by the fire. The full moon that hung large in the starry night cast a brilliant dance of shadows and light that entangled with the storm of blue inferno. They came to this place when it was still a peaceful, calm night with 10 members. Now, they would be leaving the valley in chaos with only half of the people that came. The team Overhaul didn't care for others, nor did they take death heavily. But that didn't stop a few of them from feeling a small amount of remorse for the child. The feeling was quickly washed away, however, when they sensed someone approaching. No, this wasn't a someone. The team all agreed on that. The hulking monstrosity that stood 13 feet in the air was a something. Something that should never exist. Yet it did. A few days prior. All right, we're all here. What do you want? Dabi made no effort to voice his impatience with the man that called him here. Said man gave Dabi an irritated look but didn't act on it. As you all know, in just 2 days' time, your mission as a member in the Vanguard Action Squad will be to infiltrate the private grounds of the Wild PP Cats, where the students of classes 1A and 1B will be training for a week at. If you've all done what I told you to, then you've memorized what your goal is and what your targets are, correct? Shigaraki was answered with nods from the 9 people that stood before him. Good. To ensure that this mission isn't a failure, you will be accompanied by one last member. A few of the villains looked to each other, some curious of the new teammate, while others seemed wary. Are you all familiar with our organization's very own bioengineered weapons? Shigaraki was answered with nods once more. Under the hand that covered the young villain's face, they group could see the creeping smile. With the raise of his own hand with the snap of his fingers, the rest of the villains felt the ground tremor. It was only momentary before it stopped, but then it happened again, and again. The pattern continued until they realized that the shakes were getting more violent. If one were to look behind the gray-haired man, they could see the dozens of bottles that were lines on the wall of the bar that the liquid that was contained within them were rippling. A few of the villains gulped when they also realized that they were feeling footsteps. But these footsteps were off. Instead of the rhythmic steps of 2 feet, it shook as if there were multiple. The vibrations were now accompanied by the sound of heavy thumps. Along with the thumps was the sound of large clacking, as if someone was dropping several knives into the ground at the same time. The villains found the noise to be coming from the dark hallway to their left. Every villain there has lived their lives full of crime, stealing, mugging, fighting, and even killing. They knew what it was like to hold someone's life in the palm of their hands. Those people would feel powerless in the grasp of villains. When they saw the glowing red eyes burn through the darkness that festered in empty hallway, the villains felt that same feeling of powerlessness. With just another moment of eerie anticipation, the light of the room revealed a snout. Just from that alone, they all knew that being caught in the rows of pointed fangs would ensure death for anyone who found themselves between those jaws. The head came right after, well, most of it. Above the unholy pair of eyes was an exposed brain. On both sides of the brain were an ear and a horn. The ears were ragged and came to a long point as they twitched at every tiny sound. The horns were darker than the devil's. Even with the light on them, the villains could not see any details on the horns that first curved forward then shot back. The second thing to appear was the arm. It was thick with muscles that made Muscular question his own strength against the beast. The hand was pressed on the ground, large black claws shone. Just from it sitting there, the finger blades were digging into the hardwood with absolute ease. Another hand emerged from the shadows just after, and the beast continued to reveal itself. Something that they all realized that terrified them all was that this monster's head was just inches from having its horns scrapping against the ceiling. That meant that this thing was massive when it stood. By the time that it was finally able to fully come into light, the demonic wolf took up nearly a fifth of the room. Its body was covered in dark crimson fur that transitioned into near black, which gave it an even more darker look. Along the long limbs of this beast were dull streaks of red that looked like they could shine just as bright as the eyes. This monster looked over the group of villains with an emotionless look. And with another snap of Shigaraki's fingers, the wolf sat. Is that? No, not quite. Compress question was interrupted by the handyman. But it does have his DNA. With it, I can proudly say that this is our most prized Nomu. In the end, I would suggest not allowing this wolf and the original to fight each other. So be sure to do this as fast as you can to get Midoriya's attention. You know what to do afterwards. Sorry to say, but I'm afraid I don't. Dabi responded. Oh, that's right, this was more recent. Thanks to our spy, we have gotten some intel that the big bad wolf has a partner. The reason for the Nomo coming along is to find her and bring her back. You get what I'm saying now? Yeah, I got it. Good way to get around fighting him. Dabi understood now. It was a simple plan but could easily go wrong at any point. Dabi, the owner of the name, was pulled out of his thoughts before bringing his attention back to his leader. You will be the one to be in charge of him. He will listen to you and only you, so don't F this up. Unless you want to be dog food, that is. Shigaraki couldn't help the smile that came onto his face when the scarred man looked nervous. He's been programmed to listen to commands. All you have to do is say it. Say what? The villains didn't think Shigaraki's smile could get even wider, but after Dabi's question, they were proved wrong. Fetch. That same beast stood at the edge of the clearing, no longer on all fours as it was raised up to its full height of 13 feet. And almost immediately, the group of villains were hit with the thick smell of blood. It was hard to see since the Nomu was already a dark color of red, but if you looked close enough you could see it had wet patches of fur that was soaked with it. It was easier to notice it among the teeth and claws. The shiny red eyes that never ceased to send chills down their spines reflected the surrounding blue fire that gave it a magnificent combination between the two colors. Even with all the surrounding fire, the horns on its head seemed to SCK in any light as they continued to look like empty voids. The villains only knew that the Nomu was supposed to bring someone back to them. The only thing they knew about said person was that they were close to Midoriya, their main target. So, upon the Nomu's arrival, they found that it was holding onto a girl in its right hand. The way that the beast held it made it look like a child holding onto a doll as the girl lay limp with the large fingers holding her around her torso at elbow height. I'm just meeting all kinds of cute girls tonight. Toga bounded over to the now motionless Nomu and began inspecting the other young female. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty. Look at that soft red and white hair, and that dress looks so good. Toga continued to take in every detail of the girl until, most of the villains wondered what the reason behind the sadistic blonde's excitement was. And she's bleeding, she's perfect. Dabi. Tell this thing to release her this minute, Dabi? The strange reaction from the blonde brought everyone's attention to the fire user. He was still intense. His usual relaxed posture was constricted. And was he shaking? For the first time since everyone has met the man, he looked uncertain. Dabi. Huh. Oh, yeah, sure. Toga's call was able to bring the villain back to reality as he finally responded. Nomu, let her go. As if it was a robot, the Nomu dropped the girl into Toga's hands immediately. The group then watched as the blonde began cooing over the unconscious teen, mumbling all sorts of odd things. So, we have her, now what? Twice asked. Now, we wait for the wolf. Shigaraki said that he'd be able to track her, so he should be here soon. Dabi answered. Aw man. More waiting. When that dog shows up, I'll be sure to give him a piece of my mind. Twice really was getting frustrated with the amount of sitting around that he had to do. How long do you think it'll be before? Crunch. The conversation was disrupted when the terrible sound echoed through the night. The attention of the four villains turned back to the Nomu. It was still standing there, but something was wrong. Its arms were slightly raised, as if they were reacting to something but stopped. From the way that the beast's jaws were parted, it looked like it attempted to let out a noise, but something had prevented it. Wait, there was something below its mouth. Around the neck were small white pieces of something. They were connected to something unknown that reached from behind the Nomu. The realization dawned on them in the form of a deep growl. The small pieces of white were teeth. And there were tons of them digging into the Nomu's neck. What they were now able to identify as jaws crushed the neck even further. This time, their most powerful weapon went limp. The villains were absolutely shocked to do anything as the corpse was thrown to the side and landed with a thump. Where the Nomu once stood was now another wolf. The differences between the two were noticeable the moment it came into view. This titan had a dark blue fur that almost blended perfectly with the dark blend of vegetation. The streaks on its limbs were a hue that weren't too different from Dabi's flames. The bright lavender streaks looked like cracks made of plasma. The same color could be found in the eyes of the wolf. And from just one look, the villains knew that this predator was seething with wrath that promised death upon them. Those eyes landed on Toga. Move! The shout from Dabi pulled the girl from her paralyzed state as she just managed to dodge the jaws that snapped shut where her head used to be. She wasn't able to get far enough however as the wolf attempted another attack. Just before another mouthful of blades could snatch onto her, a spout of blue fire washed over the face of the beast. It by no means hurt the giant, but it did obscure its vision enough for Toga to dash over to the others with Shoko still in her arms. With a set of roar, a large hand raised upwards. Dabi stopped the flamed. To let the wolf see again. And when he saw those piercing eyes land on him, he prepared. The clawed hand came straight for the man. Watch this wolf disappear. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. The swinging claws that were coming close to ending Dabi's life was nowhere to be seen. The fierce snarl that the wolf had vanished. Those burning lavender eyes that could strike fear into the strongest of men were gone without a trace. Twice was right, you take too long. Dabi looked over the figure of Mr. Compress who was standing where the wolf had ceased to exist. What's a good show without suspense? The magician said with a tone of triumph. With a fancy twirl of his wrist, he revealed the small blue marble between his thumb and pointer finger. Suspense? That stupid wolf almost killed me. And just right after I found my Peppy. Toga looked upset while the others looked confused. Peppy? Twice said questionably. At his question, Toga resumed her previous cheery smile. Yeah. Since her hair is peppermint colored, I thought Peppy was a cute nickname. Oh, what? That's so adorable. Can I get cute nickname too? Twice was just being the norm. Alright, shut it, both of you. Nomu. Get up. In an instant, the seemingly dead creature hopped up and onto all fours as it waited for its next command. We're done here, we can finally Tink, what the hell was that? Dabi was about to call for Kurogiri for him to open a portal but was interrupted when a defined sound of something smooth being tapped on. Tink. This time, there was an audible crack mixed with the sound. What? The shout from Compress had everyone's attention on him. When they saw that he had his own attention in his hand, they followed his gaze. The blue marble rested in the middle of his palm. The problem was unseen at first, that was until they saw the crack in the tiny object. In a blast of indigo flame, the marble erupted, and Compress was sent flying across the small clearing. His flight was halted when the man collided a hanging branch that broke from his impact and both fell to the ground. The rest of the villains shielded themselves from the blinding light as the flames soared to the sky. When the light subsided just enough, Dabi spotted the claws just in time to dodge, with his life anyway. A single claw managed to cut down Dabi's right shoulder and the damage was apparent the moment the open hand crashed into the ground. Blood began to spill down his arm and his side. Looking up from his wound, he stared back into Lavender Eyes once more. The wolf ready preparing to strike once more. With the other hand, it began to swing in a wide arc. Just before the attack could connect with the man, Ragnarok was tackled to from the right by the Nomu. The tackle continued until the dark blue wolf was slammed against a thick tree. Even with its large size, the tree nearly gave way from the force. The attacker had Izuku pressed against the tree by the neck with its left hand. The right hand reared back, ready to strike. With a quick roar, the crimson limb came for other wolf's face. The attack became unsuccessful when Ragnarok bit down on the incoming claws by the wrist just before it could tear his eye out. Without an ounce of mercy, the wrist was crushed and shredded under the wolf's jaws. In retaliation, the crimson wolf let go of the other's throat and quickly used it to dig the black claws into the gut of the other beast. The strike had caused Ragnarok to let go in a howl. But this was far from over. Izuku brought down his own claws across the chest of the invader, resulting in a splash of blood that extinguished a patch of Dabi's flames. The Nomu was forced backwards and nearly losing balance, but in a quick last effort, it leaped back to Ragnarok with a shoulder charge. At this point, both of their injuries were already healed. The second impact was too much for the tree as the pair of apexes collided with it again. With a strained grunt, the obsidian wolf hit the ground with the other wolf on top. The fact that there was currently a massive tree falling just next to them was completely ignored as Ragnarok brought his arms out before wrapping them around the back of the monster. With his claw stabbing into its back, he unleashed indigo flames over his opponent. Little did Izuku know in his primal state that this wolf was just as equally as fireproof as he was. There was a brief growl before Izuku felt teeth sink into his shoulder. All this did was piss Izuku off even more. The wolf overpowered the other on top and rolled them both to the side. After a few moments of struggle from both sides, Izuku found himself on top. Using the full advantage of his position, Ragnarok sent a flurry of attacks with his claws slashing all over the top side of the Nomu. Due to his blind rage, he was unable to properly realize the building light in the maw of the Nomu. A powerful blast of deep red flames came forth from the Nomu's mouth and shot over the upper body of Ragnarok. The flames did nothing to burn him in the slightest, but the force of the attack was enough to push Izuku back from the other apex. Enough even to cause the obsidian wolf to land on his own back once again. When he was able to refocus, he recognized the black claws headed straight for his throat. The downed wolf jerked to the right just enough for the claws to crash into the ground, snipping a few hairs from his neck in the process. Izuku shot up his own claws in a wide strike that whacked the side of the monster's face and sent it tumbling a few meters away. In just those few meters, the obsidian wolf built up enough speed to give his own tackle to the Nomu's side. At the front of the charge was Ragnarok open fangs as they clamped tight around the Nomu's side. After making sure that he could hear the crushing of the crimson wolf's ribs under his fangs, they were both sent into a roll as neither stopped for a second to claw or bite each other. Throughout the small scuffle, the Nomu was able to get the upper hand, which resulted in Izuku being thrown against the trunk of the tree that had fallen from their clash. Once again, Ragnarok found claws aimed straight for him while in his sitting position. Unable to dodge this one, he took the attack by blocking with his right arm. He felt the black blades dig into his limb like it was butter. He was holding back the Nomu form getting closer as the crimson wolf pushed down, inching closer and closer. Using the opportunity of the Nomu's arm, Izuku grabbed hold of its elbow with his other arm. By pulling on the elbow and by pushing with the arm that had claws stuck in it, he broke the monster's arm. No longer with the support of its arm, the Nomu fell forward. The original wolf pulled it down while simultaneously dashing to the right. With precise moves that happened in a matter of seconds, Izuku twisted around, grabbed hold of the back of the Nomu's head and slammed it down onto the tree. The wolf proceeded to do this multiple times, the last few having heard the sound of squishing flesh and cracking bone. In an act of pure hatred for what Theseus intruders have done, He replaced his hold on the villain's head with his foot. After giving a singular stomp, Ragnarok used his free hands to grab onto the black horns that were darker than the depths of the ocean. With all the might he could muster, Izuku roared as he pulled on the horns while pushing down with his foot, making sure to dig in his claws. At this point, the Nomu's arm has healed and was using both to claw at whatever was within range, but Wolf with lavender eyes did not stop. With a final hard yank, there was a disturbing crunch as the black horns was torn free. There were two distinct roars that cried into the night. One was of sorrow, as of asking for pity. The other was full of rage as it edged on the feeling of victory. The former was cut short as the Nomu was bashed against the tree for a final time. Before it could make any attempt to rise back up, the very horns that crowned it as an apex predator were stabbed straight through its brain and out the bottom of its lower jaw. Now, the head of the Crimson Ragnarok was pinned to the large trunk. Within moments, blood came rushing out in gallons from the mouth of the dead Nomu. The one and only true apex gave one last deafening howl. It didn't last long, however, because the wolf remembered the reason for being there. He needed to find her and quick. Izuku! All it took was the voice to say his name and the wolf began to regain himself. He spun to see one of the very few people that he would pour his heart and soul to keep safe. Shoko stood at the edge of the general area of which he and the other wolf fought to the death. His feeling emotion was indescribable joy and relief. Of course, he was slightly upset to see her so hurt and weakened. He just couldn't help but mentally smile at seeing the Shoko's own. In an instant, he began to feel himself deform. The tufts of smoke and small waves began to dissipate as the bright purple embers were no longer produced from his limbs. Just as he began to shrink down, they both urged to take shaky steps to embrace one another. With enough effort from the growing exhaustion that Izuku could feel pulling down on his shoulders, he finally managed to make it to Shoko just after fully changing back into his original form. The two collapsed together as they embraced for a short moment. But Izuku was feeling himself slip away. He was sure that he would pass out at any moment. Especially since he didn't realize that Shoko had propped him up on the lap as she looked down to him with a smile. Are you okay? He could psychically feel the toll that it took just to ask the question. You big dummy, I feel great. Shoko answered with a cheery tone. Heh, you look like you're about to pass out. To be honest, Izuku couldn't hardly see anything at this point. His vision was blurry and anything that he heard was muffled. He was just barely able to hear Shoko's next words. No, I really do. But you won't understand until you wake up. Heroes will be here soon to pick us up, so, go ahead and rest. Izuku didn't know what she meant by that and he still had questions, but he also didn't think he had a choice. The dark edges around his vision were getting larger until they completely took Izuku's sight. He fell asleep in the girl's hold. Have you heard anything from the Vanguard Action Squad yet, Master Shigaraki? Kurojairi asked the young man from behind the bar upon seeing him enter the room. No yet. Sometimes these special missions require time. Although, I would much prefer that they get here soon. Shigaraki answered just as he took a seat at the bar counter. It is admirable that you are thinking this more through and becoming a team leader that the league can count on. The misty figure continued to wipe the cup. Of course. What kind of player would I be if I didn't have my loyal pawns? I may not have been a playable character this level, but doesn't mean I can't count on my party too. After that, it became silent for a few minutes as the leader of the League of Villains played a game on a small portable game station as his second-in-command resumed to make the bar sparkle. After those few minutes, the silence was broken when the ping of Kurojairi's phone disrupted the peace. Both stopped what they were doing instantly as Shigaraki paused his game and Kurojairi sat down the polished glass. He pulled the phone from his pocket and checked the notification. A moment later, he looked up to the other male on the other side of the counter. Neither said a word as the man of dark mist turned his gaze to the small space in the middle of the room. From nowhere, a portal made of same black mist appeared. Both villains watched in anticipation as nothing happened for a few seconds. The first to emerge was Twice, or more specifically, his back. After some progress of making his way through, the two could see that he was dragging compress through the warp gate. The magician looked to be unconsciousness and had a few burns on his clothing. Hey ya boys. Don't mind me. With a nonchalant wave, Twice continued to drag compress over to one of the booths and prop him up on the seat. Now it just looked like he was asleep. Twice wasted no time in scooting over next to the unconsciousness man and placed his arm on the other's shoulders. If one of them weren't knocked out, they would have looked like two buds hanging out in a bar. The next person to come through the portal was Dabi. There were very noticeable differences on the man's posture. Shigaraki wasn't able to place it, but he would for sure ask about it later. He also wasted no time in returning to the room that the League had provided him when he joined. The two villains looked back to the portal when they heard another coming through. In front of them stood two figures. One was a girl with peppermint-colored hair, and in her arms was the also unconsciousness form of Izuku Yagi Midoriya. Behind the preserved hand that rested on the man's face, Shigaraki gave an insane smile. Well done, Toga. Later into that disastrous night, they were able to call for help the rescue department. Large planes dumped water onto the flaming battlefield that was once a training ground for future heroes. A portion of the students were either unharmed, just had only small cuts or bruises. Others were treated from the constant exposure of the gas. The rest were taken away in ambulances because of serious injuries. That consisted of just one person, Shoko Todoroki. In total, there were 38 students that had survived the villain attack. One from each class was missing: Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Yagi Midoriya. Among the pro-heroes there, only Pixie Bob was visibly injured during the attack. However, it was suspected that Ragdoll's disappearance was linked to the blood-covered post out in the woods. She along with the two students have gone missing in the night. The villains were a different story. A police officer was quickly making his way through the woods. He was making intense eye contact with the ground and looked to be going nowhere, to anyone who didn't know him anyway. The rest of the police force knew that his quirk was too good to be restricted by quirk laws, so with some work and patience, he was able to use his quirk while he was on duty. It allowed him the ability to see the footprints of people and animals, basically anything that has feet. They just didn't show up as normal footprints either, they glowed a light yellow that made it easy to track. Even if there wasn't a footprint left behind to see to the naked eye, he could still find them. At the moment, he was following two pairs of footprints. One pair were small, which the officer had immediately deduced to be a child. The other pair was larger, similar to the footprints of the students. The tracks led him to the base of a small mountain that was out of the way of the camp and was isolated. The officer found the ramp that went up it with ease just by following where the footprints went. It was about halfway that he began to smell it. Any police officer who had any experience on the job knew that blood had an iron smell to it. So, when the scent of blood hit him like a truck, he almost felt nauseous. But even then, he moved forward. When that man got to the top of the ramp and viewed the absolute bloodbath that covered the entire clearing, he considered retirement. It just got worse when he saw that there were possibly dead man in the center and that there were massive footprints from a kind of canine. Along the path that the students were supposed to go through in the woods until the attack happened was a group of officers, 3 to be exact. They were scouting the edges of the course to find any kind of clues or hints that could be of any value. It was when they got fairly deep into the course that they realized the ground to be getting damp. Hold on, what is that? 2 of the policemen looked to where the third was pointing their flashlight. They all saw the small dome of a shiny light blue surface reflect the light. Is that ice? The second officer asked. No answer was given as the 2 agreed to investigate. The third stayed back to look for more clues. Deciding to look elsewhere, they moved on slightly. It took only a couple steps before the person felt something beneath their foot. They quickly lifted the leg and shone the light onto the ground. SS sheet. On the ground was a blade of some sort that was covered in blood. Deep within the forest was a squad of firefighters. They were more spread out as to cover more ground. There was one in particular that was observing an obvious fight scene. The first thing to give it away was the indents in the ground that showed something large was thrashing in the area. But she was shocked to see that a large tree had been knocked. Just climbing onto it proved to be difficult as the woman had to use multiple branches to get to the top. With the vantage point, she began to scan the area. She found nothing but the signs of more holes and indents that littered the ground. She was just about to call this area good when she caught the strange shape as she whipped her flashlight past it. Turning back, she saw them. 2 symmetrical objects. Both were jagged somewhat and had a curved shape. The tops were stumped, as if they used to have something connected to the end of them. But what really caught the woman's interest was that she was shining his light on these things point blank, yet they were pitch black. The hell kind of branches are these? Deciding that she might find clues to the reason for the oddity of these branches, she looked down. Holy shit! For the split second that the flashlight was aimed at the base, she saw the monstrosity that was pinned to the tree by the dark objects. Because of the sudden fright, she had unintentionally jumped back, losing her balance and falling off the tree. Just a little bit away from the corpse of the Nomu was another firefighter. Instead of walking around and helping, they couldn't help the feeling that swelled within them. It was a bottomless pit of sadness and remorse that had caused tears to build in the corners of their eyes. Laying on the ground before them was a child. Even further into the night, a single call had filled the Yagi residence with absolute despair. A mother's cry can easily affect the ones who hear the heartbreaking sound. So even though Yagi did everything in his power to comfort the one he would die for, he couldn't keep the tears from falling. The man wanted to go out and find his son without a second to waste. He wanted to find the villains that had taken the boy that had looked up to him and even called him father, make them pay. But with nowhere to go and not a single lead, even the great symbol of peace could not find one boy in all of Japan. There was a similar family crisis in the Bakugo household. Even if Bakugo had done awful things, he was still the child of Mitsuki and Masaru. And together they wept at just the simple thought of possibly seeing their son again. The hardcore mother of the house lost every ounce of her sparky attitude as it was replaced with hopelessness and dread. That night, both families cried for their children. The day after. The first thing that came to Shoko's senses was the smell. As the strong scent of medical supplies and disinfectant registered in her conscious mind, it had made her want to cough. So, that was exactly what she did. In the middle of the second cough, she quickly transitioned into a grunt as pain shot throughout her body. She was able to register the source to be coming from the middle of her torso, just below her chest and her beating heart. That was when the memories came rushing back. Ignoring the pain, she shot up into a sitting position to prepare for anything that might happen. What happened was she saw a nurse standing at the end of her bed with a frightened look. Before Shoko could say anything, the woman darted out the room. "I'm safe?" All the girl could remember was fighting the toothed villain. It was a deadly fight, one that she came out on top in. That was probably why she had this pain. Remembering pulling out the broken tooth from her body wasn't at all pleasant. Then she remembered what happened afterwards. It wasn't much, but she will never forget those red eyes. "Ah, you're awake." The voice grabbed Shoko's attention as she looked to the doorway. Coming through it was a man in a white robe. She assumed the man to be a doctor. "I never took the number 2 hero's daughter to be acknowledged in treating wounds as severe as yours were. I had some help learning." The girl responded after a pause. As she answered, the man had taken a folder off a nearby stand and looked to be reading through it. "Well, even then, we couldn't do anything to treat you, except for giving you medicine and bed, of course. But other than that, you already did the hard work for us." The man sounded quite impressed with the self-operation as he closed the folder and set it back down. "As of right now, you're just recovering the torn muscle as well as your strength. When all that's said and done, you can get out of here. Anything still bothering you or you have questions about?" "Yes, have you seen anyone around with green hair with wolf ears and tail that are also green-colored around?" Shoko was slightly surprised that he was nowhere in sight. She had expected Izuku to be somewhere close by, if not in the same room, when she woke up. The answer she got was something that she didn't like. Upon her description of Izuku, he paled ever so slightly as his nice smile became strained. Yeah, that's not really for me to say, and I don't think you would want to hear it from me. Besides, I think your classmates that are here to see will do a better job in explaining." The doctor continued to look nervous as he quickly walked out the door. Almost as soon as he left, Ashido came bursting through the door. "Oh my god, Shoko, are you okay?" The pink comet came blasting across the room towards wide heterochromatic eyes. Ashido looked like she was about to jump from her spot and land on the bed with her. And Shoko thought she actually would have too if it weren't for Kirishima, who had managed to grab hold of her by the shoulders. "Geez, Mina. Calm down, she's still recovering, so you can't just go running around all crazy like that." The scorn from the red-haired boy seemed to knock some sense into Ashido as she looked apologetic and calmed down as she was told. "Sorry, I was just super worried. When I heard that you were badly hurt, I tried to come see you, but the doctors wouldn't let me until you've actually woken up." During Ashido's apology, a majority of Class 1A came into the room. "It's okay, I can understand how you feel. I'm glad that most of you were able to get out of there safely, I'm assuming, since you guys aren't in beds like I am." "Well, not all of us. Jiro and Hagakure are still recovering from that villain's poisonous gas," Ida sadly said. He looked like he was about to say something else but looked to stop himself before he could. "Do any of you know where Izuku is?" The one question was all it took for the few smiles to drop. Shoko couldn't help the creeping feeling of terror that she is missing something. She looked through the group to find anyone that could provide her with an answer, but everyone averted her gaze. Only after several antagonizing seconds later did someone speak up. "We learned what the villain's goals were." Shoko looked to Monoma, who looked deeply upset, while the others looked surprised that he had the guts to tell her. They weren't there to just attack. They wanted to kidnap some students. Upon the last sentence, Monoma could no longer look Shoko in the eyes. "They took Bakugo." Shoko rising dread spiked when the words registered in her mind. She had let him go after the villains, she had let him get taken. The blonde went to speak once more. "And they got Todoroki, they got Izuku." Not a single person in the room had the will to look the girl in the eyes. Her silence felt like knives to their hearts. No one dared to fill the room with the smallest sound. After what felt like an eternity, black eyes turned to Shoko. Shiozaki felt something hurt inside her when she saw the dead eyes of her friend. She had turned away from the group and down into her lap as any emotions drained from her face. "Thank you for coming, but I want to be alone now." Everyone knew that she was completely heartbroken from the news based on the tone of her words alone. But there were only a few people who were able to tell how truly devastated she really was. But even so, they did what she requested. "All Might?" Hearing his name, Toshinori looked up to the principal. "You look rather distracted. While that is understandable, it would greatly benefit all of us if you could participate in this discussion." The blonde looked throughout the room to see Snipe, Midnight, and Present Mike giving him worried expressions. With a reluctant nod, he ushered them to continue. "Now then, we also dashed up. A phone call is here." "A phone call is." Toshi's phone was quickly grabbed by the owner before he made haste out the door, leaving behind the other three heroes and principal. They normally would have joked about the strange ringtone, but no one was brave enough to mess with the obviously upset man. After getting out, he quickly shut the door behind him and answered the call. "Hello? Toshinori, hi. We have some news. About where the villains are hiding? What is it, Tsukachi?" "Yes, it is. We think he have managed to find where they are hiding." As vibrant blue eyes widened, they shone with hope. Throughout the entire day, Shoko had not said a single word to anyone when it was unnecessary. That meant talking with the doctor to convince him that she was capable of going home. Or in Shoko's case, back to the dorms. She talked once more when calling Fuyumi to come pick her up from the hospital. There was no way in hell that she was going to ask her father. And thankfully, her older sister knew to give her time to herself. But that didn't mean Fuyumi didn't feel herself breaking down every time she looked into the dead eyes that she had thought to have been lost long ago. The silence continued throughout the whole drive to UA as the older sister cast glances to the younger girl every so often. Upon arriving, Shoko barely uttered a bye before trudging through the front gates. The walk to the dorms was quick and easy since no one was in the commons room to talk to her. Up the stairs and down the hall, she made it to her room. After a brisk opening and closing of the door, she was alone. Her pace began to quicken as her eyes landed on the desk against one of the walls of her room. Within just a few steps, she was at the desk and rummaging through the deeper parts of the drawers. After seconds of searching, she found what she was looking for. In her hands was what she would call the answer at this point. And with just a small click on the tracking device, she prepared to head out. TCH, after going through all the hard work of making that Nomu and it just had to go and get killed by that brat. Well, at least we got the main two targets. That's why they're called optional quests. And since we have the wolf with us now, we can just make more by taking some of his DNA. Even if he doesn't join, he could be a great farm source for powerful Nomu. So, what happened? After a while of the League setting down after the intense mission, the last 6 members of the Vanguard Action Squad were discussing the results with Shigaraki in the bar room. Just a few moments after Toga came through the portal, Spinner and Magna were dropped through by Kurogyri. Spinner was seriously injured, so he was recovering in a nearby room. After finishing up the basic overview from just the 5 villains, Shigaraki directed the question to Dabi. Obviously, he was questioning the fact that he had managed to lose Shoko somehow after the end of the fight between the two wolves. Before answering, Dabi thought back to what happened. It was apparent to Dabi that Toga was calming Izuku down from his rage. It was a dirty trick on the boy's end but was exactly what the villains needed to retrieve their target. From a distance away, Dabi and Twice watched the impressive acting skills from Toga as the wolf shifted into a boy, a naked one at that. After getting confirmation from the girl, Dabi turned to Twice. "Go find Compress." "Yes, sir." "Where did you go, Magic Man?" "I want to see if you can pull a rabbit out of my butt." Twice called out the last part while walking in the general direction when they had last seen him go flying from the explosion. During the time, Dabi decided to go retrieve Shoko. Before Toga had changed herself by drinking some of the student's blood, she hid her behind a bush for good measure to make sure that her cover wasn't blown. Going to that same bush, Dabi found who he was looking for, and someone else. In the middle of being picked up, Shoko was in the hands of who Dabi assumed to be another student. His bluish eyes looked to him with fear and his blonde hair was slightly frizzled. He had a strange device attached around his stomach area that looked like it could project some sort of light. The two of them just stared at one another, waiting for one to make a move. And finally, one did. Without giving a second glance, Dabi simply turned and walked away. After running through the short memory, Dabi looked back to the eye that was visible behind the hand. When I went back, she was gone. Must have woken up at one point and ran off. Toga once again gave a pouty face at rehearing the news of her, Peppy, being lost. Although, she seemed somewhat content on getting the wolf in the end. Her excitement was now for Izuku when she saw the state he was in, weak and covered in blood, even if it wasn't his own. HMP, well, like I said, she was just optional. We have the main players right here. Along with Shigaraki, everyone looked to one side of the room and met hating red eyes. Isn't that right, Katsuki Bakugo? Izuku hated the pain. It served as a reminder that he screwed up. He wasn't exactly sure what the pain was from, but the moment he awoke, every inch of his body was sore. Immediately, he began to freak out. Although, it was all mentally as his body was weak and sluggish. It took a magnitude of effort just to open his eyes and observe his surroundings. The first thing to notice was that it was pitch black in the room, to anyone who didn't have night vision that is. The walls, floor, ceiling and everything else that the room consisted of was made from concrete. Besides himself, the chains that bound him, and the single door, it was completely barren. The first wasn't all that bad, but the second thing that he found was that he was strapped down. Beginning to gain his strength, he pushed and pulled against the chains that seemed to strap to every single one of his joints. His was in such a position that he was down on his knees with large metal cuffs keeping his legs planted to the ground. Meanwhile, his arms were strung up as similar cuffs covered his entire forearms. Something he took note was that they were way heavier than they looked. The only thing keeping his arms up was the chains, otherwise, he wouldn't have the strength to do so. The only clothing that he had was a simple pair of shorts that were not his. Around his torso was definitely not a shirt. His chest was completely covered by a sort of metal vest. Symmetrically placed all around the metal cast were even more chains that attached to every surface in the room. It was then that he finally realized the mouthguard that was tightly strapped around the bottom half of his face. It had only allowed him small jaw movements to only talk but nothing else. They must know about my ember breath, whoever they are. The only explanation that made sense to explain his predicament was the League of Villains. But at the same time, it didn't make sense. That last thing he remembered was hearing the comforting words of Shoko. If he's here, then what happened to her? Izuku was now beginning to panic even more at the possibility of danger not yet being finished. He tested himself against the chains, but he was far too tired to summon enough strength to even attempt to break them. He would have to let his healing factor work his exhausted body, and hopefully, whoever was keeping him here was stupid enough to give him some food or leave him alone long enough to recover. Now, all Izuku could do is wait for things to fall into place. And while he waited, he listened for anything sounds. This proved to be futile when he quickly learned that the room was soundproof. He had just as much luck when trying to identify any scents. There was a trace from someone, probably the person that chained him here. But other than that, nothing. Even the smells that traveled from the tiny vent on ceiling that he found later on was bare. All he could do was wait. And just where are you going at this time of the night? The voice from behind Shoko sure was a surprise to the girl. She was even more surprised to see that it was Monoma and not a teacher when she turned around and spotted the blue eyes and blonde hair. He was leaning up against the wall, just out of view if you were on the inside of the door that Shoko just came from. Said door was the exit to the building that held their dorms, so both were out in the open night. It is none of your concern. Go back inside and pretend that you never saw me. The girl said with the same emotionless voice. But Monoma was able to detect the trace of heat in those words. And what? Let you go look for Izuku by yourself? The girl finally gave the slightest bit of emotion from the question. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just letting off some steam. And besides, I have no idea where he is. No matter how much I want to go look for him, there's no possible way for me to do it before something happens. The lie sounded nearly solid, but no matter how good the lie, the truth will always blow it away. Then why don't you look at that tracker and find out? Shoko was definitely not expecting to hear that. Her current mood was dropped for a split second as she looked like a deer caught in headlights. It was quickly wiped away as Monoma adopted a smug look, one that was more friendly than condescending. I don't know what you're talking about, she said in a serious tone to try and intimidate the boy. Oh please, trying to act dumb is just wasting time. Izuku told me about the chip he has lodged under his collar. After Monoma explained, Shoko looked back with the same serious face, but it now had a sign of annoyed defeat. You said by yourself. Does that mean you wanted to help me instead of stopping me? Her only answer was a confident nod with the smug smile turning into more of a battle grin. But Shoko couldn't help but feel relieved. You and Izuku really have gotten close. Alright then, let's go. Back in the dorms. Ijiro, it's okay. No, it's not. The boy's voice was hardly a whisper, but it might as well have been a scream with the sheer silence that filled the room. Ashido was worried for her friend, but no matter what she did to comfort him, his guilt trudged on. 2 of us were taken. 2 fellow students are gone. Midoriya and Bakugo are in the clutches of scum. And where was I when they were taken? I just sat around while they were out fighting for our lives and probably even for us. Kirishima's emotions poured with each word, then let out a small snicker. Well, maybe not Bakugo. But he still wants to be a hero, right? Either way, he was taken by villains while I just sat back on my butt as they were taken. I should have done something. The other 17 students either looked on with sadness or the same guilt for not being of any use to help and tried to prevent Izuku's and Bakugo's capture. It was quiet one more for a moment before the silence was broken by sharp exhale. That was all it took before the attention of everyone was set on Shiozaki. With a hand placed firmly over her mouth and her expression signaling that she was holding back tears for quite some time, she shakily breathed back in. I let him go. The short sentence was finished with a hitch. What are talking about? Sat asked while Uraraka went over to comfort her by wrapping an arm over her shoulders. Shoko and I encountered Bakugo in the woods just as Mandalay announced we were under attack. We tried to get him to come with us, but he wouldn't listen. And to be honest, he looked like he wasn't in his right state of mind. Before we could convince him, he ran off. It's because I stood there and did nothing is because he's been taken and possibly killed. It's my FAU. Hey! The commanding yet gentle voice of Yayorozu brought the vine-haired girl from her bubble of guilt. You are not at fault here. No one is. No one could have possibly known that the villains would have attacked since our location was disclosed. We were unprepared, and I'm sure that a lot of us were scared. Even if Bakugo is a rambunctious JRK, I'm certain that he was too. And you're probably right about him not looking right in the head, which could have resulted in him running off like that. You and Shoko did your best. Because of that, you saved someone's life. The reassuring speech from the girl looked to work, or at least keep Shiozaki from blaming herself on the subject any longer. But that didn't mean there wasn't something else she felt at fault for. I also said that I would come back for her. Her black eyes fell to the ground in shame for a second time, and everyone else listened on with curiosity. Shoko told me to run after being spotted by the villain. And like a fool, I did. She was hurt, and on the brink of death because I turned instead of staying to help. Shiozaki so much wanted to apologize with the depths of her heart to the dual-color-haired girl for going to such lengths just to nearly get killed. I said I would come back to help her, yet I just cowered like a fool while she fought for her life. That was when everyone knew that she was having the same storm of emotions as Kirishima. And frankly, no one knew what to do. It was difficult to process the situation, let alone try to deal with it. They were attacked, danced with death, and 2 students were now gone. If you feel that bad, then I'm also sorry for making you go through that. The expression of sorrow and guilt were turned into ones of surprise and confusion. The eyes of 17 students landed on the figures of Shoko and Monoma standing at the room entrance. Both looked like they were prepared for some unknown event, both dressed in athletic clothing and had postures like they were about to offer them an answer to all their troubles. But if you want, there is a way you can make it up to me. Shoko's words widened Shiozaki's eyes even further before taking a few desperate steps forward. How? Please, I'll do anything. The girl was silenced when Shoko raised a hand to gesture for her to stop. Before you agree to anything, we need to explain what our plans are. At that, the class grouped together in the middle of the room with the teens forming a circle around the two. I'm just going to beat around the bush since this needs to be done as soon as possible. Shoko's words held a heavy weight of seriousness and mystery. We're going to find Izuku and Bakugo. It was understandable for the rest to burst into chaos at the announcement, but it quickly died down when Shoko raised her hand once more. I know where he is, and I'm going to go bring him back. I don't care if you do or don't want to help. Nor can any of you stop me. The only reason I'm asking is because Monoma insisted we did. So, will anyone come with us? Once again, it was understandable as the room became deathly silent. Everywhere she looked, shocked expressions looked back. Unknown to everyone there, Monoma had some trouble keeping still from the faces that were all around him. They were too similar to the faces that his old school classmates made at him. But he reassured himself that this was nothing like his old school. These students, his new classmates, were good people and strived to be heroes. He was reminded of this from the countless times that he's had friendly conversations between them all. And Izuku had solidified that resolve. That was why he didn't hesitate to go with Shoko. Also, he really couldn't help the smile he got when 2 people stepped forward with determined looks. Eijiro, Shiozaki, what? Ashido was the first to react to the pair stepping forward. I've already decided long ago. I said I would do anything, and I meant it. Everyone was taken back by the powerful words that boldly came from Shiozaki. I didn't do anything while you faced that villain all alone. That was the second time now that I've just turned from my teammates to let them fight in my place. There was slight confusion among the teens until they remembered the day of the final exams. While Izuku stayed to hold off All Might, she ran from the duel to cross the finish line. I won't let that happen again. I'm taking a stand. Twice now, the students were taken back by the steel of her resolve. Whoa, that was super manly, Shiozaki. Kirishima placed a hand on her shoulder as he had an impressed look. After she returned the look with an appreciative smile, the boy used his other hand and balled it into a fist as he raised it up. And that is exactly why I agree. I also want to help go save them, and you all know exactly why that is. He gestured to the rest. This is a second chance to do something. To be a hero instead of just a victim. Come on guys, what do you say? The ecstatic boy was answered with unsure glances between themselves. A few looked thoughtful, others stayed motionless as they looked to floor. It was a few seconds of awkward silence when someone spoke up. This is a bad idea. In an instant, Azui had the spotlight. If you guys go out there without permission, you'll just get in trouble with the school, not to mention the law. We aren't heroes, and we don't have our licenses yet. It doesn't matter that you think what you're doing is heroic, going out and using your quirks, even if it's to save someone, will basically make you villains. Ribbit. You should just tell the heroes that you know where they are. Tsu's statement brought worry amongst most of the class. Then they looked to Shoko as she began to stand. First, I already said that no matter what you say will convince me to stop. Second, who said anything about using quirks? It shouldn't matter whether you use your quirks or not. This is foolish enough as it is. Now, Ida took his turn to talk down the four. Not only is it dangerous but could also result in you being put in the same situation as Midoriya and Bakugo, or even worse, killed. Even if you do manage to find them, what will you do then? What if they're being guarded by villains? Will you fight them and violate the law? If they were able to capture Bakugo and the strongest student of 1A, then what do you think you could do? Think of the consequences. If things were to go south, then how do you think that will reflect on the image of UA, and the hero society as a whole? Ida also gave a good point, but it fell on deaf ears. Shoko looked to be turning before Ida made one last effort. You know how hypocritical this is, right? Shoko finally seemed to listen to his words. You stopped me back in Hosu because I was driven by rage and the goal to avenge my brother. It was you and Midoriya who stopped me from making that DMN mistake. Looking back on it now, I feel awful for blaming the two of you for it. But now you want to do the exact same thing that you saved me from. You know how ridiculous that sounds? As the final words left his mouth, Shoko looked Ida straight in the eye. I'm not being guided by my hatred. From there, Shoko said nothing more and walked away, quickly followed by Monoma, Shiozaki, and Kirishima. Ida was about to call out to them but stopped when Uraraka grabbed his shoulder. As much as I don't want them to go, she really meant by there being nothing we can do to stop her. She's hurting, Tenya. The taller boy looked down to see her giving a sympathetic look where they had last seen them. In one way or another, they all are. Anyway, what's the plan? From the way you talked earlier, it sounded like you have something in mind. Kirishima looked to Shoko for his answer as they continued to walk down the alley. I do. But of course, it's highly flawed and is limited to how well we can adapt. First, we find the building that they're located in. Second, we find any and all information that could increase our chances for Step 3. Third, based on the information provided from Step 2, we head in and grab Izuku. Well, you weren't lying about it being limited. Guess it doesn't really matter though. Just as long as we get them back, then I say it all worked out fine. Kirishima responded. Hey, come look at this. Monoma, Shoko, and Kirishima turned back to see Shiozaki looking down an ally that they just passed. After heading back to her, they followed her gaze. Which lead back to the main street. Just across the street was a large crowd, all of which had their heads angled upwards. After doing the same, they glanced up to see Aizawa, Nizu, and Vlad on a large screen. They were too far to hear what they were saying since they saw Aizawa's mouth moving but no sound came of it. Deciding it was important enough, they trudged down the alley until they were now within the group. By the time they got there, Aizawa had stopped talking and could hear a voice from behind the camera. I don't know how you expect us to believe that you have any of this under control. Following the several villain encounters that have already happened, we would expect that it would have been dealt with. Yet, here you are, and 2 students are who knows where, and you're just telling us that it's being taken care of. The group of 4 didn't need to see the reporter's face to know that there was disbelief in his voice. And he couldn't have said it any worse either. All around them, the crowd was commenting on the unprofessionalism of the heroes. I can assure you that we are doing everything in our power to find the kidnapped students and to bring the villains to justice. This attack was a shock to us all and should have been non-existent. However, that does not excuse the fact that we were unable to prevent the capture of Midoriya and Bakugo. And for that, I deeply apologize. Aizawa looked to be keeping it together. But that didn't mean the 4 students watching didn't want to punch the reporter. An apology is not what we need right now. Right now, we need evidence and results that you are in fact doing what you are saying you are. All the while, anything could be happening to the students this very moment. Although, it is quite alarming to find that there is a distinct similarity between these two. Bakugo had shown great aggression and violent behaviors during the sports festival, even brutally injuring another classmate, which could have permanently damaged her hand. Every person who watched the sports festival all remembered the one-sided fight between Bakugo and Uraraka. And then there's Midoriya. While he has not shown any signs of these traits, and actually was rather liked by his classmates, does not excuse the fact that his quirk makes him extremely dangerous. I'm sure that you've seen the mall incident that took place 4 years ago. The boy has incredible power. The only reason they would want anything to do with such a strong individual who wants to be a hero is that they have other means to use him for their future plans. What do you say to this? Yes, I cannot disagree that Bakugo has some issues regarding. The sound of Aizawa's voice slowly became quieter until there was no longer any trace of the conversation reaching her ears as Shoko shoved her way out of the crowd and back into the alley. The others took a bit longer to follow her, but by the time they managed to catch up to her in the alley, she was breathing heavily. They were able to quickly deduce that it was not from fatigue, but from anger. After about half a minute of debating whether they should try to talk to her, Shoko took one last deep inhale before letting it back out in a much calmer motion. That is never going to happen. We're going to save Izuku. Even Bakugo. I'll make sure of it. What? You brought that mutt too? The boy's sudden outburst caught the villains off guard. Ever since they tried talking with him and attempting to win him over, he stayed completely silent, only giving a grunt or a growl every so often as Shigaraki monologued. It was only until he mentioned the capture of Izuku that he finally reacted. I knew it. He really is a villain. Why else would you BSTRDS take other than because he's a FING monster? The villains looked on as Bakugo ranted about him kicking the wolf's butt. One after another, they looked to each other in either confusion or, well, confusion. I swear, the next time I see him, I'll skin his dumbass and mount him on my wall. With the newly produced image that was produced by the boy, Magna looked over to Toga before mouthing, "What the fuck," to the small girl. Said girl merely shrugged as she was actually enjoying the image of torturing the wolf herself. Egg, you're more screwed up than I imagined. The first sentence was more to himself as Shigaraki grabbed the blonde's attention from a snap of his fingers. Listen, Midoriya is priority to us. So, you will not be doing any kind of harm on him before we get things undergoing. But, depending on how Sensei finds use of him, and if you join, then you can do anything you want with him. Based on the given information that Shigaraki knew, he thought that he had this in the bag. Sensei had told him a number of things that he had in store for Midoriya. A few of which were perfectly suited for Bakugo getting what he wanted. There was no possible way that he could deny dash. Are you shitting me? Join you lame dumb villain extras? I don't need anyone's permission to beat that dog into the ground, and you're lucky that I'm restrained, otherwise I would do the same to all of you. You're acting more feral than Wolfie. All of Bakugo's ire was directed to Toga. What did you say, you ugly beach? I'll knock those stupid teeth right out of that stupid smile, you hear me? Once again, Bakugo went on a rant about beating them all senseless until they were drowning on their own blood. All the while, Shigaraki's head was leaning on his knuckles as his elbow was placed in the bar counter. He was beginning to think that capturing this kid was a mistake. With a final sigh of annoyance upon hearing the brat begin to stomp the ground, he stood. By the time he had completely risen, the room went quiet. Crimson eyes looked into bright red. You really are more trouble than you're worth. You're no potential ally, you're just an annoying NPC. Time to put you back to sleep. You stay right where you are, greasy fingers. If you so much as touch me, I'll tear you a new one. You understand? Knock knock. Hey, you, pizza DLVRY. Crash. From the wall that was opposite of the bar came a force that broke the bricks into crumbling, forming a large hole in the room. The moment that everyone was able to process what just happened, they saw All Might crashing into the wall just as he began to open his mouth. Smaz. The villains reacted by preparing to attack the hero, but just before anyone could make the first move, another man appeared in the hole. Kamui Woods came forth and used his special move to trap every villain in the bar. Dabi made an attempt to use his flames and burn through the wood and free everyone else. The attempt ended fairly quickly when Gran Torino zipped from the second entrance and delivered a dizzying blow to his head. What? But during the press conference they said they had no leads. They planned this from the beginning. Compress exclaimed his discovery, but it did little to help the situation. Ah, you're hugging me too tight, tree man. Harder. Twice exclaimed. It's to be expected that if you focus too much on offense that you neglect defense. But we didn't come alone, take a look. The villains watched as Ed's shot slipped through the small space in the door and proceeded to open it, revealing dozens of soldiers. All Might glanced around the room until Bakugo came into sight. He grimaced slightly at learning that Izuku was nowhere in sight. He rushed over and broke the restraints with ease. All the while, congratulating the boy for his bravery. Although Toshi didn't like Bakugo for obvious reasons, several of which had something to do with attacking his son in some way, he wasn't Toshinori right now. He was All Might, and he was saving one of his students. After all the restraints were off, the boy sat up and flexed his body. After a few seconds, the tall hero grabbed onto one of his shoulders to gain his attention. Now young Bakugo, do you know where Izuku might be? His tone was full of desperation. And in the heat of the moment neither realized that All Might asked with his first name. TCH, what does? Bakugo caught himself mid-sentence. He had forgotten that he was with heroes now, so he needed to play it cool. No, I was the only one to hear. They've mentioned him but haven't said anything about his location. It was subtle, but Bakugo for sure felt the hero's grip tighten on his shoulder. After a second, he let go and turned to Shigaraki with shining blue eyes. Tamura Shigaraki, where is he? Heh, he. I would be more worried about myself right now. Kurogyri. Kurogyri? What are you waiting for? Bring the Nomus. At his command, the heroes were caught off guard by the thought of having this place being swarmed by Nomus. They all braced, and waited. And waited. Kurogyri, what are you waiting for? Bring them. I'm sorry, Master Shigaraki. But something has happened. They're supposed to be in a fixed location, but they aren't there anymore. The Mist Man explained. It would seem that your backup won't be arriving anytime soon. Toshi could clearly see the irritation in the villain's eye. Now, tell me where Izuku Yagi Midoriya is, and your boss. The Man of Decay said nothing as he cast his hatred at the hero before him. With enough strength and willpower, he stood against the force of Kamui's wood. They all expected him to go out on a verbal rage against the heroes, even try thrashing around in the wood while making himself look ridiculous. What they didn't expect was the sinister smile to etch onto the villain's face. You seem to be close to the boy. All Might gave a slight flinch from his words. And he wants to be a hero so bad. I'm actually impressed with some of the stuff that he's done so far. And I'm sure that he will continue to do great things. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes at the hero, knowing what is soon to come. But who said that villains couldn't be great? Although they were too far to hear, there was a massive explosion somewhere else in the city. 10 minutes earlier. All it took was a small click and Izuku was on high alert. He looked up to the door where he had heard the source of the sound. Before, the room was void of any kind of light. But now, there was a tiny slit of it peeking through the edge of the door. With intense eyes, he watched the door slowly begin to open. The moment it did, he was met with tons of new smells. All of which were confusing and worrying. The first to register in his mind was the scent of a man who smelled ancient? There was a certain power held within the odor. That was what really worried him. The next thing he caught scent of was the mass aroma of medicinal resources and other strange materials of which he was unfamiliar with. Before the door could even be fully opened, Izuku had gathered the scents of over 30 objects, most of which were material structures that made up common furniture and appliances. And just as he already learned, the door fully opened to reveal a man. Before he could take in any details, he acted. Whoever chained him down was a fool to not completely GG him. This room was soundproof, yeah. But not when you make an opening. With a deep breath, he raised his head to the ceiling and let out a thunderous roar. He was met with silence. After seconds of waiting for the sound of his call to register in his ears, he found that it did not come. Instead of releasing every bit of his lungs into the attempt, he stopped early when he heard the soft laughter. Even though the man before him looked to be amused by the sight, Izuku felt every fiber of his being shiver and his instincts flare from the seemingly innocent chuckle. He didn't know if it was because it sounded strange or because the man had his voice while he did not. Izuku looked back to the man with caution eyes. He was indeed laughing, and it was indeed strange as the noise was being altered by the bizarre metal contraption that encased his head. With a single hand raised up towards Izuku, the man's laughter soon began to die down. That was a creditable effort. Too bad that I am one step ahead. His voice still expressed that he was entertained by the attempt and also mockery because it failed. He then turned and shut the door while keeping a hand aimed at Izuku. When the sound of the door latching back in place did, he finally lowered his hand. To test his hypothesis, Izuku exhaled sharply. And sure enough, he could hear his own breath hiss against the metal mask. So, by aiming his hand at me, he can silence any noise I make. DMN. Quite the observation. Fairly smart for someone your age. This time, the man sounded slightly impressed. What? He read my mind. How? It's not perfect mind reading, but it gets the job done. Finding a quirk that best fits that has been rather tricky. This is more describable as an emotion reader. When I felt that you had a sudden emotion of triumph, I assumed you figured out I was canceling your sound waves. Izuku couldn't help but stare as the man described this mysterious power. Now, I may already know your name, but I think it would still be polite to introduce yourself, For a couple seconds, Izuku thought it over. He couldn't say too much, but he also needed to say enough to keep the man talking. Getting as much intel is key here. This man was a complete stranger to him except for the few clues that he's picked up. Izuku Yagi Midoriya. You. Ah, a piece for a piece. Smart lad considering I already knew your name. But surely there is more to your title than just your name. Isn't that right, Ragnarok? Izuku blinked at the name. He knows about my quirk, too much. So, you're familiar with Norse mythology. That's surprising, especially since everyone else doesn't know about it until I tell them. Well, when you've been around for as long as you tend to pick up some interests here and there. And I must say, when I first saw you 4 years ago, I thought a god had truly come down from their ethereal plane. When I learned that it was in fact a boy with a godlike quirk, I was simply thrilled. The excitement in the man's voice was evident. And why is that? Why would a villain like you be happy about a person like me having a powerful quirk who also wants to be a hero? Shouldn't that make you worried? Even though Izuku couldn't see his face, he could tell that he was smiling under that mask. Oh, but my dear child, you could not possibly understand how thrilled I really am. After years of idling by, waiting for my recovery, I could not enjoy myself to doing what I love. And now, here you are, ripe for the taking. Izuku's instincts were starting to make him impatient with the man. What the hell are you talking about? At Izuku's question, the man leaned in close to his face. I'm talking about taking your quirk, of course. The realization dawned upon Izuku. The way his body reacted to the chilling discovery felt like he was suddenly at the bottom of the ocean, cold and constricted. This was him. This was the villain of all villains. The one who started it all. IUAMR. All for one, all for one. Izuku couldn't help the feeling of fear that crawled over his skin and the pool of dread that filled his stomach. Before him was the villain that has ended thousands of lives and could easily do it again. He was the reason why Toshi was in such a bad state. What do I do? Ah, so it would seem that you already know who I am. You're more involved than I initially thought. Good, that just makes this all the easier. Listen, child, this doesn't have to end badly for you. There is a way that you can keep your quirk. The wolf said nothing as he glared where he thought the man's eyes would be. Our organization is taking any chance we can get to recruit more allies. And you would be a perfect replacement for Muscular and the Nomu that you killed. Izuku's heart skipped a beat when he heard the news. Oh, did you not know? Well, some of Shigaraki's friends said that you looked to be out of control, so I suppose you do not remember the Nomu that was genetically created from your DNA. Once again, Izuku's heart skipped a beat. Actually, it skipped several. And since you were the one to survive, that would mean you are far stronger than any Nomu we could create. If you join us, you can keep that strength. And if not, AFO raised a hand to be only inches from the boy's forehead. I'll just take it for myself. For what felt like hours, forest fire eyes gazed into invisible ones. Neither moved. Neither made a sound. It was only the sudden rumble in the room that either showed signs of life. This is unexpected. I suppose I should have stayed back for a bit while they persuaded the Bakugo boy. Izuku was beginning to think that he was having a heart attack with the amount of times that his heart acted out. Oh well, there are visitors that need to be treated. I trust that you will be going nowhere. And I highly suggest not trying to transform. After all, I'm sure you haven't noticed the special collar that the doctor made for you. Farewell for now. Instead of going through the door when he entered, he was engulfed in a strange sludge-like substance that looked to swallow him. Before he could figure out what was happening, the sludge vanished, and so did the man. And just like before he ever appeared, Izuku was left alone in the dark room. There was so much going on in his head. There was confusion, anxiety, excitement, fear and all other sorts of emotions that were sending him into a turmoil. He just met the most infamous villain in all of history, and he was giving him a choice. KCH, yeah right? As if I'd join you. Izuku found himself yanking against the chains again. He had regained enough strength to hear the creaking strain as the binds barely kept hold, but it still wasn't enough. But even then, he kept trying as he tested each and every angle to try and get just enough leverage to break free. Boom. The room shook once more. But this time, it wasn't just a rumble, it felt like a full-on earthquake. The vibration that coursed through his legs and the rattle of the chains did nothing to ensure that his isolated room was the only thing to be affected by whatever this was. Harder than before, Izuku fought against the restraints. He didn't know what AFO meant by the specialized collar, but he had no choice. With the amount of strength that he had, Izuku began to shift into full Fenrir form. He could feel the cuffs along his body begin to get tighter as he became bigger. Out of nowhere, searing pain shot through his neck. He let out a sharp grunt as he halted the transformation and de-shifted far enough for the pain to stop. Once it did, he looked down himself to find small drops of blood running down his chest. What did they put on me? It felt like knives were piercing my throat. It would be best if he just shifted into light form. And that was exactly what he did as just his limbs elongated and grew fur. The normal length of his black claws grew twice their length. With the extra leverage and power from his lengthened limbs, he broke the chain on his right arm. It took a larger portion of his energy than he thought, but he didn't stop as Izuku broke his left arm free. Now with both arms, he raised them to his neck. It took no time for him to find the foreign object. His initial plan was to just break it, but after remembered what happened when he applied pressure to it last time, he resorted to superheating his limbs and melting the secondary collar. It took longer than what he was comfortable with, but when it finally fell from his neck, he viewed the awful design of the torture device. It was simple, yet effective for people with transformation quirks. It was a type of tough metallic restraint that had dozens of horrific needles on the inside. That was what must have caused the pain when he tried to shift earlier. No longer being held back by the collar, he fully transformed. The metal vest did little to keep his growing body from breaking away. Especially when the wolf dug his claws into the middle of the vest and began to tear it from the center. When the majority of the case fell to the ground, Izuku worked on the large cuffs that were directly attached to the floor. Just like the other restraints, they were easily ripped apart. Now, the wolf stood fully free. The only thing holding him back was the metal door before him. Something that Izuku already took note of was that the door had no handle, not on the inside at least. But in the end, it didn't matter. With a small percentage of OFA, he tore a massive gash into the metal. Within the deepest parts of the strike, small beams of light shone through. It took a multitude of strikes to finally create an opening large enough for him to squeeze through. During which, his muscles were already beginning to ach again. Come on, just hold it together for a little longer. Izuku picked up the first scent of open air and wasted no time following it to what he hoped to be the open sky. He had to traverse through dark hallways and past rooms that looked questionable. But he couldn't do anything about it now. He'll show this place to the heroes when he gets out. Izuku didn't know why, but he had to stop for a moment. He was feeling something. Something that he couldn't recognize where it was coming from, but it was familiar. He couldn't stop the overwhelming sense of foreboding. With a clawed hand, he reached up to his collar, just above the spot where he placed the tracker. Shoko. 10 minutes before the first rumble. This is it. Are you sure? Absolutely. Shoko didn't have a doubt in her mind that this was the building that Izuku was in. Alright then, what now? Monoma asked. His answer was not immediate as Shoko looked over the average-looking structure. Shiozaki. Shoko grabbed the girl's attention. Can you lift us up onto the roof? Yes. After just a minute of lifting a person at a time on top of the building, the other three pulled Shiozaki up with them. Before anything else could be said, Shoko spotted the roof entrance and made her way over. Much to her annoyance, the door was locked. Kirishima was about to offer his help but stopped when he saw that the door handle began to freeze. With a trained kick, Shoko shattered the handle silently and effectively. With the handle missing, the latch bolt was useless as it no longer kept the door firmly in place. Opening the released a set of stairs, which was to be expected. You guys can still turn back. You don't have to go in with me. Shoko didn't look away from the doorway as she said it. Are you kidding? We already got this far. There's no way that I'm just going to chicken out now. Kirishima was the first to respond. I feel the same way. Monoma answered next. Me too. Then Shiozaki. Thank you. The short staircase led the group of four to an overhanging catwalk inside the building. From there, they were able to get a full view of what was on the inside. Most of which just consisted of bundles of junk and trash. Gasp. The noise turned their heads to Shiozaki just in time as she cupped a hand over her mouth and recoiled away from the edge. Shiozaki, what is it? Monoma asked in a hushed tone. Instead of saying anything, she simply pointed out to a corner of the room. When everyone looked to where she was pointing, they all gave similar reactions. All their eyes were on the Isles of Nomus that were sunken in tubs of a strange liquid. There were tons of them, enough to call a full assault if these beasts were to be sent on an attack against the city. Wait, there's someone there. After hearing Monoma's discovery, they looked to where he was gesturing to see a more humanoid figure in a separate tub. Once glance at the light green hair and the group instantly spotted the missing hero, Ragdoll. She's here? Shoko was just as surprised as the rest to find that she looked to be alive. Come on. The team rushed down the catwalk as quickly and quietly as possible and ran across the building to the hero. Shiozaki assisted Shoko in pulling her out while Kirishima managed to find a blanket and give it to the bare hero. Placing her against on the of the walls, the teens thought up their next move. We have to take her back. Shoko looked to Monoma in betrayal. What? But you said yourself that we are too far in to turn back. Yeah, I did. But that was before we got an unconscious hero on our hands. She obviously needs help and we can't get her that help if we further endanger her and ourselves by going out to find Izuku and Bakugo. Monoma explained while the other two understood what he was saying. Although, Shoko was still refused. They haven't had Ragdoll any longer than they had them. If she's already like this, then who knows what they are doing to him? Shoko countered. They're capable of defending themselves. I hate to leave without them just as you do, but now that the situation has changed, so does that plan. You said that it was limited and was efficient based on our ability to adapt. Now that we've found this place, we can call the heroes here and save them. Before Shoko could say anything else, they heard a sigh from Kirishima as he looked to her with a defeated look. Yeah, sorry Todoroki, but he's right. You saw what they said on the news, they have no leads and no idea where the villains are hiding. Us just knowing that much is valuable to everyone. If we get stuck in here somehow, then things could get worse. We've got Ragdoll. Midoriya and Bakugo are still in here somewhere, but that just means that we've already done so much to help. After hearing him out, Shoko turned to Shiozaki. The black-eyed girl turned to her as she seemed to process what both have said. Finally, she looked back to Shoko. Whichever you decide, I will stay with you. No, the other three were taken back by Shoko's sudden response. I can't pull you into this. I knew from the start that this was dangerous. I won't make you come with me just because you feel like you owe me anything. Shiozaki, you did the right thing to run. Sometimes, it's good to run. The others couldn't help but feel bad at seeing the hurt look on Shoko's face once more. With slightly watery eyes, she stood and faced towards the door on the far side of the room. Let's go. Kirishima took the responsibility of carrying Ragdoll bridal style with Shiozaki at his side to ensure he didn't lose his grip. Monoma stood at the side of Shoko who was working with the door. Just as the one on the roof, it was locked. Also, like the one from the roof, it wasn't for long. Soon enough, the door was wide open as Kirishima was working his way through the exit without smacking Ragdoll's head on the frame. Meanwhile, Monoma was on the outside watching out for anyone who might not be friendly while Shoko was doing the same on the inside. After he got through and proceeded to power walk away, Monoma peeked back in to call for Shoko. What the hell are you doing? Shoko didn't answer Monona's call, and instead stood in front of the tubs of Nomus. Hey, we're ready to go. So, what are you waiting for? We don't know when they plan their next attack. We don't know anything about their next move at all. But if there was a block in their plan, then we can knock them off balance, make them slip up somewhere. Without these, they'll have problems. As Shoko explained, her left side began to emit steam and a small amount of fire. Todoroki, wait. We still have the element of surprise. Monoma tried to talk her down. We don't. After we leave here with Ragdoll, they will know that we were here. We have to inflict as much damage before either the villains or the heroes get here. Before Monoma could try to say anything else, Shoko launched a massive wave of fire at the sleeping monsters. The bright orange flames erupted across the bodies of each bioengineered weapon as they laid lifelessly while being eaten away. Each tub broke formed the attack as the greenish liquid spilled onto the floor, and whatever wasn't able to slip away in time was evaporated by the scorching heat. There must have been something hidden within the small area that Shoko burned, because not long after her attack, there was an explosion that flew both Shoko and Monoma backwards. The landing wasn't painful, but it was able to knock the breath out of them both as they each regained control of their breathing. Are you done? Shoko looked over to Monoma who had an unimpressed look on his face. Why yeah, I'm done. Let's go. Hey, what happened? We're waiting on you two and suddenly there is an explosion. Both looked over to see a distressed Shiozaki who was visible in the doorway. Yeah, sorry about that. Shoko said as she got to her feet first and helped Monoma on his. Come on, that's bound to have attracted someone unwanted attention. Indeed it did. Their trek to freedom was stopped in an instant as the voice came from just behind them. Shoko's first move was an ice wall that shot up just behind her foot. As soon as she did, she grabbed Monoma's arm and swung him to the exit. Shiozaki's training at the camp had allowed her to carefully catch the boy and pull him out the door. Shoko's next move was to shoot an ice pillar from her foot to follow close behind them and just hope that the wall was enough to keep the unknown person at bay. She was only able to get just airborne when everything went white. For the longest time, there was nothing but white. Here, her body felt numb. With each of her 5 senses, there was nothing. Then, black spots began to appear. Began to feel certain things, like a building reassure all across herself. Soon, she was hearing ringing. The void of white was being overtaken by the darkness. She found that the feeling was pain. The ringing turned into inaudible noises that mixed together. Now, the void turned black, each part of her body was in pain, she began to make out the noises to be people talking. And finally, she opened her eyes. What the hell is she doing here? AFO turned from his successor and to the child that asked the question. The boy was staring at the girl who he had killed. Oh, it would appear that she was able to survive that. I suppose that ice was more solid than I initially suspected. As he and rest of League of Villains watched as the girl blinked open her eyes and slowly began to move. Gasp, Peppy. At that, Toga began to run to the barely conscious girl. But just before she could get there, someone else jumped in the way and attempted to swing at the villain. Said villain dodged the attack and backed away. Stay back. The red-haired boy yelled to them. Besides the fact that he looked beat up and has some blood running down the side of his head, his skin looked like it was made of rock and his teeth were similar to a shark's. The rocky texture looked to be real as the blade that deflected from his arm showed no injury. That owner of the blade that was thrown looked to be upset, and if you knew Toga, you would know exactly why. If you don't get away from my Peppy, then I'll be sure to carve you into many pieces. The threat was intimidating enough as the boy looked disturbed but did not move. No way, I'm not going to let you hurt my friend. She's my friend too, you JRK. She lets me call her Peppy. What about you, huh? I'm pretty sure I've never seen you before and I've never heard anyone call her that either. Besides, you're a villain. RRRR, I'll be sure to cut you all over. Once the threat was finished, the girl charged the boy. Hugh. Just before Toga could move the new dagger at the newcomer, she was suddenly thrown backwards at abnormal speeds. It was lucky for Toga that Magna was able to stop her flight. Unlucky for Magna, she took the full force of the human cannonball. The two of them fell several yards back. One groaning and the other unconscious from the invisible attack. The attack that only AFO saw. In the blink of an eye, a wolf burst from the rubble and backhanded the young villain right in the stomach. Now, both her and Dobby were out for the count as the fire user was knocked out in the bar by the yellow-caped hero. Spinner was almost in the same boat as those two. While he was wide awake, his injuries were still too new for him to be moving around and having to rely on twice for support. The rest of the villains gawked at the sudden presence of the wolf. And God, did he look sad. Ah, Midoriya. You're okay. Come on man, we gotta get out of here. Kirishima pleaded with the wolf for them to leave but saw that Izuku did not move. It would seem that I underestimated your recovery rate. Even so, it was foolish of you to use your last bit of strength for just one attack. Kirishima didn't know what the man in the mask meant, but he soon found out when the mighty wolf before him dropped to one knee. Midoriya. Kirishima called out once more as the wolf began to shrink. Much faster than comfortably possible, Izuku was back into his original form, thankfully still wearing the shorts that were able to keep themselves held together through his shift. He was breathing heavily with sweat running down his entire body. If you were one of the villains, you could see that his eyes looked exhausted, no matter how much they glared. Kirishima, why are you here? And why is Shoko hurt? Even if the wolf looked like he was ready to drop at any moment, most of the villains shivered at the near growl of his question. We came after you, man. Todoroki said that she knew where you and Bakugo were, so we came to help. Kirishima explained. And for a split second, made eye contact with Bakugo who was still frozen in place among the group of villains. We? Izuku asked back. Yeah. Me, Monoma, and Shiozaki. We came out here to rescue the two of you, but it looks that it turned out to be the opposite in the end. We were just on our way out with Ragdoll and to notify everyone that you were here when we were attacked. Why didn't you just call them, to begin with? There was a hint of disbelief in Izuku's voice. And honestly, Kirishima could understand why. Before he answered, he looked down in shame. We wanted to make up for our wrongs at camp. While you and others were fighting, we stood back and did nothing. I know, it was idiotic of us and we should have just gotten help, but I just didn't want to not do anything again, to be so helpless. I'm sorry. As much as I hate to admit it. I know how you feel, and I probably would have done the same. But we aren't in the clear, just yet. Get Shoko, and run. What? And just leave you here with them? Hell no, man. Kirishima brought up his fists but wasn't able to get into a stance before Izuku intercepted. Now. You and Shoko can't be here, they will kill you. Go find the rest, and call for help, please. Now, Izuku's voice was full of desperation and worry. You have to? I'm counting on you, to get her to safety. Okay, I'll do it. In one foul swoop, Kirishima spun, scooped up Shoko, and ran off to where he last saw his friends. Just as he was about to exit the devastated field, he heard Shoko speak. Izuku. It sounded so weak, and Kirishima thought for sure that he was too far for Izuku to have even heard. But then again, it was only Shoko who saw the boy's ear twitch. Hey, what gives? How come we let them get away? Twice asked. And why did we give them that much time to talk? Because, the one true prize is right here. AFO began to walk towards Izuku, who was still down on one knee and one hand placed on the ground. All we need is the wolf. And with him currently this weak, it's too easy to ignore. So, we will make do with what we have. Besides, heroes will be here soon, so we cannot waste time fighting children. At the end of his explanation, AFO had approached Izuku. Now then, shall we do this the easy way, or the hard way? Izuku only glared up at the man. But after a few seconds, the wolf looked down and he forced himself to rise. Hearing the effort in his grunts to stand, the villains watched as he finally balanced on 2 feet. Slowly, he looked up to the villain. And the villain saw his lavender eyes burned into his soul. Plus ultra. In the time that it took the sound of the message to travel 30 feet to the rest of the league, a fist had launched the embodiment of evil across the field, causing a large eruption of debris from the already destroyed building. When the villains were finally able to register what had happened, they were being threatened off their feet from the wind pressure that seemed to come from nowhere. After having to shield themselves with their arms from the flying debris for many seconds, the gust finally subsided. When it did, Shigaraki looked back to see his master embedded in the center of a massive crater as concrete tumbled like avalanches all around him. Even though there was no visible damage on the man, Shigaraki knew that his sensei was weakened. Meanwhile, the rest of the villains who weren't unconsciousness gawked at the godlike child. Smoke was slowly rising from his body, and he was being surrounded by countless indigo embers. His eyes held nothing but hatred, and the snarl that bared all his fangs accounted for it. My. This is truly unexpected. The other villains shared the gaze of Shigaraki. I should have known that my rival would have chosen a successor by now. I just wasn't expecting it to be you of all people. It's a real shame that I can't have your quirk since it's been fused with it. Although they could hear his voice, the man had not moved from the crater. The power that shrouded that punch. It's all too familiar to me. I've seen that same punch aimed at me for 2 centuries. And each time, I eliminated each holder. Let me ask you, what makes you think that you'll be any different? This time, AFO finally moved and began to pull himself from the concrete cavity. Instead of falling from the height that he was at, he gently floated back towards Izuku. I couldn't tell you because I didn't know the previous holders. But you know what, it doesn't matter. Just as Izuku finished the sentence, AFO landed in between him the other villains. You hurt so many people. You've killed even more. You hurt my friends and put them in danger several times. You threatened my mother, my father, and the people who took time out of their lives to guide me. And just now, you threatened the life of my lover. All that matters is your answer to my question. And what might that be? There was a hint of amusement in his voice, just as he did when Izuku was locked in chains. Is that a challenge? Just after AFO's appearance at the factory. No. All Might was utterly distraught. The boy that he was tasked with saving was ounce more out of reach. It was just after Shigaraki had taken his stand against the heroes that they heard the sudden sound choking and rushing liquid. When they located the source of the noise, they found Bakugo wide-eyed as a dark sludge poured from his mouth. The same sludge began to envelop of the boy who did everything to swat away the foreign substance. By the time that All Might was able to react, Bakugo had been completely lost in the sludge. And when the hero made an attempt to grab the boy, he simply felt nothing. Both Bakugo and the sludge were just gone without a trace. He was too busy with the complete failure that by the time that he realized the same was happening the group of villains, it was too late. Each hero made their attempt to snatch a villain who had the same strange liquid rushing from their throats then covered their bodies. And each time an open hand closed in on them, they would slip through the grip of Kamui Woods. Said hero voiced his shame at not being able to restrain the villains. Now, all the heroes were dealing with their failure. They all stood outside together, explaining the whole situation. What do you mean they just vanished? MT Lady asked after shrinking down. He means that they just vanished. One after another, they were swallowed by this dark goo that seemed to have transportable capabilities. The obvious use of a powerful quirk. Edshot told her. The heroes and the police forces all tried to make out what had become of the situation and how to come back from it. Even with their surprise attack, they gained nothing out of this mission. And all that All Might could do was look to Torino, who had the same defeated expression as he. Not a single word needed to share among the two, as they knew exactly what was going on in each other's head. They had failed. Hey everyone! We just got a report saying that there was a massive explosion at XXXXXXXXX. The newest report says that there's people there who have been identified as the League of Villains. Throughout the small chaos that was previously among them, the news from the single officer was more than enough to get reactions from everyone there. Immediately, heroes and officers were hopping into the nearest vehicle and speeding off. All Might was just about to use his own means of transportation and charge to the location on foot. But just before he could take the first leap, he looked over in the direction of where everyone was headed. Above the tall collection of buildings, he could see the massive pillar of lavender-streaked smoke that was comparable to the size of a skyscraper. While it is admirable that you wish to stay by my side, Tamura Shigaraki, but I must insist that you do not disobey me. AFO said with his back turned to his successor. Sensei, please. You can't leave me. No matter how much Shigaraki pleaded, AFO did not turn around. Tamura, you must know that I will never leave you. Because you are a part me. You are the only one who can carry out my goal. You must be the one. And the risk of you staying here while other heroes will be arriving soon is too much. I apologize. Before he could protest any further, his sensei finally turned and looked at him. With a raised hand, he shot a blast of air that sent the entire league heading straight towards the portal that AFO had forced Kurogyri to open, Bakugo included. The first to pass through the portal was Magna, who had a hold of Toga. The second was twice, as he did voluntary flips while Spinner cursed from the harsh winds on his still sensitive wounds. Dabi was next, as his still unconscious body was flown into the portal. And next up was Bakugo. Or at least, he would have been. Just as he was merely a second from losing any chance of obtaining freedom, he felt a rough and sharp sensation on his leg. His natural reaction was to blow the DMN thing off, whatever it was. But the moment that vines came into his view, he followed them to be attached to both Shiozaki and Monoma. The girl's vibrant green vines were entangled with the boy's tan ones as they gripped tightly onto his calf. However, both students had noticeable cuts and bruises all over them, presumably from the explosion. With a unified pull from both teens, Bakugo was yanked away from the portal and towards the edge of the clearing. Just as they did, Bakugo felt the brisk feeling of Shigaraki graze his fingers on the back of his neck, but it was too late for the young villain. Now having to deal with the loss of the boy and the separation of his master, Tamura yelled in grief. Just before the portal behind him sent him to another place that was other than here, he caught one last glance at the man that saved his life. AFO was looking back at the explosion of smoke that erupted just moments after the wolf asked the question. It was absolutely massive, easily taking up more than half of the space that the clearing provided. As the pillar of darkness reached up more than 15 stores, large arcs of bright purple lightning shot around the transforming boy. When Tamura could finally see the edges of the portal made of black mist come across the edge of his vision, the last thing he saw was the pair of bright lavender eyes. No longer hindered by the effects of the wind, it was easy to reel in Bakugo as the two students pulled him ever closer to them and away from the inevitable fight that was about to take place. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the vine-haired pair released their hold. Monoma was the first to act from there, as he then grabbed Bakugo's arm and began to pull him through the path they were able to make through the rubble. As soon as he did, he felt his hand be swatted away by Bakugo's own hand. "What are you doing? We have to get out of here." Monoma questioned the blonde, who had an annoyed look. "Please, we must leave before things get more dangerous than they already are," Shiozaki exclaimed from her spot next to them. "Pfft, as if I would miss seeing that DMN villain getting his sheet kicked in." Bakugo ignored their attempts and turned back to watch the fight. "Look, I know that he captured you and all that, but we seriously can't stay here. The heroes will be here soon, and if we're still here when they arrive, we will just be in the way." Monoma once again attempted to persuade the stubborn teen to leave. "I'm not talking about the masked fucker. I mean the DMN mutt. If this guy can finally put his butt down, then I want to be here to witness it." Bakugo's response was of annoyance but then turned into pleasure at hearing what could happen to Izuku. "Are you serious? We are in the midst of a lethal fight, and you just want to sit back and watch? Just because you don't like Izuku?" Monoma was getting impatient with the explosive a-hole. And from the look that Monoma didn't know Shiozaki could even make, she though so too. "I doesn't hardly matter to me. Just stay out of my way, extras." At Bakugo's final response, Monoma and Shiozaki looked to each other with angered expressions before giving a nod. Moments later. "Ashwetagoff, I'll kill Iufboff, yo gagma." Neither vine-haired students paid any of Bakugos' insults any mind as they used their vines to wrap Bakugo tightly around his mouth and closing in his fists to prevent him from making explosions. Together, they hurried off the battlefield and towards the sirens in the distance. For a while, both figures simply stared at each other. One waited for the portal behind them to close as the villains entered and left. The other waited for his friends and Bakugo to get far enough to not get caught up on the backlash of the future battle. AFO had ripples of red streaked back designs moving across his fingers as he seemed excited. The spot on his suit where Izuku had punched him was slightly wrinkled, but other than that, there were no signs of damage on the man. Izuku had probably pulled off his most powerful transformation yet, if that was even possible at this point. Like his battle against Bakugo at the sports festival, his instincts were in perfect sync with his mind to eliminate the apex before him. Even if the man didn't have any kind of predatory mutations, that didn't stop his instincts from immediately tagging the villain as a threat. The unlimited fury that came from the sight of Shoko injured fueled his drive to tear the villain apart. As his fingers twitched from rage coursing through his heated veins, he clenched his teeth shut to keep himself from going for the man's neck and ending it right then and there. While he knew that he was in his light Ragnarok form, he felt there to be a difference in his physique. The first noticeable feature was the extra licks of indigo flame across his body. This addition was mainly found on the tips of his ears as the small purple flames danced to no end. The same thing could be found on the tip of his tail as well as his elbows and heels. That was another thing. Instead of just stopping at their usual spots when in his light form, the shifted limbs kept going until they stopped just short of reaching his body. The veins that used to look like simple cracks in rock that run all over his limbs now looked like small slits that lead straight to an indigo hell. The 5 runes that glowed magnificently on his collar felt like ball of magma. His pair of horns and his back spikes pulsed with an undefinable energy as they seemed to hum. Until this point, Izuku would only use OFA when it was completely necessary. Even when he deemed it was, he would take any chance to not have it activated while using an extent of his original quirk. Otherwise, the after effects took a huge toll on him. Just using one at a time was easy, but the combined powers of using both was too much for long PRDS of time. Not to mention that he was already exhausted before the fight even began. But now, he had OFA charged to the maximum. The results were evident as the same bright purple arcs shot across his form, leaving a scorching black hole when they sometimes struck the ground. By now, sirens could be heard all over the place. Indistinctive shouts and cries were mixed with noises of moving debris and people yelling. Izuku could hear the heroes rushing around in several directions to help whoever they could find. All around were flashing lights of red and blue from both police vehicles and ambulances. The smell of fear was so thick in the air that it made his instincts act out even stronger than before. It didn't take long before a large spotlight trailed over to the massive clearing that was in the middle of the destruction. The single helicopter that viewed the clearing broadcasted the live footage of 2 figures standing in the open area. Through the screens of countless TVs, most of Japan was about to witness what could possibly be the most devastating fight for years to come. Coming to you live in Japan, there has been a sudden explosion in the Kamino ward that wiped out half of the district. As you can see down below, in the center of this great destruction is a clearing that has 2 unknown people within. Wait, no. Isn't that Izuku Yagi Midoriya? One of the 2 students from UA that was captured in the recent attack of villains. If that's the case, then the other mystery person looks to be a villain that caused this devastating blast. How is this possible? He almost seems to be as strong as All Might. Speaking of the man, All Might was last heard to be already dealing with another villain incident. If he doesn't get here soon, then this kid could be in grave danger. Wait, he's moving. Izuku slowly raised his right hand, a trail of smoke and indigo flames falling behind. He continued to raise it before bringing it behind him. As he did this, AFO raised his own hand. The sleeves around his arm began to bulge from an unknown force as dark red sparks popped around the limb that looked ready to burst. At the same time, Izuku shot his hand forward, sending a great wall of indigo fire as AFO blasted his own mysterious power that came in the form of an air cannon. DMN copycat, Izuku thought just as the great forces of power collided. That boom that came forth could have easily drowned out the sound of 100 cannons. Just the sound itself vibrated the air that felt many times heavier. Due to the laws of nature, Izuku's fire was overwhelmed by the significant winds that halted the lavender blaze and sent it several other directions. Using his pyrokinesis, Izuku extinguished the fire to prevent them from traveling too far. He then charged into the large cloud of dust that was caused by the impact, creating a small dust cloud himself when he bolted from his spot. Since AFO had Ragdoll's quirk, he did not see any reason to cast away the dust and instead let the wolf come to him. From the cover of the cloud came Izuku with a claw raised to strike. Such a childish attempt. though the villain as he prepared another attack to intercept the boy. Just as he did, he sensed the advancing heat from his blank spot. Taking his eyes off the wolf, he found a fireball coming at him from an angle out of the closet's spot of dust. In a last-second reaction, AFO redirected his already charged air cannon and wiped out the fireball. Just as he turned to confront the wolf's attack, a clawed hand came down on him. Every pair of eyes that watched the blurry attack winced as a shockwave cracked the area around them. Both figures were momentarily hidden by the dust while the spotlight from the chopper did its best to find the pair. A smaller shockwave revealed them in the midst. And Izuku couldn't help but feel irritated at the sight of his attack had been completely blocked by AFO's arm. With a growl, Izuku burst his arm into flames to burn the man. However, AFO did not sit there and simply take it. By bulging his arm like he did before, Izuku's own arm was flung away. Taking the moment of vulnerability in the wolf's form, AFO punched Izuku straight in the chest, unleashing the built-of power cannon in the process. The results caused Izuku to launch across the clearing and past his original spot. Just how Izuku punched the villain in the beginning, the predator crashed into a wall of broken concrete and debris. It was only momentary as the wolf disappeared from sight before he came shooting with no signs of damage. This time, the two met halfway as they locked hands, two opposing forces putting their all to win against the other. Izuku gave no mercy to the man as he superheated his hands to burn the villain's own. At the same time, he was really starting to get annoyed each time he saw AFO's arms inflate. You may be strong, but I have 2 centuries of expert KAGHM. Just before AFO could fire the twin air cannons, Izuku stopped pushing and brought his arms behind him while still holding on to the villains. As he did this, he leapt up and sent a knee straight to his face, cracking the BSDRD's mask. You really do love to hear yourself talk, don't you? The wolf yelled. Not waiting for an answer, he switched between legs and used the other to stomp straight down on his face for a second time. However, the mask was able to hold up as Izuku put full force into the kick that caused a small crater to form when AFO's head bashed into the ground. Shards of his broken mask fell around him as Izuku's hot pads pressed against his face. Luckily, his claws were just outside the exposed area, otherwise Izuku might have been too tempted to not dig them in. Just give up now. Izuku wanted to get this fight over with as soon as possible. The overused adrenaline that ran through his blood wasn't doing much to stop the pain every time he moved. Oh? But it's just starting to get fun. Before Izuku could do anything, AFO sent an air cannon punch that threw the wolf high into the air. The wolf knew that he was vulnerable in the air compared to AFO who had the power of flight. Izuku immediately adopted a defensive posture as the villain below him began to fly up. As Izuku fell and AFO rose, the villain pulled back a fist while the wolf braced to block. And just as he expected it to, the attack packed a hell of a kick. From how close they were, Izuku was now able to fully see what was hidden behind the mask. Holy shit, he's a potato. After the quick though and with a special technique that Iring taught him, he redirected the attack to his side instead of fully at him. Now with the man exposed and his fist still raised high, Izuku sent an upwards kick into his gut. The force he put into the kick was enough to send the villain far enough for Izuku to think he had enough time to fall back to ground. He was a fool for thinking so. The moment that he took his eyes off AFO, unknown black objects with red designs wrapped around his leg. Izuku was able to trace the objects to find them originating from his opponent's fingers just before he was pulled from his descent to the ground. Now in full control of his position in the air, AFO swung around the boy to gain momentum. It was only until he became a blur that he slammed Izuku into a large pile of what used to be a building. But he did not let go. Pulling once more, Izuku was airborne. This time, AFO spun and lifted his arm high. When he saw that the wolf was at his highest point, he brought his hand down and let the momentum send the boy crashing into the ground that caused the nearby damaged buildings to tremble. AFO gracefully floated down to the edge of the cloud of dust that swirled around the hole. All of which was captured by the helicopter in the air. I can't believe it. At first, it seemed that Midoriya was able to face off against the villain, but could that have ended the fight? The dust is beginning to clear. The reporter gave a quick summary of the situation. Just as the reporter stated, the dust did clear, leaving behind Izuku standing tall. Izuku didn't know it, but the people who were watching him put his life on the line to stop this villain were all cheering for him. Even the majority of his classmates were fixated on their device, praying that he would win. What Izuku did know was that it was getting harder to breathe. He could feel his body breaking down on itself from the constant exertion of using both his quirks to their maximum. But even then, he didn't dare let up. With a battle cry and stance, he rushed towards the murderer of thousands. With a flurry of combined attacks that consisted of claws and kicks that the target was able to dodge or block, he raked his left hand up the side of AFO's chest. With a follow-up move, Izuku sent a straight jab to the same area and sent the villain flying across the clearing. This time, he was able to stop himself from colliding with the mound of concrete behind him. After a few moments of waiting for the other to make a move, AFO spoke. Even without one for all, I can tell that you have so much power. Tell me, what would you have done if you had not had the drive to be a hero? AFO called out. Get the drive to be a hero, was all Izuku answered with. HMP, such a snarky answer. Well then, allow me to answer for you. A person with such power is bound to use it some way. Take me for example, I had the potential to be anything I desired. With the right quirks and goal, I could have been anyone and could have done anything. Yet, I became what I am now. The same applies to you. If you had not wanted to be a hero, I'm sure you would have found some way to use those extraordinary powers. I just wonder what life would have been like if you had the same cruel mentality of the Great Wolf. I'm sure that you've read the same tales that I have. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the villain. He was certain that he knew exactly what he was trying to say and Izuku didn't like it. Fenrir is not an entity of kindness nor is he heroic. He is a beast of war. And I'm sure that you would have been too if not for that soft heart of yours. Sheesh, I was joking earlier when I said that you love to hear yourself talk, but DMN. Izuku chuckled as he heard the annoyed sound. From the man. Quite the joker I see. AFO said with the same annoyed tone. Oh, that's not all. Izuku saw the small physical reaction as the villain prepared for what he was about to say next. Duck. Duck? That's not even dash. The confused villain wasn't able to realize the hidden message in the joke before All Might delivered a mighty punch from above. The effects of the surprise attack brought upon a big shockwave that broke the ground into a yard of smashed rock. After the wind pressure died down, all of Japan saw the symbol of peace standing triumphantly above his downed nemesis. AFO looked to be unconsciousness as he lay face down in the dirt. The people who witnessed the sudden appearance of the number one hero all burst into happy cheer at seeing the villain was defeated. When it came to someone as impactful as AFO, Toshi usually had a hard time focusing on anything else. But today, he couldn't care less about the man who killed his predecessor. No matter how much he hated him, the only thing he cared about in that moment was seeing his son. Before All Might could even step away from his lifelong enemy, he was suddenly tackled by blur of bright purple. If Toshi wasn't in his hero form, he probably would have fell to the ground. But after a few balancing steps backwards, Toshi was able to catch himself as he wrapped his arms around the boy latched around his stomach while also avoiding the injury on his side. Ahaha, it is okay my boy. Because I am here. His words were full of affection as he returned the hug. I promise that I will never let anything happen to you again. You don't need to promise anything. It was my fault that I even got caught in the first place. While Izuku was overjoyed to be reunited with his father, he could not stop the small wobble in his voice. I let myself get out of control again and because of it, things got worse because of me. Izuku. The gentle yet commanding tone got the boy to look up to blue eyes. I've told you before and I'll tell you again. When it comes to tide of battle between good and evil, sometimes the heroes must go the extra step. And if you hadn't taken that step, things could have been much worse for us. If it's anyone's fault, it is mine. While my students were out fighting for their lives, I was sitting comfy at home. I'm sorry. No, it's not your fault either. You couldn't have possibly known what was happening. Izuku quickly said. Haha, then it looks like we can both agree that we aren't at fault here. Sound good? Heh, I suppose. With a small chuckle and a smile, Izuku felt contempt with the outcome. The sudden smell of immense fear quickly washed that feeling away. Izuku was only able to catch one last glimpse at his father before he felt himself being picked up from their current hug. The look on his face had more emotions than just fear. There was worry, alarm, distress, disbelief, and even dread. Then he heard words. 2 birds. Suddenly, Toshi spun with Izuku in his arms. The world around him seemed to slow as the hero threw Izuku away from the voice. The last thing that Izuku saw was the horrified look in his father's eyes as an inhuman fist closed in on him from behind. -1 stone. Inko was truly worried. Upset and distressed. Only once before had she felt this deep pit of low in her life before. The day that her first husband, Hisashi, died was an impact like no other in the Midoriya family. After that, she did everything in her power to ensure the safety of her only child. Even if her power ran low or if her soul and body were to break, she would still keep her boy safe. But even then, the void in their once nuclear family never went away in the lost presence of Hisashi. Nuclear family means 2 parents and 1 child. As the years went by, that void never left but became more bearable. Sometimes, she would think that Izuku was able to hold out better than she had. After all, he was usually the one to comfort her when she was reminded of her lost love. Although, Izuku was only 2 when Hisashi was killed, so probably had almost no memories of him. Inko couldn't have asked for a better child. No matter what, he was smiling and pushing through obstacles that Inko wasn't sure she could even attempt. His joy was always so infectious. So kind, and made sure to put others before him, even her, when it was supposed to be the other way around. Sure, he could be stubborn at times, but after his quirk's manifestation it made sense. The night she learned of his manifestation wasn't the smoothest. She was reminded of that every time she thought about the events of Inko finding her son with a knife in his mouth. And even though she was ultimately proud of Izuku, the amount of times that he's made her heart skip a beat whenever he did some stunt definitely got her going. In the end though, she enjoyed the life that she lived. She thought that was the end though. To Inko, her life was over. The only great purpose she saw was raising her boy. She didn't think it was too bad, but whenever she said anything like that with Mitsuki, the blonde woman would set her straight. Mitsuki was the other ray of goodness in her life. Her one friend that never left. And Inko must say that she was eternally grateful the day she convinced Inko to accept the man's offer. The man that she now called her husband, Toshinori Yagi. He reignited the lost void that plagued the family for years. And ever since then, Inko has felt new life. She had someone to share her problems with again, someone to lean on for support. Someone who could love the woman who tried her best. Her son has grown so much over the year, yet that gentle heart never left. He was striving for great opportunities that he kept achieving and showed no signs of ever stopping. He found friendship, and even though Inko never told Izuku that she always knew of the withering friendship of him and Katsuki, Izuku also lost it. He found the father figure that he was sure to never have the rest of his days. He found love. And that was something that filled Inko with everlasting joy. Overhaul, she was happy. But that was before she received the phone call that shattered her world. She had already lost the man who she bared the child of, and now that very child out was of her reach. Villains. They took her sweet boy away from her. Not only him, but also the son of her best friend. Together, they wept. Toshi was there to comfort her every step of the way. Even with his important job at UA, he stood by her side. Masaru was the same in this regard. With his calm demeanor, he was able to keep his wife from going out on a blitz in sobbing rage. But she knew that it couldn't last forever. Inko was both sad and relieved to hear that Toshi was called in to assist the operations in retrieving the lost boys. And now, she was alone. 2 of the most precious people to her are out in the world. One is God knows where, and the other is finding said place. All the way, she prayed for both. She needed to see if there were any sorts of progress of reports on the mission. Turning on the TV, she flipped through every news channel that Izuku had marked. The first thing to come upon her interest was an interview of who she knew to be Izuku's homeroom teacher. Eraserhead, was it? After listening to the interview, she wasn't sure what to think. She could tell that the reporter who asked those questions was trying to antagonize and make the heroes look bad, but she couldn't help but understand where he was coming from. She had learned how to catch on to these sorts of things from watching her son do it nearly every day. From the specific words that they used to way they said it, both Midoriyas had a keen sense for the secrets that laid within the news channels. After all was said and done with the interview, she once again found herself surfing through the dozens of channels. With each press of the button that she constantly assaulted under her thumb, new colors and figures would flash in front of her. But not a single one was what she was looking for. Finally, she stopped on one channel in particular. She knew what she was looking at the moment it popped up on the screen. Right then and there, she almost burst into tears. The image that the screen provided sent her on a roller coaster of emotions. The colors, the shapes, the sounds. They all combined into the setting of which was a large clearing of concrete. Along the edges were mounds of broken buildings, fires, flashing lights, and screaming people. But all of that was blurred in the edge of her vision. Her entire focus was on the boy that stood in the middle of the clearing. She could instantly recognize the wolf that was her own. She could see the anger on his face plain as day. The purple flames that curled around his body flowed in the wind. She then watched as those same flames came from the raised hand of her son. That was when she realized the full situation. Every time she watched her boy exchange blows with the man that she swore she would kill herself, her heart would leap out of her chest. She no longer made any attempts to wipe away the tears that flowed down her face. So what if a few of the objects around her began to float? She did not dare to take her eyes off the screen. For a good bit, she stared as the two looked to be talking to each other. The camera that she knew to be coming from a helicopter was much too far to pick up the words of 2 individuals over the distant sirens and screams. Then came All Might. Her death grip on the remote was released. The objects that hovered around her dropped. And just slightly, a smile came back on her face. She gasped with relief when the world's greatest hero came from nowhere and surprised attacked the villain. From her spot on the floor just in front of the TV, she shuffled around as she thanked whatever god had granted her wish. She continued to smile when she saw Izuku embrace the hero. She knew that he looked up to All Might almost religiously and was even a teacher at UA. She would have to ask Toshi if she could thank the hero personally for saving. No. The warm smile the Inko once wore was ripped away as she saw the villain stand up. The other two were still hugging and had not realized. No. She watched with horror as the villain raised an arm that began to morph. What used to be a normal human arm was now a grotesque, fleshy, and burly arm that very well threatened the lives of who they were pointed at, her son. Please. Just before the fist came down on the both of them, Inko was just able to catch the swift movement of All Might throwing Izuku out of the way and taking the hit. Inko wasn't sure if there were words in the entire dictionary that could describe the amount of chaos that followed. At this point, her emotions became too much to be held within her frail body. As she watched the explosive reaction, her figure went limp while using just enough effort to keep looking at the TV with dead eyes. The remote slipped from her loose grasp and fell to the floor, but she did not hear the impact. The display before her was nightmarish. It was as if a small meteor had struck the earth. The dust that filled the air was blown away by the hurricane-like winds. The edge of the already made clearing widened as the ground beneath deepened. Nothing else seemed to exist except for what she saw through her teary eyes. She had not blinked for several minutes, and her unmoving gaze continued as the aftermath of the villain's attack was shown. If people thought that it was bad before, then it just got worse. Within every pixel on the screen was absolute carnage. With a single attack, this man was able to reshape the land into a cavity in the earth. And there he stood, the villain who wore a black suit and broken mask in the very center of his own destruction. His arm could have made the strongest of heroes recoil in fear. As it nearly touched the ground, a kind of black aura radiated around it. And laying just before this villain was All Might. He was face down in the dirt with his arms up. Similar to how he last looked when he sacrificed himself for her son. She began to trace the screen with her eyes to locate the wolf. A small amount of paranoia re-entering her empty shell of emotions. It was easy enough to find the glowing lavender flames among the dark night, even with the orange fires nearby. He was also laying down, but instead on his back. The wall of debris that he was resting in was even larger than before. And when she was able to identify the expression on his face, it was like looking in a mirror. The only feeling present on his face was utter shock. And even though it tore Inko apart to see her boy with such a look, a wave of relief washed over her. That relief was currently battling with the sense of daunting for the number one hero. Her eyes moved away from her baby and back to the hero who saved her son from the villain. Neither had moved. The wicked-looking man still stood above All Might. Said hero was still laying on the ground. After a few daring seconds of her hoping to see the blonde move, she instead began to see steam rise from his motionless body. She didn't know what it could possibly be at first. Was it an effect from the punch? Was it a part of his own quirk? What was happening? It was subtle, almost too subtle for her to realize that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her. But she knew for a fact that he began to shrink. Little by little, the massive muscles deflated down to his bone. Inch by inch, his healthy locks drooped until they touched the dirt. And just like that, all her emotions came flooding back. How selfless. How foolish. But I must admit, you surprised me today, All Might. A full sacrifice to save just one boy. HMP, it must be agonizing to know that it was all in vain. As AFO stood over the shrinking form All Might, he looked up to the child that his nemesis saved just to postpone his death by a meager minute. The look on his face was full of shock as those lavender eyes stared wide at the downed hero. No, this is impossible. The villain didn't go down after being surprise attacked by All Might. And after letting his guard down for a second, both Midoriya's and All Might's life were in danger. But just in time, our hero was able to keep the UA student out of harm's way but suffered a terrible blow. I don't think he's getting up. The words of the reporter sent hopelessness into the ears of whoever heard the tragic news. Well, let's get this over with, shall we? I want you to witness as the pillar of this society is broken. With the fist that was powered by multiple quirks, AFO raised his arm high. This is just the beginning. He brought his fist down. There seemed to be no end to the amount of punishment that the clearing would take as another heavy attack shook the field. But something wasn't quite right. AFOs could feel that his knuckles did not meet ground or flesh. Past the bony scales and thick flesh that coated his limb, he instead felt a burning sensation. Through the small amount of dust that accumulated from his attack, he could see the indigo glow. Sparing a glance above, he saw that the boy no longer laid in the debris. I'm getting sick. AFO gazed back downwards to where the voice came from. And tired of your sheet. Just as the last word registered in his mind, AFO flinched when he made out the two piercing lavender orbs that burned with hatred in the clearing cloud. When his view was no longer obstructed by particles, the villain could see the Izuku was standing over the deflated form of All Might while using just a singular arm to hold back his fist. I really hope you have a healing quirk in your arsenal of stolen powers. It was only until now that AFO could see the smoke leaving the boy's lips that was hidden amongst the lingering dust. Because this is going to hurt. In a move that was a blur to the villain's eyes, Izuku's arm that was previously holding back the punch whipped up and stabbed each claw into AFO's wrist. Before the man could do anything to prepare for what was about to come next, Izuku opened his mouth and let all hell break loose. The amount of built energy that Izuku stored behind his fangs was released in a titanic surge of uncontained power. The smoke that burst forth was dense enough to be considered a physical object according to physics. The streams of indigo fire roared into the night as the augmented element cast the land in a purple glow. The blast of pure power shot off into the night sky at a low angle, just barely missing the buildings that the pillar of darkness flew over. The smite of Ragnarok lasted for only 6 seconds. But in just those 6 seconds, all of Japan, and soon the world, will know his name. Once the beam had ended, the camera captured the moment Izuku released his claws from his wrist. Then, gravity did its job as the villain dropped to the ground. While the bottom half of his body was nearly untouched by the overwhelming attack, his entire top half was nearly unrecognizable. AFO was a scorch mark. The mask that used to rest around his neck was nowhere to be seen. His skin was a flaking mess as smoke and steam rose from his body. As he lay on his back with his arms spread out. Besides the small rise and fall of his chest, AFO really did look dead. Even if no one else could see it in that moment, Izuku was ready to join him on the ground. But he wasn't done just yet. Turning away from the 2-century-old evil person, he crouched low beside the other unconscious man. With a gentle touch, he lifted the blonde bridal style and walked away. All of Izuku's senses were starting to fail him. He couldn't tell what the shapes were in front of him. The sounds and smells were completely alien to his mind. Even time was something that he could not grasp. With everything that he was able to process, there were people around him. They were worried about something. The weight that he felt in his arms vanished as his arms became numb. He thought he could see black spots around the edges of his blurry vision, but he wasn't sure. Izuku wasn't sure when it happened, but at some point, he fell into darkness. For the next 5 days, the Japan and the Hero Society as a whole changed drastically. In ways that were near unexplainable. After the fight of which humankind has never seen the likes of before, heroes, officers, firefighters, everyone did what they could to save the best of what could come out of the war zone. There were casualties, yes. But all of which were from the first blast from AFO. The heroes were able to act quick enough to save any other lives that were in harm's way of falling debris or spreading flames. In just one night and with the help of certain heroes, they were able to tame the site of destruction. In the morning, the ministry looked over the full results of such a catastrophe. Ragdoll was recovered by the means of other UA students. Their actions were dealt with accordingly with mild quirk usage even though most of which was not against other people or to do harm. Both of the kidnapped students were also retrieved. Once more due to the actions of 2 of the 4 student group, they were able to bring Katsuki Bakugo to the police and had him taken to be checked for any injuries. Then afterwards would be asked questions about his time in the villain's hideout for clues. The other boy, Izuku Yagi Midoriya, who the ministry recognized to be the legal son of Toshinori Yagi All Might, was taken to the nearest hospital via helicopter due to his condition. You didn't have to be a doctor to see that broken state of the boy. While there were no injuries from any sort of outside source, the internal damage put the wolf on death's door. From there, UA's nurse, recovery girl, visited him shortly afterwards. The Nomu that were originally in the unsuspecting building were all ended by the efforts of one of the 4. That said student was also injured during their attempt to escape. Thankfully, it was nothing serious. Simply a minor concussion and slight bruising all along the body. The other 3 came out with minimal wounds, which was always a good thing. In the end, the villains were able to escape. All except for AFO, they went through a portal that took them to a place unknown. So even though they were able to find their original base of operations, they still managed to get away. All that was left was the aftermath of the number 1 hero. Even though the villain that brought despair upon Japan was defeated, he did not go down alone. I'm basically at my limit. All Might said the words in a sorrowful tone. I may be able to pull off my hero form for a measly few minutes, but that's it. Using my own body as a shield took a lot out of me, more than I expected. As he looked up from his frail hand, he peered into heterochromatic eyes. I'm sorry, Toshinori. I feel like it was because of me that things came out this way. Just as the blonde looked to her, Shoko looked away in shame. Hey, it was thanks to you and your little crusade that you got Ragdoll out of there and was able to draw out All for One. Although, I highly discourage that you attempt anything like this again. And I agree with what the Force said about your foolish decision to go out instead of notifying any kind of authority. The look of shame in Shoko's eyes deepened. But, even if what you did was dumb, you did a good job at it, the others too. I'm just glad that everything came out better than what it could have. At that, Shoko dropped the sad look slightly and met Toshi's sapphire gaze with a small smile. This, while thing was just hard. Just as many others, Shoko had a difficult time explaining the events that occurred 5 days prior. Indeed, it was. And it best that it ended when it had. Otherwise, well, that's a future that we thankfully don't have to face. And we have him to thank for that. At his statement, both looked over the still form of Izuku. He had been unconscious for 5 straight days. The level of quirk exhaustion, let alone the actual exhaustion he had, was pilled up way higher than any records till this date. At first, the doctors weren't sure if they could do anything to help him. But as usual, Izuku continued to drop jaws, even while he's passed out. After a few hours of suppling the boy with feeding tubes that contained high nutrients, they saw that he was beginning to stabilize. After 5 days of patience, he finally looked healthy enough to be considered alive. If you were to look just on the other side of the bed, you could see a sleeping Inko with the top half of her body laying on the side of the bed with her son. After the 3rd day, she had finally stopped crying over the sight of her boy in such a state. And when she wasn't eyeing his heart monitor, she was bawling over Toshi. He had not suffered anything as nearly as severe. Sure, his spine was on the brink of being snapped in two, but like Toshi already said, it could have been worse. After waking up himself at the end of the 1st day after the fight, he was met with the motherly force of Inko, who held him for hours on end. He loved the woman to death, but if she didn't loosen her grip, then it really would have been to death. Not too long after, Shoko showed up. After getting her fill of making sure that both were indeed alive, she explained how she was caught up in the mess. Sure, Toshi was upset about hearing from both the girl and the council that she and 3 other students had knowledge of Izuku's whereabouts and didn't tell anyone, but Toshi could tell that there was no reason to get after the girl when he could tell that she had already learned from her mistakes. When it came to the final judgment of the 4, they were given an intense warning. Since no one besides themselves and the higher executives knew of their involvement, they had the option to be let off as long as they don't go around telling everyone. A short and easy lie would replace the true story for the reasons behind the 4's injuries and how they were able to find Ragdoll. Throughout the days, other UA students had stopped by to check up on Izuku. Each time, they would recoil from seeing that Toshi was there. And each time, had to explain his position as Izuku's father. During which, Toshi also learned that Shoko actually knew of his real identity beforehand. Since he trusted the girl, he paid no mind to it and moved on. On the 5th day, which is also the present, it was becoming late. Golden rays of setting sunlight shone through the windows onto the few residents in the room. Seeing as it was time to head home, Toshi awakened the peaceful Greenette from the side of the bed, and the 2 married couple drove the Peppermint Girl to the UA dorms. After a few bits of farewell, the Yagis drove off to their own home, to where they would sleep in their own bed after Inko had one of her small sessions of caring for Toshi. His back was all that was injured, but it seemed to be healing much better than his side had from all those years ago. Of course, she was still getting used to the whole "my husband used to be, the #1 hero" thing. That talk was quickly taken care of the first night of Toshi's awakening. Meanwhile, Shoko would wave them off as she watched them drive away. The girl would turn and head towards the UA dorms where she has been living for the past few months. For a short while, she would converse with whatever group was in the commons room before heading to her room. When she would finally prepare herself for slumber, she would recall the day's events. The events that consisted of her doing her normal routine with the few adjustments to fit what had become of her life. Things were always changing here at UA. And even though she knew it was for the better of her becoming a hero she had always dreamed of, she couldn't stop the night from becoming cold. Even on the nights where they would sleep separately, she didn't feel this kind of cold while in the comfort of her bed. Ever since she was treated at the hospital after camp, that news of Izuku being gone had left her in a state of which she had never experienced. Even after she had taken these feeling to Inko and found it was similar to when the mother had lost her first husband, it didn't do much to ease her. Even after seeing him in the hospital. Even after knowing that he was safe and sound. She still felt the void. Izuku didn't know how long he's been here. He doesn't know when he'll be able to leave. Darkness has succumbed his world. But it wasn't a bad kind of darkness. This felt more right. So now, he lied there. He also wasn't sure what he was laying on, but he was laying on something. And for the longest time, nothing happened. He simply stared out into the unending abyss of nothingness. Or at least what was nothingness anyway. After what could have been any amount of time in the world, Izuku saw a light. Then 2, then 3, then 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. All of which were different bright colors. Izuku didn't know how he knew, but he could tell that these lights held a significant importance to him. Each held a great power that came together to become what is known as One for All. Just as he said the name in his head, each light formed into a figure. He didn't know who 7 of the people were, but the 8th that smiled at him with pride looked all too familiar. When he returned the smile, he realized that all of them were grinning at him with proud and happy expressions. Then, all together they said, "Wake up." Just as Izuku's eyes opened for the first time in nearly 6 days, those 8 lights remained in his eyes until they vanished. "It's 3 in the morning, what am I supposed to do for the next 3 hours?" They weren't in a hurry per se, but they definitely weren't taking their sweet time. The morning after, the Yagi residents received a call telling them that Izuku has awoken. After a quick pickup for Shoko, the 3 drove out to the hospital. It was rite of silence, but not an uncomfortable one. The only words that were on their minds were for the boy who had been asleep for the past 5 days. It took very little time to reach the hospital and even less time for the 3 to make their way through the parking lot, through the front office, up the elevator and finally down the hall to where they saw the number that signified the room that they were just in the day before. Inko was the first to make it to the door as the other 2 knew not to get in her way considering she was the most emotional of them all. They could practically already hear the oncoming fit of tears. However, all 3 weren't expecting the flash of green the moment that the door opened and to find that the younger greenette clinging onto Inko. It didn't take a second before the mother returned the affectionate hug with her son. After several seconds of silence, sobs could be heard from the 2 greenettes. It was quiet at first, but then the emotionally exhausted Inko hardly made any effort to hold back the oncoming bawls as she let loose in her son's shoulder. While Izuku didn't size up to Inko's state, there were still tears that flowed down his cheeks as he comfortably stroked his hand up and down her back. It didn't take too long before Toshinori could feel a sensation in his own eyes as he enveloped the both of them in his long arms. With his face barely visible in the loving pile, Izuku opened his eyes to Shoko and could see the wobbly smile as she was also trying her best to hold back the tear that ran free from her eyes. Without hesitation, he gestured for her to join the group hug. Shoko also did not hesitate as she added herself to the group, Izuku using his free hand to hold on to Shoko's as they all cried together. Because of the large effect on society from the battle, the few students that were injured from said battle, and the official retirement of All Might, news that Izuku was still shocked about, UA was put on break for the week. So that meant that Izuku had not missed any of his classes as they now had the weekend until they were required back at the UA dorms. For now, the 3 Yagis and the 1 Todoroki resided back to the Yagi residence for the 2 days they had to themselves. And while Izuku fully planned on using those 2 days to relax, there was something that he needed to do. After a quick call and some explaining to Toshi, the 2 males got back into the vehicle and drove to their destination. The 2 females watched as they went on their way from the front door. While both hated to see them leave so soon after such an event, they understood Izuku's reasoning. The younger of the 2 went back into the house, followed by the other and sat into the couch. Even though the furniture was comfy, Shoko sat tensely in the seat. Even though everything was over with, there was still that thought that plagued her mind. Inko, being the fantastic mother she was, noticed this and sat next to the girl. The older of the 2 watched as the other did nothing for a full minute. It was only after noticing the small shine in those heterochromatic eyes did Inko slowly pull her into a sideways hug. At first, Shoko didn't react. But once she felt that the shine was possibly turning into more tears, she fully embraced the hug with one of her own. Too close? It was too close, the poor girl said through hitched breaths. It was only until now that Shoko was fully able to relish in the thought of Izuku finally being safe. And because of it, she could finally let all her pent-up emotions free, just as the woman holding her had done earlier that day. Throughout the entire time that Izuku was in the hospital, Shoko couldn't bring herself to say that he was in her grasp just yet. She couldn't rid of the gnawing fear that something could still happen. As much as she wanted to feel that relief of seeing that he was okay along with Inko and Toshi, she felt as if it wasn't over until he opened his eyes. SHHHH. I know. It's okay, everything's okay. Shoko felt herself mentally pulled into the greenette's hold. Time and time again, Shoko was astonished how kind-hearted one person could be. You and I both know it's gonna take a lot more than that to stop him. Even through the broken dam of Shoko's emotions, she couldn't help her hurt expression to morph into a small smile. But I just want you to promise me that you'll look after him, just to make sure. Can you do that for me? Shoko could tell how deep the question was. But even then, she already knew her answer. Always. As the silence was the only thing that met Izuku's ears, which were currently pressed flat against his head, he felt as if he was awaiting judgment from some sort of god. Of course, that wasn't actually what happening, but it certainly did feel that way. The atmosphere was heavy, yet it left Izuku feeling lightheaded from his previous outburst. He didn't mean to raise his voice any or use words that may have not been appropriate to the situation. But after pouring his heart and soul into the apology, he couldn't help it as his feelings came forth like a torrent. There he lied, on the ground with his knees tucked to his chest and his shins on the cold floor. Both his hands were pressed together and also against the floor just above his head as he pressed it against the white tile. His tail showed no sign of positive activity as it lay limp behind him where Toshi stared wide-eyed beside it. Izuku was groveling. Something that Izuku would do if he deemed necessary, but never thought would actually happen. In this case, it was more than a necessity. If he didn't do this, whether he graduated from UA or not, he could never call himself a hero. Heroes are never supposed to go back on their word. Heroes are never supposed to let others get hurt. Heroes are never supposed to leave someone behind. Yet, he did all three to the young child before him. Tiger was on the edge of his seat, literally and figuratively. In just the few days that he's trained the wolf, he knew that Izuku had high spirits and a kind of pride that usually didn't result in him presenting himself in such a SBMSSV way. But at the same time, didn't hesitate to show how he felt, even if it put him in the wrong. Mandalay stood on nervous legs not too far away from her partner. Upon the student's first appearance, the nervousness was from just the greenette alone. She kept trying to convince her lizard mind that he had no foul intentions, but seeing the aftermath of the blood dance that took place on the mountain where he and Muscular fought still haunted her. But no, that nervousness was sorely directed to helping the boy as she heard every heartfelt word from his shaky voice. Pixie Bob was still having trouble trying to process what had just taken place in their home. They were prepared to have two specific visitors because of the phone call they got previously, but not at all did she expect to see one of them on the floor in front of her in such a miserable state. Kota Izumi looked over the weak form of Izuku with just as much shock as everyone else, if not more. The small boy was at a loss for words from the one-of-a-kind apology that the wolf before him cried out. With every second, every word, every breath, Kota's eyes widened with face written of bewilderment. He so desperately wanted to say something. But at every attempt to voice anything, this unbeatable lump would form in his throat. He really was at a loss for words. With every passing second of howling silence that pressed onto the room and its occupants, the anticipation grew to uncomfortable levels. So instead, Kota got off his chair. All except for Izuku watched the small boy take step after step until he was standing above him. In a slow, yet confident, descent, Kota lowered himself until his shins were also flat against the floor. All along the way, the adult saw Kota's face gain the slightest bit of determination. A singular hand raised up. It hung in the air for just a second before it placed itself firmly on Izuku's shoulder. Said boy tensed from the contact. But after nothing happened, Izuku hesitantly lifted his head from the floor. As his vision steadily transitioned from the white tiles he was laying on and up to the child sitting just in front of him, the hand continued to hold itself tight. Finally, Izuku saw the entire figure of Kota. But just before he looked the boy in the eyes, Izuku once more mentally screamed at the burn mark on his cheek. Just stop it. The unexpected demand from the smaller boy caused everyone to flinch, but they continued to listen. Why are you apologizing to me of all people? Izuku blinked in confusion at the question but wasn't able to answer before Kota spoke again. You already saved my life from Muscular. It was my own dang fault for going back into danger. You put everything you had into saving me, and that was all you needed to do. Yet, you blame yourself for something for not being there for me even though you already were. Boo! But nothing. Once more, everyone flinched from the boy as he cut Izuku off. I could have been killed and you saved my sorry butt, end of story. You shouldn't have had to worry about me afterwards. You can't blame yourself because I blame myself. While you and your friends that I called idiots were fighting just to survive, I passed out just from getting scared by that guy. His flames barely even touched me, but I still freaked out. You and another student got taken away. There are people who cared for you and were probably scared out of their minds, yet here you are apologizing to me? I'm sorry. Do you understand? All throughout the boy's comeback, his voice became louder as well as more high-pitched. His eyes narrowed to try and keep his tear ducts from doing their work. But all the while, he never stopped once as he looked Izuku straight in the eyes. And before the wolf could even begin to respond, he felt the hand on his shoulder clutch his shirt and pull him forward. In one smooth action, Kota had pulled the older boy into a hug. All Izuku could do was sit there for a couple seconds, completely dumbstruck at what he just heard. Then, in a voice that only Izuku could hear, Kota spoke. You helped me, it's only fair that I return the favor. If the powerful conviction of Kota's statement was anything, then that was the cherry on top. Finally accepting his own guilt, Izuku brought up his own arms and wrapped the boy in an equally tight hug. The PP cats were beyond amazed to see this new side of the kid. The last time that they've ever seen with these kinds of emotions was just after his parents had died to muscular. And ever since, Kota had isolated himself in a thick bubble that they have tried popping for years. Then, as if it were nothing, this green-haired boy with wolf ears and tail comes along and does just that in only 5 minutes. Toshi, on the other hand, who had not known Kota, was more surprised by the willingness to so easily put himself out there for this boy. But after hearing the story and the reason, the retired hero understood perfectly. He understood all too well. And while he already knew it, Toshi was reminded that behind that tough exterior was a boy who had his own problems, but always made sure to help others. I will forever be proud you. When all was said and done, the two groups bid the other farewell. With the suffocating weight on Izuku's chest lifted by Kota, the wolf felt renewed. It was not easy for him one bit once he learned about what happened to the water quirk user. He tried as much as he could to keep it all in until he came face to face with Kota. And once he did, Izuku lost all restraint for how he felt about leaving him alone on that mountain. But no, he could rest easy. Almost anyway. Hey, Dad. Yes, my boy? Toshi responded but didn't take his eyes off the road. If it's not too much trouble, there's one last place that I would like to go, to get something, for someone. Izuku answered. Oh? And where might that be? It took close to an hour of the two embracing one another before Shoko pulled herself together. After another minute of the girl relentlessly thanking and apologizing to Inko for being good support but also taking a lot out of the Greenette's time. Naturally, Inko reassured the girl several times that she would always be available to Shoko for someone to talk to. After that, the two settled into a calm atmosphere, either passing time or waiting for the other two to return. The mother of the house was currently preparing a meal for when they do get back. Shoko had offered help a few times but was kindly turned down by the woman. So instead, Shoko resorted to heading to Izuku's room and resting in his bed. Even though it had been mostly vacant ever since they left for UA, it still had his smell. Soon enough, she found herself relishing in the comfort of being in his bed once more. But of course, feeling that the most important part was missing. She knew the exact reason for this, which was why she deeply awaited for her lover to return. Shoko decided to distract herself from her current situation. Pulling out her phone, she pulled up the photo icon. With just a few taps, she was scrolling through the dozens of little memories that she has taken over the past year. One by one, she looked at each picture that she cherished. She never knew how much she loved to look back onto the old memories until she took her first pic. Back then, she didn't really know how well to take pictures and such since she had no reason to do it before. But until this day, this was her favorite. It was the night that Izuku had asked her out to the carnival. While she will forever remember that night's events, she was glad that she took this specific picture. It was of Izuku, obviously. It was of him walking down the road to her house with his back turned to her. With his body being illuminated by the light of her house, he stood out in the dark night surrounded by trees. It was the night that they had kissed. And while they had kissed hundreds of times after that, this was the most special. Because this was what started it all. It was what had led up to life to this point. Shoko took a second to reminisce in the memory before tapping onto the next one that she recognized. The image that popped up summoned a small giggle from the girl. She remembered this one to have been from their second date. This one was much less active than the time at the carnival, but just as memorable. At the center of the picture was Izuku looking straight at the camera with a light blush on his face. Even so, he smiled as he was just about to eat the French fry that was halfway in his mouth. Eating at a restaurant for their second date was something they both easily agreed on. The next one that she opened up caused her to alight a chuckle. This one was during one of their free times during their time training with Endeavor. In the image, it showed Shoko chuckling just as she did upon viewing the sight of Izuku in Fenrir form comically peeking over her shoulder and also looking into the camera. She continued to find pictures that she treasures deeply. Ones that consisted of them having fun with Inko and Toshi, ones where they had gone on other dates. She even got a picture of the exact moment that Izuku was making a silly face next to Endeavor when he wasn't looking. After scrolling through a few others of their times together, she spotted a particular one in her gallery that she didn't recognize. She found this odd and proceeded to click on it. When the picture popped up, she could feel herself falling in love with the boy all over again. This picture was not taken by her since she was sound asleep in the frame. Instead, she could see that it was taken by Izuku, who was gently kissing her on the cheek. She could tell that this done in the very bed that she was laying in. With the lights off and the illumination created by the wisp-like embers that floated around them. After taking in the sight, she brought phone close to chest as she smiled. Please don't leave me. And why would I ever do that? Shoko whipped up from the bed into a sitting position and saw Izuku standing at the doorway. The smile that he had was as bright as ever as he began to walk into the room. Being nervous for no apparent reason other than having him heard her, she fumbled over her words as she continuously found much more interest around the room. Oh, no. I don't mean like that. As she tried to explain herself, Izuku kept coming closer until he was moving up the bed and closer to her. I just meant that, I was MMH. During her frantic answer and random search around the room, she didn't see that Izuku had come close enough to land his lips on her own. And as if a curse was lifted from her, the nervousness left, and Shoko could feel lost warmth return to her body. It took almost no time before Shoko returned the passionate kiss. Then, the girl could feel herself lowing down until the bed met her back, neither breaking away from the embrace. As Shoko instinctively cupped the boy's left cheek in her hand, she felt his own hand caress her side. She was so lost in the sudden arousal that her mind completely ignored the third presence. So that was why she was confused when Izuku suddenly ended the kiss and turned away. Following his wide-eyed gaze, she found Toshi at the doorway with an amused, embarrassed look as he rubbed the back of his neck while averting his gaze. I hate to interrupt, but Inko told me to come get you too, dinner is ready. With that, the man quickly evacuated the hallway and back to the kitchen. After a second of the two staring at the empty doorway with red faces, they looked to each before Izuku lightened the mood with a less nervous chuckle. It worked as their blushes died down and Shoko mirrored the chuckle. As always, Inko's cooking was as good as ever. She was sure to be acknowledged of this as the other three ate with pleased looks and satisfied sounds. The four ate mostly in silence, all just enjoying the first meal they've had together in pretty much 2 months. And so much has happened in just the last 2 weeks in that span of time. What was supposed to be a nice, and hardworking, school camping trip quickly took a turn for the absolute worst. Everyone was panicking when they heard that villains had once again come after them. But that was just half the class. The other 20 students were inexperienced to an actual villain attack. Either way, it was awful. Kids were attacked and very well nearly killed. Izuku didn't know any of the details as he wasn't in his right state of mind, but echoes of faint screams crossed his mind at random times ever since he's woken up. He was especially disturbed when he thought he heard a gunshot on of the recalled memories. As of now, he was doing his best to ignore them for now. He was certain that asking about the incident at the training camp while eating with the others was not a good conversation. He was just glad that it ended for everyone later on. Almost everyone at least. He already knew that Bakugos was taken along with him, but also having been told that one of the PP cats, Ragdoll, was gone without a trace. Even though he had no clue of what the story behind it was, he found out that she had also been rescued along with him and Bakugos. And then there was the fight with All for One. Just thinking of the man made his instincts flare up. Even without eyes, Izuku could feel his gaze that promised death. He could easily tell that such a thing was not a problem for the villain. Although, Izuku couldn't give a DMN in that moment. All he cared about in that moment was that BSTRD had hurt someone he cares deeply for, and he was going to pay for it. And even if Izuku hated the fact that he was in the way and had caused Toshi to take that hit for him, Izuku was glad that the 2-century carrier of evil was no more. After their quiet dinner, the four agreed to occupy the living room to watch a movie together, something that they haven't done in an even longer time. After some agreements, they found the perfect movie to watch. About 5 minutes later, they all found themselves camped up in the living room with blankets and pillows. The 2 couches were filled with each couple and their comfy accessories. When all preparations completed, the movie started. For the next 2 hours, the only signs of life were the occasional laugh as the 4 watched a humorous scene. No such surprises since they had already seen the movie, but was always good to watch every now and again. And for those 2 hours, there was finally some normalcy in their lives. All of them together without the troubling affairs of the world. No chores to take care, no jobs to do, no homework to complete, and especially no villains to deal with. While Toshi and Inko laid more relaxed as they cuddled together on their own couch, Izuku and Shoko were in a similar position, but more upright and attentive to the movie. This had caused the older couple to fall asleep by the time those 2 hours ended, signaling that the movie was over. Unlike the married pair, Izuku and Shoko were still awake, even if it was just somewhat. As the girl was leaning against the boy's side, she was about to ask what they should do next before she nearly yelped from the sudden feeling of being lifted from the couch. Shoko found herself to be in Izuku's arms, bridal style. With the light from the TV, she looked to Izuku questionably. She didn't know what the smile meant exactly, but it hinted to Izuku having something planned. And she would be lying if she didn't want to find out what it was. "You mind picking those up for me?" he asked in a whisper while gesturing to the blanket and pillow still on the couch with a nod of his head. She accepted the request, and after he lowered her enough, she wrapped up the blanket in her arms before reaching for the pillow. In a playful act to her lover, Shoko snatched the pillow in a quick move and swatted the wolf in the face with it. After taking back the pillow and hugging it innocently, she could see the unamused look of Izuku, despite that he was trying his best not to smile, and failing horribly at it. With a small giggle from the girl, Izuku carried her back to his room, blanket and pillow in tow. Upon entering the dark room, Izuku used his tail to push the door closed and made the rest of the way to the bed with ease as his eyes instantly adapted to the pitch-black room. While Shoko honestly thought she could stay in his arms forever, the comfort of the bed was something she greatly accepted in her drowsy state. Taking the pillow and blanket that was originally in the room was taken by Izuku and placed on the bed to prepare it for the two. When that was done, Izuku sat on the edge of the bed for a moment as the girl beside him lay snugly under the covers, waiting for him to come to her side. Even without light, Shoko could barely make out his dark figure in the room. From she could tell, he seemed to be deep in thought. That, or he was holding something. She reached over with a hand and tugged on his shirt once. When she could see the glow of his eyes direct themselves to her, she pulled on the front of shirt this time. Complying with her pull, Izuku lowered himself to the open lips of the girl. The two met with a gentle kiss that went on for nearly a minute. The kiss didn't neither escalate or slow, it was simply a loving embrace to make up for the lost time of being separated. Finally deciding to join the girl in bed, Izuku slid himself under the covers. Almost as soon as he did, Shoko quickly attached herself to his chest. By no means did the wolf resist as he used one arm to slide between her and the bed and wrap it around Shoko's back while using the other to place a gentle hand low on her waist. No words were needed as their lips connected once more. The arms that were placed firmly on his chest were suddenly wrapped over his shoulder and around his neck as the girl became more vigorous. She's suddenly awake, Izuku thought. Even if it was unexpected, Izuku would not ignore his mate's physical call. He equaled her in the passionate kiss as he raised his hand to comb his fingers in her silky hair. Their excitement was steadily increasing as the rest of their bodies began to shift under the cover of the blanket. Both pairs of legs intertwined and rubbed against one another. Shoko naturally raised one leg to wrap around the other's waist, but just as she did, Shoko felt a hard and small item on the side of Izuku's leg. It threw her off entirely as she pulled back from the kiss and looked at him questionably. She could tell that he knew of what happened and firstly answered with a nervous chuckle. The hand that was previously in her hair lowered and disappeared under the blanket. A second later, he brought his hand back up and held it between their heads. All she could tell was there was some sort of small object in his fingers. Before she could attempt to make out what it was, Izuku opened his mouth as a single ember soared past his lips. The light from the ember cast an orange shade on the object in Izuku's hand that she could now identify as a ring. Shoko brought a hand back to her mouth to cover the gasp. A few times straight, Shoko looked back and forth from the ring to Izuku, who had a warm smile. While she felt joy, there was something that she needed to clear up first. "Are you asking me to marry you?" "What? No." He quickly answered back in a loud whisper. "Well, at least not yet anyway." The both of them gained deep blushes at his statement. Although Shoko's was more of absolute bliss while Izuku admitted his possible future plans. This is just for you, it doesn't mean any kind of fancy marriage or anything, but to me it means that I love you. Not that you don't know that, it's just," Izuku stopped mid-sentence when he saw Shoko holding back a giggle at seeing him having difficulty. "Sai, what I'm trying to say is that I love you." Izuku decided to take the easy route with a chuckle. Izuku used his other hand and grabbed hold of one of Shoko's. With care, he slid the ring down on her ring finger. With the illumination of the ember that peacefully floated above them, Shoko was able to make out the details of the ring. Except for the very top, the ring was mainly thin. The edges of it being black while the middle was a smooth silver. On the top where it became thicker was the perfectly molded tip of an ivory rose that encased a small ruby. The orange gem looked dazzling as the light of the ember reflected against it. "Izuku, don't get me wrong, I love it. But that doesn't mean I approve of you spending so much on me." After admiring the ring, Shoko explained. Well that's the thing. As Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, he continued to explain. "I was going to pay for it. But the moment that Dad and I entered the shop, the owner offered us any item, free of charge. Said it was a discount for saving his daughter who was caught in the destruction of All for One. At first, I tried to negotiate since it felt like I was stealing, much to Dad's amusement. In the end, it resorted to me referring people to his shop whenever I get the chance." At the end of his story, Shoko chuckled once before looking back to the ring. "Well, what I said before still stands. I know for a fact that you love me, and I feel the same for you. But thank you." After the quick response from Shoko, she looked back up to Izuku and pecked him on the lips. It was after pulling back that she finally realized how tired she actually was. "Geez, why'd you have to go and make me all tired for?" the girl said jokingly as she rested her head against his chest. "HM, don't push yourself. I'll still be here when you wake up. Izuku answered with amusement and a bit of worry. K. I'll save the goods for you tomorrow then. Shoko sounded to be on the brink of falling asleep as she must not have fully realized what came out of mouth. Along with a blush, Izuku smiles at the goofy scene before pulling her close, promptly falling asleep minutes after. In the following morning, Inko was more than happy to have a full house. It was a Sunday, so that meant at least 2 of the people sitting at the table with her had to return back to UA. Her son and the girl that she would gladly call her own were eating breakfast, as were Inko and Toshinori. Her husband, as well as the other teachers, did not have dorms like the students, so Inko at least had the pleasure of seeing the blonde. The 2 teens, however, living at the dorms and being busy with schoolwork, did not have too many chances to visit. So, you can bet the Inko was going to use this to her full advantage. I think it would good for us all if we went out and did something together. The idea from the mother easily caught the attention of the other 3. There is a special kind of park 2 districts over, about a 30-minute drive. It's called the Wilderness Trails. I just thought this would be a good time to take a nice peaceful walk. All 4 of us. After she finished explaining, she waited for the others' answers. She was happy enough to see Toshinori and Shoko give approving looks. But she didn't need to look at her son to know that he greatly agreed to explore a new place, especially one that involves nature. So, with all 4 on board, they finished their meals and went on their way. Just as Inko said, nearly half an hour later and they were pulling into the small gravel parking lot. From what they could see, they were the only ones there. It wouldn't matter too much either way since the trails actually stretched out for a long way. A minute later, they were standing in front of a large wooden post that had a map of the trails etched into it. There were actually several different paths they could go through. Some were long, others were short, there were even some miniature paths that trailed off the main ones. Deciding to take the longest one, which was called the Casaretto Loop, the group began their journey. The loop in the name represented the way that the trail formed. Across nearly the entire park was a singular path that formed into a figure 8. From what the map said, there were ponds, streams, and even 2 small bridges along the path. It was obvious among them that this was the best choice and were very quickly proven right, as not 5 minutes later they come across a glistening pond that the path curled around. They all took their time as they gazed out at the peaceful water, with the married couple just slightly behind and the younger 2 up in front. While Toshi and Inko had their arms locked together at the elbow, Shoko and Izuku simply held hands. After the pond, they continued along the trail that had all sorts of flora on both sides. Tall and lush trees filled both sides of the clear dirt trail. The only sounds were of the bird songs in the distance, the rhythm of their steps, and if you were Izuku, the soothing flow of water further up the path. Once coming upon the flow of water, the 4 found it to be a small stream coursing through a small tunnel underneath the path. The small stream then led to the main river that circled around the entire park. A moment of admiring the scene and the group carried on. The next thing they encountered was the one of the 2 bridges. The structure wasn't anything special, but it definitely contributed to the marvelous imagery of the gentle rushing river that went underneath. The sun's light sent rays of bright yellow through the tips of the trees that hung over the water in motion. There were some large rocks at the base of the bridge that were easy enough to get down to, and that was exactly what Izuku decided to do as he hopped down to the rocky-made platform. Shoko followed just behind as she sat next to the boy at the water edge. "I'm guessing you 2 are staying here for a bit?" The 2 looked up to Toshi, who had asked the question. He was at the end of the bridge with Inko just next to him. "Yeah, we want to enjoy the view just for a little longer," Shoko answered. "All right then, don't be too long now," Toshi said with a smile before the married couple moved on. "Got it," Izuku called out just as they turned away. Now, it was just the 2 of them, both looking out to the breathtaking sight. It felt so good for the both of them to finally be back in each other's presence. As they leaned against one another, they cherished every moment. It was difficult to come times like these anymore. If they had a normal school experience, then things would be fine. But with the league constantly trying to get at them, just going out was troublesome. Sometimes, I wonder how I was able to be blessed with such a life. After a few minutes of silence, Izuku stated what was on his mind. "I think it's something more to do with deserving what's been given to you. If that's anything to go by, then I say it has nothing to do with being blessed. Simply a matter of how much you've done for others," Shoko said kindly to the other, who hummed at the response. "Pretty sure Dad said something along those lines a while ago," Izuku said. "Then that means I'm right." They both laughed at her reply. About another minute of listening to the world around, Izuku leaned over more and planted a kiss on the girl's cheek. "But even then, I feel like calling you a blessing is an understatement." At Izuku's words, Shoko blushed heavily as she instinctively cupped her face to hide her embarrassment. The boy let out another small laugh at the sight as Shoko peeked out from behind a space in her fingers. Since when did you become such a charmer with words? The red-faced girl asked. I have my moments. Izuku beamed a smile of pride before looking back out to the river. And as much as I want to stay here and make more with you, I think it's time that we caught up with Mom and Dad. At Izuku's suggestion, Shoko finally pulled her hands away to give a nod. But even as the two got up and left, the smile never left the girl's face. It didn't take long before they managed to catch up to the other two. Turned out that they decided to rest on a bench that was further up the path. Izuku may or may not have spotted them having their own little NTMT moment. So, he resorted to speak somewhat loudly to Shoko about some off-topic subject while looking clueless, sparing the married couple the embarrassment. After joining back up with them, all four went on their way. The scenery continued to amaze all four from the wonderful summer sights. Whether it be from the towering trees that danced in the breeze or just the simple sounds of that filled the open air, this was true peace. Passing the second bridge that was similar to the first indicated that they were about 3/4 of the way done. From what Shoko could remember from the map, the last part was a straight path to the exit. Taking one last curve, they came upon the straight path. Looking all the way at the end in the far distance, you could see the exit lead to the open gravel field where they had started. The entrance and exit were two different paths that connected to the parking area, but if one so chose to do so, they could take either one. And depending on the route they chose, they don't even have to exit the other end. As they finally reached the end, they all collectively agreed the walk was a success. Just some time to themselves and enjoy the little things. Making their way back to the vehicle, Izuku found that there was another car on the other end of the field. Just after, he noticed another pair of four at the large map that displayed at the entrance. Immediately, Izuku was able to tell the closeness among them, as well as the unique quirk three of them seemed to have. The two kids, one of which looked to be his age, had a long reptilian-like tail with smooth horns, while the other looked to be younger and had long pointed ears. He could tell right on the spot that they got these traits from who Izuku assumed to be their father. He also sported horns that were much larger and had a build that nearly rivaled Endeavor's, and also a tail but was shorter and had a tuft of fur on the end. Those three all had special physical traits while the supposedly mother of the group had not a single one. She looked as plain as day. This didn't hold any significant meaning to Izuku, but it was just a nice reminder that some people couldn't care less about one's appearance. He already knew this, but it felt nice to see, nonetheless. After one last glance, Izuku sat himself in the truck and they drove off. Both Shoko and Izuku waved to the Inko as she waved back at them from the retreating truck. They had thought it to be best that they should be dropped off at UA so no extra trips would be needed to be made. After the vehicle disappeared from sight, the two made their way back to the dorms, hand in hand. The tread was short as they walked with the sun shining down on them. As they approached the building, both knew that they would have people waiting for them. Only Shoko was actually aware of Izuku no longer being bedridden, so some people might take his sudden appearance as a surprise. One way or the other, they would have to enter at one point. Doing just that, Shoko was the first to look around the corner to find a small portion of the class in the commons room. Hagakure, being one of them, noticed her at the doorway. "Oh, hi Shoko. Welcome Bouch." Just as she was about to finish the sentence, Izuku stepped around the corner to reveal himself. "Midoriya. Oh my gosh, you're okay." At Hagakure's sudden excitement, everyone else in the room joined her to gawk over the wolf. "I can believe it, I figured you would be out for way longer than that. But it's good to have you back." Kaminari seemed to be stunned for Izuku being there. "That what you would expect from the strongest student of 1A. And holy crap, the way you fought that villain was super cool. The definition of manly." Kirishima piped up. "That was really scary. At first, I was relieved when All Might showed up. But after that villain pulled that dirty move, I was put back on the emotional roller coaster. Just glad that you're doing okay." It was too easy to agree with Ishido on the whole situation was indeed scary. "So, hold up. All Might is your dad?" Uraraka was one of the many that visited Izuku when he was in the hospital, so she had met the blonde man by his side and heard the true relationship between the two. Yeah. A month before we got into UA, he and my mom married, so that legally makes him my father." Izuku answered. "And thank you, all of you, for caring. It means a lot." "Hey man, don't worry about it." Izuku very much appreciated seeing Nito after so long. "We don't share the same lives, but we're all here to become heroes, aren't we? We look out for each other." Izuku couldn't help but feel blessed once more. But then, he remembered what Shoko had told him earlier that day. With another glance to the girl next to him, he offered a heartfelt smile. A smile that was immediately given back. For the rest of the day, more people had come down to the commons room upon hearing the news of Izuku's arrival. And after hearing their relieved worry from each and every one of them, even Ida, they descended into a calm atmosphere as if it were any other day. Shiozaki had come down from her own room and immersed into a friendly conversation with Shoko after checking in with the wolf. Said wolf was back to hanging out with Nieto, catching up on any of the stuff that's happened while he was away. Well, ever since you and Bakugo were taken, the school went into a sort of a shutdown. All the kids weren't allowed to leave the dorms unless given permission and classes were cut. So, if you're asking about making lost work, then you don't have anything to worry about. The blonde explained. Yeah, I learned that much from Shoko. Before Izuku could ask anything else, Monoma spoke again. That DMN Nomu was crazy. From the way that Aoyama described it, the League tried to make something to hold its own against you. Said that it basically looked like you, but just evil. At that, Izuku had another quick flash of a memory. One of crimson red fur and black horns. Hey, you alright? Even if the memory lasted for only a second, it had caused him to space out. Why yeah. Things were moving so fast. It's all kind of a blur at this point. Izuku said. Couldn't blame you. I just feel bad that I did nothing to help while all this was happening. Monoma looked downward with a bit of guilt on his face. And that was what led you, Shoko, Kirishima, and Shiozaki to come look for me. The wolf was answered with a slight nod. Don't sweat it, Nito. It all worked out in the end, didn't it? His reassurance brought a small smile as he looked back up to Izuku. I suppose. Events in the dorms went smoothly as day turned to night. People were already heading back to their rooms one by one. Izuku was about to join them and invite Shoko up, but was suddenly stopped when he sensed someone approaching. Just as he turned to see who it was, Ida stopped his hand from landing on his shoulder and brought it back down to his side. Midoriya, would it be bothersome to you if we could speak privately for a moment? Based on where Ida's and his relationship is at, Izuku could only guess one reason for this. No, not at all. Lead the way. The pair didn't go far as they only went just out of the dorm building exit with the door just a few feet away. Izuku noticed that Ida has not made hardly any eye contact but chose not to point it out. Then, from out of nowhere, the dark blue-haired teen bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, his glasses nearly flying off his face from the sudden movement. Midoriya. Why yes? I apologize. I apologize on my name of Tenya Ida for treating you that way after you saved me from Stain. The taller boy said, not having moved from his bow. Ida, listen, I'm not finished. Everything that you have said is right. Going after him was a stupid move and an insult to my family name. As an aspiring hero, I have failed, and it was only you to have pointed me in the right direction. Yet, I criticized you for it and pushed you away. I blamed you. Just as you said that day you visited me in the hospital, I am not a hero. A kind of silence fell upon the two teens under the light of the moon. But it didn't last for long. Ida, if you find that you have a reason to apologize, then I too must say that I am sorry. The speedster tilted his head upwards to look at Izuku with surprised eyes. It was kind of hypocritical of me to scold you for what happened. If anyone should know how easy it is to let your emotions get the better of you, it's me. Because of it, I made my own mistakes. Midoriya, please do. I killed someone, Ida. I am to be fully blamed just as much as you are. That was why I stopped you. Because even past the blinding rage, you come to regret it later. I couldn't let you go through that same thing. Izuku's mouth was pulled into a grimace at remembering the orange-haired villain. Saying that you weren't a hero was wrong of me, and I'm sorry for saying that. I know how dear you hold your family name and how much you look up to your brother. Because of the mistakes that I have already made, I had no right to say that to you. By this point, Ida had fully stood and wide-eyed as he listened to the wolf. I've never blamed you for anything, so there is no need to apologize. I just hope that you can find it in yourself to forgive me. Now, it was Izuku who bowed deeply. Just as he did too. Days prior, he flattened his ears and lowered his tail. It wasn't really that Izuku meant to do it, but it was an easy way to tell how he felt. Having been in the same class as the wolf for almost 3 months, Ida knew very well that he meant it. You sure did turn this around on me. The taller of the two said with a hint of amusement. All right then, not that I already haven't, but I accept the apology. As soon as he said this, Izuku flipped upwards with a bright smile before wrapping the other in a hug. Oh, Midoriya? It's good to have you back. Ida replaced the confused look with one of accepting glee as he patted the greenette on the back. Although I'm sure that Ochako will find this change much more satisfying than me. Ida blinked at the statement, but before he could ask about it, the wolf had released the hug and was already at the door with a mischievous grin. You two really should talk more. As the last word escaped his mouth, Izuku whipped open the door and disappeared behind it. Peculiar. Ida said to himself. Although, the thought of talking to the brunette did sound pleasant. Why? He didn't know. Unknowingly to him, the faint pink patches in his cheeks said otherwise. After returning back to the commons room, Izuku took himself to his room upon finding that Shoko was nowhere in sight. A quick good night to all who were still in there, and Izuku was on his way. Wonder where she could be. The boy thought sarcastically in his head. Going up the stairs and to his room, he could already identify the scent of Shoko within. He opened the door with complete silence to be met with a dark room. His eyes, which were not affected to lack the light, spotted the resting form of the girl laying on her side while holding a pillow under her head. As he entered and closed the door behind him, he saw the girl briefly open her eyes and look right into his glowing ones. "And what is it that we have here?" the wolf said in a playful tone. As he said this, the girl in question widened her small smile and dug her head deeper into the pillow. "Looks to me that I have to get a little closer to find out," Izuku said next when the girl didn't answer. Just as he said he would, the greenette made his way over. But instead of coming straight, he went around the bed and behind Shoko. Once he went far enough, he completely disappeared from the sight of heterochromatic eyes as they waited for what was to come. The unsuspecting girl soon found out as she inhaled sharply at the touch of Izuku's hand on her lower back. Then, in a stuck voice, he whispered in her ear. "If my memory serves me right, I believe that you said you would be giving me something." Just from his voice alone, Shoko could feel herself heating up. As she remembered the bit of gibberish she said last night, Izuku's hand slowly lowered itself. The hum of approval from the girl resulted in the hand sliding the tip of a finger under her dash. "Then let us begin." After everything that's happened, things didn't really change in the life of UA. They still went to the same school, the same classes, had the same classmates, same teachers, even the same atmosphere. That didn't mean there weren't the signs of progress that has been continuously happening within these walls. Old spite was cleared up, tension was dropped, and some stronger bonds were made. It felt like it's been forever since he's last been here, but Izuku was soon back on track to doing his usual morning routine. Once that was done, he met Shoko downstairs to eat some breakfast and use whatever time they had left to converse with others. When that time was over, they all set out to the main building. The walk was accompanied by familiar faces, small talk, and friendly greetings in the hall, some of which were followed by grateful thank you and compliments towards Izuku for fighting against that villain and winning for that matter. It was something that he was still settling with. To everyone else, AFO was just another villain. He was undoubtedly strong, yes, but no one actually knew just exactly who he was. To Izuku, it was probably better that it stayed that way. Other than that, it really did feel like it was just a normal day at UA. Although it was to be expected at this point, that normalcy was ran over by the bus that had "Hero Basic Training" in unnecessarily large font. It was all metaphorical, or coarse. But did the students erupt into joyous shouts? Yes, they did. The two words that started it all? Those words happened to be ultimate moves. The class of 1A all stated in sync. Their homeroom teacher just announced to them that they would be creating 2 ultimate moves. So, it was no question why the room was filled with excitement. As they did, the door to their room opened up for them to see Ectoplasm, Midnight, and Cementos standing coming in. When we mean ultimate move, it is a special technique that could work on any opponent. The sentence sounded almost robotic from Ectoplasm. One that is so unique, it cannot be conquered by anyone else. A move that utilizes your greatest strengths. Cementos said afterwards with wisdom in his words. Whatever ultimate moves you have represent your image as a hero. Most pros have at least one. And those who don't, are fools. Midnight finished the trio's intro while doing a dramatic pose that hooked the attention of a few students. I know it sounds abstract, but we will explain further into the day. For now, get changed and head out to Gym Gamma. Be quick about it. We have lost time to make up for. With Aizawa's final statement, the class did just as they were told. Good to see that you're taking this seriously. You all got here in under 7 minutes. As Aizawa faced the students, the other 3 teachers stood just behind when Cementos prepared for a demonstration. As I said earlier, this is Gym Gamma. Or more specifically known as the Training Dining Land, or TDL for short. A few students blinked at the name as it reminded them of the USJ. This was an idea of mine that I was glad that came out better than I hoped. All attention was on Cementos as he formed a small pillar from the ground. Here, I can form detailed terrain that best suits every student's training needs. This is the place where you will learn your first steps of justice. The more he spoke, the more Class 1A was feeling amped up. Except for one. Please allow me a question. From the front of the group, Ida shot up a hand. What is the importance of having an ultimate move for the upcoming exams? What is your reasoning? Although that was 2 questions instead of 1, the teens around him looked more taken back from his outgoing personality popping back up. Calm yourself, Ida. And that was 2 questions. Aizawa was the one to answer. The reason for this is because it is a hero's job to save people from anything and anyone, no matter the odds. The license exam will test you against every aspect there is to be a hero. That being combat against villains, saving civilians, dealing with natural disasters, quick thinking, teamwork with others, all the above. The students listened intently at the man's explanation before Midnight stepped forward. And while all those are a necessity, it is especially important to prevail in battle. I'm sure you all can perfectly understand that, considering what you've all already been through. The memories of the villain attacks flashed in everyone's mind. It is always good to be consistent to yourself and your allies. Do that, and you will be a great asset on the front lines. Cementos gave his last bit of advice before heading further into the room. While some of you already have an ultimate attack of sorts, that doesn't mean it has to be an attack exactly. Take Ida's Reciproburst for example. While it can be used to give him an edge in battle, that speed can be used for a variety of things to help the situation. A few blinked in surprise at Ectoplasm's statement as they realized that he was right. Ida definitely looking surprised. Even though the training camp was interrupted, one of its biggest purposes was to build up the power of your quirks in order to hone it enough to create these defining abilities as a collective process. But now that you're all caught up, we will be continuing the process for 10 days. This is how you will be spending the rest of your summer vacation. This is nothing short of intensive training, so prepare yourselves. Meanwhile, you should also look forward to ideas to modify your costumes and such. As always, I fully expect you to go plus ultra. Now tell me, do you have what it takes? Altogether, the class stepped forward without a second of hesitation. Yes, sir. Within just 10 minutes, 20 students were either working hard or thinking hard to come up with a suitable technique that was strong enough to be called ultimate. This was no exception to Izuku, who stood on one of the tallest platforms of rock. Just like everyone else, he had a clone of Ectoplasm coaching him along. From what I've seen, you already have an ultimate move of sorts. The hero said. Oh, you mean my smoke cannon, duh. Izuku informed the man of his trained ability to eject condensed smoke from his mouth. Yes. An ultimate move that you already have in your arsenal. From the many times that I've seen that ability, it for sure is a useful and powerful one. And with your experience skill in using, it is the perfect start to branch off into discovering new moves. Izuku took in every bit of information as Ectoplasm explained. From what it says on your file, you are able to produce this smoke from your entire body, correct? Yeah, but it's greatly weakened that way. It's at its most powerful when it comes from my mouth, and even then, it's not much unless I have a few runes activated. Then what about changing its form? At the simple suggestion, Izuku's mind went into overdrive. Instead of blasting it into a concentrated wave, why not utilize the smoke for something else? Again, Izuku took the question with deep thought. There's definitely some hidden things that I could do with this. But keep in mind, controlling my smoke requires much more effort than my pyrokinesis, and that's already finicky as is. At this point, the wolf was rubbing his chin and had his eyes shut. For a quirk like his, it was surprisingly difficult to come up with any special move since everything was already kind of an ultimate move. If you are able to condense smoke in your mouth, then can you do the same in your hands? Ectoplasm asked. Well, I could, if I want to stab myself 4 times. The teen's response caught the hero off guard, who flinched slightly. Look, like this. Ectoplasm wasn't able to stop him before the greenette closed a fist. Since the hero wasn't able to think about it on the spot, he had forgotten about his unretractable claws. The same ones that all sank into the palm of the boy who just barely winced. Although he couldn't feel the pain, the hero sure could hear it as the sound of tearing flesh registered in his ears. After that, he couldn't do anything but gaze at the boy with a disturbed look. Don't do that. Izuku thankfully complied as he looked apologetic for a second before unclenching his fist and whipping his hand toward the floor to fling off any blood from the wood that was already beginning to heal. Unknown to the both of them, Kaminari was taking a short break from using his electricity and had seen the unsettling scene, taking a second to collect himself before turning away. I guess that explains why I've only ever seen you use palm strikes or backhands in regard of attacking with you arms. Pretty much. Can't really use my claws for most types of combat, otherwise I'll end up looking like the villain. So, I just usually stick with blunt attacks. Izuku concluded. Well then, I think we should just warm up for now and see if anything comes to mind. I would like to assess your combat style for myself. To be completely honest, Ectoplasm really wanted to go up against the wolf. Unlike a majority of people who depend on their quirks have hardly any kind of martial arts training. So, he was interested. Meanwhile, very good. If what you say is true, then using both aspects of your quirk must be quite a challenge, but you're coming along quite nicely. Another clone of ectoplasm said to the girl in front of him. Thank you. I had a lot of the right help. Shoko said as she spared a glank to Izuku just as he whipped out a clone, another one to soon take its place. I'm sure that you've seen a similar process like this before. Would that be how you came up with this idea? The man questioned. Yes, actually. When I realized that I could basically do the same thing, I knew that it could be useful. It was just until now that I got the chance to test it out. Shoko said. And useful it is. Ectoplasm stated as he looked back to the large hole that covered a large portion of the platform. Now, try it again. Yes, sir. Shoko took a balanced stance and faced back towards the same hole. Taking some time to concentrate, she brought out her left arm and right leg. Almost immediately, two small streams of fire and ice shot forwards to the other side of the platform before meeting at the middle of the hole. Just as it had before, the combining points of hot and cold reacted from her elements reacted in a force of combustion. A shockwave born from the move spread all around the platform and gusts of air all around the area. As the reaction ended, both could see the greatly expanded hole, dust and steam being the last bits of aftermath of the explosion. Better than the last. But just like everything else, it could be even better. We should work on your mastery of producing you ice and fire at the same time for now. We'll try this again later and also get working on ideas for your second ultimate move. Got it. They've only just gotten started and they're already working hard, huh? Aizawa and Midnight shifted their gazes from the students to the entrance where the voice had come from. Leaning against the doorway, Toshinori wore a friendly smile. All might. Yes, they are. They need to be with the exam closing in. There might be 10 days until then, but it could be gone in a flash if they're not careful. What are you doing here? Aizawa questioned the retired hero. Well, I'm still a teacher here, aren't I? Plus, with the pause that came after, Toshinori transformed into All Might. I have the day off and I have nothing else to do. Save whatever few minutes you have left and recuperate yourself. I'm sure you're still drained from Recovery Girl's treatment. Aizawa lightly scolded the blonde. Afterwards, said blonde turned back and walked over to the other two, both noticing the small motion of Toshi rubbing his back. Even if my duty as a hero is over, doesn't mean I can't look after my students. If anything, I should be putting more effort into it. Especially now with them making their special moves and the license exam coming up. Toshi gave some solid points, even though Aizawa still urged him to be more focused. So, how is everyone so far? Before either of the two could answer, there was a boom that shook the ground beneath them. The sound that followed was a kind of surging hiss along with rushing air. It wasn't hard at all to find where the source of this was coming from. In just seconds, everyone in the building turned to see the large pillar of lavender-ignited smoke. Thankfully, it dissipated enough for it to not break through the tall roof, but it would definitely need to be attended to afterwards. After the unseen transformation finished from within, the smoke halted. Everyone knew it'd be Izuku using Ragnarok, but some were still stunned to see the hell of an entrance it had. And just as they expected, the mighty 13-foot wolf stood high on the platform. It reminded everyone why he was the strongest in 1A. But in a strange way, it also reminded them of their own goals to get stronger and becoming heroes. To stand up just as high and help people who find themselves too low. Letting the determination take a solid place next to their excitement, they took the next step to becoming heroes. 4 days later. A kick was dodged. The next one was blocked. The target of these attacks shot out their own kick, one that was dodged, but not by much. The missed attempt left him open, and his opponent knew it. With a final roundhouse kick, the peg leg struck Monoma. The force behind it almost enough to heavily bruise his limbs if he had not blocked it with his arms in time. While the kick was blocked, Monoma was still off balance and felt the momentum course through his body as he was sent several feet away. Using his training, the blonde was able to tuck and roll back into a defensive position. He and Ectoplasm faced one another with silence that fell upon their platform. It was quickly lifted as the hero spoke through his unmoving mouth. You're getting better. At the start of the year, you'd probably be done for at this point. With the man's compliment, both dropped their stances. Thank you, sir. Since I can't exactly plan a proper super move with my dice roll of a quirk, I figured learning close combat was a necessity. Monoma very well knew the drawbacks that his quirk brought. Just as he remembered Izuku said during their first combat exercise, he couldn't pick out who he could always work with. Depending on using others' quirks is a for sure way to get himself killed. So, he would depend on his own skill and power. While it is good to know your weaknesses and work on them, we still need to find some sort of skill that could suit as an ultimate move. Have you thought of such yet? Ectoplasm asked with expectance. The two of them have tried a few different kinds of ways to make a super move for the last 4 days with not too much progress. That ended today. Now that you ask. Nice, finally. Thank you, handsome. I really appreciate it. Izuku looked over the improved costume her wore while giving his gratitude towards the pink-haired girl. Oh, please. There's nothing to thank me for. I do this for a living. Hatsum replied while already working on another machine with her usual high-spirited voice. But, hearing your thanks from you liking my baby is super nice. Come back anytime you need anything else. She looked back to him with a wave just as he exited the door and returning her wave. Izuku left the room and into the hallway. Walking away from the entrance of support room, he walked over to the other side to meet up with Shoko. Said girl was fiddling with her newly modified cuffs. Instead of just covering a bit more than her wrists, they were more like gauntlets now, starting just below her elbows and going down to her wrists. The designs on them were the same but were constructed with different materials to properly withstand the growing power of her fire and ice. After a few times of her using the ultimate move she's been working on has proven to be too much. You ready? The wolf asked, gesturing for them to head back. His question brought her focus up from her gauntlets and to him with a grin that promised an incoming joke. Are you? She quickly replied. What does that mean? He asked back with a caution and a smile. It depends. She stated before pushing herself off the wall she was leaning on and walking down the hall, Izuku following close behind. If your costume works, then you finally won't have to deal with showing your butt to everyone every time you change into Ragnarok. If it doesn't, well, I won't be the only to know where your birthmark is. Even if it wasn't completely indirect, Izuku knew exactly what she meant. His blush and look of fake annoyance caused some giggles from the other. Oh, and you would just love that, wouldn't you? Izuku took his turn in teasing. It worked as she looked at him in the corner of her narrowed eyes. Although, it was only temporary before her grin came back. As long as I'm the only one there to see it. Shoko felt accomplished as the boy spit-mouthed with her answer and continued walking, Izuku taking a second to regain his bearings. After doing so, it just took him a few extra steps before he brought himself back to her side. Anyway, how are you moves coming along? Even though Izuku has seen hints of what it could be from his spot in the TDL, he was still as of yet to actually know. About as good as I expected. With the violent combination of my ice and fire, it requires a large amount of control to keep it from quickly getting out of control. So, it's just been small steps before I take it to the next level. What about you? It's pretty much impossible to not notice that you've been using Ragnarok a large amount of the time. What Shoko said was true. Since Izuku has already trained 4 years in his original form, he needed to gain a better hold of his transformations, Ragnarok mainly. I think it's going well. I already have 2 moves in mind, one of which I'm working on. Since my quirk is so destructive, it's more about using that power and fine-tuning it into something special instead of just throwing it around everywhere. Although, they're still fairly destructive in the end. Izuku ended his explanation with a look of deep thought. You're making it sound much more complicated than it needs to be. Her response brought a look of defeat from the greenette. I know. It'll be better just to show you in the exam. We're still teaming up, right? With his question, he looked over to see Shoko give him a look. Are you kidding me? We're doing this together, all the way. Her words were seeped with determination. A feeling that Izuku couldn't help but to reciprocate. That's right. We are a future hero pair, and nothing is going to change that. Little did either of them know, they both thought the same thing. This was an exam to show who was the best. And they were going to show everyone. Another 4 days later. Hey, Aizawa-sensei? The man in question turned to the addresser. Yes, Midoriya? When he did, the hero saw the wolf standing just a few feet away while the rest of his classmates made their way to the exit of the TDL. I was wondering if maybe I could stay for a little bit longer. I'm really close to perfecting one of my ultimate moves and it just feels wrong to not do it now. You know what I mean? Izuku explained to the hero. The younger looked up nervously to the inspecting eyes of the adult. Sure. Izuku nearly sighed in relief and into a mental victory. Key word, nearly. If only you tell me the real reason why you want to stay after. Aizawa could immediately tell the greenette was up to something. Whether it was good or bad, he didn't know. Which was exactly why he called the wolf out on it. You. At first, he seemed that he couldn't or wouldn't answer. That was until he gave a sigh along with his hand rubbing the back of his neck. Alright, fine. Just as Izuku said he would, he continued to work on his ultimate move. After he explained to his teacher, he was permitted to stay in the TDL for a while longer. It wasn't too long after that Aizawa agreed with his terms and left, meaning that Izuku was the only one occupying the building. Well, not for long anyway. It took some convincing, but he was finally able to get this chance. And he wasn't going to waste it. Since he was expecting a visitor, he simply stayed in his original form and practiced a set of moves that Iring taught him in his years of training with her. It was also a good way of making sure that his costume was perfectly fitted for his movements. It wasn't that he didn't trust Hutsum's work, it was just always good to know for yourself. He still used his own platform to not catch any of the others in the crossfire of his occasional use of flames or smoke. Since he was the only one, he didn't have to worry about any collateral damage. Not for long. Izuku thought to himself. Even then, he went through the moves. Feeling the years of practiced sensations of his muscles and joints throughout his body. The touch of his feet contacting the ground and the air coursing over his limbs. The scent of the area around him, the rock, the glass, the sweat from himself and other people. The sounds of his own breathing and the rapid shifting of his costume. Bam! The peaceful silence that bathed the empty building was washed away by an echo. Izuku was not at all startled. He saw this coming. When the sound reached his ears, Izuku froze mid-motion. His concentrated expression fixated on his extended leg that raised higher than his shoulder. His other foot planted firmly on the worn-out concrete, and his arms positioned to expertly balance himself. Ever so slowly, he transitioned himself into a calm stance. But he still did not look to the entrance where he heard the door slam open. "I'm the only one to get permission to be here," Izuku called out. His expectation of not getting an answer was confirmed when silence fell upon the room once more. "You could get in a lot of trouble for this. Your silence is very reassuring. Although I can't know for sure, whatever it is that you're planning can't be good. Especially if you're here." There a hint of heat in his words as Izuku still didn't look at the entrance. "I can say that same for you," the person on the other side of the building finally called back. Unlike Izuku, they did not hide any of their hate in their words. "Then it's safe to say that you're here to do something about it?" Izuku questioned. "The license exam is in 2 days. There's no way in hell that I'm going to let you get your DMN clause get a hold of a license. It's bad enough that you already have a temporary one." The second person in the building called out. "So, you are willing to use any means necessary to keep me from doing that, to go the extra step that doesn't need to be taken?" He was not answered this time, so he continued. "Ever since I got my quirk, you've targeted me as a villain, simply for what it was. Till this day, I still fail to understand why that it is. I still fail to understand a lot of the things that you do." Finally, Izuku turned towards the door. Standing before it was someone who he used to know. Someone that he used to be able to depend on as a friend. That person no longer existed. "For once in your life, could you explain it to me, Katsuki Bakugo?" The owner of the name stared up at him with the same furious red eyes that never failed to target Izuku as a villain ever since that say at the park. Even after the time of not being in 1A, he had not changed a single bit. His feelings and motivations have not been moved. To Bakugo, Izuku was a monster disguising itself as a boy that he foolishly called his friend once upon a time. And it sickened the blonde. That was why he was here now, to finally end it all, no matter the cost. But first, he had a stupid question to answer. "Gladly. You're a freak who preys on others. You even did to me once, but I was able to get out of your hold. You're a demon who manipulates and toys with people's feelings. I can't imagine all the shit you've probably done to that icy hot beach. You mercilessly sink your FING fangs into anyone who goes against you like the animal you are." Bakugo's voice progressively got louder the more he went on. "No hero is supposed to have someone's blood on their hands. It doesn't matter if it was a villain or not. You killed someone. I heard their screams as you tore them apart, you FING monster." Izuku didn't like to admit it, but he flinched slightly at the recall of the orange-haired man, but it also made him furious against the amount of hypocrisy of the blonde. "I was unable to control myself, something I hate that happened, but it did. I didn't want to kill that man, and if I had a choice, he would be in Tartarus. But you have your own control, yet you want to use the possibility of taking my life. Do you have any idea how bad that sounds?" Izuku raised his own voice at the blonde who just looked even more sad. "That just makes you even more dangerous. If you can't control that villainous quirk, then how many more lives are you going to take, huh?" Bakugo yelled, completely ignoring Izuku's question. "I have learned to control it. I've trained, I've learned, I've waited, and I've been disciplined. I desire to be a hero, nothing more. Why is it that you still think I have any sort of bad intentions in the #1 hero school in all of Japan? It just doesn't make any sense." Izuku couldn't really understand anything about the boy in front of him. It was as if he was looking at him through stained glass at this point. The disfigured image of who Izuku thought to be Katsuki Bakugo just getting more washed away. "Quit trying to bullshit your way out of this. You've lied. And you've done nothing but lie. That's what you are. A monster who will kill and destroy, and that's all you ever will be. Do you FING understand, you god-med dog? Every person is born with a power that will destine them for life. The same thing goes for you. You are Ragnarok. The World Eater. A monster, and nothing more. At this point, small pops were coming from Bakugos' opened hands. It was also when Izuku widened his eyes in realization before they narrowed back down. So, you looked me up. You found out what Fenrir was for yourself and learned of what he was. Izuku's conclusion caused the other boy to clench his fists. The greenette finally figured it out. Bakugo actually thought he was Fenrir, an entity who sought for the end of the world, and Bakugo thought that Izuku would do that same. That's so stupid. Call it whatever you like. But it doesn't change the fact that you don't belong here. You never did. So, how about you do everyone a favor and hold still? Bakugo shouted with venom spilling from his words. He brought back both his arms to use his explosions to propel him forwards, but just before he could launch from the ground, "Are you going to kill me, Bakugo?" The wolf's question was flat as was his expression. Emotionless eyes looked straight into Bakugo's. With a sadistic smile and crazed look in his own eyes, the blonde opened his mouth. Yeah. That's all I needed to hear. Bakugo felt his stomach plummet when he spun around and looked upwards to see his old homeroom teacher perched up on of the higher window seals. The outraged and disappointed expression he wore told Bakugo that Aizawa had heard everything. As quick as it came, Bakugo's shock was replaced by seething anger. He whipped back around to face Izuku up top his platform, still giving him that dead expression. "You fucker. You set me up?" The blonde attempted to charge forwards with his quirk but was halted on the spot by a white cloth constricting around his chest and the uncomfortable feeling of his quirk being taken away. Even so, he still pushed with his irritation driving him. "This is your fault, and yours alone. I would have left you alone for you to even become a hero yourself. But just like everything else, you had to go and F it up." There was now a sense of anger in the wolf's tone. His lips slightly tightening into a scowl and his eyes narrowing even more. After a moment of the two childhood friends glaring at one another, the hero jumped down and reeled the blonde into a hold. "Katsuki Bakugo, I may not be your homeroom teacher anymore, but I will make it my goal to ensure that you will never set foot on UA grounds again." At the hero's menacing words, Bakugo turned to meet flashing red eyes and gravity-defying hair. "Eat shit you crusty-eyed F-dash. You won't do anything if you know what's good for you. You hear me? I'll kick all you buttes. You're not heroes. If you think HMHMH. Before Bakugo's voice could call out any more threats, it was muffled by Aizawa's scarf wrapping around his mouth. With a final glare from the man, Aizawa ushered the blonde to move out towards the door. "Aizawa, wait." Izuku's call caused the hero to turn towards him. The greenette flipped open one of his pouches in his utility belt and pulled out a small object. With a few graceful leaps on other platforms, he landed before the two, once of which still looked livid. "Here." Izuku held out the object and was taken by Aizawa, who inspected it for a second. "You carry a recorder with you?" The hero's question caused Bakugo's eyes to widen before attempting to lunge at Izuku with muffled yells. He was easily held back by Aizawa, who was still expecting an answer. "I'm surprised you don't," was all Izuku said before crossing his arms. The teacher seemed to give the answer a second of thought. "It's not that I don't think the others won't trust your word, I just want them to hear exactly what they're dealing with." After all, Izuku turned back to Bakugo with a fierce look. "You had your chance, and you threw it away. You did this to yourself." Whatever profanity-laced comeback Bakugo had was reduced to inaudible screams and yells as he uselessly thrashed against the bindings. "Midoriya." Izuku met the man's eyes. "You and I will have a talk after I take care of this." Aizawa tugged on the scarf as a gesture to the murderous blonde. "But for now, head back to the dorms. I think we've all had enough today." "Yes, sir." With the firm answer, Aizawa and the former menace of Class 1A left through the exit of the TDL. Izuku could only stand there, bringing both his hands together behind his neck as he looked up to the ceiling with a sigh. His mind was racing, and his heart was actually thumping. He felt fidgety yet did not want to move. All in all, he was still trying to process the events that just took place. After nearly his entire life of being harassed and even assaulted a few times by Bakugo, it was hard to believe that he was just gone. In just one night, after one conversation, and after one decision, he was gone for good. Aizawa's words continued to ring in his ears. "I will make it my goal to ensure that you will never set foot on UA grounds again." Izuku remembered the man's words to Bakugo. Does that mean he was being expelled? Completely thrown out from UA and possibly ruin any chance of Bakugo becoming a hero? No. Izuku said the single word to himself. Closing his eyes and dropping his arms to his sides, he knew that couldn't be it. This isn't the end, is it? This is quite the predicament, he said with his usual smile nowhere in sight. In fact, there almost appeared to be a frown on his face and his small beady eyes actually seemed upset. Young Bakugo, I would ask if you understood what you did was wrong, but from the evidence provided, I believe it is safe to conclude that is not the case. Don't you agree? Nizu looked up from the recorder that rested at the middle of his desk and up to the boy in question. On his left was Aizawa, and on the right was Vlad King, who looked deeply aggravated, but also somewhat guilty and disturbed. No, I don't, you white-furred F-. The teen hissed through gritted teeth. His response caused the two adults on his sides to tense, more so to keep them from slapping the boy. Rather than reacting badly, Nizu proceeded to merely gain back his smile and bring his paws together. I see. Then, if that's the case, I hereby expel you from UA. Nizu just barely finished the sentence before he was gazing up at Bakugo, who was just inched from his face. The teen's expression strained and full of rage. Just as he first came in, he was wrapped up in white clothes that held him back. Around his neck was the large hand of Vlad King, who lifted the teen up and backwards before planting him harshly back in his seat. I expected you to be smart since you're the principal, but it turns out you're just a fing dumb animal. Bakugo yelled hoarsely as he stared daggers at the talking rodent. Even if Midoriya were to give real signs of being a potential villain, that does not give you any good reason to openly say that you would take his life. The principal said with his usual smile being more strained. But since that is not the case, then it is especially troublesome that a student of UA would think in such a way. Your personality has showed some very alarming qualities, ones that cannot be dealt with within our walls. Therefore, you will be expelled from our grounds and urged to be given help. I don't need any DMN help. It's all of you DMN idiots who don't realize what that mutt really is. If you useless dumbass won't do anything about it, then I will. Bakugo attempted another struggle but was easily overpowered by the two heroes. If that is how it must be, then farewell. Those will be the last words to ever be shared between the principal of UA and the expelled student as the latter was dragged out of the room by the two heroes. The eventful day transitioned into night. Izuku took his time to returning to the locker rooms and changing after taking a shower. By the time he made it back to Heights Alliance, the sun was just barely giving off any light over the horizon. Even after entering the building and being greeted by his friends in the commons room, he was still out of it. His behavior immediately being realized by Shoko. And just as quickly she went to make sure that he was alright. Izuku, is something wrong? She asked. Her gentle words calling towards Izuku even though they were just above a whisper for only the wolf to hear. For a few moments, he did not answer. The only sign that he even did hear her question was him turning her way just the slightest. Then, a small smile worked its way onto his face as he looked her in the eyes. Yeah. The day of the license exam. This is really nerve-wracking. I thought I would be ready for this after 10 days of training, but this just too much. A portion of the class couldn't help but agree with Jiro. This could be the step that decides our future fates as heroes. If we fail here, Shiozaki's unfinished words seemed to deepen that pit of nervousness among them. Then you could fail forever. Class 1A looked over to Aizawa, who had his usual tired look. Even though you'll have more tries during your time at UA, you need to treat this as if it's your only shot. Any signs of holding back or not trying your hardest will greatly hurt your chances of passing. So, students of 1A, what will you do? While it didn't sound too inspiring, the 20 teens knew how their teacher worked. Gathering up their courage and their wits, they came together and... Plus Ultra. Wait, what? The whole class collectively thought as the unfamiliar voice called out from within their group. Turning to said voice, they say who it belonged to be a tall and muscular boy about their age. You know, it's pretty rude to barge into other people's huddles like that, Inesa. Said another unknown boy from behind the first stranger. Just a few feet away was what looked to be another class as they all wore the same uniform. What? Pardon me. The now identified Inesa caught on to his own intrusion, the overly excited smile on his face still there. I am so very, extremely sorry. In a series of dramatic movements, the tall teen clapped his hands to his sides and bowed deeply. Thud. Okay, maybe a little too deeply. Just as he yelled the last word, he smashed his head straight against the ground without so much as a glance. Unlike him, the targets of his apology all recoiled at the sheer randomness of the student they haven't known for even a minute. Hey, who the heck is this guy? I don't trust his enthusiasm. Kaminari was quick to react first to the unplanned arrival. Hey, check out their uniforms. Doing just as Jiro said, they all took a second glance at their attire. They seemed normal at first, but upon seeing the symbol on their unique hats, they all knew that there was going to be trouble up ahead. Yeah, they're from the other famous school on the other side of Japan. Shiro said after figuring out what school they belonged to. That's right. The only other dazzling school out there that shines just as good as Shiketsu High. Aoyama dramatically stated with a pose. All of Class 1A grew anxious. They all thought the same thing and came to the same conclusion as to why they were here. The only elite hero school that rivaled UA was here to compete against them. I'm sorry, but I wanted to say it just once. You see, I'm actually really love UA High School. I am extremely honored to compete against such incredible students. I'm so looking forward to it. The rambunctious boy from before shot upwards to face the class and yell his reasoning, causing everyone to just look dumbfounded at the display. It didn't help that blood was beginning to drop down his forehead where he had previously smashed it against the hard ground. This was no exception to Izuku as he gazed with confused eyes and dropped ears. Before the second boy who called out Inasa for interrupting demanded that they head out, one of the other students leaned over Inasa's shoulder to look at his head before muttering to herself. Izuku was able to make out her saying something about blood but was more focused on the fact that something about her was familiar. Not her appearance in particular, but something about her presence along with her scent. He didn't have time to figure it out before the Shiketsu class headed for the entrance and the words of Aizawa. If he's going to be one of the people you're facing up against, then I suggest that each and every one of you do your best. Aizawa made it sound more like a warning rather than a statement. Do you know that guy, sensei? Hagakure asked with everyone's curiosity waiting for the answer. Yes, his name is Inasa Yorashi. He's strong. His last two words made most of the students flinch. He's a first year, just like you. However, he also received the top scores for recommendation. But in the end, he strangely turned down his acceptance into UA. A few shivered at the news of this first year being as powerful as he sounds. Izuku, however, well, that was just him learning who could give him the most fun. Eraser. The new voice that rung over the class averted their attention to the incoming woman in colorful clothing. She looked joyful and overly bubbly. Similar to Ochako in a sense. The only difference was that this woman didn't become scared when Aizawa gave a scowl to the newcomer with light green hair. Let's get married. The absolute blunt suggestion that almost sounded like a command threw everyone for a massive loop. All except for Ishido who just looked hopeful for some strange reason. No. Class 1A took another trip on that loop at the harsh answer at the blunt question, Ishido's expression turning disappointed and defeated. Ha ha ha, oh man. You are a real laugh riot, buddy. The woman bowled over in laughter as the students just watched the bizarre interaction. And as usual, you're impossible, joke. Aizawa said flatly as if he were not affected at all. Wait, did he say dash? So, she sent the love letter. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by Shoji calling out what everyone was thinking. Unintentionally gaining the insane look that Aizawa was giving him in the process. Here comes Ms. Joke for the save. Come on, imagine it. With me as your wife, you would have a great future filled with unlimited laughter. How does that sound, future husband? She pointed out with a confident thumbs up. Like an actual nightmare. Once again, Aizawa's answer was followed by the woman's fit of laughter. The man's attention thankfully averting back to the green-haired adult. You two seem to be awfully close. Tsu pointed out from among the group. Much closer than you think. The woman winked over to the class with a hand next to her on her cheek. Our agencies were super close to each other. And as young heroes with the strive to make the world a better place in our hearts, another wonderful thing rooted along with it, a great blossoming love sprouted. No, it didn't. Aizawa barely let the woman's words hang in the air before he ripped them down and denied the statement. Oh, so you're a hero. Your name is familiar, but I can't quite place it. Izuku confessed his recognition for the woman. Yep. I'm a hero alright. Ms. Joke to be exact. My quirk is outburst. I can make anyone go into a fit of uncontrollable laughter and cause them to lose basic cognitive function. Taking down villains is always such a splendid time. The clarity of her identity lit up many faces of the students as they remembered whatever knowledge they had. Anyway. The conversation was interrupted by Aizawa speaking up. Since you're here, then that means dash. You betcha. Ms. Joke exclaimed with another thumbs up. I didn't finish my. Don't need to. The woman cut off Aizawa for the second time while ignoring the glare he was sending her way. Over here, everyone. This is UA. After turning away and shouting over to another group of teens, said teens approached them. At the front of the group was a taller boy with black hair and dark brown eyes. Oh wow, it really is Class A. The same boy said with a bit of excitement. Just as he finished, a girl with light blonde hair, pointed teeth that resembled Kirishima's matched his excitement. Oh my gosh, that's so amazing. I watched them on TV. she said while patting the first boy on the shoulder. These kids are my very own second years from Ketsubutsu, Ms. Joke said with pride in her voice. As the group finally approached, the boy up front plucked the hands of the closest kid that happened to be Jiro. Hi, I'm Shindo. From what I've heard, you guys have had a lot of trouble this year. Must have been tough for you. Jiro was caught off guard from the sudden contact and apparent niceness of the taller teen. Before she could answer, he quickly moved on the Kaminari who was just next to her. But even so, you're all aiming to become pro-heroes, despite all those hardships. Shindo exclaimed as Kaminari was stuttering over himself. Again, before he could say anything, he moved over to Shoko. For a third time, he reached out his hands to grab hers. But just before that happened. Oh man, you're such a nice guy. It's so cool that you think that way. Both classes blinked at the blur of Izuku taking the other's hands and shaking them in a friendly manner. However, Shindo didn't look bothered in the slightest. Instead, he returned the shake and widened his smile. This time, it was Shindo's turn to not answer as he was pulled into where the greenette was a few inches from his ear. I would really appreciate if you didn't look at my friends with that look of yours. The whisper growl that could only be heard by the boy who it was spoken to tensed just enough for Izuku to notice before they both ended their handshake. It quickly became awkward for everyone else as the two stared at one another with the not-so-real-looking smiles. Even the two teachers of the classes weren't sure how to react, especially since no one knew what was said between them. But in every awkward situation, there will always be that one person. Holy crap! You're Izuku Yagi Midoriya. You came in first place on every event in the sports festival and won against the super scary villain a couple weeks ago. The intense aura was swiped away by the previous blonde girl who bounced forward with even more excitement than before. After taking a look at Izuku, she caught the sight of Shoko's dual-colored features and somehow erupted with even more glee. And you must be Shoko Todoroki. Oh, geez. Never would I think I would meet the two of you at the same place and same time. Both targets of her joy looked to one another before back to the blonde. Can I have your autographs, please? Sheesh, Tatami. Can you not go fangirling during such an important event? Someone else from the group asked from his position next to the now-named Tatami. Hey, all of you. Concentrate. We don't have time to mess around. Get your costumes and head to orientation, now. Aizawa demanded as he looked entirely done with the situation. All the students didn't waste a second as they obeyed. So basically, don't let anyone touch our targets with these. Monoma said to himself as he held up the small orange ball. Pretty much. It was sort of hard to listen to the guy explain it without feeling tired myself. Sato replied. During the 10 minutes that they were given to ready themselves after being given the explanation from the sandy-haired man who desperately needed a long nap, they prepared themselves with whatever space they had by attaching their targets and discussing among themselves. Alright, change of plans. The statement among their group brought everyone's attention to Izuku. What's up, dude? Kaminari asked. Haven't you guys figured it out yet? Everyone besides Shoko who stood next to the boy shook their head in increased confusion. We're at a disadvantage here. The words rung loudly in their ears as a sense of anxiety fell over them. What? What do you mean? How? Kirishima jumped forward as he asked. You all remember what that girl said earlier? That she watched us on T.V? Shoko asked the question and let it hang in the air for a bit for the others to process it. That means that they've all seen us. During the sports festival, we all showed our quirks and skills, so they know how to combat against us. His conclusion finally brought shocked faces among them all as some gasped and looked panicked. Are you kidding me? Then that means we're totally screwed. Ashido resorted a little too quickly to freaking out. Not only did they have to reduce the pass rate of just 100 out of 1,500, but now this. It was true. During the man's explanation, he revealed that only 100 of them could pass instead of around half. It was a definite damper on the mood and a shock to them all. I don't think so. Everyone looked back to Izuku in hopes that he had a plan. Remember, even if they have an edge on us, we also have something they don't have. We have experience in actual combat and working together against our enemies. Remember the time we fought against Pixie Bob's mud monster on our first day of training camp? Together, we were unstoppable. This is no different. As long as we stick together then we can win this. Upon Izuku's short speech, everyone thought back to the times they banded together and won against the odds. With that, they turned their worried faces into determined expressions. Some were still slightly worried, but how could they not be? But it also didn't matter. They worked hard to get here. And they weren't going to stop. Altogether, they faced against the other 1480 students. A loud beep sang across the entire stadium. Class 1A was barely able to acknowledge the signal of the beginning of the exercise before realizing that this was really the beginning of the exam. However, it was Izuku who was able to sense just in time what was about to happen. In large groups all around them, students from high and low appeared from any possible cover that could have concealed themselves. It was the students from Ketsubutsu. Guess they're not the type of people to waste any time. Izuku's classmates understandably recoiled from this ambush, but they did not stop. It's pretty obvious from the sports festival that you're pretty strong. Someone yelled from within the advancing group. It was Shindo, and he was noticeably leading the rest in this surprise attack. Meeting his eyes, Izuku was able to see that the other boy was gesturing to him. But that will just make it all the better when we beat you. Determination and confidence strung in his battle cry. Although, Izuku could detect his wariness. A smirk came across his face. All at once, the opposing school threw their orange ball towards them in an attempt to overwhelm. Izuku's expression did not waver. Instead, smoke seeped from between his bared fangs. "I'd like to see you try." Izuku shouted back with equal amount of fierceness. The moment the last word left his mouth, it was quickly followed by a blast of embers that all gathered close to his feet. Taking control over every single dot of heat, the wolf commanded them blaze together into a great inferno. And in inferno it was. His practiced control led to the building flames shooting upwards and creating a searing wall of fire. The ball that had already been released from their opponent's hands met a blazing fate as their made-up material of rubber held no chance against the hot defense. However, Izuku wasn't the only target of this attack, but neither was he the only one with the capability to protect himself. Each of his friends were combating the onslaught with ease. Izuku honestly couldn't help but feel proud. It didn't take long before the attack was halted, seeing as it had no effect. Now, it was Shindo who looked surprised, as did the rest of his class. The sports festival may have not been that long ago, but we're all completely different people than before. Rushing in to try and catch us off guard because you thought we were going to be easy points was a fool's move. Izuku called up to the scowling teen. Obviously, he had not at all planned to be so easily pushed back. The scowl didn't last long, however, as it was replaced by a yet another smirk. "Oh? Did you seriously think that we didn't have an actual plan other than to just reveal ourselves like this? To me, it looks like you're the only fools here. After all, you've been keeping your eye on me this entire time." Shindo mocked with assurance, lacing his words. In the corner of his eye, Izuku spotted movement. Looking to it, he saw another Ketsubutsu student with long back wavy hair rear back his arms. In both his hands, he had a pair of what looked to be orange rocks. "Target. Lock on." The boy shouted. What the hell did that mean? Guess they were about to find out because he just threw out his arms. The orange rocks shot forward at abnormal speed before doing something even more bizarre. They shot into the ground. "Great. How are we supposed to dodge an attack like that?" Ojiro shouted from within the group. "Don't need to. Get behind me." The class perked up to see Jiro run to the front before doing something with her jacks. The tips plugged into some sort of device on the back of her hands before pressing them against the ground. It was honestly quite remarkable to see the ground crumble under an unseen force. However, Izuku could pick up the reverberating deep boom coursing through the ground. The pitch of it perfectly matched the racing heartbeat of the purple-haired girl. 1A took a second to cheer her on before it was realized that her efforts weren't quite enough. "Everyone, look out!" Shoji alerted the rest of the orange rocks that burst forth from the ground and continued to sail straight for them. "I got this one." Ashido lunged forward with an excited grin plastered on her face. With a single swipe of her arm, a wall of high-toxicity acid sprayed through the air, interjecting the rocks into a fast melt. Acid veil. The boy from before who threw the incoming attack looked annoyed to see that his attempt was futile. "Huh. How do you like that?" Ashido reveled in her small victory. After that, it fell into a short-lasting silence. Both parties waited for the other to make a move. Izuku had a mental hand up, ready to grab hold of any runes at a moment's notice. Beside him, the wolf could feel the air around Shoko clashing with heat and cold. It wasn't just them, though. It was everyone who had their guard up high to either attack or defend. Tensions couldn't have been any higher. Well. I must say, you weren't lying when you said that you were different people. Even as first years, you held your own pretty well against us. Shindo once more held the center of attention. His smirk was at an all-time wide. Both his hands were brought together as he crackled his knuckles. The first indication of what was to come next. Guess I really shouldn't be surprised though. I'm sure that you've all gotten strong together as a team. But tell me, how do you do when you're all alone? Not gonna lie, but Izuku was anxious to see what he meant by that. Shindo kneeled to the ground with haste. The palms of his hands slapped against the ground as a devious grin was aimed towards them. Something was coming, and it was going to be big. Maximum force. Shindo's hands lit up with a sort of energy. For some reason, the ground beneath his feet felt to vibrate with violence. It didn't take long to find the reason being that cracks in the ground were beginning to form around Shino's figure. Tremoring earth. As if the vibrating in the ground was knocked up 1,000 times stronger, what could only be described as a mini earthquake split across the ground with great ferocity. What happened after that couldn't have been helped. Izuku was thrown off balance from the erupting rock he stood on. However, he wasn't the only one to be targeted by this large-scale attack. Everyone else around him were being separated along with the rock below them being torn apart and reshaped. The process was long and bumpy. Not to mention loud as rock and dirt collided to create a chorus of clashes and bangs. Izuku only knew this because of the sound and feeling around him, for his sight was of no use in his situation. An enormous mass of dust filled the air, effectively cutting everyone's vision from anything that very well could be just a few feet in front of them. After taking this absurdly long bumpy trip, the first few signs of the man-made earthquake were slowing. The shakes were coming to a slow end as well as the booms of tumbling earth. What used to be an obscuring thick cloud of dust began to waver and soon settle. After just one attack, the area had been turned into a disheveled mess. In the end, it had fallen silent. In a spot that could no longer be identified anymore, a large boulder flew a couple feet into the air and crashed back against the ground further away. From the small hole that it left, a green mop of hair with 2 wolf ears emerged. Izuku stood now that the broken rock was no longer atop of him. A mildly annoyed expression could be seen on his face as he rolled his left shoulder where a few pops could be heard. Well, that plan went to absolute crap in a matter of seconds. The teen stated to himself. Another second passed before he shook both his head and his tail to rid of the gathered dust that had formed deep in his hair and fur. Although I have to admit, that's a pretty strong quirk, he caught himself mid-sentence once the realization hit him. He was all alone. Oh. Despite the phrase, Izuku wasn't too worried. Not for himself anyway. If his classmates were separated just as he was, then they could be tracked down by larger groups from any of the schools that happened to be around. He needed to gather them, and fast. Izuku tilted his head upwards to take a long inhale through his nose. Several scents registered in his mind at once. A majority of it was the thick smell of dust that nearly caused him to sneeze. Past that, he was able to catch on to the signs of his friends scattered far and wide. Several scents of other students were able to be caught, but all were unfamiliar, except for one. Honestly, the wolf was impressed that Shindo was able to do that so efficiently. Of course, they were dealing with second years. These students have had an entire year of experience and training on them. All that did was make the hunter more excited. Especially since a lone lamb decided to make it easier for him. The one scent that singled something in his mind. You know, for just a student, you have quite the distinct scent. It makes me beg the question if you're actually who you say you are. Izuku turned on his heel in a calm manner. Although, his level voice betrayed the tense expression he wore. The wolf's eyes set on one place and did not move. To anyone else, it would have looked like he was simply glaring at a pile of boulders. Just by first glance, it could be safely said that no one else was present. Or so they would have thought. Emerging like a phantom from somewhere that couldn't be described, a second individual stepped out into the small opening. A girl. One from Shiketsu that Izuku remembered noticing earlier. This time, she wore her hero costume, which consisted of a tight bodysuit that was a deep blue. White boots that covered her shins dressed her legs. Really, she just looked like another student in this exam. However, that couldn't be right. There was something terribly off by this person. My. Quite the sharp one. It's not usual for anyone to be able to spot me like that. It didn't help that she spoke in a giddy voice. Almost like she found pleasure from having been found. It was really driving Izuku's instincts up the wall. It's not usual for a hero in training to reek of blood. The wolf retorted with a slight growl in his throat. Everything about her posture was fluid and intensive. Her eyes felt like a panther creeping in the bushes, ready to pounce the moment a sign of weakness is given. Standing before Izuku was another predator. He. Oh, but is that so bad? Her giggle was so terrifyingly practiced. After all, it's what makes me me. The girl winked innocently while giving a cheeky smile. Yeah, you. Who exactly are you? You seem familiar. Izuku hated that he couldn't quite place where he had seen this girl before. Or did he even see her? Her appearance didn't strike any memories, but it was her distinct smell. Something about it made the wolf anxious. Oh, you remember me? The girl squealed on the spot as both hands were clamped over her cheeks and danced on the spot. It was a bit of a strange thing to see at this point. Just what the hell was up with this person and why were they acting like this? Suddenly, she stopped before forcing herself to calm down. He. Keep it together. Can't drop character now. Her last words were just a whisper but was able to be detected by the wolf. What did she mean by that? Izuku's ears twitched again. This time, the girl noticed his sudden new alertness. Surprise crossed her face before it turned sour. Apparently, she was not at all looking forward to any kind of company. The boy took his eyes off his opponent for a second to see a small pile of dust be swept away by a weak wind. Once the particles were scattered, it ceased to nothing. Only a moment passed before another tiny gust blew through. It was evidently more powerful than the last, as dust and small rocks all across the field was blown along with the moving air. The strength of these winds grew by the second. Soon enough, another thick sheet of dust clouded the area once more. For a second time, Izuku had to shield his face from getting particles in his eyes and mouth. The first was whatever, but the second was just annoying. Because of the disturbance in the air, the scent of the girl was lost as well as anything else around him. After the second process of everything settling back down, Izuku immediately realized what was different. A new presence has appeared on the field. The wolf spun around to find this newcomer. Seeing just exactly who they were, Izuku knew that this fight was to be inevitable. Especially since the boy who stood atop a large boulder wore a fiery smile. Inasa Yorashi. To be honest, I didn't think I would be able to find you this easily. Inasa shouted down from his perch. From the look that the bigger teen was giving him, Izuku could safely trust that statement. Oh yeah? And what reason would you have to looking for me? Izuku yelled back. The grin on the wolf's face said that he pretty much knew the answer, not like the Shiketsu student wasn't going to tell him anyway. It's quite simple, you see. On several different occasions, I've seen the burning passion thriving in your soul. You don't just fight with it. You live with it. For that, I must thank you. Yorashi bellowed with everything he had. It certainly seemed that way when the teen was shouting only 25 feet away from the Greenette. Said Greenette couldn't help but sweat drop at the dramatic display. Sure, passion is a good thing to have, but this guy had more than what he knew what to do with. Thanks. I guess. But surely you didn't go out of your way just to preach to me about passion, otherwise you would have done it when we saw each other in front of the building. Izuku returned to his narrow-eyed grin. If the feeling he was getting from the other teen meant anything, then the wolf was starting to get excited for what was to come. Of course. I'm sure you already understand that. So please, allow me to take this opportunity to share this passion in a great fight. Yorashi was already setting himself into a battle stance. Even as Izuku said no, he would have attacked anyway. Guess it's a good thing that there was no way in hell the wolf was backing down from this battle. A toothy grin spread across face, fangs shining in the bright sun above. His forest fire eyes burned with an eagerness for the hunt. From what I'm hearing, you're challenging me. A low growl mixed with the boy's voice. It was evident as Yorashi visibly reacted to the sudden difference in the Greenette's behavior. Is that right? Izuku's voice was low, but the message was clearly received. Yorashi looked to falter, but it wasn't even for a second. All at once, determination, anticipation, and a blazing passion filled the boy's black eyes. There was no answer except for a confident nod. It was the only answer that Izuku needed. The predator lowered down to all fours. Across his limbs, dark blue fur grew at a rapid pace. Their structure changed to be longer and stronger. His legs became digitigrade as his fur was traced with magma-colored trails that were as hot as they looked. It felt as natural as breathing. A second nature that he's learned to be a part of him. However, it felt especially good this time. It felt as if it's been too long since he's felt the grasp of power. As if time had been lost for an unknown amount of time that he's not noticed. Whatever it may be, it was good to be back. Ha! Yorashi's battle cry rung loud and clear. In his right hand, air movement became so fierce and concentrated it was visible to the eye. In merely a second, a ball of condensed wind had formed in his palm. In the moment after, the passionate fighter blasted the element forward, its aim heading straight for the grinning wolf. In response, Izuku reared back up and slammed his foot down in front of himself. The already broken up ground provided a large rock to pivot upward and offer itself as a shield against the gust. Izuku then latched a clawed hand onto the rock before summoning a small amount of OFA to throw the boulder towards the wind user. His aim was true, but Yorashi was better than to just let it hit him. The teen used his winds to fly himself upwards before the rock could collide where he'd just been not a second earlier. Izuku channeled his own air ability by building smoke within his mouth. Yorashi must have realized his next move because he seemed prepared to see a black blast shoot towards him. Yorashi's own block comes in the form of using his quirk to disperse the smoke before it could land. It looked like an invisible wall appeared in front of him as his smoke was effortlessly pushed away. Guess he was going to have to turn things up a bit. 3 of his runes activated across his neck, a soothing warmth spread throughout his neck. Just as they did, power flowed into Izuku. Embers spewed from his mouth once again to create several balls of fire. Casting his control over each individual flame, Izuku sprung the fire towards his opponent at different angles. Urashi immediately reacted as he used his quirk to project himself around the air. Both himself and Izuku's ball of fire flew across the sky in a high-speed chase. Up, down, left, right, Urashi zipped through the air while dodging the incoming missiles. At one point, the flying teen shot towards the ground before harshly lifting upwards and straight for Izuku. In response, Izuku blasts a more powerful shot of smoke from his mouth, which is met with Urashi's own attack of air. When the two collide, a zephyr of wind trails disperse through the air. Not long after, the taller teen comes shooting from the small cloud of smoke, Izuku's fireballs not far behind. However, their chase was halted as Izuku ceased his control over them as he instead clamped his hands together. First, he raises his fists high before slamming down into the ground, which caused an eruption of rock and dust, effectively stopping Urashi in his tracks. Before the wind user could decide his next move, a searing gout of flames shot from the dust cloud and directly at the boy. It was just in the nick of time that the target of this attack dodges to the side as the tips of his cape nearly catches fire. Urashi turned back to his opponent just as the makeshift cover settled back to the ground. He could see the excited grin plastered on the wolf's face. It honestly made Urashi even more riled up about the fact that he was fighting the wolf of UA. His own smile brightened even further as his wind surged around him, ready to shoot him forth towards the other student. Ding! A high-pitched sound enters his ears just as he felt a sudden pressure on his left leg. Looking down, he was met with a surprising scene. An orange ball which had burn marks on it was pressed up against the target in his left thigh. The ball fell to the ground where it bounced with a thud. Urashi couldn't help but ponder what just happened. Guess he'll have to wait as movement in the corner of his vision catches his eye. Whipping his head back in front of him, he finds that Izuku in the air with him and only a couple feet away from landing another ball on the target on his chest. The orange sphere that was held tightly in his right hand was barely processed as a blur, but was enough for Urashi to realize the danger he was in. As a last-second decision, he releases the winds that was holding him up to act as a deflective shield. The results were expected as Izuku is blown away with great force. However, there was no longer anything holding Urashi in the air and began to fall. Thankfully, it didn't take much to regain enough control on his quirk to keep himself from hitting the ground with a thud and instead just a few feet above it. It was questionable for how long it would be that way as a shadow could be seen below him that wasn't his own. From above, Urashi almost didn't have enough time to turn around before the sight of a backhand attack slams against the top of his left shoulder. His winds were useless to keep him airborne as he crashes into the ground. Urashi's quirk isn't the only thing that loses wind as his lungs are harshly emptied due to the impact. The sound of his hitched cough is followed by the sight of the wolf closing in above him. This time, Urashi was able to get a good look at those forest fire eyes after their fight had begun. Slitted pupils were dilated to a point where they looked like a single claw mark. The orange rings that surrounded the wolf's deep rich green were a glowing blaze. Sheer focus radiated from these eyes. These were the eyes of an apex. Urashi knew that he had no time to think of a real plan with how fast Izuku was moving. At least not with his close he was. He needed distance. After all, that was how Urashi fought. He was strong up close, sure. But Izuku was stronger. All he needed was distance. The downed teen brought both his wrists together and opened his hands to where his palms were directly facing the still incoming enemy. In one go, he summoned his quirk to take control of the air around him. All at once, he shot it out from around his body and upwards. The ball that was dangerously close to tagging his target halted in midair, as did the greenette himself. Because of the concentrated burst of wind, nearby particles have been caught in the gust. For a moment, Urashi had created a large debris-filled tornado. He quickly realized that he needed to stop and did just that. Both the wind and particles quickly dispersed this time, but, well, there was no Izuku anymore. Wait, what was that small dot in the sky? Ah, crap. I didn't mean to send him all the way up that high. Urashi shot up from his spot to stand, anxiously starting at the tiny figure of Izuku surrounded by the mass of blue that was the atmosphere. In his panic, Urashi may or more not have used too much power and ended up blasting the other boy high up into the air. Like, far up there. Oh, I know. I'll just slow him down when he gets close enough. Don't you worry, buddy. I'll get you down. Urashi found that to be the best idea. Not like he had any other experience to compare this situation to. All he knew that he could stop Izuku from splatting on the ground. With a wobbly smile, the wind user raised his arms once more and waited for the inevitable descent of the wolf. Meanwhile, Izuku hummed to himself. Well, that just happened. He couldn't have said it any more casually, despite the fact that there wasn't anything casual about his current situation. The entire grounds of the exam could be seen all at once in his vision. The stands where the professional observers sat as well as his teacher, Aizawa. All of the provided space and variety of environments of the exam. Everything. Even the shocked and surprised face of Yurashi below him thanks to his enhanced sight. This must be what Dad felt like when he used to jump around the city. Izuku murmured to himself at the thought. The wolf was crisscrossed with his left arm hung around his waist and the other up to his chin. He was truly more immersed in this experience rather than freaking out about the fact that he was a couple hundred feet in the air and soon to begin his descent back to the earth. If anything, he was more tempted to act on the idea that popped into his head. Well, it would sure as hell as make a cool re-entry. Izuku said to himself, eyeing the orange ball that was beginning to fall next to him. His analytical eyes returned to the ground below him where he found Yurashi once more. Looking around him, he found a majority of his classmates as well as students from other schools roaming about. It was pretty easy to spot Shoko, who was holding back a group using her quirk. Based on her features of her face, he knew that she had things under control. Just like the rest, nobody was close enough to the ideal spot that Izuku was planning to land. But they sure as hell were going to see it, and very possibly feel it. A grin came over his face as his expression schemed. Why not? Was the last thing the wolf said before erupting in an explosion of smoke. A burst of light caught everyone's attention. Craning their heads high, they found a display of indigo flames leaking from a ball of a black cloud. From it emerged the one and only Ragnarok. Just as they remembered him 5 years ago, during the entrance exam, fighting against the Nomu in the USJ, saving the city from the Centaur Nomu after taking down Stain, brawling with Muscular and the clone Nomu, Izuku Midoriya showed his greatest form. The large wolf of obsidian fur with pale blue highlights and glowing lavender streaks across parts of its body fell through the sky. Its eyes were trained on one spot. That spot being its target. Yurashi stared back up at the rapidly speeding up that was getting closer and closer by the second. He could easily catch a person of Izuku's size from that high up, but a massive wolf that undoubtedly weighed near 1.5 tons that was dropping at such high speeds was a different story. It really didn't help that the wolf was now on fire. What the hell? He's on fire. Yurashi screamed to himself upon seeing Ragnarok's entire body alight with the same indigo flames that encased the teen like a burning cocoon. At the same time, these flames danced and smothered with a pitch-black smoke. These complete opposite masses of hues and elements conjoined to make an extravagant scene. The wolf that was knowingly at the center of this ball of flame was no longer visible. His body had been completely enveloped by his own power. The same power that was beginning to come dangerously close to the Earth's surface. Yurashi's eyes widened even further upon realizing just how much nearer this comet was coming. The air around him reacted to his control as they swept him off the ground and to anywhere that wasn't here. Before the impact, these few words came to Izuku's mind. Ultimate move, Ragnarok, Howling Meteor. Upon first contact with the ground, many confused the overpowered attack with the rise of a miniature lavender sun from within the earth. The next reaction came from the earth itself as the ground rumbled like an earthquake. Then came the sound as everyone's ears was filled with a boom that left a shockwave in its wake. It was absurd at this point for how many times the clearing of the exam was to be but a broken field of dust. Only this time, it was like a bomb had been set off and the dust was not the only obscurity. Along with the dense dust storm, smoke flowed through the brown cloud like black snakes. One could say that a small asteroid very well could have crashed against the Earth's surface. The destructive force that it brought was enough to convince anyone of that. Despite knowing exactly what the asteroid actually was, Yurashi was debating if Izuku could still be given that title. After all, he had still managed to get caught up in the blast range even after having gotten as much distance as possible from the point of direct impact. Of course, he could tell that the damage was mitigated from Izuku's careful control and there was no risk of lethal injury. But that didn't mean it still didn't hurt like hell. Yurashi was down on his back, an assortment of rocks was jabbing into his back. Thankfully, his thick cape cushioned anything that came into contact. He just was so used to be on the receiving end of the relentless hurricane-like winds that rendered his own quirk useless, thus forcing him to the ground where he had to shelter himself as much as possible until the attack subsided. Now that it was over, he could get himself back into the fight. Removing his left hand that fitted the large glove of his costume from over his face, he quickly found that no such thing was even an option. That was a bit overkill, don't you think? Yurashi couldn't help but smile to himself upon finding Izuku crouched down just beside him. Once again, there was an orange ball grasped in his right hand that was less than an inch from the target on the black-haired boy's chest. Izuku had a similar smile as he snickered to himself. I get the feeling I'm going to be hearing that a lot for the next hour. I do usually end up going a little overboard a lot of the time. The wolf spoke casually, which was sort of odd considering both the boys' situation. Although, Yurashi was doing the same thing. Who was he to turn down a friendly conversation? Heh. A little overboard? I'm pretty sure you can fill up the hole you made in the ground to make a large pond. Yurashi joked. Meh. Hasn't been the first time. Izuku said back. That got the other teen to widen his eyes but retain his humored state. He wouldn't question it, at least not for now. So, are you gonna tag me? Yurashi dimmed down on his excitement after remembering that he was basically at the mercy of this green-haired wolf. Honestly, he just expected Izuku to tag him right then and there before moving on to his third before he could even retaliate. It was a bit of a surprise when the tailed teen just hummed with amusement before standing up. Nah. I don't want to head back just yet. I still have some other things to do. Izuku put away the orange ball and began to walk away. It was in such a calm fashion that Yurashi had a hard time comprehending it. Wait, what? You're just gonna stop after already tagging me once? The boy jerked up from his laying position to stare at the wolf with awe. Said wolf just turned back towards him with a look that made it seem like it was obvious. Well, yeah. I said that I have other things to do. I gotta make sure that my classmates are doing alright. I wouldn't want them getting eliminated in the first round. Again, Izuku said it as if it were obvious. The shrug of his shoulders accentuated his statement. Now, Yurashi was simply amazed. Izuku could quite easily see this as the other teen's facial features were that of someone who just saw the moon rise for the first time. That's so awesome. You had the chance to win yourself but decided to put your friends before yourself. That's just the coolest. Yurashi practically flew from his spot on the ground to stand at his full height. The amount of fierce emotion on his face was borderline insane, but Izuku could understand where he was getting at. At least he hoped he did. Haha. Yeah, I guess so. Izuku rubbed the back of his head with one hand as an eyebrow raised itself high at the other teen's behavior. But then, his expression became thoughtful. You know, they could have been your friends too. At that, Yurashi stopped with confusion overtaking his face. Huh? The wind user questioned. Well, I heard that you actually applied to UA. You took the recommendations test, but in the end, you rejected it and went to Shiketsu instead. Izuku was now invested into learning why that decision had been made. This was his chance, and his curiosity wasn't going to let him lose it. His curiosity only skyrocketed when Yurashi gave a particular reaction. If Izuku could give one name to the emotion that was engraved into the boy's face, it was embarrassment. Perhaps even regret. Yeah. That was a mistake on my part. It was Yurashi's turn to rub the back of his head nervously. Care to explain? Izuku asked. Well, during the exam, I actually heard that there was supposed to be someone particular there but decided not to take it at the last minute. You actually know them. Shoko Todoroki? The bigger teen gave his answer, but it only raised more questions in the greenette. Of course he knew who she was, but why Shoko a factor in why Yurashi didn't come to UA? Yeah, I know her. I also know that the reason she didn't take the recommendation was to spite her father. The memory of that day was just one of plenty times that Shoko has attempted possibly anything to PSS endeavor off. Izuku more or less assisted her in a few of these schemes. Okay, maybe more than a few, it was a lot actually. Hold on. She hates endeavor too? Izuku refocused on the conversation he was currently having. It was sort of hard not to when he was reminded yet again that there was a fair amount of people who despise the flaming hero. I don't think any of his kids really like him. Well, maybe besides Fuyumi, but it's hard to get her to hate anyone. It was quite surprising to see just how optimistic and light-spirited the eldest daughter of the Todoroki family was. Which makes sense considering that she's a teacher and all. Guess I really did make a mistake. Yurashi looked guilty, which seemed weird as Izuku has only seen this teen with only overexcitement and positive feelings so far. What do you mean? The wolf asked again. The whole reason I rejected the acceptance letter to UA was because I thought Todoroki was just like her father. You could say that I'm just like Fuyumi. I usually can't find myself to dislike anything. But after meeting Endeavor one day, well, I suppose there's a first for everything. Although Yurashi didn't say, Izuku could see the distant memory in the boy's eyes. It made Izuku think if there were other people that thought the same thing. But then all of that changed once I realized that she was a pretty cool person. The wolf blinked at the sudden change in the boy's personality. It was sort of hard to tell on TV, but I could tell that she was a completely different person than I thought she was during the sports festival. Especially when I heard on the news that she helped save the city from the fires during the Nomu attack in Kamino Ward. That's pretty awesome if you ask me. I'm glad you think that way, Yurashi. Just goes to show that you need to really get to know the person before you make assumptions. Izuku was quite relieved to hear that the situation was playing out rather smoothly. The last thing he wanted was incorrect impressions going about and then having to fix them. Especially since he should actually be completing the exam. Speaking of which, this conversation was starting to drag on for too long. If neither of them hurried it up, then they would be left behind before they could even find other applicants. That's exactly why I feel bad. I promise not to do it again. Urashi gave another deep bow. Thankfully, this one wasn't deep enough to send his head crashing against the ground. Good. Now then, onto the matter at hand. We have an exam to pass. By each word, Izuku's tone altered to be more determined and battle-ready. Urashi was able to easily pick up on this as he reciprocated the building mood. Then this is well, for now at least. The taller teen was ready at any moment to use his wings and fly of elsewhere to find new targets. Hopefully they had just as much passion as the grinning wolf in front of him. Not quite. Izuku's quick answer was enough to catch the other boy off guard. What? He questioned. Urashi was confused now. Particular because Izuku was hardly keeping eye contact with him anymore, but rather paying more attention to his surroundings. I'm just saying, I don't think the people watching us are really gonna let you go so easily. Izuku's voice remained steady, but it became noticeably deeper. As if slowly transitioning into a growl. The sound perfectly hissed through the toothy grin that the predator was displaying as his narrow eyes surveyed the area for the enemies that Urashi was still as of yet to find. So, said Winduser turned back to the greenette who had returned his attention to him. What do you say to a truce? A massive grin spread across Urashi's face. At least he's having fun. Shoko said optimistically. She peered around the large boulder she took cover behind in the direction she saw Izuku crash into the ground a great distance away. Not sure who he would be fighting to already use an ultimate move, but it must be intense. Pretty sure everyone in the stadium felt it. Once she deemed that it was safe to come out, Shoko hopped up to the top of the boulder to gain a vantage point. Once she got up, there was a wide view of the aftermath Shindo left on the area. A rocky terrain surrounded her, full of hiding spots and perches. Shoko hummed and thought that this was going to make things difficult to find the rest of her friends. Especially since it was apparent every other school was after them. If Shoko wasn't careful, she could get ambushed out here alone. And she just jinxed it. Shoko had no time but to summon ice from her right foot and encase it around her on the boulder. Not even a second later, a great force crashed into the back of her frozen shell with enough power to break through her defense. Shoko had thankfully leapt forward when that happened and allowed her to dodge the attack. She twisted midair and landed facing the direction of the ambush. Her face made her slid against the ground for a few feet before she looked up to see who had tried to blindside her. Shoko was very surprised to see a massive nut falling towards her. Due to the short distance, she was only able to move to the left in time because it was slowed from her ice. Once it fell in the spot where Shoko had been previously, it was safe to say the girl had managed to get out unharmed. For now. Shoko turned to where the thought the nut to have come from. It was expected when she saw the possible culprit that now stood on the boulder. However, it was a little less expected when she saw a group of similarly fashioned group of students. All of which had their eyes trained on her. Gotta hand it to ya. You aren't the number 2 hero's daughter for nothing since you were able to dodge that. The boy that stood on the boulder with his arms crossed spoke up confidentially. Whoever he was, Shoko already had a disliking to him for mentioning her father. But she put it behind her and straightened up with her own confident grin. Do you always attack your opponents from behind? Makes sense considering you probably wouldn't anyone to see those goofy costumes of yours. Shoko went the mocking approach. The students before her obviously worked in unison. If she could get them angry, their teamwork would get sloppy. And based on their reaction, Shoko would say she said the right thing. Ga? What? How dare you? The one who stood on the boulder completely lost their calm and confident attitude in favor for a behavior that resembled a butthurt child. If Shoko had to guess, this isn't the first time someone had said something about their getup. These special costumes were specially made for our roles that suit us best to work as a team. You will not make fun of it. The head leader shouted with a pointed finger at Shoko. Some of his companions around him fidgeted either out of anger or embarrassment. Sheesh, it was going to be a lot easier than she expected to get these guys riled up. Oh, careful. I hear a lawsuit coming this way. Shoko referenced an old TV show with similar colored suits. She was satisfied to see nearly all of them react in a way that they knew what she was talking about. Okay, that's it. The leader roared. We were going to let you go so that we can save our energy for the wolf, but I think we'll gladly knock you down. He shouted out his furious words. Shoko knew he was serious when they all got down into battle stances, but Shoko didn't budge. Izuku, heh? You want to go after him? Shoko said, more out of curiosity as to why these bunch could possibly think they would want to mess with him. We saw him up in the sky earlier. For the first time, one of the other students spoke up. Pretty sure everyone in the stadium knows his location. But we were able to pinpoint him from our own view. At this, the student pointed over his shoulder to the large factory where they had come from. Then you guys might as well quit while you're ahead. Shoko interrupted before anyone else could say anything. Once the last word left her mouth, the reaction she got was no surprise. Oh, yeah? What makes you think we can't do it? Another different student shouted. Because everyone knows that a sneak attack is supposed to be one of your best moves to take out your opponent. If that is your best, Shoko pointed her thumb to the large nut to her right. Then I can't even see you guys having a chance. Enough. You're finished. The head of the team didn't waste a moment after Shoko's last word and revealed his next attack. 3 nails slid out from between his knuckles as he pulled his arm back for a throw. The moment he launched them from his hand, Shoko reacted accordingly, as this was the chance she's been waiting for. Midway through their flight, the nails grew exponentially. Shoko figured it to be his quirk and the reason behind the massive nut. She swiftly ducked her beneath the first nail that pierced the ground behind her. With the other 2 nails still coming at her, Shoko placed her right hand on the ground and sent out a glacier. It easily blocked the singular nail, but Shoko didn't stop there. She continued to grow the ice and shoot it forward to crash into the boulder where the leader stood. Both were caught up on the attack as they flew backwards out of sight. His friends behind him were able to jump out of the way in time, if only barely. They were now separated into 2 groups because of the large wall of ice between them. This made it more manageable to pick them off. Shoko shot herself above the group on the left using a pillar of ice as a rocket jump. They noticed her shadow from above in time to see her rain down flames that made them flee in random directions, once again making it easier to pick a singular target. Just before Shoko landed on the ground, she formed ice beneath her that sharply curved forward and directly towards an unsuspecting student dressed in black. Shoko vaulted over the end of the slide and aimed feet first. Both of her boots crashed right into her target's gut that got a good cough of pain out of him and most likely knocked the air out of his lungs. Just like that, one was down. Shoko's eyes landed on a bigger student. One that was dressed in yellow and noticeably larger than the rest. The girl got a good reason why when he lifted a loose rock almost as big as himself. He didn't waste a moment when they locked eyes. The student ped his arms back and hurled as hard as he could right for Shoko. Due to his strength, he was almost able to throw it as fast as the other guy who could enlarge things. But it didn't matter as it did nothing to improve his chances of winning. Because of the rock's size, it blocked Shoko's figure from the boy's view. So, he was surprised to see the rock suddenly become encased in ice that was quickly heading his way. His reaction time wasn't good enough as the rock and ice crashed into him. Another one down. Someone behind her didn't know the meaning of sneak attack when he yelled out just a few feet behind Shoko. The girl simply made a wall of ice behind her in time for him to regrettably punch it full force. He only had a second to deal with his throbbing hand before the ice came back down just for him to see a boot slamming into his chest. This would mark the second teen to have the air knocked out of them as he fell to the ground wheezing. The rest were easy to take down by themselves. It was obvious they had strength together, but lacked independence in one-on-one combat, something Shoko has had experience in for a long time. It didn't take long as everyone on this side was dispatched of. There was still no sign of the other half. Maybe if she left now, she can get out of here before. Hey! Shoko sighed through her nose as she looked up to see everyone else atop of the glacier she created between them. The same guy from before in red was once again in the middle with a spiteful look on his face. Don't think just because you got half of us doesn't mean you can take on the rest of us. He yelled once more, not at all swayed that Shoko had managed to defeat half their team in less than a minute. At this point, Shoko was done messing around. They had their chance. It was fortunate that she was next to the base of the hunk of ice. All she needed to do was tap her right foot against it and watch as strangely dressed students were trapped in ice all the way up to their neck. Ah! What the hell? One of them said with an obvious shiver to his voice. Are you kidding? That's no fair. Another struggled against their chilly cage. It followed the same technique she used against that tooth villain during training camp. It was their own fault they decided to stand on her ice. Shoko gave them a quick look with a raised eyebrow like she didn't expect them to be defeated so easily, and in such a disappointing way. Oh well. They wouldn't be bothering her anymore. Time to find her friends. A black wave of wind rushed over the terrain like a hot tsunami. It swept those caught in its rampage off their feet and flying in random direction. Those who managed to keep their ground were blinded as the thick smoke surrounded them at all angles. It felt like a stinging river as it slipped past their bodies. So much as a simple breath and the smoke would invade their lungs, sending them into a coughing fit. Fortunately for them, as soon as it was there, it was gone. Like a blanket had been ripped away in one single JRK. However, something else much worse met them on the other side. Sheet. One of the teens squawked in surprise when they came face to face with Izuku and his palm headed straight for their gut. They wheezed from the impact as it sent them back several feet. Inasa soared over Izuku's shoulder with his target being a different student. He controlled his winds to do a spin midair and build up a zephyr in his right punch. The attack launched straight for the student who had no chance of dodging the speeding winds and was knocked far away. The wind user's attention was directed to movement on his right. He turned to see someone else who had managed to rush him with a giant wrench as his arm pulled back and ready to swing. Izuku appeared into view between them and caught the arm with his left hand and clenched their elbow with his left. Using their momentum, Izuku pivoted himself along with the teen and threw them over his shoulder in the ground. They landed harsh cough. Their groans and unmoving figure proved they were down for the count. Thanks. Inasa gave his appreciation to the wolf. Izuku smiled back with a nod. Anytime. The greenette said excitedly as he was having fun fighting against all these new opponents. Now. Suddenly, a voice called out on their right. They turned to see a group of 3 several meters away from them. 2 girls and 1 boy with one of the girls behind. The other 2 on both her sides put their arms forward where their quirks were revealed. In the boy's hands, a sort of purple energy that looked slightly like fire charged up. In the girls, a strange amorphous shape of white energy that refracted several colors. It only took a second for their powers to charge up to full strength and blast both simultaneously. Halfway, both blasts connected into a sharp contrast of dark and light elements. The energy shot towards them like a comet. Izuku had to admit. He was impressed. He could actually feel intensity of their combined powers. If the teen had to guess, it would be dangerously close to finishing Inasa off if it were a direct contact in his weakened state from their fight earlier. But Izuku had a plan for that. A large explosion erupted upon impact of the dual-charged attack. It shook the ground and disturbed a cloud of dust and smoke to fill the area where Izuku and Inasa stood. To the group of 3, they thought both males were done for. But in actuality, Inasa stood within the cloud of dust. He himself had thought he had been hit, which was why his arms were brought up to protect himself. But as he stood there, Inasa realized no harm had been done. Just as the dust thinned, he opened his eyes to see the reason standing right in front of him. All 4 of them gasped in unison to see Izuku in his full Fenrir form. His arms were brought up in an X, smoke rose from his forearms that hid his face. The group was more or less a little terrified of the large 6-foot, borderline 7-foot, wolf that took their attack head-on. However, if they looked hard enough, they could see that there was in fact some signs of damage to Izuku's arms. Or, at least, there was. For the last withers of smoke to leave his arms took his injures along with them. The wolf lowered his arms to finally reveal his snout that was pulled back in a light snarl. Sorry? The boy of the trio said meekly. Izuku arched himself back to SCK in a deep breath. Smoke began to build up in his mouth that pushed against his clenched fangs. That's his breath attack. Get behind me. The one girl who didn't shoot off a blast stepped forward. She also raised both her arms up and spread her fingers wide like she was pushing against an invisible wall. Whatever her plan may be, Izuku opened his maw to let the pillar of smoke burst forth. It launched directly at the group just as fast as their own attack. When it was about to hit, a different type of energy cast from the girl's hands. It was a light pink and shaped like a bowl made from dozens of honeycomb patterns. A shield. Izuku's smoke blast connected with the energy wall in a boom. Both the wolf and Inasa were impressed to see the shield hold strong and deflect the smoke. At first anyway. Just as the burst ran out, a crack formed where the blast hit and broke at the last possible moment. The force knocked back the girl in a gasp as she fell to the ground. Her friends made action to defend her and prepared another combined attack. Their hands were aimed back to Izuku. The same energy began to charge in their palms. They didn't get the chance to finish their attack though. What the? They both yelled out of confusion when tape suddenly wrapped around their wrists and bound them together. A quick pull and they were also knocked to the ground next to their ally. Izuku and Inasa turned their gaze to follow the string of tape to find Shiro atop of a rock. Next to him was Ochako. Looks like we got here just in time to crash the party. Shiro called out after her flipped over the cover of his helmet. We never thought we would get to you. Ochako hopped down from the boulder to approach Izuku with Shiro following behind. During that time, Izuku shifted back into his regular state. Sounds like you've had a lot of trouble along the way. Izuku assumed with a quick inspection so his classmates roughed up appearances. Yeah, everyone is going crazy right now trying to get points. Ochako responded. In the comfort of another friend, she allowed herself a breather. Speaking of trouble. Shiro said carefully as he eyes Inesa, who stood a few feet behind Izuku. The wolf looked between the two and immediately understood what he meant. Oh, no. You have nothing to worry about him. Inesa and I have been working together. A friendly truce, you could say. Izuku announced to the two that he wasn't an enemy. Is that so? The four of them turned to the new presence of a familiar voice. Shoko revealed herself as she walked out into the opening. I'm gone for barely 10 minutes and you already have a new partner. The girl said teasingly with a small smirk on her lips. Shock! Izuku went to say before a gust of wind blew past him. The blur of Inesa could be seen rushing towards Shoko. Everyone else instinctively got defensive, and then confused when Inesa dug his heels into the loose rock and let his momentum carry him until he was a few feet from Shoko. He swung his body forward and basically rocketed his head into the ground like a cannonball. If Izuku didn't already have a clue of the boy's personality, then even he probably wouldn't have understood that he was bowing. But the other three? Didn't understand at all. A moment after Inesa dug his head into the ground, a muffled voice came out that sounded like he was trying to talk with dirt in his mouth. Shoko, who didn't know how to react, looked to Izuku for answers. Izuku decided to take his turn in teasing and merely shrugged. Shoko showed her annoyance in narrowed eyes, but Inesa once again had their attention when he burst from the ground. Do you accept my apology? His tone made it sound like he had just gotten done with a long rant. Of course, no one heard this during the time he had his head covered. You're what now? Shoko was stooped as how to appropriately respond. My apology. I hope you understand the reasoning behind what I did and that it was unfair of me to make such assumptions. Do you accept? Inesa stared directly at Shoko with unblinking eyes and a straight posture. As if that wasn't disturbing enough, there was a decent amount of blood running down his forehead that took the brunt of the damage. Shoko once had to look to Izuku. The boy once again responded with a wolfish grin. Damn it, Izuku, Shoko cursed in her head. Although Izuku looked to enjoy this, he decided it would probably be best they didn't waste so much time. I'll tell her about it myself, don't you worry, Inesa. Izuku suggested as he walked over to the two and stood next to Shoko, who was half relieved and half vexed. I'm sure she'll understand, as she can be a forgiving person once you get to know her. Again, Shoko had no idea what they were talking about, and by the looks on Shiro's and Ochako's faces, neither did they. Normally. Izuku added quickly at the end. Shoko turned to Izuku but wasn't able to say anything in time. I thank you, Midoriya. I was a pleasure fighting against and with you. The taller teen's words gave a hint to the other three that this was the person Izuku had his battle with. I look forward to the day we meet again. Inesa put a hand forward, to which Izuku gratefully took it. As do I. It was exciting. Izuku confessed before he grew a look of hesitance. And you might go ahead and tag one of these guys so you can get to a nurse. You're bleeding quite a bit. The smell of blood was rather distracting to Izuku as he glanced to the red stains around Inesa's head. Will do. It's really painful. Despite his words, Inesa showed no signs of pain or that it even bothered him. It led into an awkward silence that didn't affect the wind user at all. Well, got to go. Abruptly, Inesa spun on his heel and walked the other direction, leaving the four students a little bewildered. So, I know Aizawa said something about him at the beginning of the exam, but who exactly was he? Shoko turned to ask Izuku, although hesitant of the answer. You know, I keep finding myself asking that exact same question. Izuku confessed, a little thrown off by Inesa's unpredictable personality as he watched him go. Right, so what now? Ochako asked from next to Izuku, and with Shiro wondering the same thing. This caused the wolf to refocus and assess the situation. Yes, okay. Obviously, there are four of us here together. That means the rest are either gathered somewhere else or scattered. Izuku began with the others in a circle. Normally, I could just track their scent, but with the hundreds of other students that are also firing off their quirks in a frenzy, it'll be difficult to do so. And I could jump up into the air and find them that way. Izuku offered the idea with contemplation. But then people will see you again and it will be a whole other battle to fight. Shiro input. Right. Not to mention that some of our friends could have already passed the exam. Ochako brought up the idea. The others nodded along with this. Not to mention that we already have several people here that can be easily tagged. Shoko turned to look at all the defeated students from their battle against Izuku and Inesa. If we can find them, we might be able to secure everyone a pass. That too. But we still don't have a solid way to get to everyone quick enough. Ochako said in a worried tone. She was right to be worried in this kind of situation. Better hurry it up, kids. The sleepy man who explained the exam form before came onto the intercoms. 65 students have passed. Those spaces will be gone quicker than you think. Even in his drowsy voice, they all felt tense to hear that already more than half of them have passed. You're right, Ochako. We need to find our friends the fastest way possible, Izuku announced before he turned to the three of them. There was a slight grin on his face. And to do that, we'll need to take a risk. They looked to him in confusion. You found me because you saw me up on the sky earlier, right? The wolf asked, to which they nodded. Well then, to me, it seems like our best plan is to not go to them but have them come to us. You're going to give them a signal, Shoko said aloud in realization. Exactly. While the other schools are coming our way, they can have the chance to meet each other and finally to us. Once that happens, we'll be able to look out for everyone on the team and ensure that we all move on to the next part of the exam. Izuku explained his plan. Shoko was already on board and the other two weren't far behind. Besides, it was a little hard not to get excited about this. So, we're basically making ourselves a beacon to literally everyone in the exam. Siro's statement had a slight nervousness to his tone. Yep, and we'll be here to meet them, friend or foe, Shoko answered. The more Ochako listened to this idea, the more of a fierce aura built up around her. Oh, boy! Siro admitted both from Shoko's answer and out of fear of the dark look on the normally bubbly girl's face. But that was the thing. Siro also found himself awaiting this upcoming fight. So, you ready? Izuku's tone was heavy and somehow inspirational. Without missing a beat, Shoko, Ochako, and Siro nodded. Well then. Izuku parted his mouth into a toothy grin. Small wisps of smoke trailed past his fangs. Let's do this. Watch out. With the voice of Kirishima, Nito felt himself get yanked downwards just as the sound of something whizzed past his head. Crap! They found us again already. Ashido exclaimed and pressed herself tighter against the wall of the small crevice of rock around them. They just don't know when to give up. Kaminari tensed with expectation to see someone pop around the corner at any moment. And neither should we. Kirishima shifted his arms into rock, ready for battle. Right. Come on. We have our plan, so let's get to it. Nito yelled out to rally his classmates. Upon his call, they all leapt out from their hiding spot to face the surrounding students. As expected, there were several people around them. They had gotten close enough that they would have for sure been cornered if Nito didn't give the command when he did. It gave the motivation they needed to see that the enemies looked surprised for their sudden attack. Attack! One of them said. Just as they did, the students readied their ball to let fly. Ashido, now! Nito gave the signal to the girl. On it. To her credit, Ashido was right on time when both her and Nito sent out a large wall of acid to form a protective shield against the barrage of ball that came their way. Not only that, but the thick liquid also functioned as a distraction and broke them out the enemy's vision. With that, they dashed into formation. Kaminari! Kirishima stood firm in place and locked his fingers together. Alley-op! Kaminari said with strain as he put his all into the jump when he placed one foot in Kirishima's hands. The redhead in turn launched him upwards high above the other schools. It only took him a second to get a good view of where they mainly concentrated and for him to act. Kaminari aimed the shooter on his right arm. He shot several discs downwards in a wide area. The hell are these? One of the opposing students voiced his surprise when one of the discs landed directly in front of them. Unbeknownst to them all due to their attention on either Kaminari or the discs, Kirishima had rushed among them directly below where the blonde began his descent. I hope you guys are ready, because you're about to feel my Thunder Dome. 1,000,000 volts. Just as Kaminari came into range of his discs, he unleashed his quirk for the electricity to course outwards and arc towards his targets. Because of the discs that acted like lightning rods, the electricity was pulled to certain locations and to anything nearby. That being the other schools. All the students were trapped in the attack as their bodies seized movement from the shock that zapped their nervous systems. Kirishima was also caught in this attack. However, it was not by accident. His quirk turned his entire body into rock. More specifically, the type of rock was a decently strong insulator, so Kirishima was not heavily affected. He needed to be in order to catch Kaminari in time before he hit the ground. Which was right about. Kaminari! Kirishima shouted the blonde's name a second time. Kaminari stopped his quirk just in time before he landed in Kirishima's arms that were now soft-skinned to help cushion the impact. Gotcha! Kirishima skidded to a stop and was barely able to accommodate the extra weight, but he pulled through. Phew! Now that's what I call a hero's catch. The redhead took some pride in his effort and looked down to Kaminari. Hee, yeah. As expected, Kaminari was partially quirk exhausted. Both his hands were aimed to Kirishima in a thumbs up with a derpy smile on his face. Don't you worry about a thing, buddy. We'll take care of you until you recover. Kirishima set the boy down. It was clear around them as all the other students were knocked out from the electrocution. Almost all of them anyway. Those crazy BSTRDS. They didn't do anything like that in the sports festival. Along the edge of the battle zone, a student cursed to himself that all of his teammates have been defeated. He himself was only able to get away because he was outside of the electrical current. But that one seems to be exhausted from using his quirk. If I can just dash. Take a nap with you friends? That's exactly what I was thinking. The student whipped around as fast as he could to face the stranger. He was only able to see half a face before he saw darkness. Nito had struck the boy on the base of the neck. It was much easier due to his hand shifted into rock since he copied Kirishima's quirk before they counterattacked. That was his part after the initial strike from Kaminari. Take care of anyone who didn't get zapped. Find anyone, Ashido? Nito turned his head in time to see someone from another school crash to ground with the pinkette atop of them. All good over here. She called back with a triumphant face. Nito shared this expression as their plan had worked. Right. We should go ahead and figure out our next move dash. Nito's last word was interrupted with his attention suddenly caught by a light. He, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Ashido all saw it at the same time. It was hard not to because it shot up in the air like beacon. It was Aoyama's quirk? Aoyama? What is he doing? Ashido asked as she stepped up to Nito along with the other two boys. I have no idea, but everyone in the exam can see that. Kirishima said worriedly at the idea. That was when they all realized it at the same time. They're supposed to. It's a signal. Nito exclaimed. Come on. We have to go. The blonde didn't even give it a second thought. He was already on his way. And just behind him, his friends followed. If I'm able to keep everyone's eyes on me, there will still be a chance for you to pass. Aoyama shouted over the sound of his laser that shot into the sky. While they're distracted you can get your chance to sneak up on someone and get their targets. I may not be able to pass, but you still can. The amount of determination in his voice surprised himself. But even more, it surprised Ida who watched the display. Aoyama, wait. You can't. Ida didn't have the chance to say anything else. Here they come. Aoyama shouted above the other boy. Over the laser, they could hear the many footsteps of the other contestants quickly approaching. Hurry! But Ida wasn't quick enough to react. Found you. The words of someone unfamiliar rang in their ears. Both classmates turned just in time to see a boy who leapt towards them with a ball in hand and headed straight for the armored teen. It was too sudden for either to react. Ida dash. Ga! Before Aoyama could finish, the attacker was suddenly launched away by a large black hand. Thankfully, one that was familiar this time. Tokoyami. Ida was the first to notice their classmate's appearance on the field. That's not all. The sentient quirk user shouted just as a swarm of pigeons flew past him to intercept the group of other students who were closing in on Aoyama. It was obvious that Koda had sent in the feathered army as a mass distraction. It worked great as everyone immediately turned defensive by shielding themselves from the pecking birds. Let's get it! A battle cry that knew no fear burst onto the scene and was quickly recognized at Sato. The large teen charged through the group who had no time to react and felt the hurt that Sato brought. Both Ida and Aoyama watched in fascination as their classmates appeared to fight one by one. Ojiro bounced in out of nowhere and knocked down several enemies at once with a few well-aimed lashes of his tail. What are you two waiting for? The tailed blonde called out to them. Ida and Aoyama pulled themselves out of their stupor to take part in this turn of events. Just moments earlier, they had expected to be overwhelmed by the incoming students from other schools. But now, whatever few of them were here now had each other's backs as they fought off the large groups that remained and had no intentions of backing down. Even as they banded together, it was still a challenge to take them all on. The rush of battle had adrenaline coursing through their veins faster than they could use it. But not faster than the swarms of contestants that arrived one after another. Just when things looked like it was near the end for them in this exam, another miracle appeared. A chorus of pain shouts along with a heavy current of electricity filled the air. The students of 1A felt their hair stand on end from the static and turned to see a comforting sight. It was easy to see the storm of yellow arcs among the battle. Right after came a second fierce battle cry from Kirishima who bashed through the front lines with Sato. Looked like we made it just in time. Ashido shouted with glee as she made her appearance from over a boulder and perform a takedown on an unsuspecting student. You guys too? Ida responded in joy to see more of his friends. It was because of Aoyama's laser that we knew where to go. All of a sudden, Nito rushed in from the side where he slammed someone with a move similar to one of Ectoplasm's moves. It was difficult fighting in the small groups we were separated into. Kirishima said as he shared a few attacks with a larger team. But we knew after seeing your signal that we could meet up with you guys. The redhead was able to overpower his opponent and knock them away. My signal. Aoyama was awe-stricken to react at first. He shot his laser with the intent to let one of his classmates escape. Not for more of them to come. So, why? Aoyama. Ida's call brought the blonde back to his senses, but he realized it too late. Aoyama saw just in time as Orange Ball was a mere few feet from his last target. There was no time to dodge or block it. Out of acceptance, Aoyama closed his eyes and let it happen. Well, it never did happen. Aoyama shot his eyes back open for two reasons. The first was because he never felt the impact, and the second was because he instead heard an impact of something else. Lodged in the ground in front of him was the ball. Pierced through it was a spear made of ice. That meant? That cavalry's here. An explosion of rock caused by brute force erupted into the air just after Uraraka's voice overshadowed the battle. Natural reaction brought everyone's attention to the center of the explosion where the Ragnarok made its second appearance. His maw was open wide to let out a roar as he flew through the air. Gravity did its job well to bring the large amount of mass back to the ground where Izuku slammed all four of his limbs into the loose dirt and caused another explosion that rippled the terrain like disturbing the surface of water. All of those in one knew to jump out of the way in time and evade. The rest, however? Their yells of surprise and confusion were muffled as they were sent flying from the impact. Truly a grand entrance. Sorry for being so late. Shoko yelled out from her position atop of Izuku's back. Even in this tense situation, there was a faint smile of excitement on her face. But we had to pick some friends along the way. At this, the others noticed more amongst themselves. Ochako and Shiro were there as they stayed with the pair. But on their short trip here, they encountered Yaoyorozu, Shoji, Tsu, Jiro, and Ibara. We were actually just about to send up a signal ourselves right when we saw Aoyama's quirk in the sky. Guess we had the same idea. Shiro walked up next to Aoyama and patted the blonde on the shoulder. It was a risky move, but seeing as we're all here now, it was a job well done. Yaoyorozu nodded to him to add extra reassurance. Aoyama once again found himself in a state of bewilderment. His plan had completely backfired, but not in a bad way. This wasn't bad, right? No, it couldn't be. All his classmates were here and stood before him, ready to take on the challenge ahead. He did this. Get ready. Shoko had her attention set on the crowd the entire time. She brought their eyes on the growing circle of students around them that have recovered from Izuku's attack. Some looked weary of the fact that the entire class was now back together. However, the desperation of the increasingly shrinking number of open spots made them hold their ground. Right here, right now, this was the battle that mattered to ensure they made it to the next stage. Aoyama. The blonde blinked and turned to see Ida at his side. The taller teen nodded, and Aoyama understood. They both looked back to the looming battle that laid in front of them. Let's go!
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.